Chapter 1: The Head Under the Wedding Dress. Ah! A soft moan escaped from the woman's lips. In the boudoir of fourth sister Su Yuyen, she was wearing an extremely large wedding dress. Her pretty face flushed, and her breathing became rapid. If we take the scores of Louis Fei and Bingbing as 9 points, Yang Mi is 8 points, School Beauties is 7 points, and Class Beauties is 6 points as references, then Su Yuyen's looks are at least an 8.5 out of 10, and her figure is top-notch. The upper part of the wedding dress hugged her tightly, and the silhouette of the northern and southern hemispheres was magnificent. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes were unfocused, as if she were enduring something. With a creak, the door was pushed open. It was none other than Su Yuyen's fiancé, Lin Tian. Upon seeing this, Lin Tian's lecherous eyes lit up instantly, and he licked his lips. Su Yuyen is simply breathtakingly beautiful. Will such a wonderful woman become my wife in the future? The thought of conquering this exquisite woman, taking her virginity, and making her submit to his desires filled Lin Tian with immense excitement. Su Yuyen's body trembled, her face flushed red, and she looked very guilty. Tian? How did you get in? Let me compliment you, Yuyen, your wedding dress is absolutely gorgeous. Is that so? Su Yuyen's face turned even redder, so red it looked like it was about to bleed, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Are you all right? Why is your face so red? Is it too hot? Lin Tian asked innocently. It's okay. I'm fine. You go out now, I need to change my clothes. Okay. Lin Tian obediently withdrew and thoughtfully closed the door behind him. He smirked and made up his mind. I'm going to make sure she wears this wedding dress for our first time together, a moment full of ceremony. He. The moment the door closed, Su Yuyen seemed to collapse from exhaustion and let out a long sigh. Then, a head popped out from under her enormous, tent-like wedding dress. It is indeed the fake young master, Chu Sun. Holy crap! That scared the hell out of me. Chu Sun mentally screamed, he was almost scared to death just now. Just over 10 minutes ago, Su Yuyen secretly called him to her room. Chu Sun's original name was Su Sun. He served as the young master of the Su family, the most prominent family in Jiangnan, for 18 years. How powerful is the Su family? To put it simply, it spans both the political and business spheres, with its subsidiaries generating an annual output value of up to 2 trillion yuan. But not long ago, it was discovered that he was not of the Su family bloodline and had no blood relation with his 8 older sisters. He was just a fake young master who had been switched at birth. The true young master, Su Xiaogung, is about to return, and he has changed his surname to Chu, which he used in his previous life. The original owner of this body was terrified by this sudden news. As it happens, Chu Sun from his previous life was struck by a great fortune and shattered into pieces, thus transmigrating to this world. Chu Sun had prepared himself to be ostracized, or even kicked out. He was initially quite satisfied that he could evacuate millions of people right after transmigrating. After all, as a veteran reader of tomato novels for 3,000 hours, I know what kind of fate awaits the fake young master. But to his surprise, after his identity was revealed, his sisters treated him even better. Especially her fourth sister, Su Yuyen, and eighth sister, Su Qinxue, were incredibly caring and attentive. Today, my fourth sister, Su Yuyen, is trying on wedding dresses at home. Next month, she will be a victim of a political marriage and will be married off to the Lin family in Jiangnan, becoming the young mistress of the Lin family. Su Yuyen has always been extremely kind to Chu Sun. After learning that the two were not related by blood, she fell completely in love. She wanted to give her most precious first time to the person she loved before getting married, so as to have no regrets. At the same time, it's also a way to get revenge on that scumbag Lin Tian. So she summoned Chu Sun. Just as the two were getting into the mood, Lin Tian's fiancé suddenly knocked on the door. In desperation, Su Yuyen could only let Chu Sun hide under her enormous, structured wedding dress. Actually, there's nothing wrong with the two of them sharing a room, but they both have something to hide. Chu Sun climbed out, quickly ran over and locked the door from the inside, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yuyen burst out laughing when she saw his disheveled appearance. I just saw you under my skirt, hugging my leg, looking as scared as a little quail, afraid of giving yourself away. You were so cute. Chu Sun blushed. Just now, in the dark downstairs, he was indeed hugging fourth sister's long, white legs. The touch was warm and elastic even now, thinking back on it makes my heart race a little. Su Yuyen looked at him with a smile and slowly said, Xiao Sun, this wedding dress is too heavy, and it's inconvenient to talk while wearing it. Can you help me take it off? Ha! This isn't appropriate, Sister Yen Yen. Su Yuyen pouted her soft lips in feigned anger, saying, You were clinging to my leg so tightly just now, and now you know it wasn't a good idea? Chu Sun was unable to defend himself despite his numerous attempts. Fine, take it off then. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and awkwardly help Su Yuyen unbutton the back of her wedding dress and tie it off. As the enormous skirt was removed, the sight before Chu Sun made him gasp for breath. Su Yuyen, standing in front of me, was only wearing a silk-lined short skirt, but she had safety shorts underneath. The lining was very short, barely covering the vital parts. A pair of long, straight, white legs were displayed without reservation. Her skin was so white it glowed, and so smooth you couldn't see a single pore. She was wearing a pair of delicate open-toe high heels. Several round and cute toes, painted with light pink nail polish, make you want to hold them in your hand and play with them. Chu Sun quickly looked away, silently reminding himself not to look at what was improper. He swore that it was so dark down there that he really didn't see anything. Su Yuyen seemed quite pleased with his predicament. She walked to the bedside, sat down, and gracefully crossed her two beautiful legs. Her voluptuous hips pressed into an alluring curve on the sofa. Sit down, why are you standing? Su Yuyen patted the spot next to her. Chu Sun hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. Xiao Sun, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. I'll just say it straight. I don't want to have any regrets. I don't love Lin Tian. He is just a spoiled brat who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. Chu Sun instantly understood Su Yaoyan's scheme and gently advised, Sister Yen Yen, marriage is a serious matter, you should think it over carefully. Think twice about what? Su Yuyen smiled at Chu Sun, Little Sun, you like your older sister a lot too, right? Otherwise, why were you standing so close just now? Were you bewitched by the fragrance? Chu Sun blushed. He thought back and realized that it did smell really good. It smelled of perfume, the unique scent of a beautiful woman, and a fragrance he had never smelled before, the origin of which he had no idea. He was a science student, but his writing skills were excellent. She's only 18 this year, has an exceptionally high IQ, and is usually well-behaved and obedient, which is why she's so beloved by her older sisters. Su Yuyen looked at his shy expression, and her eyes slowly reddened. My parents are forcing me into an arranged marriage. For the sake of the family's interests, they want to sacrifice my happiness. Why? Why can't I marry the person I love? Why can't I be with the person I love? She was 24 years old, a full 6 years older than Chu Sun. But at this moment, in front of him, she cried like a little sister who had suffered a great injustice. Her appearance was so pitiful that Chu Sun felt an urge to hold her in his arms and comfort her. Chu Sun's younger brother is 185 centimeters tall and has an outrageously handsome face, with 8-pack abs that exude sexual tension. Most importantly, Su Yuyen watched Chu Sun grow up. What we eat must be clean, food safety must be strictly controlled. Most importantly, the two parties are not related by blood, so they are legally allowed to get a marriage certificate. Xiao Sun. I'm really not reconciled. While crying, Su Yuyen moved closer to Chu Sun, her soft body almost touching his. Xiao Sun, please help your sister, okay? Please. Sister Yen Yen is begging you. Lin Tian, the only son of the Lin family in Jiangnan, is also Su Yuyen's future husband. Chu Sun's impression of him was limited to rumors. Rumor has it that Lin Tian spends every night partying in a private club in Shanghai, surrounded by women. Those young models and internet celebrities change their clothes more often than they change clothes. Just hearing about such a chaotic and decadent private life is enough to make one feel physically uncomfortable. The thought of someone as wonderful as Sister Yen Yen marrying that kind of scum made Chu Sun's fists harden. Su Yuyen's tears rolled down her cheeks one after another. Why should I? Su Yuyen suddenly became agitated and stood up abruptly. The silk skirt she wore clung tightly to her curvaceous body. Because of her slight bend, her voluptuous hips appeared even more prominent, and their perfect curves were enough to drive any man crazy. Why can Lin Tian mess around outside, but I have to remain chaste and marry him? Why can't I choose the person I like? I'm not convinced. I'm just not convinced. I don't want to wrong myself. Su Yuyen at this moment. She walked up to Chu Sun, slowly knelt on the carpet in front of him, and raised her pretty face, which was streaked with tears. This pose made her amazing fullness on her chest even more eye-catching, and the deep cleavage was faintly visible. I don't want to marry with regrets, and I don't want to regret not being brave enough today during the long marriage ahead. Su Yuyen felt that since she wasn't married yet, she wouldn't cheat on Lin Tian once she got married. But since Lin Tian had slept with so many women, she needed to sleep with men before marriage to feel at peace. Please help me. Just this once. I won't come looking for you again after we're married. I swear. She was like an abandoned kitten, speaking the most rebellious words with the softest of gestures. But Chusun felt that Sister Yu Yen was just fooling around. Although Chusun admitted that he had some Wei Jin style and usually liked to watch that type of movies. But how could I treat Sister Yu Yen, who was so good to me, as a tool? Chusun was confident that once Su Yu Yen had taken him, she would become completely addicted. After marriage, she will probably cheat on Lin Tian frequently. Just then, Chusun's phone rang. It was a message from his 8th sister. Xiao Sun, come down quickly, we can't stand Lin Tian showing off anymore. 4th sister, I'm going downstairs for a bit, I'll be back later. Then, Chusun opened the door and went out. Su Yuyen watched Chusun's departing figure and burst into tears. Wah-ah. Chapter 2, Provoked by Brother-in-Law. Chusun closed the door, shutting out Su Yuyen's cries. He didn't leave immediately, but leaned against the cold door, listening to the sounds inside. The crying grew fainter and fainter, eventually turning into suppressed sobs. Chusun also felt uneasy. He admitted that he almost couldn't resist just now. But reason told him he couldn't do that. Once this starts, it will never end. He sighed and turned to go downstairs. As soon as I reached the stairwell, I heard a commotion coming from the lobby downstairs. It was Lin Tian's voice, full of boastfulness and extravagance. Ha, 7th sister, 8th sister, you have no idea. Last time I raced in Shanghai, I blew that guy who called himself the god of cars out of the water. His modified GTR is nothing compared to my Pagani, one of only 3 in the world. Chusun looked in the direction of the sound. Lin Tian was sitting on a leather sofa on the 1st floor, legs crossed, bragging to his sisters with spittle flying everywhere. 7th sister and 8th sister were sitting opposite him. Lin Tian wasn't embarrassed at all and continued to boast, after I get married to your 4th sister next month, we'll all be family. Just as Chusun was about to go downstairs, Lin Tian stood up and prepared to go upstairs as well. The two bumped into each other at the corner of the stairs on the 2nd floor. Oh, isn't this our Su family's eldest young master? Oh no, former eldest young master? When Lin Tianyi saw Chusun, his once handsome face instantly became distorted. Brother-in-law, it's been a long time. Then he started laughing. Oh dear, look at my memory, I almost forgot. You're not a member of the Su family anymore, you don't even have the right to use the surname Su. I can't call you brother-in-law anymore, otherwise it would mess up the generations. Chusun stared at him expressionlessly, without saying a word. In fact, the Su family was able to find the real young master, Su Xiaogung, entirely thanks to the Lin family. It was during a physical examination at the Lin family hospital that Chusun's blood type was accidentally discovered to be incompatible with that of the Su family. In return, the father, Suwa, said that as long as the real young master was found, he would give one of his daughters to him in marriage. Then, the Lin family used all their intelligence networks and spent a lot of effort to help the Su family find their long-lost biological son. Lin Tian and Su Xiaogung had already discussed it before they arrived, and they planned to drive Chusun out of the Su family. I really have to thank you, you imposter, for allowing me to marry such a wonderful wife as Yu Yan, my dear brother. So that's how it is. It turns out that the man in front of her was the one who caused her identity to be exposed, Su Xiaogung to return, and her 4th sister to be forced into a marriage. What? Do you hate me? Hate me for making you fall from heaven to hell, so you can no longer live off the Su family, this behemoth, and be your rich young master? Ha ha ha, the more you hate me, the more excited I get. Don't worry, once your 4th sister marries into the family, I will definitely treat her well. Do you think I'm a scumbag and not good enough for your 4th sister? But the reality is, no matter how unhappy you are, it's no use. When you see me in the future, you'll have to respectfully call me brother-in-law. Chusun looked at the man in front of him, who seemed to have gone mad, and felt a chill in his heart. Are all rich kids this stupid? He's still completely in the dark. And you're still smug about it? Chusun began to regret his decision. Just now, he actually rejected Su Yuyen. Looking back now, I realize how incredibly stupid I was. What need is there for morality when dealing with scum like this? In an instant, a switch in Chusun's heart was completely flipped. Chusun slowly loosened his clenched fist. He looked up at Lin Tian, who was still laughing wildly, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. The smile was faint, yet it carried an indescribable eeriness and pity. It's like watching a clown. Lin Tian's laughter stopped abruptly. He was a little confused by Chu Sun's smile. What's going on with this guy? Shouldn't he be furious after being humiliated like this? What is he laughing at? What right does a stray dog who's about to be kicked out have to look at me like I'm an idiot? Lin Tian felt inexplicably irritable and uneasy. Chu Sun didn't even glance at him again, but walked straight past him and went downstairs. Hey! Stop right there! What's with that expression? Lin Tian yelled at his back. Chu Sun didn't even turn his head. Lin Tian stood there, increasingly uneasy. What is that guy laughing at? What is he laughing at? I can't figure it out. Lin Tian scratched his head in frustration, deciding to put that aside for now and focus on the important matter at hand. He switched to a gentle and considerate expression and walked towards Su Youyen's room. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Yen, it's me, Asian. After a while, the door was opened. Su Youyen was already dressed in a gray tracksuit for home. Her eyes were red, clearly she had just had a good cry. Tian? Is something the matter? When Lin Tian saw her like this, he immediately pretended to be extremely distressed. Yu Yen, what's wrong? Why are your eyes so red? Are you too tired from trying on wedding dresses? As he spoke, he reached out to touch Su Youyen's face. Are you feeling unwell? Tell me quickly. Su Youyen dodged to the side, avoiding Lin Tian's outstretched hand. I'm fine, just a little tired. Lin Tian wasn't angry, instead, he withdrew his hand. Yu Yen, I know I had a bad reputation in the past, and I'm sorry I made you suffer. But that was all before we got married. I promise you, from now on I will only love you and I will never cheat on you. Lin Tian looked very confident. Su Youyen was so tired of hearing this kind of guarantee that she was practically sick of it. Which man doesn't say that before marriage? She was about to make a sarcastic remark when Lin Tian spoke first. Don't disbelieve me, I'm not just talking nonsense, I'm serious. The Su family is the largest family in Jiangnan province, while the Lin family is only the fifth largest family in Jiangnan province, a huge disparity between the two. Only if all 6 members of the Lin family were united could they contend with the Su family. Su Youyen's marriage to Lin Tian was, in effect, a marriage of a lower status. Therefore, the Lin family would not allow Lin Tian to mess around after marriage, because that would offend the Su family, a behemoth they could not afford to offend. Lin Tian's parents told him that if he had affairs after marriage, he would be removed from his position as heir. Therefore, Lin Tian dismissed his group of girlfriends before getting engaged. Seeing that Su Youyen remained unmoved, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and unleashed his trump card. To put your mind at ease, and also to put my parents' minds at ease, they got me something. As he spoke, he unbuckled his belt. Su Youyen was startled and instinctively took a step back, looking at him warily. What are you doing? Lin Tian revealed a corner of it, which appeared to be a very large pair of safety shorts. But these are not ordinary safety pants. Lin's parents were still worried about Lin Tian, so they specially made a male version of the chastity lock for him. This thing has a hollowed-out back. However, the front part has a special metal mesh structure that firmly covers it. The grid is very dense, so you can use the toilet normally, but it's impossible to have direct contact with the outside world. What is this? Su Youyen was stunned. This is a male version of the chastity lock that my parents spent a lot of money to specially order from Switzerland. Lin Tian explained somewhat awkwardly. I've been wearing this every day for the past month, and I can't take it off except when I'm taking a shower. This lock is very smart. It can only be opened with facial recognition using my Apple Watch, or with a matching key. Lin Tian handed her the watch on his wrist. Look, I've remained chaste for you for a month, and haven't had sex with any other woman. Every night, my dad would personally supervise me. I could only untie the brooch for a short while in my own room and take care of it myself. Su Youyen was completely stunned. She had only heard of this thing in some unofficial historical anecdotes. This is a tactic used by some large families to ensure the absolute loyalty of their sons-in-law. Unexpectedly, she actually saw the actual product today. It's also a high-tech version that can connect to a watch. Lin Tian's face turned a little red as he spoke. Su Youyen looked at him, her heart filled with mixed feelings. This was completely unexpected for her. A spoiled brat who used to have such a wild life outside was actually driven to this point by his family. Seeing that her expression had softened, Lin Tian immediately seized the opportunity and looked at her with deep affection. Yu Yan, I was immature before, but now I understand. I will only love you, and I swear I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life. He turned on the watch screen and brought up the interface of the unlocking app. I've decided that from the time we get married, my parents will be excluded from unlocking this lock. I can't do anything without your permission until the day you truly trust me. Su Yuyan felt both ashamed and speechless at his actions. Record her face? What kind of nonsense is that? Come on, Yu Yan, let me enter this information. This is my sincere effort. Lin Tian held the watch up to her face, his attitude very insistent. Su Yuyan leaned closer and let the camera scan her face. Beep, facial information successfully entered. Lin Tian put the watch away with satisfaction, then took out a key from his pocket and put it into Su Yuyan's hand. This is the physical key, and I'm entrusting it to you for safekeeping. My dear wife, please take good care of me in the future. He spoke with a grin, looking extremely happy. Su Yuyan held the key and gave a faint hum. Okay, you can go now. I want to be alone. Okay. Lin Tian turned around with satisfaction and happily walked out. If he can marry Su Yuyan and get the support of the Su family, what's a month of wearing a chastity lock? He'd be willing to wear it for the rest of his life. He opened the door, preparing to leave. The smile on his face froze the moment he opened the door. At the entrance, Chu Sun happened to be going upstairs and bumped into Lin Tian. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and a surge of disgust for Chu Sun welled up inside him. But he dared not show it in front of Su Yuyan. He immediately put on a friendly face and greeted him, "Hello, brother-in-law." Chu Sun didn't look at him, but instead looked at Su Yuyan behind him. Then, he smiled faintly. "Hello, brother-in-law." Chapter 3 I won't allow your husband to touch you. Lin Tian paused. When Su Yuyan heard that Chu Sun had arrived, a look of surprise and delight instantly appeared on her face. Did Xiao Sun know I was upset and come to comfort me? Xiao Sun is so warm and thoughtful. Xiao Sun, come in. Sister Yan Yan wants to see you. Without giving it much thought, Lin Tian turned to Chu Sun and, from an angle only the two of them could see, gave a disdainful smirk. Then he straightened his suit and strode away. How dare a good-for-nothing who's been kicked out of his home give me attitude? Once I marry Su Yuyan, I'll have plenty of ways to work with the real young master Su Xiaogang to kick him out of the house. As soon as Lin Tian left, Chu Sun walked in. The moment the door closed, all the coldness on Su Yuyan's face melted away. A genuine smile blossomed on her pretty face. Xiao Sun, you've arrived. Chu Sun didn't say anything, but simply turned around and closed the door, locking it with a click. This action already shows his attitude. Su Yuyan's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Chu Sun, her eyes full of expectation. She casually tossed the key onto the dressing table, as if discarding an insignificant piece of trash. Chu Sun walked to her side and sat down on the edge of the bed. Su Yuyan smelled pleasantly of fresh scent after her bath. What? Have you thought it through? Su Yuyan took the initiative to speak, leaning slightly closer to Chu Sun, her breath as fragrant as orchids. Are you here to grant Sister Yan Yan's wish? Otherwise, why are you locking the door? She gave Chu Sun no chance to back down, and no longer suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. That chastity lock did reduce her aversion to Lin Tian somewhat. But that's all. A man who can be easily controlled and manipulated cannot arouse her any interest at all. What she truly wanted, from beginning to end, was only the young patrolman in front of her, the one she longed for. Before she could finish speaking, she had already moved closer to him. The warm, soft lips landed precisely on Chu Sun's lips. Chu Sun's body stiffened for a moment. It smells good, is soft, and has a hint of sweetness. This was his first kiss. It was also Su Yuyan's first kiss. After a brief moment of surprise, Chu Sun no longer hesitated and took the initiative to deepen the kiss. The previous constraints had long since vanished after Lin Tian's vicious humiliation. You don't need to talk about morality when dealing with scumbags. He wanted Lin Tian to know that everything he was so proud of and was about to obtain had already been taken by him. After a long while, their lips parted. Both of them were a little out of breath. Su Yuyan's pretty face was so red it looked like it could bleed, her eyes sparkling with a seductive charm. Sister Yan Yan, I want to see you in a wedding dress. Su Yuyan was taken aback when she heard this. She then burst out laughing, giving him a charmingly disdainful look. I never expected our little Sun to be so naughty. What is he thinking? Despite saying that, she didn't refuse at all. Okay, I'll wear it for you. She stood up and walked back towards the enormous wedding dress. Chusun followed and helped her put the heavy wedding dress back on. When she put on her wedding dress again, Su Yuyan stood in front of Chusun, looking like a princess about to get married. However, her groom was not Lin Tian. This wedding dress is too big, and the petticoat is in the way, making it difficult to move around. Su Yuyan moved her body, feeling very uncomfortable. Her eyes darted around, and suddenly she thought of something. Or how about changing into a different dress for the toast? That Xioha dress is very flattering. Can. Then turn around and don't peek, Su Yuyan said coquettishly. Chusun obediently turned around. I heard the rustling sound of someone changing clothes behind me. In Su Yuyan's room. Okay, you can turn it around now. Chusun turned around upon hearing the sound, and his breath caught in his throat for a moment. The Su Yuyan in front of me has changed into a bright red Xioha dress. It was a Chinese-style dress. The clothes clung to her shapely figure. The skirt hem is just right, possessing both the elegance of a traditional Chinese dress and a touch of modern sexiness. She was wearing a pair of sparkly silver high heels. She is breathtakingly beautiful, a perfect blend of classical and modern aesthetics. Chusun was stunned. Su Yuyan felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She lifted her skirt and twirled in front of him, the hem of her skirt fluttering in the wind. Is it pretty? Beautiful. Chusun exclaimed sincerely. The next second, he picked Su Yuyan up and carried her to the soft bed. Su Yuyan gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The red Xioha dress contrasted sharply with the white bed sheets. The temperature in the room seemed to rise suddenly at that moment. 1 hour later. On the messy bed, the two slept in each other's arms. Su Yuyan lay on her side in Chusun's arms like a docile kitten, her cheeks still flushed. She had stopped crying. Her expression was one of contentment and peace. Those long, slender, fair legs, one of them was even restlessly draped over Chusun's waist. The touch of skin against skin is delicate and warm. Chusun stared blankly at the ceiling, his brain still malfunctioning. Everything that just happened flashed through my mind like a movie in fast forward. He actually did have a relationship with Sister Yen Yen. Snatching someone away before the wedding. Chusun could feel the warm, soft body of the woman in his arms. Everything was unbelievably real. Little Sun, did I look beautiful just now? Beautiful. How beautiful. 9/10 beautiful. Su Yuning frowned and said angrily, why is it only 90%? It was originally 100%, but now it's one layer short. Su Yuyan was stunned for a moment, then giggled. Will you regret it? No regrets. Now that things have come to this, wouldn't saying you regret it be like slapping her in the face? Besides, ask yourself honestly, does he really regret it? It seems not. Hearing his answer, Su Yuyan smiled. She propped herself up, her long, black hair cascading down like a waterfall, obscuring much of her cleavage. She leaned down and gently pecked Chusun's lips. I knew it, Xiaosun loves me the most. Sister Yen Yen, then, your marriage with the Lin family. Chusun finally asked the question he was most concerned about. Su Yuyan's smile faded slightly. She lay back in Chusun's arms and sighed softly. We still want to get married, but I want you to say something to me. What did you say? Chusun blurted out. Su Yuyan bit her lip and stared at Chusun. Chusun realized what was happening. Sister Yen Yen wants not only her body, but also her heart. A man's way of showing love for a woman is to be possessive of her. Sister Yen Yen, I won't allow your husband to touch you. Su Yuyan responded with a bright and cheerful laugh. That's right, don't worry, Xiaosun. I'm just marrying into the family, I won't give myself to Lin Tian. I will always belong to you alone. Lin Tian stood up, his gaze falling on the key on the dressing table. He walked over and took the key in his hand, playing with it. The key was small, made of metal, and had a small Lin family crest on it. What's this? Su Yuyan lazily rolled over, lay on her stomach on the bed, and looked at him while resting her chin on her hand. That one, Lin Tian's chastity lock key. Her tone was flat, and there was no trace of shame on her face. Chastity lock? Chusun became interested. Su Yuyan then recounted the entire process of Lin Tian pledging his loyalty to her in detail. This includes the high-tech Apple Watch facial recognition and this backup physical key. After hearing this, Chusun couldn't help but laugh. That's so interesting. That's really interesting. He originally thought Lin Tian was an arrogant and domineering idiot. Unexpectedly, he's still a coward who's completely controlled by his family. He went to such lengths to marry Sister Yin Yan and gain the support of the Su family. Is this even considered a man? Su Yuyan looked at the playful smile on Chu Sun's face and laughed along with him. She got out of bed barefoot, walked to Chu Sun's side, and took the key from his hand. If you find it interesting, then you can keep it from now on. Chu Sun was taken aback. To be kept by me? Yes. Su Yuyan nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I have no use for it anyway, and it only annoys me. You can play with it. Men hope that all the beautiful women in the world will remain chaste for them, and women feel the same way. For example, Chicken Bro has a normal fan base, but half of his fans have unfollowed him. Only Xiao Haizi remained, posing as a regular soldier, struggling to hold on. Su Yuyan is a little mischievous. If you could control a boy you like that, such as Xiao Xuan, that would be incredibly exciting. Wearing this thing on Xiao Sun, and then only being able to do bad things with her permission, is so satisfying, isn't it? But if you're in control of a man you have absolutely no interest in, then it's really uninteresting and boring. Whether you take off or not is none of my business. Chu Sun looked down at the key in his hand, his smile growing even wider. Is it entrusted to him for safekeeping? This means that I am now in control of the control tower and have complete control over the takeoff rights of Lin Tian's Boeing 747. No, it's not necessarily 747, it could just be 737. If you don't want him to fly, does that mean he has to stay in the hangar forever? If the control tower issues an order for him to make an emergency landing during takeoff, does that mean he's out of commission? If a person is controlled to this extent, can he still be considered a man? Chu Sun felt that this was much more interesting than simply beating up Lin Tian. This is the highest level of control. Okay, Sister Yin Yan, I'll take this. The two got dressed. It was almost lunchtime. When Su Yuyan got off the bed, her legs went weak and she almost lost her balance. Chu Sun reacted quickly and pulled her into his arms. Su Yuyan blushed and playfully punched him. It's all your fault, you're too cruel. Chu Sun simply picked her up and carried her to the bathroom. You wash first, I'll run the water for you. Warm water gushed out from the showerhead. A thin layer of steam quickly filled the bathroom. Su Yuyan started taking a shower, while Chu Sun leaned against the door, showing no intention of leaving. Why didn't you wash your face first? Chu Sun asked with a smile. Through the misty steam, Su Yuyan turned and glanced back at him. The weather has been a bit dry lately, and my skin isn't in very good condition. Her voice had a slightly languid huskiness, which made Chu Sun's heart flutter. Chapter 4. What a good woman. What a good wife. Tomorrow marks the official return of the true young master, Su Xiaogang, to his family, and a grand drama is about to unfold. After taking a shower, Su Yuyan smelled wonderful. She came closer and gently pecked his lips with her soft, fragrant lips. The texture was like jelly, with a hint of sweetness. It smells so good, Chu Sun said instinctively. Su Yuyan tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. I said, Sister Yin Yan's lips smell so good and feel so soft. Su Yuyan smiled with satisfaction and then said, wait a moment, I have a gift for you. She went to the dressing room, took out a box, and handed it to Chu Sun. For you. Huh? Why are you suddenly giving me a gift? Su Xiaogang is coming back tomorrow. My parents told us to prepare a gift for him. I don't want you to feel neglected, so I prepared one for you too. My Xiaoshuan can't be worse than others. Chu Sun's heart felt warm and tender. He opened the box, and inside lay a watch. It was Richard Miller. Moreover, judging from the complex tourbillon and flamboyant design, this is definitely not an entry-level model. It must cost at least several million. Thank you, Sister Yin Yan. Fool, why are you being so polite with me? Su Yuyan straightened his collar and said softly. Let's go downstairs for dinner. After everything was over, the two changed back into their previous clothes, as if nothing had happened. He opened the door, and a pretty face was right in front of him. Ha! Xiao Sun? Why are you coming out of fourth sister's room? Su Qinxue was standing at the door, her big eyes blinking as she looked at him with an innocent and naive expression. Chu Sun was so scared he almost flew out of his skin. Eighth sister. I've come to see Sister Yin Yan's wedding dress. Su Qinxue said and then tiptoed to peek into the room. Just then, I saw Su Yuyan leaning against the dressing table, her walking posture a little strange. What's wrong with fourth sister? I just saw her walking unsteadily, and her face was flushed. Shu Sun's heart skipped a beat. That's because the wedding dress was too heavy. It was too tight. Yes, wearing it for too long prevented blood circulation, so I couldn't stand up. Yeah? Su Qinshue blinked. Why is fourth sister wearing pigtails? I remember she disliked that hairstyle the most, saying it was too childish. Shu Sun. That's a new look I tried on to match my wedding dress. Yes, a new look. Don't you think it's special? Su Qinshue didn't suspect anything and said, let's go eat, we've been waiting for you. Just as I reached the top of the stairs, Lin Tian came up from downstairs. His eyes lit up the moment he saw Su Yuyan. At this moment, Su Yuyan's face was as beautiful as a peach blossom, and her eyes were filled with spring water. She exudes an amazing charm from the inside out. It's a unique radiance that only comes after one has been thoroughly satisfied and nourished. Shu Sun just now went in and apologized to Lin Tian, and came out and apologized to Sister Yin Yin. The only option is to choose back and forth in this dilemma. Lin Tian was overjoyed. He was overjoyed, convinced that his sincere confession and the immense sincerity behind the chastity lock had completely moved Su Yuyan. Look at the effect. With such sincerity, what woman wouldn't be moved and touched to the core? Su Yuyan removed her makeup while taking a shower, so she's now completely barefaced. In fact, Su Yuyan didn't even want to wash her face. But Shu Sun thought that was too childish and immature, so he personally washed Su Yuyan's face. But that face was still breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Tian was completely stunned. Yuyan, what were you and Xiaoshuan doing in the room? Su Yuyan remained calm and composed. Oh, I've changed into a few different dresses for the wedding. Could you please take a look and give me some advice? Xiao Sun has the best taste. His aesthetic sense is very sophisticated, much better than those designers. Shu Sun immediately chimed in. Indeed, the Showa dress that Sister Yin Yin tried on just now was so beautiful it stunned me. She was like a fairy descending to earth. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian laughed even more heartily. Really? That's great. I can't wait to see it. He looked at Su Yuyan expectantly. Can you put it on for me to see now? Su Yuyan shook her head, a perfectly appropriate blush on her face. No, let's wait until the wedding day. Okay, I'll do as you say. Lin Tian was completely under their control, and his anticipation for the wedding instantly soared. The four of them went downstairs to eat together. After dinner, Lin Tian offered to take a walk in the manor to digest the food. Yuyan, shall we go for a walk? Su Yuyan nodded, then looked at Shu Sun naturally. Xiao Sun, let's go together. Before Shu Sun could speak, Lin Tian chimed in. Yes, it's more fun with Sun around. He said that, but in his heart he was cursing wildly. Haha, why bring a light bulb? Don't you know you want to spend some time alone with your fiancé? The Su family's estate is very large. Throughout the journey, Lin Tian kept talking in order to impress Su Yuyan. You wouldn't believe it, besides being a great businessman, my racing skills are also top-notch. Last time at the Zhuhai circuit, that guy who claimed to be the best in South China, driving a heavily modified GTR, still got easily lapped by my Apollo Evo, didn't he? You know Verstappen from F1, right? The world champion. We even had drinks together in Monaco last year. He's a really nice guy, and he even took a picture with me. Lin Tian spoke eloquently, spitting as he spoke. Completely immersed in their own world, they no longer knew what the world was. He didn't even notice that Su Yuyan and Shu Sun, who were walking beside him, were secretly holding hands behind their backs. Shu Sun's fingers gently traced circles in Su Yuyan's palm. Every now and then, he would squeeze the peach. Su Yuyan suppressed her laughter, pretending to listen attentively, occasionally nodding in agreement. This made her heart race and filled her with excitement. After boasting for a while, Lin Tian saw that the two men had a lukewarm reaction, so he decided to change the subject. Talk is cheap. I'll take you two to the track for a spin sometime and show you what real speed and passion are all about. Shu Sun said calmly, I don't have a driver's license. Su Yuyan chimed in, I value my life and don't like anything too thrilling. I prefer riding a bicycle and slowly enjoying the scenery. She then changed the subject, I really like Pagakar. Watching him ride a bike is a pleasure. Shu Sun immediately followed up, I also like bicycles, but I admire Wengergao more. His climbing ability is too strong. Lin Tian was taken aback. Pagokar? Wenger? What is all this about? He had never heard of it. But he reacted very quickly and immediately realized that this was a new opportunity to curry favor with Su Yuyen. He had to get on the topic immediately. Bicycles. I'm an expert on that too. We have several top-of-the-line mountain bikes parked in our garage, all custom-made from overseas. Lin Tian patted his chest, trying to look cool. In short, I'm good at any sport related to speed. Yuyen, I can take you cycling sometime. He began to talk at length about his pitiful bicycle experience. It's mostly layman's talk. Su Yuyen listened and suddenly smiled mischievously. So what posture do you like to use when you ride a bicycle? Posture? Lin Tian was dumbfounded. What kind of posture could one have while riding a bicycle? Without hesitation, he replied, isn't it just sitting on the seat and riding? If you want to be precise, you just need to lower your body and flatten your back to reduce wind resistance. Su Yuyen shook her head. I prefer it when others are standing and pedaling, especially uphill. Look at Pogacar and Wenger, those professional drivers always get off the seat and stand up to exert force when they attack or sprint. That's how they get the power. You're still too green. Chu Sun, suppressing a laugh, chimed in. Brother-in-law, Sister Yen Yen is right, I'm best at standing and kicking. However, while standing and pedaling can help you sprint, sometimes the uphill sections are too long, and your legs will get a little tired after riding for a while. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian with an incredibly innocent gaze. I've been watching the Tour de France lately, and I'm really hooked. Brother-in-law, let's go cycling in the countryside sometime. If I get tired, could you get off and help me? Puff. Su Yuyen couldn't hold back any longer and quickly turned her head away, her shoulders shaking as she almost burst out laughing. You little rascal. Chu Sun is so wicked. Lin Tian felt that Chu Sun was trying to befriend him. He patted his chest with great pride. Of course, no problem. We're all family, helping each other is only right. He excitedly suggested, next time. Next time, let's all three of us go cycling in the countryside together. You two are both experts, so please help me out. Chu Sun readily agreed, okay, brother-in-law. Lin Tian thought to himself, Su Yuyen is really a sweet and soft little cake. So you like cycling, no wonder you're in such good shape. After the three finished their walk, Chu Sun and Su Yuyen saw Lin Tian to his car. As soon as he got in, he began to cram on his knowledge of bicycles. I'm also looking forward to the next cycling experience. Make sure you train yourself to be an expert before that happens. Chu Sun had just returned home from his walk when he saw his eighth sister, Su Qinxue, coming to find him. Xiao Sun, you've come at the right time. Come to my room quickly, I have a few advanced math problems I can't solve, can you tutor me? As Chu Sun was being pulled along, he felt a warm and soft sensation in his palm. Su Qinxue is 1 year older than Chu Sun and is a freshman in college. It's summer vacation now. Chu Sun was a genius with extremely high intelligence. He had already completed all the university courses on his own while still in high school, so tutoring her was more than enough. The girl in front of me, who smells sweet and soft, is at least an 8.5 out of 10 in terms of looks. She looks very innocent and pure, the kind of girl who can arouse a man's protective instincts. As soon as you enter Su Qinxue's room, a sweet, girlish fragrance wafts over you. Su Qinxue sat cross-legged on the carpet next to her. Today she was wearing a pink cartoon onesie pajama, with her two slender, fair legs exposed. Her rounded toes were painted with black nail polish, like tempting candies. She tilted her little face up and looked at Chu Sun earnestly. Xiao Sun, Su Xiaogang is coming back tomorrow, you won't be unhappy, will you? Chu Sun felt a warmth in his heart and shook his head. There's nothing to be unhappy about. You're lying. Su Qinxue pouted. I don't believe it. Suddenly going from the young master of the Su family to Chu Sun must be a bit of a letdown, but don't worry, no matter what others do, I'll be the same as before. No, I'll treat you even better. Actually, I think it's better this way. We used to be siblings, but now, we're not anymore. Just think about it, you've gained 8 beautiful and rich older sisters who aren't related to you by blood. Isn't that a huge win? After she finished speaking, she winked playfully at Chu Sun. The gloom in Chu Sun's heart did indeed dissipate considerably. You're full of twisted logic. That's not fallacy at all. Su Qinxue gave a coquettish hum. Okay, let's get down to business. Teach me this problem quickly, I'm so frustrated I'm going bald. Chu Sun took the workbook and began to explain it to her. Su Qinxue listened very attentively, nodding her head repeatedly. After the tutoring session, Su Qinxue insisted on escorting Chu Sun to the villa entrance. "Oh, right, I also prepared a gift for you." "You have one too?" Chu Sun was stunned. Was today some kind of day of intense gift-giving competition? Su Qinxue took something out of her pocket and stuffed it into Chu Sun's hand. Chu Sun looked down and saw a car key with a leaping horse logo that he recognized all too well. Ferrari. "Sister Qinxue, what you're doing?" Su Qinxue led Chu Sun to the window and pointed to a car parked at the garage entrance not far away. It was a bright red supercar. "A Ferrari 488 Pista, a gift for your college entrance. Don't all boys like cool cars like this? You'll be our family's college student from now on." Chu Sun held the cold car keys, but his heart was burning with passion. First it was the fourth sister's Richard Mille worth millions, and now it's the eighth sister's Ferrari worth millions. Meanwhile, a grand drama was unfolding in Su Qinxue's little head. "I'm done acting. I'm laying my cards on the table. They used to be siblings and had to keep their distance, but now that they're not related by blood, what's the point of acting? Chu Sun is so handsome and so good, why should he be given to someone else? Although his few older sisters also seem to like him very much. But so what? We're the perfect age. They were only a year apart, that's what you call childhood sweethearts, a match made in heaven. But what if my parents find out? Moreover, I wonder what Xiao Sun is thinking now." He suddenly went from being the young master of the Su family to an outsider, and he must have felt both inferior and sad. "No, I must wrap him up in love." Having figured this out, Su Qinxue's gaze towards Chu Sun became even more resolute. After tutoring, Chu Sun, carrying a watch worth millions and the keys to a Ferrari worth nearly 10 million, returned to his room in a daze. He lay in bed, feeling like he was dreaming. Yesterday he was a fake young master who was about to be kicked out of the house, but today he has luxury watches and cars? The love of my sisters is both profound and sweet. Especially the fourth sister. Chu Sun's face flushed as he thought about the madness of last night. With these mixed feelings, Chu Sun fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 5, All 8 Sisters Arrive. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Chu Sun woke up. The villa he lives in is located in one of Hangzhou's top villa districts, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, and only half an hour's drive from the city center. Normally, only 5 older sisters live here. They are the eldest sister, Su Qiqi, who manages the family business. She has already taken Zhang Junnan as her husband, but they haven't consummated their marriage yet. She has a very aloof personality, like an iceberg, and she treats Chu Sun the same way. The fourth sister, Su Yuyan, who is about to get married, is a university professor. It's the same major that Chu Sun will be studying at Tunghai University. The twin sisters, the sixth sister Su Tingwan and the seventh sister Su Jiro, are both still in college and are 20 years old this year. The last one is the eighth sister, Su Qinxue. The other 3 older sisters are all busy with their own work and have their own places to live, but they will come back to stay from time to time. Today, they were forced by their parents to put aside their work and come to the Su family home to welcome their younger brother, Su Xiaogang. After washing up, Chu Sun walked out of the room dressed in casual clothes. He walked to the open railing on the second floor and habitually looked down. The air in Su family garden in the early morning is so fresh it's like a breath of fresh air. On the lawn of the garden, 2 beautiful figures are doing their morning exercises. It is the sixth sister, Su Tingwan, and the seventh sister, Su Jiro. They look almost identical and are both of the kind that bring disaster to the country and its people. Both of them were wearing tight yoga pants, their bare, snow-white feet stepping on the soft grass. Yoga pants accentuated the sexy curves of their pert buttocks. The sixth sister, Su Tingwan, majored in physics and had a rational and aloof personality. On the other side, seventh sister Su Jiro, an art student, has a much more lively personality and loves to tease Chu Sun. While she was stretching, she tried to hook her sister's leg with her foot, but Su Tingwan glared at her and shut her up. Su Jiro stuck out her tongue, and when she turned her head, she saw Chu Sun on the second floor. She immediately smiled and blew him a kiss. Chu Sun blushed and quickly looked away, pretending to admire the scenery. He went downstairs to the restaurant, where several people were already seated at the tables. The eldest sister, Su Qiqi, and her husband, Zhang Junnan. Fourth sister Su Yuyan, and eighth sister Su Qinxue. The moment Chu Sun appeared, Su Youyan's eyes lit up. The intense gaze made Chu Sun's heart skip a beat, and he instantly recalled everything that had happened yesterday. He felt his cheeks starting to heat up again, so he could only lower his head and walk quickly over, pull out a chair and sit down. "Good morning, Xiao Sun." Su Qingxue immediately greeted him sweetly and pushed a cup of warm milk in front of him. Morning. Xiaosun, did you sleep well last night? It's alright. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit strange. Especially the man sitting next to the eldest sister, Zhang Junan. He was fairly good looking, but there was always an inescapable gloom and scheming in his eyes. He looked at Chu Sun, his eyes revealing an undisguised contempt. Chu Sun ignored him and focused on his breakfast. After breakfast, just as everyone was about to leave, the eldest sister, Su Qiqi, who hadn't said much, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Sun, come here for a moment. Su Qiqi's voice, like her personality, was cool and authoritative. Chu Sun obediently followed. Su Qiqi called him to a quiet corner in the living room. Today, the eldest sister was wearing a black women's suit with a white silk shirt underneath. The lower body is a bodycon suit skirt. Beneath the skirt, a pair of long, slender legs encased in black stockings were straight and shapely, with black high heels on their feet. She exudes an incredibly powerful and mature aura. She was 10 years older than Chu Sun. At the age of 28, he was already one of the de facto rulers of the Su family's business empire. Are you in a bad mood? Chu Sun shook his head. No, eldest sister. Still being stubborn. Su Qiqi suddenly reached out, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped Chu Sun's mouth. She got milk all over her face and still said it was nothing. Chu Sun froze completely. In his memory, Su Qiqi was always stern and always rational. She embodied the phrase eldest sister is like a mother to the fullest. He was scolded by her more times than his parents ever did. Such a gentle gesture is truly unprecedented. Su Qiqi withdrew his hand and sighed. Whether Su Xiaogang comes back or not, you are still a child of the Su family, and my younger brother, Su Qiqi. I know you're not feeling well, but remember, no matter what happens, your older sister will always stand by you. At that moment, Chu Sun felt a warm current welling up from the bottom of his heart. After she finished speaking, she took a file folder from her Hermes bag and handed it directly to Chu Sun. Here, take this. Chu Sun looked completely bewildered. Big sister, what is this again? You can't be without the gifts that Su Xiaogang has. Chu Sun opened the file bag, took out the contents, and his pupils dilated in shock. Damn it! Property ownership certificate. And it's not just one unit, it's the entire building. It's located next to Donghai University Town, in a newly built hotel-style apartment building. The title of the property owner is clearly written in large characters, Chu Sun. This thing's market value must be at least $10 billion, right? Big sister, this is far too valuable. Take it. You're about to go to university, so you need to have your own place. Money isn't important, the main thing is to give you a stable life so that you have a way out no matter what happens in the future. Chu Sun's heart was completely filled with the love of his sisters. Yesterday, my fourth sister had a watch worth several million, and my eighth sister had a car worth nearly 10 million. Today, it's another building worth hundreds of millions that my older sister bought. Good heavens, what kind of group of goddesses is this? Are they having a gift-giving contest here? If he keeps sending gifts like this, he'll probably be on the Forbes rich list very soon. Just as Chu Sun was deeply moved, two fragrant breezes wafted from behind him. Little patrolman. What are you two whispering about here? Seventh sister Su Jiro's cheerful voice rang out. She and her sixth sister had changed out of their sweaty yoga clothes and into cool, comfortable home-style short-sleeved shirts and shorts. She ran over and naturally took Chu Sun's arm. The soft touch made Chu Sun's body stiffen. You look so touched, did your older sister give you something nice again? Su Jiro asked, winking and making faces. Come on, let's go for a walk outside and get some fresh air. Without saying a word, Su Jiro grabbed Chu Sun and started walking outside. Su Tingwan followed, and together they carried Chu Sun out from the left and right. Su Qiqi stood there, watching the three figures disappear into the distance, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The icy exterior of her face seemed to have completely melted away, replaced by a deep sense of regret. This kid, he's really grown up. She was no longer the little girl who followed behind her timidly, calling her big sister. He became tall and handsome. He's even become a man who can make girls' hearts flutter. If only I had known sooner that they were not related by blood. If I hadn't taken Zhang Junan as my son-in-law for the sake of my family's interests. Countless thoughts flashed through Su Qiqi's mind. She and Zhang Junan have been married for 2 years, but they have always slept in separate rooms. They have never even held hands, let alone consummated their marriage. Zhang Junan is fairly well behaved aside from being a bit ambitious, he hasn't done anything outrageous. Unless Zhang Junan betrays her, she doesn't want to cuckold him, as that would be a betrayal of her own principles. But now, she really regrets it. Watching helplessly as the little Sun she had watched grow up was about to become the possession of her younger sisters, she felt as if something was blocking her heart. These girls got off easy. Su Qiqi sighed softly, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Life is full of regrets, like water flowing eastward forever. Chu Sun was sandwiched between his sixth and seventh sisters as they strolled along the tree-lined path in the villa area. Tell me, did you plan this out? Chu Sun couldn't help but ask. What was agreed upon? Seventh sister Su Jiro asked the question knowingly, her big eyes blinking innocently. Giving gifts. Everyone's rushing to do it. Su Jiro burst out laughing and clung to Chu Sun's arm. Oh dear, you found out. We planned this all along. When Su Xiaogang comes back, Mom and Dad are definitely going to make a big fuss. We were worried you'd feel uncomfortable or neglected, so we figured we'd just treat you even better. He did indeed receive his sister's kind wishes. My heart felt warm and cozy, like I was soaking in a hot spring. He glanced down at Su Jiro, who was still rubbing against his arm. Because she was leaning slightly against him, from his angle he could even catch a glimpse of her snow-white, deep skin beneath the neckline of her t-shirt. Who could withstand this? Chu Sun quickly looked away, silently reciting the rule of not looking at what is improper. Just then, a black van slowly drove up and stopped not far from them. The car door slid open, and the first person to step out was a woman dressed in a smart suit dress. It's my third sister, Su Jimeng. She is 26 years old this year and is already the district head of the southern district of Hangzhou. She has an air of official authority and a calm and aloof temperament. Immediately afterwards, a figure wearing sunglasses and a mask, completely covered up, jumped out of the car. The man ripped off his sunglasses and mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that could captivate anyone. Then she spread her arms and ran towards Chu Sun like a little bird. It's fifth sister, Su Luoi. Su Luoi is 22 years old this year and is one of the top female celebrities in China. Her public persona has always been that of a cold, aloof, and ethereal goddess. But at this moment, there was no trace of her icy demeanor on her face. Her smile was brighter than the sun. She was dressed very sexily, and as she ran, a glimpse of her fair and slender waist was faintly visible, without an ounce of excess fat. Before Chu Sun could react, a fragrant breeze wafted over, and a soft, warm body crashed into his arms. Xiao Sun. I've missed you so much. Su Luo hugged him tightly and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek, a French kiss. Chu Sun was petrified on the spot. This is the fifth sister, whom fans online call a snow-capped mountain that can only be admired from afar? This persona has collapsed more completely than the East African Rift Valley. Meanwhile, the third sister, Su Jimeng, simply walked over carrying her briefcase. She was wearing a women's suit. Her beauty wasn't as flamboyant and dazzling as Su Luo's, but rather a peaceful and prosperous face. She walked up to Chu Sun, stopped, and said nothing. She simply glanced at him quietly with her deep, calm eyes. That's just her personality. She's very aloof and doesn't like to talk, even to Chu Sun. She was probably the least familiar with him among his 8 older sisters. Then, she brushed past him and walked straight into the villa. Just as I reached the villa's entrance, another car silently slid up behind me. It's a Bentley. The car door opened, and a woman wearing a light blue dress stepped out of the car. It's my second sister, Su Yuning. She is 27 years old, 173 centimeters tall, and has a slender figure. She was very beautiful, possessing the gentle and graceful beauty unique to women from the Jiangnan water towns. A faint sorrow always lingered between her brows and eyes, like a white magnolia flower about to wither in the rain. She has married into the Chu family in Shanghai and become someone else's young mistress. Su Yuning got out of the car and immediately saw Chu Sun surrounded by his 3 younger sisters. She stopped in her tracks. His eyes were as complex as an unreadable poem, filled with longing and joy. But more than anything, it was a deep sense of inferiority and guilt. She wanted to go forward, but her feet felt as heavy as lead. She felt unworthy. She felt unworthy of the boy she had watched grow up and cherished dearly. She knew that her sisters would definitely want to eat Chu Sun next. But that person won't be her. She's already married. Xiao Sun wouldn't choose her over anyone else. Second sister. It was Chu Sun who spoke first. Su Yuning's delicate body trembled, and she finally raised her head, regaining her senses. Little Sun. My second sister's marriage was also a product of a family alliance, and it is said that she did not have a good life in her husband's family. She married into the most prestigious family in Shanghai. Therefore, unlike the Lin family, they don't have to fawn over the Su family. That husband didn't love her at all. Seeing her like this, Shusun felt heartbroken. At this moment, the eldest sister, Su Qiqi, came out of the villa, followed by the third sister, Su Jiming, and the fourth sister, Su Yuyan, who had just gone in. Everyone's here, come in. Chapter 6 The True Young Master makes his appearance. Su Qiqi spoke, his tone as cold and aloof as ever. After a long time, all 8 older sisters, along with Shusun, finally arrived. The group filed in and sat down in the huge living room. The living room sofa is circular and can accommodate 20 people. But the seating arrangement at this moment is quite interesting. Shusun was placed in the very center. Cough. The eldest sister, Su Qiqi, cleared her throat, breaking the silence. Now that everyone's here, let's get down to business. We called everyone back today to welcome Su Xiaogang. Mom and Dad mean that we have to act like family. I've already had someone investigate his background. Everyone's ears perked up. Su Xiaogang, 18 years old, shares the same birthday as Xiaosun, dropped out of high school. He frequented internet cafes and billiard halls in the west of the city, associating with some shady characters. His main job was collecting protection money from several nearby middle schools. After he finished speaking, the living room fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. The sisters' expressions were all incredibly interesting. Thug? Collecting protection money? Is this their blood-related younger brother? Put. The first to break down was 7th sister Su Jiro, who laughed so hard she nearly collapsed onto the sofa. Her long, slender legs kicked and twitched in the air, and the shapely curves beneath her white shorts were particularly eye-catching. My God, collecting protection money? What era of gangster movies is this? Does he even think he's cool? Su Jiro laughed so hard that tears almost came out. I bet 5 cents he definitely has tattoos. Like a blue dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right. After she finished laughing, she sat up, wrapped her arms around Shusun's neck, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Our Xiaosun is the best. A model student with impeccable character, handsome and clean-cut, that's what a young master of the Su family should be like. Su Qinshua wrinkled her cute little nose, looking disgusted. That sounds so scary. I hope he won't bring his bad habits home with him. I don't want the house to smell of smoke and alcohol. Xiaosun always smells so nice. 5th sister Su Luoi, this top female celebrity, had a face that was darker than the bottom of a pot. She took off her sunglasses and rubbed her temples. What kind of international joke is this? You want me to be siblings with a thug who collects protection money? If this news gets out, what will become of my public image? My commercial value will evaporate instantly. As she spoke, she scratched her hair in frustration, then turned to look at Shusun, her eyes instantly softening with tenderness. Thank goodness, our little Sun is so outstanding, it's such a source of pride to take him out. When my next film starts shooting, I'll let you visit the set, and all those little vixens will be green with envy. The usually gentle and kind-hearted 4th sister, Su Yuyan, now had an unusually firm and sharp look in her eyes. Her hands, which were resting on her knees, unconsciously clenched into fists. I don't agree to him moving in. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with an undeniable resolve. A person of bad character will corrupt the family atmosphere. Most importantly, what if he bullies Xiaosun? I will absolutely not allow anyone to hurt Xiaosun. Xiaosun is so young and cute. If he's allowed to hang out with a thug, he'll be bullied to death. Shusun felt uneasy under her gaze, and the images from last night uncontrollably resurfaced in his mind. He felt that his 4th sister was now like a mother lion protecting her cubs. She would fight anyone who dared to harm her cubs. As she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Shusun, the possessiveness and protectiveness in her gaze almost tangible. In fact, the 8 older sisters don't have many negative opinions about their younger brother Su Xiaogang, at least not until now. After all, he is my own brother, by blood. But they knew that praising Su Xiaogang would definitely displease Shusun. Therefore, in order to appease Shusun, they all showed disdain for Su Xiaogang. I just hope Shusun will feel a little happier hearing this, and won't feel like he's no longer part of this family. At this moment, the second sister, Su Yuning, who had been silent all along, finally spoke timidly. Her voice was soft and trembling slightly. Actually, a prodigal son who returns is more precious than gold. Maybe he just didn't have the opportunity before, we should give him a chance. Before she could finish speaking, she received several unfriendly glances. Su Yuning shrank back in fright, her voice even softer. But, not just anyone can come into the house, safety is the most important thing. Xiao Sun, he's always been very well behaved, very reassuring. She ultimately sided with Chu Sun, but she phrased it extremely tactfully. Chu Sun felt completely numb listening to his sister's comparisons and belittling. Goodness, Su Xiaogang hadn't even arrived yet, and his sisters had already verbally attacked him 100 times. As for themselves, they praised them highly, saying they were the best in the world. This feeling is great, but the pressure is also immense. He felt that he was not a younger brother, but a rare treasure that his sisters protected together. Only the eldest sister, Su Qiqi, and the third sister, Su Jiming, remained calm. The third sister remained silent throughout, simply holding a cup of tea and slowly sipping it, as if she were an outsider. Finally, it was the eldest sister, Su Shiqi, who gave the concluding remarks. All right, that's enough. She put down her teacup with a soft thud. We can't change our parents' decision. Su Xiaogang will definitely be moving into this house today. At this point, her gaze shifted to Chu Sun, instantly softening. But that doesn't mean you have to suffer. You will always be our little brother, and no one can change that. The denunciation meeting in the living room had just ended, but a tense atmosphere and a sense of shared hatred for the enemy still lingered in the air. Although the sisters didn't say it aloud, they had already reached a strategic consensus through their eye contact, to focus their attention on Xiao Sun and give him exclusive favor. Chu Sun sat in the center of the sofa, surrounded by various aromas and ardent gazes, feeling like a piece of Tang Meng's flesh, both blissful and under immense pressure. Just then, the sound of a car engine approaching from afar came from outside the villa and finally stopped at the door. They've arrived. The living room fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes turned to the doorway without prior arrangement. A black Mercedes-Benz van came to a stop, and the driver jogged out and opened the door. The first to come down was Su He, the head of the Su family. He was still wearing a Zhongshan suit, his expression serious, revealing neither joy nor anger. Next came the mother, Wen Xingyun, who was wearing an elegant cheongsam today, her face showing barely concealed excitement and trepidation. As soon as he got out of the car, he turned around and reached his hand into the car, his posture so careful, as if he were welcoming some rare treasure. Xiaogang, slow down, don't bump your head. Wen Xingyun's voice was filled with the joy of something lost and found, and deep maternal love. Then, a figure emerged from the car. It was none other than Su Xiaogang. He put one foot on the ground, curiously raised his head, and began to look around. When he saw the enormous villa in front of him, which resembled a castle, his eyes widened instantly. His mouth opened involuntarily, revealing a look of utter ignorance. It must be said that the Su family's genes are powerful. Su Xiaogang's facial features are actually quite good. With deep-set eyes and a high-nose bridge, upon closer inspection, he bears a striking resemblance to his older sisters, making him a handsome man at heart. But this foundation was completely ruined by his outrageous outfit. He had a striking head of blonde hair, the kind that was shaved on the sides and back, leaving only a tuft of hair on top a bowl cut. In the sunlight, it looks like it's wearing a golden toilet brush on its head, which is quite comical. She has 3 earrings in her left ear and 1 in her right ear. He was wearing a black, tight-fitting t-shirt with a huge skull printed on it. Her lower body was covered in a pair of tight blue jeans that could strangle someone, making her 2 not-so-thick legs look like 2 chopsticks. He was wearing a pair of high-quality replica limited-edition sneakers with the laces tied in a fancy way. His outfit, coupled with his shifty, sneaky look, exudes a strong sense of rural meets urban stagnation and flamboyant style. Wow! Dad! Mom! This is our home? It's so awesome! Su Xiaogang's voice was loud, with a cocky tone. When Xingyun stroked his head with tenderness in her eyes, yes, Xiaogang, this is your home. You will live here from now on, and no one will dare to bully you anymore. Sui frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his son's attire and manner of speaking, but still suppressed his anger and said, Change your clothes before you go in. What are you changing, Dad? Su Xiaogang asked, puzzled. I look so handsome. I wore this specially, it's my most formal outfit ever. All the guys in my area say I look the most smart in this. He was telling the truth. In the internet cafes and billiard halls where he usually hangs out, this outfit is indeed the highest level of social etiquette, representing trendiness and status. Sui's lips twitched, but in the end he didn't say anything, only sighed. Su Xiaogang's attention was quickly drawn to the luxury cars parked at the garage entrance. Especially the bright red Ferrari 488 that 8th sister Su Qinshua gave to Chu Sun. Holy crap! A Ferrari. Whose car is this? It's so cool. Chapter 7. The true young master disliked by his sister. His eyes were full of greed and envy, as if he wanted to pounce on it and lick it right now. He was like Grandma Lou visiting the Grand View Garden, finding everything new and exciting, and wanting everything he saw. In the villa's living room, the eldest sister, Tsuchichi, heard the commotion outside and was the first to stand up. The moment she stood up, her long, slender legs, encased in black stockings, stretched out in perfect lines, every inch from her ankles to her thighs appearing to be a meticulously calculated golden ratio. He should be here by now, sisters, let's go greet him. Second sister Su Yuning hesitated before standing up. Third sister Su Jiming remained expressionless, put down her teacup, and stood up decisively. Then, the other sisters stood up reluctantly and sparsely. Seventh sister Su Jiro muttered under her breath, "What a hassle." Fifth sister Su Luo put on her sunglasses. Throughout the entire venue, only one person remained seated as steady as a mountain. Fourth sister, Su Yuyen. She wore a tight-fitting knitted dress today, which perfectly accentuated her voluptuous and alluring figure. She sat on the sofa with her legs crossed elegantly, her voluptuous hips forming an alluring curve, showing no intention of moving at all. Since Su Yuyen had already taken advantage of Chu Sun, she was most resistant to Su Xiaogeng's arrival. Now you expect her to greet some blonde-haired kid who popped out of nowhere? Why should she? She now looks at Su Xiaogeng with hostility. Everyone stood up, but she was the only one sitting, making the scene quite awkward. Helpless, Chu Sun could only give her a look. Su Yuyen saw it. She met Chu Sun's gaze and let out a barely audible hum, as if she were being coquettish or expressing her dissatisfaction. But in the end, she still stood up. After she stopped, she gave Chu Sun a flirtatious wink before swaying her hips and following the main group. Thus, a masterpiece unfolded before Chu Sun. The 8 older sisters walked towards the door. Walking at the front was the eldest sister, Su Shichi. Following closely behind was the third sister, Su Jimeng. Then there's the second sister, Su Yuning, like a sorrowful lilac in the rain, each step evoking pity. Fourth sister Su Yuyen walked in the middle, her waist swaying gracefully, exuding charm. Every step she took felt like stepping on one's heart. Fifth sister Su Lui, even at home, exuded the aura of a red carpet star. The twin sisters, sixth sister and seventh sister, are a stark contrast. One is aloof and reserved, while the other is lively and energetic. Walking at the back was the eighth sister, Su Qinxue, who resembled a curious yet somewhat wary little deer. 8 stunningly beautiful women, all over 1.7 meters tall, with perfect figures and long, slender legs. Their beauty is unique and not stereotypical at all. There are icy queens, gentle wives, politicians, stunning beauties, top celebrities, genius students, quirky fairies, and sweet cakes. This lineup could debut right here. Chu Sun followed at the very back, watching the graceful figures of his sisters. The air was filled with a rich, fragrant blend of 8 different high-end perfumes. The aromas are varied, some are cool and refreshing, some are sweet and cloying, some are gentle and subtle, and some are alluring and seductive. Intertwined, they form a mesmerizing fragrance that can instantly intoxicate. Chu Sun felt like his nose was about to stop working, and his head was spinning. He was almost completely overwhelmed by the fragrance. Su Xiaogeng was immersed in his own wonderful fantasy. He grew up in a tenement building in the west of the city as far back as he could remember. His parents didn't care for him, and his daily life consisted of fighting, hanging out in internet cafes, and collecting protection money. Until a few days ago, several men in black suits found him and told him that he was actually the long-lost biological son of the Su family, the most powerful family in Jiangnan. His life instantly transformed from a black and white silent film into an IMAX 3D giant screen movie. What excited him most was that he learned he had 8 older sisters. 8. And they were all incredibly beautiful, like celestial beings. Su Xiaogeng has already begun to envision his future happy life. He, Su Xiaogeng, will be the only young master of the Su family from now on, and the darling of his 8 fairy sisters. Is the eldest sister a domineering CEO? They'll definitely give him an unlimited black card so he can spend it however he wants. My second sister is a gentle and loving wife? Then she must cook delicious meals for him every day and treat him like an emperor. Is my third sister an official? If he gets into trouble outside in the future, he can settle it with just one phone call. And then there's that 5th sister who's going to be a big star. He'll be the star's younger brother from now on, and he'll be able to meet many female celebrities and choose his concubines at will. They'll definitely vie to treat him well, buying him cars, watches, and houses, spoiling him rotten. As for that fake young master Chusun who usurped the position for 18 years. Su Xiaogang's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. How dare an impostor enjoy everything that should rightfully belong to him? Once he gets home, his sisters will immediately see who his family is and who is an outsider. They will despise that fake young master, reject him, and eventually kick him out like trash. At that time, he wanted to watch Chusun kneel before him and beg him to give him a bite to eat. Su Xiaogang became increasingly pleased with himself, a lewd smile spreading across his face, his mouth practically watering. At the entrance of the villa, a stunning sight of 8 sisters blocked the main gate. Their gaze swept across the garden and landed on the nanny van that had just come to a stop. Then, they saw the figure with blonde hair sneaking out of the car. He first looked up like a country bumpkin, mouth agape, and exclaimed in amazement at the magnificent exterior of the villa. Then, his gaze was captivated by the row of luxury cars parked at the garage entrance. He rubbed his hands together, looked at the car with a drooling expression, and reached out his dirty hands to touch the bright red Ferrari. His naive and unworldly demeanor made the older women collectively frown. When he turned around, revealing his highest level of formality attire to the crowd, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. That golden bowl cut, that tight skull t-shirt, those skinny jeans that could strangle someone. The visual impact is comparable to a spiritual atomic bomb. Even the eldest sister, Su Qiqi, who was always unfazed by any collapse in front of her, fell silent at this moment. For the first time, a look of bewilderment appeared in her sharp eyes, which had seen countless people. This is the bloodline of the Su family? Were they switched at birth twice? But. Ha 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 ha. The first to break the silence was the 4th sister, Su Yuyen. She laughed so hard she almost fell over, her breasts heaving, and her tight-fitting dress seemed about to burst at any moment from her magnificent bosom. While laughing, she pointed at Su Xiaogang in the distance without any politeness. My God, is this the top DJ who ran out of some disco in the outskirts of the city? Is his hair cosplaying as an enoki mushroom? 7th sister Su Jiro was also laughing so hard she couldn't stand up straight. She clung to 6th sister's arm, her whole body trembling. Oh no, I think I've suffered a workplace injury and need a kiss from Xiaosun to heal. Do you think it's uncomfortable for him to walk with such tight pants? 5th sister Su Luo took off her sunglasses, looking utterly dejected. I hereby declare that, starting today, I am severing all ties with the Su family for 1 hour. 8th sister Su Qingxue also whispered to Chusun, Xiaosun, he looks so strange. He doesn't seem like a good person at all. You are the best looking. All right. The eldest sister, Su Qiqi, finally spoke up, interrupting this joyful roast session. She took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress the speechlessness and disappointment in her heart. No matter what, he's still mom and dad's child. Let's go see him. Chapter 8: The fake young master who's beloved by everyone. After she finished speaking, she took the lead and walked towards the door in her 10-centimeter high heels. The other sisters exchanged glances, their faces still showing smiles and disdain, but they still followed. Meanwhile, Su Xiaobing finally snapped out of his dream about the luxury car and followed his parents to the villa entrance. He was stunned when he saw the 8 women walking out of the villa. My mind went completely blank for a moment. Holy crap! These are my 8 older sisters? It's so beautiful. She's 100 times prettier than any of the teachers on his hard drive. They all look like celestial beings descended to Earth. Especially the one walking at the very front, wearing a black suit, exuding an aura of immense power, with those long, straight legs that were simply breathtaking. And the girl next to her in the skirt, wow, her figure, so curvy, she's absolutely gorgeous. Su Xiaogang's eyes widened, and he felt his mouth watering again. In the past, when he saw a beautiful woman on the street, he would only dare to steal a glance and whistle. But now, all these stunning beauties are his sisters. This is fucking awesome. Su Xiaogang's brain was not yet able to distinguish between the concepts of beautiful women on the street and his own older sister. He subconsciously revealed the same self-satisfied expression he usually wore when flirting with young girls on the street. He grinned, revealing a set of teeth slightly yellowed from smoking, and waved enthusiastically, "Hello, sisters. I'm Su Xiaogang, your own brother." His words were sweet, but his eyes were filled with undisguised lewdness and sizing. His gaze was like a scanner, relentlessly scanning the faces, chests, and long legs of his 8 older sisters. That blatant desire instantly turned the sisters' faces cold. It has a strong flavor, need I say more? Su He and Wen Qingyun also noticed their son's lapse in composure, and their expressions became extremely awkward. Xiao Gung, speak properly. Sui scolded in a low voice. Oh, I'm just getting closer to my sisters. Su Xiaogang said nonchalantly, even extending her hand to shake hands with each of her sisters. The eldest sister, Su Qiqi, extended her hand expressionlessly and shook hands with him. It felt cold to the touch and separated at the slightest touch, like completing a highly formulaic business etiquette. Second sister Su Yuning timidly reached out her hand, but the moment her fingertips touched Su Xiaogang's palm, she withdrew it like lightning, lowering her head even further. The third sister, Su Jiming, also used the standard handshake gesture, her eyes calm and unwavering, as if she were receiving a visiting member of the public. It was the fourth sister, Su Youyen's, turn. She crossed her arms, looking down at Su Xiaogang's outstretched hand, a mocking smile playing on her lips. She slowly raised her delicate hand, adorned with exquisite French manicures, but did not grasp it. She simply extended her slender index and middle fingers, as if holding a cigarette, and gently touched Su Xiaogang's palm. That action was filled with utter perfunctoriness and disdain. Su Xiaogang's smile froze. Before he could react, his fifth sister, Su Lui, had already walked up wearing sunglasses. She didn't even look at Su Xiaogang, she merely touched his hand lightly with her gloved fingertips, like a dragonfly skimming the water, before immediately pulling it back as if she had touched something dirty. The sixth, seventh, and eighth sisters all followed suit, each more perfunctory than the last. It's either a light touch with the fingertip or a gentle rub with the back of the hand. The entire handshake ceremony was filled with awkwardness. The disastrous handshake ceremony finally reached its final stage amidst Su Xiaogang's awkward smile. All 8 older sisters have finished their inspection. Now, it's Chu Sun's turn. Su Xiaogang's gaze finally shifted from her sisters to Chu Sun, who was standing at the back. In that one glance, the smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by undisguised disgust and contempt. Why hasn't this imposter left yet? He's dressed up like a respectable young master, standing here pretending to be one? Who does he think he is? Su Xiaogang sneered inwardly. He wanted to give this fake a taste of his own medicine in front of everyone and let him know who the real master of this house was. Chu Sun remained calm, a polite smile on his face, and stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, my name is Chu Sun. His voice was gentle, and his demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant. However, Su Xiaogang acted as if he hadn't seen the outstretched hand or heard the words. He turned his head directly to his mother, Wen Xingyun, and said in an exaggeratedly coquettish tone, "Mom, I'm hungry. Let's go inside and eat. I heard the chef at home cooks really well." He completely ignored Chu Sun. Completely and utterly ignored. Chu Sun's hand, which was outstretched in mid-air, froze. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and an awkward atmosphere instantly filled the air. A hint of surprise flashed across Chu Sun's face, but he quickly regained his composure and calmly prepared to withdraw his hand. He may not care, but some people do. You. A voice filled with suppressed anger rang out, and fourth sister Su Youyen's eyes instantly turned red. She was like an enraged mother leopard, exuding a dangerous aura. She was about to rush forward. Young smoke. Her second sister, Su Yuning, who was closest to her, reacted quickly and grabbed her tightly. Don't be impulsive. Although the second sister was also trembling with anger, reason told her not to make a big fuss. Let me go. How dare you treat my little son like this? Su Yuyen struggled desperately in anger. On the other side, eighth sister Su Qinxue was also furious. Her soft, fragrant face turned bright red, and her cheeks puffed out. How dare that blonde guy? How dare he treat Xiaosun like that? They dared to do this in front of their parents and all their older sisters. In private, wouldn't Xiaosun be bullied to death by him? Xiaosun has always been well behaved since he was a child, only good at studying, and very polite. He doesn't have many friends. How can he fight against this kind of street thug? Thinking about this, Su Qinshue's heart clenched tightly. No. Absolutely not. Her little patrol is someone only she can cherish, no one else can bully her. The next second, Su Qinxue did something that surprised everyone. She completely ignored everyone else, striding quickly with her long legs clad in white sneakers to Chu Sun's side. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she reached out her soft, warm hand and grabbed Chu Sun's hand, which was still suspended in mid-air, and held it tightly. Xiaosun, let's go in. Her voice was sweet and soft, yet it carried a firmness. Her small hands were warm and soft, like a piece of fine jade, instantly dispelling all the embarrassment in Chu Sun's heart. Chu Sun looked down at her and saw Su Qinxue looking up at him with her clear, big eyes, her face full of heartache. It's as if it's saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here for you." Chu Sun's heart softened instantly. Su Qinxue's action was like a signal. Seventh sister Sujiro immediately walked over, took Shusun's other arm, and said in a deliberately sarcastic tone, "Come on, handsome and charming little Sun, let your sister take you inside to eat something delicious." Fifth sister Su Luoi was even more direct. She took off her sunglasses and gave Su Xiaogang a cold glance with her phoenix eyes, which were enough to bewitch the world. Then he whispered in Shusun's ear, "Xiao Sun, stay away from people like this in the future, they will lower your standards." The sisters chatted amongst themselves, quickly surrounding Chu Sun and expressing their attitude through their actions. Chapter 9, Fourth sister initiates a group, eighth sister immediately follows. Su He and Wen Xingyun's expressions were extremely grim. They never expected that their son would have such a falling out with his daughters and Chu Sun on his first day back home. The group entered the living room, and the atmosphere was so awkward that you could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with your toes. Everyone sat down again, and Chu Sun was still surrounded by his sisters in the middle. Su Xiaogang was seated next to her parents, facing her sisters from a distance, as if separated by a Chuhan border. To ease the tension, when Xingyun smiled and said to Su Xiaogang, "Xiaogang, why don't you introduce yourself to the older sisters so we can all get to know each other?" Su Xiaogang wasn't socially anxious at all. Upon hearing this, he immediately stood up from the sofa. He cleared his throat and put on that self-satisfied expression again. "Ahem, hello sisters, my name is Su Xiaogang, you can call me Brother Gung." The moment he opened his mouth, his sisters rolled their eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. Unaware of anything amiss, Su Xiaogang continued his boasting, spittle flying everywhere. "Well, I'm not really that capable, but I'm doing alright in the west of the city. The internet cafes and billiard halls there all give me face. If you ladies ever want to go there, just mention my name, and I'll definitely give you a discount." Su Yuyan rolled her eyes. "No, an internet cafe? A billiards hall? Does this suit us young ladies from prestigious families at all? A complete bumpkin, the really unsophisticated kind." As he spoke, he waved his thin arms and legs, making a few boxing moves that he thought were very cool, as well as a few basketball shooting moves. "I have the utmost contempt for those bookworms who only know how to study. They have no manliness at all, unlike me. The girls who chase after me could line up from one end of the street to the other." His words were clearly a veiled criticism of Chu Sun. My parents' faces went from embarrassed to ashen. When Xingyun tried to interrupt him several times, but he ignored her. The older sisters were so engrossed in listening that they practically tore the carpet apart with their toes. Seventh sister Sujiro had already taken out her phone and was typing rapidly. It's estimated that she was broadcasting this incredibly embarrassing moment live in her group of girlfriends. As she typed, her feet swayed slightly, and her toes twitched, revealing her utter speechlessness. Su Yuyan crossed her arms and sneered repeatedly, her eyes looking at a clown. Finally, Su Xiaogang finished recounting his heroic deeds. He sat down triumphantly, waiting for his sister's admiration and praise. As a result, he was met with complete silence. When Xingyun could only bite the bullet and smooth things over, all right, Xiaogang has finished his introduction. Now, sisters, please introduce yourselves to Xiaogang, starting with Chi-Chi. The eldest sister, Su Chi-Chi, spoke expressionlessly, "Xiaozhen, my name is Su Chi-Chi, I am your eldest sister, and I am currently helping the family manage the company." Third sister Su Jiming is serving the people. Second sister Su Yuning. The first 3 older sisters were quite polite, although their conversation was brief. They said everything that needed to be said. Su Xiaogang was very accommodating. After listening to one of them, he asked all sorts of questions with a look of surprise. "Wow, you're amazing, lady. Are you very rich?" Third sister, "Do you work for the government? Are you a high-ranking official? If I get bullied in the future, can I come to you for help?" It was the fourth sister, Su Yoyan's, turn. She leaned back on the sofa, not even glancing at Su Xiaogang, and simply snorted through her nose, "Su Yuyan." And then that was it. Su Xiaogang was stunned for a moment, then pressed on, "Fourth sister, you're so beautiful. What do you do?" Su Yuyan turned her head to the other side and began to examine her fingernails, completely ignoring him. The atmosphere became awkward again. "Young smoke." When Xingyun's tone carried a hint of pleading. Su Yuyan then impatiently uttered a few words, "A university teacher." Then came the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th sisters, who all gave their names in a very perfunctory manner. Finally, it was Chu Sun's turn. Chu Sun had just stood up, but hadn't yet spoken. Su Xiaogang waved his hand impatiently, "No need, I want to go eat breakfast." Upon hearing this, the temperature in the living room instantly dropped to freezing. Su Yuyan couldn't take it anymore. "Su Xiaogang, A furious roar, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Su Yuyan suddenly stood up from the sofa. She was trembling with anger, pointing her finger at Su Xiaogeng's nose. How could you do this? Apologize to Chu Sun. Right now. Immediately. Su Yuyan started a group buy, and Su Qinxue immediately joined. The little girl stood up too, her eyes red-rimmed, but her voice was unusually loud. What did Xiao Sun do to offend you? I ask you, why are you targeting him again and again? The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense and unpleasant. Su Xiaogeng was terrified by this scene. He never imagined that this fake young master held such a high position in the hearts of the older sisters. He only said one sentence, and he stirred up a hornet's nest. I didn't mean that. Startled, he quickly waved his hand, then, in a moment of inspiration, pointed to a pile of gifts in the corner. I was so excited when I saw all those gifts, I couldn't wait to open them. Really? It wasn't to disrespect Chu Sun. That excuse is so lame it's laughable. But in the end, it gave both sides a way out. Sui's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Just then, Chu Sun stepped forward, still wearing a gentle smile, as if nothing had happened. He walked to the center of the living room, looked at Su Xiaogeng who was in a panic, and spoke calmly. It doesn't matter. Then, he paused, and said clearly, word by word. My name is Chu Sun. Welcome home. Chu Sun's words were like a slap in the face, landing hard on Su Xiaogeng's cheek. Look at his magnanimity, and then look at your smug, petty face. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. It wasn't just the fourth and eighth sisters. The other sisters, who had initially just been watching the show, now felt a surge of anger rising within them. They were genuinely unhappy with Su Xiaogeng. Chu Sun is a fake young master. He didn't choose this himself, nor did he steal or rob Su Xiaogeng's life. He was also a victim who was kept in the dark. If you, Su Xiaogeng, have anger or resentment, go find your parents, go find fate. Why are you taking it out on Chu Sun? Is there something wrong with it? In the short few minutes since they met, this blonde-haired kid has targeted Chu Sun twice. One time they ignored me completely, and the other time they humiliated me in public. And what about Chu Sun? He maintained his composure and dignity throughout. Even after being humiliated, he was still able to say things like welcome home. He was so well behaved, so kind, and so heartbreaking. The sisters' hearts instantly drifted to the Pacific Ocean. Looking at Chu Sun's calm and gentle face, they had only one thought in their minds. No, this kid is too honest. He'll definitely be bullied to death by this street thug in the future. We must protect him well, cherish him, and never let him suffer the slightest grievance. Su Xiaogeng completely failed to grasp the turbulent emotions running through the sisters' hearts. He was in a state of extreme confusion and panic at the moment. That's not how the script was written. Shouldn't this imposter be a rat that everyone hates and beats? Why are the hottest-bodied fourth sister and the cutest eighth sister both speaking up for him like they've taken a shot of gunpowder? He started to panic. However, Su Xiaogeng's street smarts quickly calmed him down. He quickly calculated it in his mind. Yes, it was indeed an accident that fourth sister and eighth sister sided with Chu Sun. But when the argument started, the other six sisters didn't say a word. Especially the eldest and third sisters, their auras clearly indicate that they are influential figures in the family. They didn't scold me, which means they're definitely on my side. Besides, I overheard my parents mentioning my fourth sister in the car. She's getting married soon. A married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl. She has no say in the Su family's affairs anymore. So, if you calculate it this way, Chu Sun only has the inexperienced eighth sister Su Qinxue to back him up. On my side, I have 6 older sisters. 6-1, the advantage is in my hands. I still won. Chapter 10. That little electric scooter is yours. Having figured this out, Su Xiaogeng's panic vanished instantly, replaced by an even stronger sense of pride. He felt that he had seen through the complex situation of the Su family and firmly grasped the initiative. Su Xiaogeng hadn't eaten breakfast yet. The long dining table was already laden with a sumptuous breakfast, a dazzling array of Chinese and Western dishes. Su Xiaogeng's eyes widened when he saw the table full of delicious food. Now, breakfast is laid out like an emperor holding court. Without saying a word, he pulled out a chair, sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. The way they ate was simply appalling. He wolfed down his food, stuffing his mouth full. When drinking porridge, it makes a loud slurping sound, splashing soup everywhere. He saw a shrimp dumpling that looked delicious and reached out to grab it. He stirred the greasy fingers around in the plate before finally stuffing the shrimp dumpling into his mouth with satisfaction. The women on the sofa were all stunned. Su Luo frowned immediately, her face showing signs of physical discomfort. Only her mother, Wen Qingyun, looked at her son wolfing down his food with heartache in her eyes. "Eat slowly, Xiaogung, eat slowly, don't choke." As she spoke, she kept putting food on Su Xiaogung's plate. "You'll be able to eat this every day from now on. You're so thin you must have suffered a lot out there." Su Xiaogung responded vaguely, but his hands did not slow down at all. The meal ended in this eerie atmosphere. The sisters barely ate anything, they were already full just watching Su Xiaogung's mukbang. After breakfast, the servants cleared away the tableware and replaced it with tea and fruit. Looking at the harmonious scene, Wen Qingyun smiled with satisfaction. She clapped her hands and said to everyone, "All right, Xiaogung just got home. Have all the older sisters prepared gifts? Quickly take them out and show them to your little brother." Su Xiaogung's eyes lit up instantly. He was deeply moved. "See? I told you so. My sisters still care about me, their own brother. Your indifference and perfunctory attitude just now were definitely an act, a test to see me off. Now that I've passed the test, it's time to start spoiling me." He immediately stood up from his seat, bowed deeply in the direction of his sisters, and his voice was filled with sincere emotion. "Sisters, you are all so kind. You even prepared a gift for me. I am so touched. Thank you, sisters. I am so happy." He looked up, his eyes even glistening with tears of emotion. He imagined that what followed would be a heartwarming scene of his sisters vying to stuff gifts into his hands. However, what he saw were the strange expressions on his sisters' faces. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with embarrassment and speechlessness. Su Xiaogung, however, was still immersed in the touching image of the deep sibling bond he had created, completely unaware that he was acting like a fool. He had already spotted the bright red Ferrari parked in front of the villa. Brand new, shiny, even the tires are black and gleaming. It's obviously a brand new car that was just picked up. Although Su Xiaogung doesn't even have a driver's license, he's a seasoned cloud racing pro. His biggest hobby is giving his opinions on various car forums and videos. This Aventador is no good. The V12 naturally aspirated engine is outdated, and the shift logic is a piece of crap. Pista? It's fast at 0-100 km/h, but can't you feel the turbo lag? It's not as good as the 720S. He used his beat-up computer, which was so bad it lagged even when playing games, and typed on the greasy keyboard, commenting on luxury cars worth millions or tens of millions, as if he were the reincarnation of the Akina mountain racing god. In fact, his only vehicle was a small, third-hand electric scooter that ran out of power after 50 kilometers and relied entirely on foot for braking. But today is different. Su Xiaogung has upgraded his weapon. That Ferrari was definitely a gift from his sisters to him when he came home. He'd already made up his mind, he'd drive back to the west side of the city and show off to his buddies. Just as Su Xiaogung was envisioning the future, his mother, Wen Qingyun, spoke up. All right, stop sitting there and let's give gifts. Xiaogung just got back, so let's start with Qin Shui, from the youngest to the oldest." Su Qinshui was called upon and reluctantly stood up from the sofa. Su Xiaogung's eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at Su Qinshui with anticipation, like a lapdog waiting to be fed. Su Qinshui felt disgusted by his lewd gaze, but she still followed the plan and forced herself to speak. I've prepared a car for you." Boom! It felt like fireworks were exploding in Su Xiaogung's mind. "Car." She said it was a car. "That's the Ferrari." "Absolutely. That was awesome." He knew it. Eighth sister is the youngest and the most innocent, so she must feel the most sorry for her younger brother who has been living away from home. He maintained a touched expression on the surface, his eyes brimming with tears, but inside he was overjoyed. A Ferrari worth millions. It's worth it for a lifetime. Then shall we go out and take a look? Su Qinshui's tone carried a hint of cunning that was barely perceptible. Great. Su Xiaogung jumped up eagerly. The group walked out of the villa in a grand procession. Su Xiaogung walked at the front, head held high, feeling that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. The older sisters followed behind, each one reluctant. Shusun walked at the back, watching Su Xiaogung's smug expression. Looking at the slightly upturned corners of eighth sister's mouth, I already guessed 7 or 8 parts of it. This is going to be interesting. The group walked up to the bright red Ferrari 488. Once again, I saw that streamlined body and that arrogant prancing horse logo. Su Xiaogang could no longer hold back. He rushed forward and, as if caressing a lover, ran his fingers over the smooth car body. Then, he plopped down right on the hood of the Ferrari. He patted the hood and said proudly, "This car is awesome." He didn't see at all that the moment he made that gesture, his sister's expressions changed. What a waste! Su Xiaogang was completely unaware. He jumped off the hood of the car, opened his arms, and wanted to give Su Qingxue a big hug. "Thank you, eighth sister. You're so good to me. I love you so much." Su Qingxue dodged his bear hug with a nimble leap, as if avoiding a plague. Then, she tilted her head, looked at him with her innocent big eyes, and slowly began to speak. "Who said this car was bought for you?" Su Xiaogang's smile froze instantly. "Ah." The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Su Qingxue stretched out her slender, fair finger and pointed to a corner not far away, next to the Ferrari. "That one is for you." Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. There, quietly parked, was an electric scooter. Although the electric scooter was all white and had a very high-tech design, it was clearly a high-end product. But it is, after all, an electric scooter. A brand new, high-end, and expensive electric scooter. Put. The fourth sister, Su Yuyan, and the fifth sister, Su Lui, who were standing at the very back, exchanged a glance and could no longer hold back their laughter. Chapter 11 Sister's Gift. Su Yuyan laughed so hard she nearly fell over. Su Luo also took off her sunglasses, smiling broadly and revealing her teeth, completely losing her usual icy goddess demeanor. Although the other sisters didn't laugh out loud, their twitching lips and slightly trembling shoulders betrayed their inner relation. Even the usually serious eldest sister, Su Qiqi, had a faint smile on her lips. Su Xiaogang was stunned. He stood there, looking at the Ferrari in front of him, then at the lonely little electric scooter not far away, his mind blank. It only takes a second to go from heaven to hell. Xin Xue. Mother Wen Xingyun's face turned pale with anger. She pointed at Su Qingxue, her voice trembling. "How could you treat your brother like this? Are you playing him for a fool?" Su Qingxue immediately put on an innocent little rabbit expression, blinking her big eyes pitifully. "I didn't, Mom," she said with an innocent look. "I heard my younger brother doesn't have a driver's license, and I can't just give him a car he can't drive, right? That would be so impractical. So I specially chose this latest smart electric scooter, which can go 150 kilometers on a full charge. It's really high-end." She paused, then added, "This car wasn't cheap, it cost nearly 30,000 yuan, and it used up all my allowance for the week." After saying that, no one could find fault with her. Yes, it's really inappropriate to give a supercar as a gift if you don't have a driver's license. Electric scooters are so practical. She spent 30,000 yuan, which is a huge sum of money for a young girl who has just entered college. She is very sincere. The eldest sister, Su Qiqi, also stepped in to smooth things over. "Mom, Xinxue just started college. She doesn't even have a car yet. It's already very thoughtful of her to be able to spend 30,000 yuan to buy a gift for her younger brother." Of course she knew that the Ferrari was bought by Qingxue for Chu Sun. But at this time, you absolutely must not say it. Otherwise, it will only bring more hatred to Chu Sun. Su Xiaogang stood there, his face turning red and white in turns, as if he had been dyed. He felt like a clown who had been stripped naked in public. He was surrounded by mocking stares. He was so angry he felt like his lungs were going to explode. This woman. She's playing me. But what could he say? He could only swallow his anger and resentment. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, walked over to the electric scooter, and said with a strained grin, This gift is wonderful. I love it. Thank you, eighth sister. After I get my driver's license, eighth sister, will you buy me a Mercedes-Benz?" He wanted to save face and also to make a promise for the future. However, Su Qingxue completely ignored his suggestion. She blinked and said seriously, "I might not have money in the future. I still need to buy bags and cosmetics. If you want to buy a car, let Mom buy it for you. Mom has money." In one sentence, he completely blocked Su Xiaogang's path. Su Xiaogang's smile froze completely on his face. They really don't give you any face at all. The group walked back to the villa's living room, where the atmosphere was colder than the Siberian cold snap. Su Xiaogang walked at the very back, head down, his face flushed and paled in turns, his teeth grinding together. He felt that he had lost all face in his 18 years of life. The older sisters walked in front, and a few of them, who were easily amused, were still trying their best to hold back their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Su Yuyen and Su Luoy made no attempt to hide their gloating smiles, which were practically etched onto their faces. Everyone sat down in the living room again, and no one spoke. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. It was her mother, Wen Xingyun, who reluctantly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, don't worry about it. Let's continue giving gifts. After she finished speaking, her gaze swept over her daughters, finally settling on her seventh sister, Su Zhiro. It's Zhiro's turn. Su Zhiro pulled a huge box out from under the coffee table. Here, this is for you. She pushed the box in front of Su Xiaogang. Su Xiaogang stared blankly at the box with the alien's head printed on it. What is this? The latest model computer, top of the line, with a 360Hz monitor and a 5090 graphics card. Su Zhiro yawned. I see you really enjoy spending time in internet cafes, so you can play at home from now on. This whole setup will cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. It's an astronomical price for ordinary people, but in Su Xiaogang's eyes, it's no different from giving money to a beggar. But he can only manage a forced smile. Thank you, seventh sister. Next was the sixth sister, Su Tingwan, who gave her a set of the latest DJI drone and a complete VR device, which were also quite valuable, but only around tens of thousands of yuan. When it was the fifth sister, Su Luoy, this big star was even more perfunctory. She had her assistant hand her a small, elegant box, a professional smile on her face. This is the latest iPhone 17 Pro Max, the top-of-the-line model. It's yours for the taking. Su Xiaogang took the phone, a cold smile playing on his lips. A phone that costs at most 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, and you're still embarrassed to show it off? He has already started writing names down in his mental notebook. Then, there was the fourth sister, Su Yuyen. She walked up to Su Xiaogang in her high heels, swaying her hips, and looked down at him. Her voluptuous hips swayed gently under the skirt, making one want to reach out and feel their elasticity. She took a small square box out of her handbag. Little brother, this is for you. When Su Xiaogang opened it, he saw that it was the latest Apple smartwatch. This gift isn't particularly expensive, but it's not cheap either. It cost several thousand yuan. But compared to the Richard Mille watch she gave Chu Sun, which was worth millions, it's not even a fraction of what others make. Su Xiaogang's face turned completely dark. He felt this wasn't a gift, but a blatant humiliation. Su Yuyen didn't care at all and turned to walk back to her seat. After giving out these small gifts, it was finally the turn of the first three sisters. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Su Xiaogang's heart. The first few don't look reliable at all. The real big shots are definitely coming up later. The third sister, Su Zhiming, stood up and handed over a black bank card. There's $1 million here, consider it your pocket money. I hope you can learn something good in the future and stop associating with those shady people. 1 million. Su Xiaogang's eyes lit up instantly. This is what a real older sister should be like. He hurriedly bowed and scraped as he accepted the card, saying, Thank you, third sister. I will definitely listen to you. Next came the second sister, Su Yuning, who gently handed over a car key. I bought you a car, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. It's already parked in the garage. You can drive it once you get your driver's license. Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Although it can't compare to a Ferrari, it's still a luxury car worth 500,000 or 600,000. Su Xiaogang's mood improved a bit. Finally, there is the eldest sister, Su Qiqi. As the eldest and most powerful woman in the family, she simply pushed a file folder over indifferently. A 180 square meter apartment in the city center has already been transferred to your name. A luxury apartment in the city center worth 10 million. For Su Xiaogang, this was the greatest fortune he had ever seen in his life. Although it's a far cry from the entire building given to Chu Sun. Su Xiaogang was so excited that he was trembling all over. He felt like he could do it again. The gift-giving session finally ended in an eerily harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 12: A Big Star's Unspoken Rules with a Fake Young Master. Su Xiaogang sat on the sofa, looking at the property certificate, car keys and bank cards in his hands, his mind racing with calculations. His mind was racing, and he had already divided his 8 older sisters into 2 camps. I know perfectly well who treats me well and who doesn't. My older sister gave me a house worth 10 million. My second sister gave me a Mercedes worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Third sister, give me $1 million in cash right now. These three are my true older sisters who are genuinely good to me. I've remembered. When I become the head of the family, I will definitely take good care of you. As for the remaining few, Su Xiaobing's eyes instantly turned icy cold. The seventh sister's broken computer, the sixth sister's broken airplane, and the fifth sister's broken cell phone, all added up to less than 500,000. And that stinky woman, eighth sister, gave me an electric scooter and publicly humiliated me. The most hateful one is that slut, fourth sister. Give me a cheap watch worth a few thousand yuan. You women all fucking look down on me. Just you wait. You all just wait. Su Xiaogang clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. In his mental notebook, he had already written down several names heavily in blood-red ink. Once I have complete control of the Su family and become the true head of the family, I'm going to swallow up every single share you hold. I'm going to kick you out of this house like trash and make you beggars. Especially those three vile women, fourth sister, fifth sister, and eighth sister. A woman about to get married, a slut in the entertainment industry, and a callow brat. An even more wicked thought popped into his mind. When I'm in power, I'll personally marry all three of you off to the dirtiest and smelliest beggar on the street. I'll make sure you live in the mire for the rest of your lives, regretting everything you've done to me today. He still wore a touched smile on his face, but in his heart, a raging hatred had already risen. He thought he had hidden it well. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Sun, sitting opposite him, was looking at him with a calm and profound gaze. The farcical gift-giving session finally came to an end. In the living room, Su Xiaogang was holding a pile of gifts. His mental notebook was already filled with several pages of notes. The women sat in twos and threes, either playing on their phones or chatting quietly, completely ignoring him. Just then, fifth sister Su Luo stood up and put on her sunglasses that covered half her face. I'm leaving now, I have a scheduled event to attend this afternoon. As she spoke, she picked up her bag. Hey, leaving so soon? When Xing Yun quickly stood up to try and persuade him to stay. It's not easy for the whole family to get together, let's have lunch before we leave. No, Mom, everything's arranged over there. The penalty for breach of contract is very expensive. Su Luoi's tone was firm. The father, Su He, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't help but speak, his voice carrying a hint of displeasure and authority. Is it that our Su family can't afford to support you? Why do you insist on going out and showing your face in public? You're so busy that you don't even come home. Upon hearing this, Su Luo was not angry at all. Instead, she turned around, took off her sunglasses, and made a face at her father. He. I'm willing. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Being a star has been her dream since she was a child. She even finds staying at home as a rich heiress boring. Su Xiaogang saw this and felt that his opportunity had come again. He quickly stood up from the sofa and approached her with a solicitous expression. Fifth sister, let me take you there. Su Luo glanced at him, her eyes showing no emotion whatsoever, and simply uttered two words. No. After saying that, she walked towards the door in her high heels without looking back. Su Xiaogang's outstretched hand froze awkwardly in mid-air, his expression freezing once again. This is the nth time he has been publicly executed today. As Su Luo walked to the entrance and was about to open the door, she suddenly stopped. She turned around, and everyone's eyes were no longer on her, except for Chu Sun. Su Luo met his gaze. Then, she extended her index finger, which was painted with delicate red nail polish, and gently beckoned to Chu Sun. A simple, almost supernatural action, yet it was filled with a subtle, almost imperceptible, seduction. Chu Sun paused for a moment, pointed to his nose, and mouthed the question silently, me? Su Luo nodded, a playful smile curving her lips behind her sunglasses. Chu Sun walked over. All eyes turned to Chu Sun. As soon as he reached the door, Su Luo naturally reached out and took his arm, pressing herself against him affectionately. Come on, take me to the car. Her voice was tinged with laughter, and her warm breath brushed against Chu Sun's ear. Chu Sun's body froze instantly. He could feel Su Xiaogang's almost murderous gaze behind him, and the different gazes of his sisters. Su Yuyan was the first to feel jealous. Su Luo didn't care at all. She took his arm, opened the door, and walked out. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Su Luo's nanny van was parked not far away. She didn't get into the car immediately, but instead took Chu Sun's arm and strolled leisurely in the courtyard. Chu Sun then had a moment to carefully examine the fifth sister beside him. No wonder she's a woman who can be a big star. In terms of looks, she is definitely the most beautiful among the 8 sisters, at least a 9 out of 10. It was a face that looked perfect from every angle, with features so exquisite they resembled God's most outstanding work of art. Her skin was as white as the finest mutton fat jade, almost transparent in the sunlight. She dressed very boldly today. The purple dress clung to her figure, and the lace fabric made her hip curves look very alluring. The cutout design on the chest subtly reveals the key areas. A pair of long, slender legs in red high heels, straight and thin, swaying gracefully with every step, exuding a fatal allure. Unlike her fourth sister Su Yuyen, who had a magnificent D cup, her figure was probably more like a B cup, but she had the advantage of perfect proportions, with a slender yet curvy figure. Reference image for Su Luo. No wonder, at only 23 years old, she already has 30 million followers on Weibo and is recognized as a goddess of beauty in the entertainment industry. She's an actress, singer, an idol, a triple threat, and incredibly popular. As Chu Sun was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tightness around his waist. He looked down and saw that Su Luo's hand, which wasn't holding his, had somehow wrapped around his waist. This groping is so blatant. Little Sun, you've got a great physique. Su Luo whispered in his ear, her breath sweet as orchids. How many abs are there? Let me touch them. Chu Sun felt uncomfortable with her bold move and could only jokingly reply. Fifth sister, is this how you usually take advantage of the young male employees in the company? Upon hearing this, Su Luo was taken aback for a moment, then burst into a clear and melodious laugh. Ha ha ha. You little rascal. She laughed so hard she nearly fell over, her entire soft body leaning against Chu Sun, her perfectly soft breasts pressed tightly against his arm. The sensation was amazing. Instead of loosening her grip on Chu Sun's waist, she tightened her arms even more. That's right, that's how I took advantage of them. How about it, Xiao Sun? Want to be taken advantage of by your older sister too? Chapter 13. My sister will take care of you. Chu Sun felt his face getting hot. Good heavens, who can withstand this? Fifth sister, if you keep doing this, I'm going to have to charge you. Chu Sun could only continue to use jokes to cover up his embarrassment. Toll? Su Luo raised an eyebrow and smiled even more broadly. Okay, name your price. Do you want a Lamborghini, or a Patek Philippe? Or perhaps, a leading role in a movie? As she spoke, she gently traced the outline of Chu Sun's Adam's apple with her finger. The slight touch sent a jolt through Chu Sun's body, like an electric current. As long as you take good care of your sister, she will give you anything. Chu Sun was completely numb. He discovered that compared to his fifth sister, his fourth sister's direct attacks were child's play. Fourth sister wanted something to happen between them, but at least she still had a touch of girlish shyness and longing for love. Fifth sister, on the other hand, gives the impression of an experienced hunter, teasing her prey with great interest. She really wants to devour you and toy with you. She enjoys the process of control and conquest. Fifth sister, aren't you afraid I'll take it seriously? Chu Sun took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. Really? I'd love for you to believe it. I'm just afraid you don't have the guts. As she spoke, she stopped, turned around, and looked at Chu Sun face to face. The two were very close, so close that Chu Sun could clearly see her long, thick eyelashes and her eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Xiao Sun, do you know what? You're different from those men who want to get into my bed. The way they looked at me was full of desire, greed, and calculation. They wanted to gain fame and fortune from me. But the way you look at me is so pure. She reached out and gently stroked Chu Sun's cheek. So clean, it makes me want to dirty you. Chu Sun looked at the stunningly beautiful face so close to his eyes, and at her eyes that were both aggressive and playful. This woman knows how to manipulate men. She knows she is beautiful, and she knows how to turn that beauty into the sharpest weapon. Su Luo's breath was as fragrant as orchids, warm and carrying a faint scent of gardenias, constantly stimulating Chu Sun's senses. So, have you thought it over? Do you want a movie lead role, or a sports car and a villa? Just nod your head, and tonight I'll let you experience what it means to rise to the top in one step. This scene was clearly seen by someone behind a curtain on the second floor not far away. Su Xiaobing's face had turned completely black. Acid. He's so jealous. Of his older sisters, the only one he knew before they were officially recognized was his fifth sister, Su Luo. After all, she's a big star, her image is everywhere on TV, on mobile phones. He even remembered Su Luo's innocent yet sexy face he had once. Looking back now, I realized that it was indeed a bit of a sin. She's my own older sister. She didn't like the little puppy she had just found, the one she was related to by blood. Instead, they're being so affectionate with an imposter. He was putting his arm around her waist and touching her face. Why should I? Damn it! Su Xiaogang was trembling with anger. He looked at the couple outside the window, his eyes filled with jealousy and hatred that seemed to be spitting fire. He sneaked out of the living room, found a secluded corner, and pulled out his old, cracked phone. He quietly aimed his gaze at Chu Sun and Su Luoi in the courtyard. Click. He captured the intimate moment between the two. In the photo, Su Luo was pressed against Chu Sun, with her arms around his waist. The pink top completely exposed her smooth, beautiful back and slender waist. Chu Sun, though looking somewhat helpless, did not push her away. Su Xiaogang looked at the photo and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Su Luoi, aren't you a big star? Don't you have tens of millions of fans? I know perfectly well that idols like you can't date. Being in a relationship is called a house collapse. If this photo gets leaked, let's see how you'll still be your goddess. And you, Chu Sun. You pretty boy. Let's see how you'll stay in this house from now on. Su Xiaogang put away his phone with satisfaction. He felt like he had found a trump card that could blow these two people to smithereens at any moment. He straightened his clothes, put on his harmless smile again, and returned to the living room, satisfied. In the courtyard, Chu Sun finally broke free from Su Luoi's clutches. He escorted her to the nanny van. Alright, we're in the car now, can I go? What's the rush? Su Luo grabbed him and pulled half of his body into the van. The car door slammed shut, completely isolating the outside world. The interior is spacious and decorated like a mobile luxury suite. Su Luo pressed Chu Sun down into the soft leather seat, and then straddled him. Two long legs were displayed in front of him without any restraint. She pinched Chu Sun's still somewhat dazed face, her smile fading and her eyes becoming serious. Little Sun, listen to me carefully. That Su Xiaogang is no good. The way he looks at you is full of jealousy and resentment. He will definitely try to make trouble for you in the future. You can't be as obedient as before anymore, you know? She reached out her finger and poked Chu Sun's chest. If someone bullies you, you have to fight back. Be a man, be brave. Even if the sky falls, your sister will hold it up for you. Chu Sun looked at her and felt a warmth in his heart for no reason. It turns out that her outrageous actions just now were not only teasing him, but also her way of supporting him and telling everyone that she had Chu Sun under her protection. I can't guarantee the same for others, Su Luo continued. But your fifth sister will always stand by your side. She paused, her eyes becoming incredibly determined. Even if your parents are biased towards that blonde kid, you don't need to be afraid. Fifth sister, I haven't spent a single penny of the family's money for a long time. My own studio earns me much more in a year than the allowance Dad gave me. At worst, I'll take care of you. I'll take care of you. These 5 words, like a warm current, instantly flowed through Chu Sun's entire body. He looked at the stunningly beautiful face before him, and at the undisguised protectiveness and sincerity in her eyes. All the jokes and banter felt incredibly real at that moment. He was moved. It turns out that this seemingly carefree fifth sister actually protects him so much deep down. Did you hear that? Silly boy. Su Luo pinched his cheek again. I heard you. Chu Sun nodded heavily. That's a good girl. Su Luo smiled with satisfaction. She leaned down and gently kissed Chu Sun on the cheek. Okay, sister's leaving now. Call me if you need anything. She pushed open the car door, and Chu Sun got out. The van slowly started moving, and Su Luo kept leaning against the window, waving goodbye to Chu Sun until the van completely disappeared from sight. Chu Sun stood there, touching his cheek where she had kissed him. The scent and warmth of her lipstick still lingered. He shook his head with a wry smile before turning and walking back to the villa. As he pushed open the door and stepped into the living room, he immediately felt 3 incredibly intense gazes upon him. One of the eyes that pierced the air was Su Xiaogang's, filled with jealousy and resentment, coming from a corner. The other 2 dishes came from the 4th sister, Su Yuyan, and the 8th sister, Su Qinxue, who were sitting on the sofa. The 3 of them were the ones who were paying the most attention to what was happening outside. However, Su Xiaogang was jealous of Chu Sun. Su Yuyan and Su Qinxue were jealous of Su Luoi. Chapter 14: The Spirit of the Jinan Era, the Legacy of the Wei and Jin Dynasties. 8th sister Su Qinxue puffed out her cheeks, her little mouth pouting so much it could hang an oil bottle. Looking at the faint lipstick mark on Chu Sun's face, she felt a surge of jealousy. Fifth sister is too cunning. They actually called Xiao Sun out alone. And they hugged, kissed, and hugged him. That's outrageous. She's only a few years older than me, so why is she so bold? On the other side, Su Youyen's expression was also not very good. She gracefully crossed her legs, her long, beautiful legs, wrapped in her dress, showing off their taut lines. Her toes tapped the ground repeatedly, revealing her inner turmoil. Su Luoi, that little devil. How dare you seduce my man right in front of me? She watched Chu Sun walk in, a barely perceptible glint of possessiveness flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Snort. Su Youyen comforted herself in her heart. It doesn't matter. Su Luoi, that little vixen, at most only teases you verbally and tries to take advantage of you in small ways. As for me, I have already completely devoured Xiao Xuancha. His body and his heart belong to me. Su Luo's little squabbles are nothing. Thinking about it this way, Su Youyen instantly felt at peace. Chu Sun walked into the living room and felt like Tang Sanzang who had just escaped from the spider cave. Behind her was her fifth sister Su Luo's van speeding away, while in front of her were two almost tangible, jealous gazes. Su Youyen and Su Qingxue sat on the sofa, elegantly crossing their legs, but their eyes scanned his face like X-rays, focusing on the faint lipstick mark on his cheek. The other one had her cheeks puffed out like an angry pufferfish, and the teddy bear pillow in her hand was almost deformed from being squeezed. Su Xiaogeng's gaze wasn't so complicated, it was pure jealousy and resentment, like a poison knife, wishing he could cut pieces of flesh from Chu Sun's body. Chu Sun felt his scalp tingle under the gazes of those three people, so he could only pretend that nothing had happened and silently walked to his seat and sat down. Cough. Su Youyen cleared her throat, breaking the silence. She picked up the teacup in front of her and took a small sip. Then, she raised her eyes and looked at Chu Sun with a half-smile. Xiao Sun, what brand is fifth sister's lipstick? The color is quite pretty, it makes your skin look even whiter. Her voice was sweet and cloying. Wow. This girl knows how to be sarcastic. Chu Sun subconsciously raised his hand to wipe his face. Don't move. Su Youyen spoke again. It's quite beautiful. I'll keep it as a souvenir. After all, not everyone has the chance to receive a parting gift from our big star. Su Qingxue, who was listening nearby, wrinkled her nose and snorted as well, turning her head to the side and showing the back of her head to Chu Sun. The thing is, I didn't do anything. I'm the victim here, okay? Although Su Youyen had the upper hand verbally, she was still very unhappy inside. She looked at Chu Sun's face, which was so handsome it was outrageous. The thought of Su Luoi, that little vixen, so openly hugging and kissing him made her feel as sour as if some Shangxi vinegar had been spilled. No. This brat is such a ladies' man. Eating him once is simply not enough. I must brand him with my complete and utter mark, so that no other woman would even dare to dream of it. As she thought this, her smile grew even more alluring. I'm a little tired, I'll go back to my room and rest for a bit. After she finished speaking, she went upstairs in her high heels. That swaying, graceful figure was full of silent allure. Chu Sun felt extremely uncomfortable in the living room for a while, then made an excuse to slip back to his room. He had just lain down on the bed, ready to process the information overload of the day, when his phone buzzed. He picked it up and saw it was a WeChat message. The sender is Sister Yen Yen. The content is very simple, consisting of only one sentence. Xiao Sun, come to my room for a moment. Chu Sun's heart skipped a beat. Not again? He could sense that this message was definitely not a good thing. But for some reason, besides feeling nervous, he also felt a secret, unspoken expectation that he himself was unwilling to admit. He hesitated for a moment, then got out of bed and, as if possessed, walked out of the room. He arrived at Su Youyen's door, took a deep breath, and gently knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. The one who opened the door was Su Youyen. She had changed out of that dress and put on a light pink silk slip dress. The nightgown was very thin and short, barely covering the top of her thighs. As she opened the door, her skirt swayed slightly, revealing her two long, slender, and fair legs. Under the light, her skin was as white as milk, so smooth that not a single pore could be seen. Two astonishingly full mounds, outlined in thin silk, created a breathtaking silhouette. Her hair was wet, clearly she had just taken a shower. The air was filled with a sweet and alluring scent, a mixture of shower gel and her body fragrance. Chu Sun's breathing became erratic instantly. Come in, what are you standing there for? Su Yuyan turned around and walked inside. Shusun followed him inside and closed the door behind him. Su Yuyan didn't say anything. She walked to the bedside and sat down. She sat down casually, her ample hips resting on the bed. She patted the spot next to her. Sit. Shusun hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. Why are you sitting so far away? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Su Yuyan looked at him with a half smile. Shusun didn't speak, he felt his heart pounding wildly. The atmosphere in the room was even more ambiguous and dangerous than last time. Su Yuyan stopped teasing him, her smile faded, and she spoke softly. Is Luo Yi pretty? It's here. Shusun's brain raced as he carefully chose his words. Sister Luo is a big star, of course she's beautiful. Is that so? Su Yuyan's tone was unreadable. And compared to me? Who's prettier? Shusun. What kind of deadly choice is this? You each have your own unique beauty, you're not the same type, Shusun replied with difficulty. Oh? Then tell me, what type am I? And what type is she? Su Yuyan pressed on relentlessly. Shusun felt sweat starting to bead on his forehead. You are the mature and charming type, while Sister Luo is the exquisite and beautiful type. That's not wrong. Su Yuyan nodded, then her gaze suddenly sharpened. So, Shusun, do you prefer my mature and charming type, or her delicate and beautiful type? Shusun was completely stuck. He realized that no matter how he answered, he was doomed. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Su Yuyan suddenly laughed. But there was a hint of coldness in that smile. She suddenly moved closer to Shusun, her soft body almost touching him. Shusun, do you think Luo Yi is better than me? Don't you think she's more attractive than me, someone who's about to get married, because she's young, beautiful, and a big star? No. Shusun immediately denied it. In fact, Shusun found Su Yuyan's upcoming status as a wife even more exciting. Although Shusun was unwilling to admit it, deep down he actually possessed some of the spirit of the Jinan era and the legacy of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Then why did you let her hug you? And let her kiss you? Su Yuyan's eyes slowly reddened. Have you forgotten how you were beneath me last night? Chapter 15 Love That Cannot Be Spoken. The images from last night flooded back uncontrollably. He felt his body heat up instantly. Shusun, look at me. Su Yuyan reached out, cupped his face, and forced him to look into her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were now filled with grievance, anger, and a strong sense of possessiveness. Su Yuyan suddenly became agitated and violently pushed Shusun onto the bed. She leaned over him, straddling his waist, looking down at him from above. This position caused her silk nightgown to cling tightly to her body due to gravity. The astonishing fullness and deep cleavage of her chest were on full display. Shusun froze, his mind going completely blank. He looked at the tearful yet incredibly strong woman on his body. At this moment, all the defenses in my heart crumbled. He felt sorry for her and cherished her. I was deeply moved by the unconditional love she was showing at that moment. Finally, she lowered her head and kissed his lips fiercely. This kiss, unlike the gentle probing of the last one, was filled with domineering plunder and possession. An hour later, Su Yuyan's door opened again. The two walked out fully clothed. Shusun's expression was somewhat numb, and his eyes were even a little unfocused, as if he had been drained dry. However, Su Yuyan, who was beside him, presented a completely different picture. She changed into a well-fitting white dress and wore delicate light makeup. But the charm in her eyes and the contentment and languor that emanated from her very being were things that no amount of makeup could conceal. She was radiant, like a delicate rose thoroughly nourished by rain and dew. She walked to Shusun's side, naturally reached out, and straightened his slightly disheveled collar, her fingertips intentionally or unintentionally tracing his Adam's apple. All right, let's go down for dinner. She leaned close to his ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Shusun's body stiffened, and he felt as if his ears were about to burn. At lunchtime, a tale of ice and fire once again unfolded over the long dining table. Su's parents sat in the main seats, and Su Xiaogang was arranged between them, enjoying emperor-level treatment. Xiaogang, eat more of this fish. His mother, Wen Qingyun, put a large piece of fish into his bowl. Xiaogang, this steak is good, you should try it. Even the father, Su He, rarely picked up his chopsticks. Su Xiaogang's bowl was soon filled with a small mountain of food. At the other end of the table, however, lay a completely different scene. Shu Sun was sandwiched between Su Yuyen and Su Qinxue, and his bowls were almost piled up into another small mountain. Xiao Sun, come on, eat this shrimp. I've peeled it for you. Su Yuyen picked up a tender white shrimp and fed it directly to Chu Sun's mouth, her eyes overflowing with tenderness. Xiao Sun, try this. I had the kitchen make it especially for you. It's your favorite sweet and sour pork. Not to be outdone, eighth sister Su Qinxue picked up a large piece of pork tenderloin and piled it into Chu Sun's bowl. Chu Sun's mouth was stuffed full of shrimp, and his bowl was piled high with meat. He felt like he wasn't eating, but participating in a competitive eating contest. The entire dining table was divided into two worlds by an invisible line. On one hand, there is the parents' compensatory doting on their biological son. On the other hand, there's the possessive doting affection the older sisters have for their own children. Su Xiaobing's eating manners were still unsightly. His mouth was stuffed full of food, and he chewed loudly while talking indistinctly to his parents, with soup and rice grains flying everywhere. The sisters looked at him, and they all tacitly lost their appetite. Lunch ended in this bizarre tug-of-war. After lunch, the second sister, Su Yuning, and the third sister, Su Jiming, stood up and indicated that they were leaving. My second sister has to rush back to her husband's family home in Shanghai, and my third sister also has to go back to work. Let me see you off. Sui stood up and said. No need, Dad. Second sister Su Yuning gently shook her head. Her gaze swept around the living room, finally settling on Chu Sun. Just have the patrolman escort us to the door. Chu Sun paused for a moment, then nodded. So, Chu Sun accompanied his second and third sisters as they walked out of the villa. The afternoon sun was a bit too bright, and the flowers and plants in the yard exuded a lazy fragrance. Unlike the lively atmosphere when she was with her other sisters, the atmosphere at this moment was unusually quiet and restrained. The third sister, Su Jiming, walked on the far left, still wearing a women's suit. She walked with a steady gait, her eyes fixed straight ahead, exuding an aura of unapproachability and authority. She seemed like a walking iceberg, even colder than her eldest sister, Su Qiqi. Second sister Su Yuning walked in the middle. She was still wearing that light blue dress. A gentle breeze blew, and the hem of the dress and her long, black hair swayed gently, making her look even more delicate and melancholy. She is like a traditional Chinese ink painting from Jiangnan, beautiful as she is, yet always carrying an unyielding sorrow. Chu Sun walked on the far right, and he could feel that the two older sisters beside him were deliberately keeping their distance from him. There was no intimate hand-holding, no ambiguous teasing, and even eye contact was rare. They were like two real older sisters who had no ulterior motives towards him. This feeling made Chu Sun breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Sun, you're about to go to university. Congratulations! It was the second sister, Su Yuning, who spoke first, breaking the silence. Thank you, second sister, Chu Sun replied. Su Yuning nodded and then fell silent again. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward again. Chu Sun racked his brains to find a topic to talk about. He looked at his second sister's gentle and beautiful face and said with a smile, Second sister, you and your husband have been married for a year now, right? When are you planning to give me a little nephew or niece? I'd really like to be an uncle. This is a perfectly normal, everyday saying. With the most sincere blessings and care from a younger brother to his older sister. However, the moment he finished speaking, Chu Sun keenly sensed that the temperature of the air around him had plummeted. Second sister Su Yuning suddenly stopped in her tracks. The faint smile on her face froze instantly, then shattered like fragile glass. The light in her eyes dimmed rapidly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, there was a bottomless sadness and inferiority complex. Her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. A hand holding the Hermes bag unconsciously tightened its grip. This topic, like the sharpest knife, precisely and fiercely pierced the softest and most vulnerable part of her heart. Married for a year, her husband was out partying and never came home at night. In that home, she was like a glamorous prisoner. She felt unclean and like a failure. Chu Sun's unintentional remark shattered all her pretense and strength. Chu Sun immediately noticed that something was wrong with her. He looked at his second sister's face, which turned deathly pale in an instant, and his heart skipped a beat. Broken. I misspoke. Second sister, did I say something wrong? Su Yuning snapped back to her senses and quickly lowered her head, using her long hair to conceal her discomposure. She took a deep breath, and when she looked up again, a smile had returned to her face. No. No. Her voice trembled slightly, barely concealed. You didn't say anything wrong. I just suddenly remembered I had something to do and got a little distracted. She lied. Chusun knew she was lying, but he didn't know how to respond. Just then, the third sister, Su Jiming, who had been silent all along, suddenly reached out and gently patted the second sister's shoulder. She didn't say anything, but that gesture carried a silent comfort and strength. The car was already waiting at the door. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. We're leaving. Third sister Su Jiming nodded to Chusun as a farewell. The second sister, Su Yuning, didn't look at Chusun even once from beginning to end. She opened the car door and practically fled into the car. The black Bentley glided away silently, taking away the two older sisters and all the ease in Chusun's heart. He stood there, watching the car disappear into the distance, his heart filled with doubt and a vague sense of guilt. He knew that his words must have deeply hurt his second sister. But he didn't know why. Isn't this just a simple blessing? Chapter 16: The Obedient Little Patrol. Chusun went to the living room, still thinking about the strange atmosphere when his second and third sisters left. He felt like he had caused trouble, but he didn't know exactly what he had done wrong. He sat down on the sofa, looking preoccupied and listless. In the living room, Su Xiaogang was holding his newly acquired iPhone 17 Pro Max, loudly scrolling through short videos. He would occasionally let out a lewd laugh, the sound of which could be heard throughout the entire living room. The eldest and fourth sisters had gone back to their rooms to rest, leaving only the twin sisters, Su Tingwan and Su Jiro, still sitting on the carpet. The two quickly noticed Chusun's dazed look. Su Jiro's eyes darted around, and she nudged her sister next to her with a mischievous grin. Then, the two sisters, one on each side like two kittens, moved closer to Chusun, sandwiching him between them. "Hey, what's wrong with our little Sun? He looks so wilted, like an eggplant that's been hit by frost." Seventh sister Su Jiro's voice carried a hint of teasing. She was wearing denim shorts today. Two long, white, and straight legs swayed back and forth. She leaned closer, her soft arms draped over Chusun's shoulders, and a sweet, fruity scent wafted over him. Before Chusun could speak, Su Tingwan, the sixth sister, pushed up her glasses and spoke in a serious tone. "Based on your facial micro-expressions and posture, you are currently in a very bad mood." She was wearing a simple gray tracksuit, but even the loose-fitting clothes couldn't hide her perfectly proportioned figure. These two sisters, Su Tingwan is a physics major in college, but she is still extremely beautiful, at least an 8 out of 10, which is higher than the average 7 out of 10 for a school beauty, and she can be the school beauty of a normal university with many girls. Su Jiro is an art student, very mischievous, and often teases Chusun. She has an exceptionally high level of beauty, scoring 8.5 out of 10. "I'm fine," Chusun replied weakly. "Are you all right?" Su Jiro reached out and poked his cheek with her finger. His face looked like a bitter gourd. "I'm just a little tired." That's true. He was indeed exhausted, almost drained dry by that vixen Su Yuyen. Young sister Yen has a strong sex drive and is at the most horny age, so she'll take advantage of him to the extreme. Su Jiro didn't believe it. She stretched out her slender index finger and gently scratched Chusun's nose. "You're lying. Your expression practically screams I'm troubled." She sat cross-legged next to Chusun, their bodies very close, and the unique fragrance of a young girl kept wafting into Chusun's nose. All right, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Do you want me to play games with you? I'll carry you." Chusun had not yet had a chance to answer. "Grass." Suddenly, a shout of cursing came from the corner. All three of them turned their gazes toward him. Su Xiaogang was sprawled on a single sofa with his legs propped up on the coffee table, watching a battle scene from Honor of Kings on the screen. The scoreboard clearly shows 0-5-0. "Do you even know how to play? Support or marksman? What the hell are you doing wandering around like a ghost?" His voice was loud and unpleasant, full of irritability and impatience. The elegant and quiet atmosphere in the living room was instantly ruined by him alone. Seventh sister Su Jiro wrinkled her nose in disgust and whispered to Chusun, "Why don't we go play in my room?" Although Su Tingwan didn't say anything, her brows were tightly furrowed. Chusun was speechless. This guy truly embodies the word uncivilized to his very core. Holy crap! The enemy jungler is ganking me. Where are they? Where did everyone go? Su Xiaogang's cursing continued. A bunch of terrible teammates. They're impossible to carry, absolutely impossible to carry. He cursed as he frantically tapped the screen with his fingers, making a crackling sound. Su Jiro was speechless, but she didn't want to show it, so she turned her attention back to Chu Sun. She was practically clinging to Chu Sun, her soft body pressed tightly against his arm. Although not as exaggerated as Su Yoyen's, the fullness and elasticity unique to young girls still brought a soft touch. She deliberately leaned close to Chu Sun's ear, lowered her voice, and whispered, "Xiao Sun, ignore him. Let's talk about our own things." Her warm breath tickled Chu Sun's ear as she spoke. Chu Sun unconsciously stiffened for a moment. But I soon felt a bit of pain. There was no way around it, it was Su Yoyen's masterpiece. Su Tingwan, who was on the other side, couldn't stand it anymore, so she reached out and pulled her sister off Chu Sun. "Sit still and don't touch me." Su Tingwan sat very upright and wore gold-rimmed glasses. If you didn't know, no one would guess that she was an undergraduate student majoring in nuclear physics. He even gives off a somewhat suave vibe of a scoundrel. An image uncontrollably surfaced in Chu Sun's mind, Su Tingwan wearing gold-rimmed glasses, holding a pointer, squinting her eyes, and licking her lips as she lectured him. But soon, Chu Sun dispelled that evil thought. Just then. "Woohoo, we finally got it!" Su Xiaogang let out an excited shout. He jumped up from the sofa excitedly. Chu Sun and the twin sisters both looked at him as if he were an idiot. Su Xiaogang, however, was completely oblivious. He smugly admired the battle results on his phone screen, muttering to himself, "Damn, this move was brilliant. I'm a genius." Su Jiro muttered to herself, "Sigh, how can I change him to be as obedient as Xiao Sun? This is such a headache. The game is finally over." Su Xiaogang tossed his phone aside, still feeling unsatisfied, stretched, and made a series of cracking sounds. On the phone, the score was a striking 170. The i7 processor has been successfully developed. Then, he turned his head and his gaze fell on the three people on the sofa. When he saw the two beautiful older sisters flanking Chu Sun on either side, looking very close, his eyes instantly darkened. On what grounds? These two older sisters, though not as mature and charming as the fourth and fifth sisters, are still top-notch beauties. Moreover, they are twins, each with their own unique charm. Now, they're actually all fawning over that pretty boy Chu Sun. That familiar feeling of jealousy and resentment welled up in his heart once again. Su Xiaogang forced out what he thought was a very handsome smile, stood up from the sofa, and walked towards the three of them. He walked to the sofa, looked at the small gap between Chu Sun and Su Jiro, and without thinking, squeezed in. His movements were rough, pushing Su Jiro to the side by a large distance. A clear look of displeasure flashed across Su Jiro's face. Su Xiaogang acted as if he hadn't seen it. He leaned back on the sofa casually, and his arm naturally reached out to put it on Su Jiro's shoulder. "What are you chatting about? You seem to be having so much fun. Invite me in too, sixth sister, seventh sister." Chapter 17, The Important Information Gap. His voice had a greasy quality. Su Jiro shifted her body to the side. The slight displeasure on her face quickly disappeared. After all, he was her own younger brother, so she didn't show any disgust. Actually, apart from the fourth, fifth, and eighth sisters who are obviously after Chu Sun, the other sisters don't dislike Su Xiaogang that much at most, they'll just complain a few times. No matter what, he's still my younger brother. Su Tingwan pushed up her glasses and said, "Xiaogang, you haven't seen the room yet, have you?" Su Xiaogang was stunned for a moment. "Huh? The room?" "Yes, your room is on the third floor." She pointed in the direction of the stairs. "I live on the same floor as my parents, my eldest sister, my second sister, and my third sister." A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Su Xiaogang's face. He secretly wished he could live closer to these young and beautiful women. "Living with my parents on the third floor isn't so bad, but my second and third older sisters don't usually live at home." But he couldn't say it directly. "Oh, okay, then who'll take me upstairs to have a look?" "The nanny will take you there," Su Jiro said. She pointed to the nanny standing not far away. The nanny approached respectfully. "Young master, please come with me." Su Xiaogang glanced at the nanny, then at the three people on the sofa. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he had no choice. He stood up and reluctantly followed the nanny upstairs. The living room finally returned to silence. Su Jiro breathed a sigh of relief. Su Tingwan also relaxed a bit. She took off her glasses and gently rubbed her temples. Su Jiro said, "Let's keep playing." "Xiao Sun, wanna play around?" Chu Sun nodded and picked up his phone. Su Jiro had already opened the King of Glory game. "I'll carry you." Chu Sun looked at the twins in front of him, they looked almost identical. except for Su Tingwan, who was wearing glasses. Shusun recognized the two women by their makeup and clothing. The twin sister, Su Jiro, is an art student. She loves beauty, has exquisite makeup, and exudes a touch of flamboyance and sexiness. Her clothing style has become bolder and more fashionable. The older sister, Su Tingwan, had a simpler makeup look and more conservative clothing. For example, today, Su Tingwan was almost without makeup. She was wearing athletic shorts and kneeling on the ground. 10 adorable toes wiggle playfully, and the soles of the feet are bright red. She has excellent body proportions, even loose sportswear cannot hide her toned figure. Su Jiro was sitting on the sofa at that moment. Her makeup was still very exquisite. After lunch, she changed into a pair of hot pants and a strapless tank top. Her long, white, and straight legs swayed gently. Shusun sat down on the ground with Su Tingwan. The three of them started a game. The game is halfway through. Su Jiro was caught and killed by the enemy jungler. She was trying to save Shusun, but she ended up getting herself killed as well. Ugh! I'm so angry! Su Jiro stomped her foot angrily. He happened to step on Shusun's left hand. Su Jiro had just been kneeling on the sofa, her feet were sweating because her legs were pressing down on them. Shusun felt a warm, damp sensation in his left palm. He subconsciously wiped his trouser leg with his left hand. Su Jiro witnessed this scene. She glared at him, furious. Little Sun! How dare you look down on me? Shusun was completely bewildered. What did you say, Jiro? When did I ever look down on you? He was completely unaware that there was anything wrong with his actions. You still won't admit it? Su Jiro pointed to his trouser leg. I saw you wiping your pants. Are you disgusted by my feet? Su Jiro's face immediately fell, and she pouted. Let me tell you, fairies' feet smell sweet, you know? Her tone carried a hint of grievance. And with a hint of pride. How many boys in our school want to smell it but don't even have the right to? That statement is not wrong. Su Jiro was a student at the Shanghai Theater Academy. There. She is a contender for the title of school beauty. She has at least 100 suitors. She had always been the center of attention and had never experienced such disdain before. Humph. You actually look down on me. Do you think you can look down on me just because we're not related by blood? Su Jiro was furious. Shusun then realized what was happening and quickly waved his hand. No, no. It was just something I did on a whim. As he spoke, he put his left hand in front of his nose. Take a deep breath. See, I don't mind. Su Jiro pouted. I don't believe it. She stretched out her 2 feet in front of Shusun. That's the proof. Su Jiro is 1.72 meters tall and is wearing hot pants, showing off her long, straight legs. She has small feet, size 37, with bright red soles and black nail polish. Shusun looked at those feet. A foot where the index toe is slightly higher than the big toe is a Greek foot. It must be said, these are exquisite jade feet. Shusun looked embarrassed. He didn't know what to do. Su Tingwan couldn't stand it anymore. She thought to herself, this is something only the closest relationships would do. She didn't even let Shaosun play with her toes, so why should her younger sister get to play with them first? She slapped Su Jiro's foot away. 0. Don't bully Shaosun. Since both of their heroes had been resurrected, Su Jiro continued playing the game. She was still muttering to herself. Humph. You're lucky. Shusun breathed a sigh of relief, feeling his cheeks burning. Su Tingwan glanced at him, her eyes filled with a complex expression. She had just noticed that Shaosun seemed to be really examining Su Jiro's feet. They watched it very intently, even to the point of being mesmerized. Could it be? Is Shaosun a foot fetishist? Boys, especially those as clean-cut as Xiao Chunan like Shusun, are very embarrassed to show their hobbies and feel ashamed. This is a significant information gap. Su Tingwan smiled slightly. After that, it seemed like we had a handle. She pushed up her glasses again. Then, she suddenly moved her foot towards Shusun's direction. Chapter 18 Dexterous Toes. Su Tingwan's feet were fair and dainty with rounded toes. She had no nail polish, which gave her a natural cuteness. She didn't say anything. He just kept playing the game. Out of the corner of his eye, Shusun saw a pair of feet quietly approaching. He was a little confused. He subconsciously looked away and focused on his phone screen. The game continues on the screen. A fierce team battle is about to break out. The three continued playing the game. While playing games, Su Tingwan secretly provoked Chu Sun. She changed her sitting position. Those two little feet would occasionally accidentally touch Chu Sun's feet. The cool yet soft touch sent a shiver down Chu Sun's spine. He looked down at it several times. Su Tingwan stared intently at her phone screen, her fingers flying across the screen. Chu Sun could only assume it was an accident. But these accidental incidents are happening more and more frequently. Chu Sun knew that Sister Tingwan was provoking him. So he stretched out his foot and started a foot fight with her. However, Su Tingwan's toes seemed to be very flexible. It was unclear how she had developed them, but they seemed to have eyes. Chu Sun was always at a disadvantage, and she was teasing him until he felt a burning desire. And just like that, the game ended. Chu Sun's screen showed a score of 10-4-3. He carried the team to victory. Wow! Sun, you're amazing. Su Jiro praised, her eyes sparkling. This awareness, this skill, it's simply God level. Chu Sun smiled, about to say a few words of modesty. Footsteps came from the stairs. After looking at his luxurious third-floor room, Su Xiaogang came downstairs satisfied. Those who came down with him included his eldest sister Su Qiqi, who had just woken up from her afternoon nap, his eighth sister Su Qinxue, and his son-in-law Zhang Junan. Su Qiqi was still wearing a suit. After his afternoon nap, he was getting ready to go to work. I have to go to the company. You guys help Xiaogang get familiar with the house. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Chu Sun, and she met his eyes. The eldest sister is 28 years old this year, 10 years older than Chu Sun. She has a mature air about her, especially when she is next to Zhang Junan. She looks like a young married woman. Chu Sun had a sweet tongue. Big sister, brother-in-law, take care. Su Qiqi picked up her Hermes bag and left in her high heels. Su Xiaogang plopped back down on the sofa, and her eyes lit up when she saw the game interface on Chu Sun and the twin sisters' phones. Hey, playing King of Glory? 5-man pre-made? Count me in. He pointed to Su Qinxue beside him. Including Qinxue, there are exactly 5 people. Su Qinxue originally enjoyed playing King of Glory, but she was a little reluctant at the thought of being on the same team as Su Xiaogang. But since Su Xiaogang had already said that, she couldn't very well refuse him outright. Su Jiro and Su Tingwan exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. And so, a 5-player game began. Su Xiaogang immediately and naturally began to seize command and assign positions. I'll jungle, Chu Sun, you'll be mid, and Ba Jie will support. His plan was meticulously executed in this game. The jungler and support are the easiest to coordinate. He wanted to take advantage of the game to get closer to this sweet and soft-spoken 8th sister. Su Qinxue immediately pouted and refused. I don't know how to play support. In fact, Su Qinxue is very good at providing support. Normally, she assists Chu Sun, and Chu Sun helped her reach the king rank. But in this game, when the jungler and support team work together, it's either one of them dying and the other feeding, or they both end up together. She doesn't want to be tied to Su Xiaogang. Su Xiaogang's expression stiffened for a moment. Su Tingwan, who had been silent all along, pushed up her glasses and said calmly, I'll play support. Su Xiaogang didn't know what to say, as long as he had someone to help him. Game loading. Su Xiaogang chose Lanling Wang. In the early stages of the game, he would say he was going to gank other lanes, but in reality he was just farming jungle camps. He would occasionally wander around the bottom lane where Su Jiro was guarding, but he just wouldn't come to the mid lane no matter what. Chu Sun was playing a mage and got ganked by the enemy jungler several times, ending up pinned under his tower. He knew perfectly well that Su Xiaogang was deliberately putting on an act. The game has reached the 4th minute. Su Xiaogang suddenly shouted in the voice chat, Chu Sun. We can fight in the mid lane. The enemy mid laner is low on health, let's tower dive and kill him. Chu Sun felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that Su Xiaogang, like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken, had no good intentions. But he didn't expose it, he simply responded calmly, okay. He made some crazy plays, and the enemy mid laner's health dropped to almost 0 in an instant, and he was about to be killed. Just then, Su Xiaogang's Lanling King also activated his stealth and charged into the enemy's defensive tower. But he stopped as soon as he entered the tower. Then, he turned and ran. No damage was repaired whatsoever. Chu Sun was killed under the tower by the tower and the enemy mid laner's desperate counterattack. Su Xiaobing's Lanling King slipped into the bushes without looking back, a cold laugh running through his mind. Su Xiaogung, with acting skills like yours, it's a waste that you're not an actor. Su Qinxue, who was sitting next to her, saw everything clearly and was so angry that her face turned red. She immediately exploded. Her long, white legs, encased in a white dress, were trembling with anger. She was about to stand up and argue when she suddenly felt a warmth on her leg. Chusun reached out and gently patted her long, white legs. Su Qinxue was completely stunned. The warmth of his palm, pressed against her leg, instantly spread throughout her entire body. Her face flushed bright red instantly. My heart started pounding uncontrollably, and my mind went completely blank. Xiaosun, he patted my leg. All her anger transformed into girlish shyness and inner turmoil at that moment. So he forgot to argue with Su Xiaogung. It's okay. We'll just fight back. Shu Sun's voice came from the side. In the voice message, Su Xiaogung was still feigning an apology. Oh dear, I'm sorry, Shu Sun, I didn't press the skill button just now, my hand slipped. It doesn't matter. Shu Sun replied indifferently. A few minutes later, the second opportunity arrived. Su Xiaogung seemed to think his previous scheme was very successful, so he tried the same trick again. Shu Sun, let's try again. The enemy is low on health again. I promise I won't slip up this time. Let's tower dive together and kill him. A barely perceptible smile curved the corners of Chu Sun's lips. Good. Once again, he used the same combo to charge into the enemy's defensive tower. Su Xiaobing's Lanling King also confidently followed in. He had already planned it out. Once Chu Sun was killed by the tower, he would finish him off perfect. But the moment he followed him inside, something unexpected happened. The instant Chu Sun dealt damage, he used his refreshed second skill to instantly teleport out of the turret's attack range. Su Xiaogung, who rushed in after him, was stunned under the tower by a crowd control skill from the opposing mid laner before he could react. The turret's laser, combined with the mid laner's damage and the enemy jungler's arrival, resulted in a three-way firefight. Su Xiaobing's Lanling King died tragically on the spot without even making a ripple. Su Xiaobing roared in exasperation, "Damn it! The enemy jungler is here too. Why didn't you call out their positions? Why didn't you come to help me? Didn't you say your phone was slow? It's slow again this time?" Su Xiaogung was so choked up that he couldn't say a word, and he cursed Chusun 1,000 times in his heart. Taking advantage of the moment when Su Xiaogung and the opposing mid laner were both killed, Chusun calmly pushed down the mid lane tower with the minion wave. As the game progresses into the mid-game, small-scale teamfights begin to break out frequently. Chapter 19 Eighth Sister is like a younger sister. As the support, Su Tingwan calmly began to command, in team fights, attack the front line first, don't get carried away, focus fire on the enemy's front line. But Su Xiaogung insisted on doing the opposite. What's the point of attacking the front line? I can take down the enemy marksman in one hit. Seventh sister, charge with me. Su Zhiro glanced at his equipment, rolled her eyes speechlessly, and completely ignored him. Instead, they followed Su Tingwan's command and focused their fire on the front row of the opposing team together with Chu Sun. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Su Xiaogung became angry and embarrassed. He activated his invisibility and rushed forward, wanting to forcibly kill the enemy's marksman. As a result, he unleashed a full combo, forcing the enemy marksman to use flash, and he only lost half his health. He himself, however, was surrounded by 5 people on the other side because he was in too deep a position, and was instantly wiped out. Su Xiaogung's face darkened, and he couldn't help but start cursing in the living room, "You son of a bitch." Before he could utter the word mom, he remembered something and swallowed the words back. Su Zhiro complained, "I told you that with your equipment, you can't possibly kill the back row instantly, but you wouldn't listen. If you charged with me, we could have taken them down in a second." Su Xiaogung was still being stubborn, shifting the blame to Su Zhiro. Although Su Xiaogung was completely outmatched in this team fight, Chu Sun's performance was outstanding. Under Su Tingwan's protection, they unleashed a barrage of attacks, ultimately achieving a 4-for-4 exchange. Su Qinxue couldn't stand it anymore. "Su Xiaogung, just stick to playing the front row, why do you have to show off your skills?" On one hand, Chu Sun's brilliant maneuver turned the tide. On one hand, they are scapegoating their own people for their deaths, losing all face. Such a stark contrast completely shattered Su Xiaogung's composure. He gave up. In the ensuing team fights, he just followed behind, running away whenever he saw someone, randomly using his skills, and contributing nothing at all. Ultimately, because they were missing a key jungler, the opposing team seized the opportunity and destroyed their crystal in one fell swoop. We lost. On the game's end stats panel, Chusun, with a score of 10-6-6, earned the MVP title on the losing team. Su Xiaogang's Lanling King had a glaring 273 record and a rating of 3, the lowest in the team. Su Xiaogang felt his face burning with embarrassment as he looked at the results, but he still stubbornly made excuses. Oh, what a pity, it was a really tough game. Next game I'll play mid, I'll gank the carry, and I'll carry you guys to victory. This time, his older sisters were completely enraged by him. I'm not playing anymore. Sujiro spoke first, standing up to leave. Su Tingwan also left the game room. Indeed, there was no gaming experience at all. After the twin sisters finished speaking, they went upstairs. Xiaosun, let's go up too. Su Qinxue walked over, naturally took Chusun's hand, and led him upstairs. In the blink of an eye, Su Xiaogang was the only one left on the sofa. He watched his sisters surround Chusun's departing figure, and the feeling of being isolated and ignored made him tremble with anger. He picked up his phone, looked at the dismal score on it, then glanced at the empty living room, his eyes burning with jealousy and resentment. Why is everyone targeting me? What did I do wrong? Chusun was led by Su Qinxue up to the second floor. Her hands were small and soft. A thin layer of sweat clung to my palms, the warm, damp sensation transmitted through our connected skin. The Su family's villa was very large. Fourth sister to eighth sister, as well as Chusun, all lived on the second floor. Chusun's room was arranged on the left side, with his eighth sister Su Qinxue's boudoir on the left and his fourth sister Su Yoyen's room on the right. Su Qinxue pulled Chusun and pushed open the door to her room. A sweet aroma wafted over, like strawberry-flavored hard candy melting in the air. Chusun was pulled inside by her, and the door was closed. Unlike her fourth sister Su Yoyen's room, which exuded a mature and feminine charm, Su Qinxue's room was like a dreamy princess castle. As soon as Su Qinxue entered the room, she let go of Chusun's hand. She kicked off her white leather shoes and pounced onto the soft bed like a boneless kitten. After lunch, she changed into a JK uniform, revealing her two calves encased in white over the knee socks. The stockings had cute lace trim at the top, clinging tightly to the girl's soft skin and outlining a charming curve. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Su Qinxue hugged a huge strawberry bear plush toy, burying her face deeply in the toy's soft fur, her voice muffled. Su Xiaogang is really wicked. He was deliberately acting against you. I saw it clearly. As she spoke, she kicked her little feet wildly in the air, like a little rabbit throwing a tantrum. Seeing her sullen expression, Chusun's displeasure at losing the game dissipated considerably. To be honest, he also disliked Su Xiaogang very much. That guy's wickedness is blatant and undisguised. But upon further reflection, Chusun felt a mix of emotions. Regardless of the circumstances, I have indeed occupied 18 years of Su Xiaogang's life. He enjoyed the love of his father and mother, and the pampering of his sisters that he should have had. Now that he's back, it seems understandable that he harbors some resentment and hostility towards me. As long as he doesn't do anything too outrageous, just making small moves verbally or in games, if you put yourself in his shoes, it seems like you don't really have the right to truly hate him. Chusun sighed, walked to the bedside, and sat down. He is, after all, your own brother. Upon hearing this, Su Qinxue abruptly lifted her head from the doll. Her delicate, petite face was filled with resentment. Her little mouth pouthed so much it could hang an oil bottle on it. So what? Even your own brother shouldn't bully you like this. As she spoke, she got out of bed and knelt down in front of Chusun. This pose makes her look even more petite and adorable. The JK uniform accentuated her budding softness. She wasn't like her fourth sister, Su Yuyen, with her magnificent figure that made people's blood boil, nor was she like her fifth sister, Su Luoi, with her perfect model figure. She gives off the feeling of a fragrant and soft little cake, with every inch exuding a sweet aroma. It makes you want to take a bite. She reached out her slender, fair hand and gently touched Chusun's head. You have such a good temper and such good manners. She leaned very close, and Chusun could smell her sweet fragrance. You grew up under the protection of your parents and your older sisters, and you have no idea how bad people outside can be. Su Qinxue looked at him intently. I only realized how complicated people's hearts are after I went to university. Especially Su Xiaogang, I've heard about him. He used to be a petty thug with ties to the underworld. Fighting was a regular occurrence for him, and he's got a lot of bad ideas. Seeing how worried she was about him, Chusun felt a warm current flow through his heart. Among his 8 older sisters, each of them showed him kindness in a different way. The eldest sister was strict in her discipline, while the second sister offered melancholic care. The third sister offered silent support, while the fourth sister directly took possession. Fifth sister is domineering and teasing, while sixth and seventh sisters are lively companions. But only with his eighth sister, Su Qinxue, could Chu Sun feel that he was not like a younger brother, but rather like an older brother. And yet, she is wholeheartedly protected and adored by a sweet and gentle little sister. This feeling is really good. It's fine. Chu Sun smiled and reached out to smooth her hair. I'm going to university soon, and I won't see him anymore. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 20. The little rabbit drooled. Su Qinxue squinted her eyes comfortably as he rubbed her head, like a cat being stroked. But upon hearing his words, she paused for a moment, then pouted again. Oh right, you're going to university. She suddenly stretched out her arms and grabbed Chu Sun's arm, wrapping her whole body around him. Yay! My little Sun is a college student now, and an alumnus of my Tunghai University. I'll be your senior from now on. Chu Sun was a genius. His IQ is as high as 300. For comparison, the average person's score is around 100, while Einstein's is 180. The reason he applied to Tunghai University was because Su Qinxue was also at Tunghai University, and in addition, Su Yuyan was a teacher at Tunghai University. With that, Su Qinxue solemnly extended her hand. Junior brother Chu Sun, please take care of me. Chu Sun's body stiffened for a moment. Goodness, this little brat is so irresistible when she's being affectionate. Please take good care of me, Senior Su Qinxue, Chu Sun said. Su Qinxue smiled happily. Then I rested my head on his shoulder. As she spoke, she gently rubbed her cheek against Chu Sun's shoulder. The delicate touch of that skin made Chu Sun feel as if his shoulder was on fire. He realized that his earlier idea of treating her like a younger sister seemed a bit too naive. None of the women in the Su family are easy to deal with. Even the seemingly most harmless little cake knows how to use its natural advantages to launch an invisible attack on men. By the way, Sun, why did you pat my leg just now? Those bright, sparkling eyes, like stars in a summer night, stared at him without blinking. Chu Sun felt his cheeks getting hot. He was indeed in a hurry just now. When he saw Su Qinxue getting so angry that she was about to start a fight with Su Xiaogang on the spot, he instinctively wanted to stop her. But the closest thing to her was her pair of long, white legs. Now that she asked him that question, he belatedly realized that his behavior did seem somewhat inappropriate. I didn't mean to. Chu Sun blushed, and his words became slightly stammering. I just saw you were too angry and didn't want you to have a direct conflict with Su Xiaogang. I was in such a hurry. Sister Qinxue, you're not angry, are you? He looked at her cautiously, his expression a mixture of seriousness and a hint of panic. In Su Qinxue's eyes, it was simply too cute to be true. Su Qinxue's inner fox tail had already been wagging wildly. She found Chu Sun's earnest and innocent demeanor really amusing. She decided to tease Xiao Chunan properly. Immediately, the smile on her face vanished, replaced by a slightly angry expression. She got out of bed, stood on the carpet, and put her hands on her hips with her small fists clenched. She tried her best to straighten her chest, which, while not magnificent, was still full. Sister, I'm just angry. She puffed out her cheeks, like an angry pufferfish. She stomped her feet, which were only wearing stockings. Don't you think you lack a sense of boundaries? If you were my own brother, touching you wouldn't be a problem, but you're not my brother, we're not related by blood. You're crossing the line by casually touching a girl's bare legs like that, do you understand? If you dared to touch other girls like that at school, your legs would be broken. She got more and more excited as she talked, her little face tense up. But what she was really thinking was, humph, Xiao Sun's hands can only touch my legs. If he dared to touch other girls like that, those girls would definitely be snatched away by him. No way. He needs to be taught a lesson so that he'll only ever dare to touch his own big white legs again. Chu Sun was completely stunned. How did she suddenly become like this? Moreover, if you say she has no sense of boundaries, doesn't she touch herself all over every day? He was patting my head, rubbing his cheek against my arm, and just now he was holding my hand tightly. This double standard is so obvious. Seeing Su Qinxue's "I'm very angry, and the consequences will be severe" expression, Chu Sun felt a little uneasy. He quickly stood up and sincerely apologized. Sister Qinxue, I'm sorry, I was really too hasty. I promise it won't happen again. Is an apology all it takes? Su Qingxue raised an eyebrow and tilted her chin high. Then what should we do? Chu Sun was somewhat at a loss. Stretch out your hand, Su Qingxue commanded. Chu Sun hesitated for a moment, but still obediently extended his left hand, which had just made a mistake. Su Qingxue stretched out her small hand and slapped the back of his hand a few times. Her hands were weak, so when she hit me, it didn't hurt at all. Instead, it felt a little itchy. But she still put on a stern face. Remember this for the future? Don't touch girls randomly. Chu Sun suppressed a laugh and nodded repeatedly. I'll remember. Unless the girl agrees. Su Qingxue added, that's the key point. No. All right. Su Qingxue nodded in satisfaction. You touched me, so according to the principle of fairness, I should touch you back. Chu Sun's mouth instantly opened into an O shape. Ah? What do you mean, huh? Su Qingxue glared at him and said matter-of-factly. Can't you understand what your sister is saying? Why can you touch me but I can't touch you? That's not fair. Chu Sun had just thought that this fragrant and soft little cake was like a younger sister who needed to be protected. Now it seems that this is not a small cake at all, but a little tigress in rabbit skin. How do I touch it? Chu Sun felt his brain wasn't working properly. I took off my short-sleeved shirt. Su Qingxue's words were concise and to the point. Isn't that a bad idea? Chu Sun instinctively covered his collar. Su Qingxue's eyes narrowed dangerously. She put her hands on her hips and took a step closer. You won't take it off? If you don't take it off, I'll go tell the older sister. I'll say your hands are inappropriate, that you're touching me inappropriately. Chu Sun. He finally understood that this little brat was determined to act like a scoundrel today. Reasoning with her is pointless, but I also know that reporting her to my older sister is nonsense. She's just scaring herself. Under Su Qingxue's threatening gaze, Chu Sun had no choice but to submit. He slowly took off his short-sleeved shirt. The little voice inside Su Qingxue's head was already screaming. I succeeded. I'm such a little genius. He was about to successfully molest Xiao Sun. When Chu Sun's shirt was completely removed, revealing his muscular upper body, Su Qingxue's breath caught in her throat for a second. She was completely stunned. Under the bright lights of the room, the boy's body was full of vibrant life. It wasn't some ugly bullfrog-like creature, but rather a perfect body full of smooth lines and explosive power. Broad shoulders, straight collarbones, and well-defined, muscular chest. What's most striking is his well-defined 8-pack abs. Each piece looked as if it had been meticulously sculpted by an artist, with sharp edges and corners, rising and falling slightly with his breath. The V-line extends from both sides of the abdominal muscles and disappears at the edge of the sweatpants, sparking the imagination. That figure is amazing. Su Qingxue felt her mouth watering. Chapter 21 Getting his abs touched. She subconsciously rubbed her hands. She straightened up and walked step by step to Chu Sun, trying her best to maintain a serious expression on her face. Then, she stretched out her fair and slender hand, as if appraising a precious work of art, and carefully touched the abs she had been dreaming of. The sensation transmitted through my fingertips was warm and hard. Chu Sun's body tensed instantly. He finally understood that this seemingly harmless little rabbit was actually trying to take advantage of him. That's terrifying. Like a lovesick woman, all sullen and aroused. Su Qingxue's fingers gently traced his abdominal muscles, feeling the clear muscle texture. The sensation was simply wonderful. The little voice inside her head was already overjoyed. I must be the first person to touch Xiao Sun's abs. Fourth sister definitely didn't touch it. Fifth sister only touched it through her clothes. I'm so excited. Moreover, this was the first time in her life that she had ever touched a man's abs. This feeling was novel and exciting, making her brain feel somewhat oxygen-deprived. She was so focused on touching it that her mouth was slightly open. Without even realizing it, glistening saliva dripped down the corner of her mouth. But she tried her best to maintain a serious expression on her face. Looking at her dazed and silly appearance, Chu Sun felt both annoyed and amused. Sister Shui, you. Stop messing around. You're already unhappy after I only touched you a few times? Su Qingxue immediately interrupted him, her tone fierce. As she spoke, she grew bolder and her hands began to move beyond just her abs. He walked upwards, touched his firm arm muscles, and poked his full chest muscles. TSK, not bad. Seeing her so engrossed in her moment, Chu Sun couldn't resist any longer. Sister Shui, you're drooling. Su Qinxue paused. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched the corner of her mouth. It's wet. My mouth is watering. And it seems there's more than that. Su Qinshue's usually serious face finally couldn't hold back anymore. With a pft, she laughed. That faint angry face instantly melted away like ice and snow, and spring flowers bloomed. She's completely stopped acting altogether. A pair of bright, sparkling eyes brazenly scanned back and forth across Chu Sun's perfect upper body. From chest muscles to abdominal muscles, and then to the V-line, not an inch is overlooked. As she watched, she let out a silly, infatuated laugh. It looked nothing like a soft and fragrant little cake anymore. Like a child who stole candy but doesn't want to admit it, or a little devil who succeeded in his plan. Chu Sun felt goosebumps rise all over his body. The contrast is too great. 1 second she was a cute little princess, pouting because she lost a game. The next second she turned into a drooling, infatuated woman. Su Qinxue finally succeeded. She made no attempt to hide her admiration, her large eyes scanning Chu Sun's upper body again and again. Xiao Sun, you're really amazing. She exclaimed sincerely, her little hand playfully poking his pectoral muscles. With such good grades, she still has time to exercise. Her figure is amazing. Chu Sun felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, like a model on a display stand, subject to observation and commentary. Can I put my clothes on now? No. Su Qinxue refused without hesitation, her tone resolute. She reluctantly withdrew her hand from Chu Sun's abs, but her eyes remained fixed on him. Isn't it normal for boys to go shirtless in the middle of summer? I'm at home, why should I be so formal with my sister? She just chatted with me for a while. Chu Sun was utterly speechless. What kind of twisted logic is this? He felt that he had no chance of resisting these older women. Su Qinxue was secretly delighted to see Chu Sun's frustrated and helpless expression. She took Chu Sun's hand and pulled him to a fluffy pink armchair in the corner of the room. The sofa is very small, it's designed to be just big enough for one girl to sit on. But Su Qinxue ignored the warnings and pulled Chu Sun along, forcing the two of them to squeeze in together. The sofa was instantly filled to the brim. The two of them were pressed tightly together. Chu Sun could clearly feel the softness and warmth of the girl's body beside him. Su Qinxue seemed to think it wasn't enough, so she adjusted her posture and naturally put her two long, white legs on Chu Sun's thighs. This posture froze Chu Sun's body. He looked down and saw a pair of slender, shapely legs encased in white over the knee stockings lying across his legs without any warning. Above that lies the absolute realm that inspires endless imagination. Chu Sun's gaze was forced to focus on Su Qinxue's feet. Wearing long socks, you can't see the exact shape of their feet. All that can be seen is a small, delicate outline that is wrapped up. Xiao Sun, how do you usually train? I also want to have a good physique. Su Qinxue's voice rang in his ears, interrupting his thoughts. She seemed completely unaware of how suggestive her posture was. As she spoke, she didn't seem to mind at all, pulling up the hem of her clothes to reveal her lower abdomen. Then, she reached out and pinched her lower abdomen, picking up a small ring of soft flesh. She pouted and said to Chu Sun with some distress, "Look at your sister Shue's little belly. She didn't exercise much during the summer vacation, and she's gotten all fat." Chu Sun glanced at it. She is indeed a bit chubby. He silently made a decision in his mind. Su Qinxue is about 170 centimeters tall and looks like she has a B cup, but she weighs 150 kilograms, which is 4 or 5 gene heavier than her fifth sister Su Lui, who is 174 centimeters tall. Compared to Su Yuyan, who is 172 centimeters tall but possesses a magnificent D-class body, she is a few pounds heavier. But Chu Sun dared not say such a thing. He had no doubt that if he dared to say she was fat, this cute little bunny would definitely bite him on the spot. It's better if they're a little chubby, they're so cute, Chu Sun said, his survival instincts kicking in. You're not a big star like fifth sister, who needs to stay that thin. No, I want to lose weight. Su Qinxue retorted stubbornly. You'll train me from now on. Okay, I'll call you when I go to the gym, and we can go together. Chu Sun had no choice but to agree. Yay! That's great. Her two long, white legs, which were draped over Chu Sun's lap, began to wriggle happily with excitement. Then, she went even further, wrapping her two slender arms around Chu Sun's neck and hanging herself on him. Little Sun, you're the best. Holding the soft, fragrant woman in his arms, Chu Sun felt like he was suffocating. Sister Qinxue, can you put your legs down? This isn't good. He wasn't afraid of anything else, but mainly he was afraid that Su Qinxue would wear a short skirt without safety shorts at home. If I accidentally see something I shouldn't, she'll definitely call me a pervert and then use that opportunity to tease me again. He was already somewhat familiar with this tactic. No way. As he expected, Su Qinxue not only didn't put her legs down, but instead swung them even more provocatively. 2 legs encased in stockings twisted and turned on his thighs. Her little head bobbed back and forth, and her bright eyes were filled with a smug look. It's as if they're saying, I'm not letting go, what can you do to me? Chapter 22, doing push-ups with 8th sister on his back. Chu Sun was completely helpless. He felt like a fish on a chopping board in front of this little tigress, completely at her mercy. Xiao Sun, how exactly do you train? Su Qinxue asked curiously, wrapping her arms around his neck. Give me a demonstration. There's no special method, it mainly involves doing some basic exercises, such as sit-ups and push-ups. Then demonstrate for me. Su Qinxue's eyes lit up. She finally got off Chu Sun, released his neck, and withdrew her long legs that had made him uneasy. Chu Sun felt as if he had been granted a pardon and immediately stood up from the small sofa to stretch his somewhat stiff body. In order to end this torture as soon as possible, he did not say a word and immediately lay down on the carpet, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, in a standard push-up position. Then, he immediately and skillfully did 10 push-ups, his movements were standard and fast, and his breathing was not disturbed at all. Su Qinxue squatted to the side, resting her chin on her hand, watching with great interest as his muscles rippled with his movements, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Suddenly, she laughed, and a new idea popped into her head. Xiao Sun, if I sit on you, can you still do push-ups? She asked with a grin. Chu Sun paused in his movement of supporting himself on the ground, then looked up at her with some surprise. Maybe, I haven't tried it. Then let's give it a try. Su Qinxue's interest was completely ignited. Chu Sun didn't have any objections. He had already taken so many advantages, so what difference would a little more make? He readjusted his push-up position, keeping his back straight. Su Qinxue was overjoyed. She walked to Chu Sun's side, looked down and studied the seat, seemingly thinking about how to sit down. How can I sit more steadily? I want to put all my weight on you. Chu Sun thought for a moment and casually said, just like riding a horse, straddle it. Upon hearing the words horse riding, Su Qinxue's mind immediately began racing with calculations. You can ride a small cruiser now. Although I was riding on his back backwards, this was a historic first step. This is a small step for Su Qinxue, but a giant leap for the 8 sisters of the Su family. She was the first person to try something new. She was secretly pleased with herself and was about to lift her legs and straddle Chu Sun's back. But just as she lifted her leg, before she could sit down, she suddenly remembered something. Her delicate little face immediately turned bright red. Soon, you can get up first, I need to go to the restroom. Chu Sun grunted in response and sat up from the ground, seemingly puzzled. Then, he saw Su Qinxue, like a frightened little rabbit, run quickly to the wardrobe, open the door, and take out something from inside. Then, blushing, she dashed into the bathroom. Chu Sun found it strange. It's just going to the toilet, what's there to be embarrassed about? I really can't understand this little rabbit's thought process. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a shower came from the bathroom. But the sound only lasted for about 20 seconds before stopping. Obviously, they're not taking a proper bath. What are they washing? Maybe they're washing their feet. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened again. Su Qinxue came out from inside. She had taken off her white over-the-knee socks and put on a pair of pink flip-flops, revealing her fair and delicate feet. The 10 toes are round and cute, and painted with black nail polish. Sister Qinxue, did you go to take a shower? Chu Sun asked curiously. Su Qinxue seemed a little embarrassed. She glared at Chu Sun, her cheeks still flushed. Don't ask. As she spoke, she walked up to Chu Sun. Chu Sun had no choice but to lie down again and assume a push-up position. Are you ready? Su Qinxue's voice carried a hint of excitement and nervousness. Chu Sun nodded. Then, he felt a soft, warm body slowly pressing down on his back. Su Qinxue finally straddled Chu Sun's back, her legs clamping tightly around his ribs. Giggle. She couldn't help but giggle, the feeling was so novel. Chu Sun felt as if a soft, warm mountain was pressing down on his back. Although the weight was not light, he could still bear it. He took a deep breath and exerted force with his arms. I did my first push-up steadily. Wow! That's amazing, Xiao Sun. Su Qingxue climbed onto his back and exclaimed excitedly. Shu Sun did not stop, and continued to do the second and the third. His movements were still standard, but his speed had noticeably slowed down. When they reached the third one, Su Qingxue lay on his back, remaining still. She suddenly said in a provocative tone, "Can you even handle this, Xiao Sun? You're too weak. You can't even carry a 100-pound older sister?" This sentence is like the most potent stimulant. No man should admit he can't do it. Provoked by her words, Shu Sun's competitive spirit was ignited. He gritted his teeth and did several more in a row. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Su Qingxue laughed louder and louder on his back. His entire supple body trembled from laughing, making it even more difficult for Chu Sun to maintain his balance. When he reached the 10th one, Chu Sun finally couldn't hold on any longer. Just then, in the second-floor corridor, twin sisters Su Jiro and Su Tingwan were about to go downstairs to get some ice cream from the refrigerator. As soon as they reached Su Qingxue's door, they could clearly hear Su Qingxue's unrestrained and boisterous laughter coming from inside. The two exchanged a glance, both inwardly realizing something was wrong. Eighth sister's laughter is really strange. Without a second thought, they rushed toward Su Qingxue's door. The door wasn't locked. The two of them pushed open the door and rushed inside. Then, they saw the astonishing scene in the room and were completely stunned. Chu Sun was shirtless, lying on the carpet. And their sweet and soft eighth sister was straddling Chu Sun's back, laughing so hard she was shaking. Hearing the door open, Chu Sun subconsciously looked up and saw two identical faces at the door, both filled with shock. His mind went blank, and he instantly lost all strength. He lay face down on the ground, motionless, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Su Qingxue. Do you even realize how flirtatious your smile is? Su Jiro pointed at her younger sister, who was still clinging to Chu Sun's back, and shouted angrily and anxiously. Su Qingxue laughed as she climbed off Chu Sun's back, her face flushed with excitement. Xiao Sun is amazing. She completely missed her sister's anger and continued sharing excitedly. He can actually do push-ups while carrying me on his back. Su Jiro and Su Tingwan's faces darkened. Seeing this absurd scene in the room, their jealousy was completely aroused. How can there be such intimate games? Eighth sister is so bold. He immediately mounted Xiao Sun. Thankfully, it was just doing push-ups while riding a small patrol car. But that's still going too far. This is only a way to deliver a strong blow. If things were to turn around next, what would happen? Both of them were so jealous they were practically going crazy. But she still had to maintain the dignity of an older sister. Su Qingxue. Chapter 23 Being taken advantage of in turns. Su Jiro rushed over, pulled Chu Sun, who was still lying on the ground, to his feet, and then dragged Su Qingxue, who was laughing carefree, aside. She put her hands on her hips, adopted the posture of an older sister, and began to lecture. What are you two doing? What kind of behavior is this? Su Tingwan also walked over. She pushed up her glasses, her gaze behind the lenses scrutinizing. Your behavior just now went beyond the scope of normal sibling interaction and constituted highly intimate physical contact. Su Qingxue and Chu Sun could only lower their heads and obediently accept the criticism from their two older sisters. There's no way around it in this family, whoever is older has the most say. This is blatant bloodline oppression. Chu Sun, on the other hand, was at the very bottom of the food chain. Just moments ago, Su Qingxue was as bold as a little tigress in front of Chu Sun. At this moment, in front of her two older sisters, she could only act like a primary school student, obediently accepting a scolding. The two older sisters took turns speaking, starting with the difference between men and women and then moving on to the negative impact. They were taught a lesson so badly that they couldn't even lift their heads. After they had finished their tirade, the twin sisters exchanged a glance. Their eyes met in mid-air, and they instantly reached a consensus. If eighth sister can go, so can I. Why do you get all the good things by yourself? Then, the two changed the subject. Su Jiro cleared her throat and revealed a malicious smile. But this game sounds pretty interesting. She said slowly. We want to play too. Su Qingxue and Chu Sun were both dumbfounded. What kind of thought process is this? The two older sisters were just criticizing them righteously, how come they changed their tune so quickly? Su Qingxue immediately spread her arms wide, like a little lioness protecting her food, and blocked Chu Sun's way. No! Xiao Sun is exhausted, he has no strength left. Just kidding, Xiao Sun's back belongs to her alone. No other woman should even think about touching him. Whether you have the strength or not is not up to you to decide, Su Zhiro said, raising an eyebrow. That's right, we'll ask ourselves. Su Tingwan echoed this. The twins were persistent, getting closer step by step. Just as the three sisters were about to start fighting, the door was pushed open again. Fourth sister Su Yuyan walked in, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She was wearing a light pink silk slip dress. Because she had just woken up, her skirt was a little wrinkled and her hair was a little messy. But this did not diminish her beauty, on the contrary, it added a touch of languid charm and allure. After doing that strenuous exercise before lunch, her body felt numb and tingly all afternoon. After lunch, I took a shower and rushed back to my room for a nap. I was only just woken up by the noise outside. What happened? Why is there so much noise? She asked, yawning. The twin sisters, upon seeing Su Yuyan, immediately ran over to her as if they had found their pillar of support and their patriarch. Su Zhiro embellished the story and described what had just happened. Su Youyan's face darkened after hearing this. She walked up to Su Qingxue, her eyes filled with a hint of reproach. Qingxue, how could you do this? She spoke in the tone of an elder sister. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? If word gets out that you're doing this, people will gossip about you. A man and a woman alone in a room, with such intimate physical contact. How offensive. Su Yuyan spoke with utmost seriousness and righteous indignation. Chu Sun, who was standing to the side, almost burst out laughing. Sister Yuyan, you're such a good actress. He silently complained to himself. I don't know who it was that ate me completely, or even ate me twice within 24 hours. How dare you say such a thing now? Just when Chu Sun thought Su Yuyan would end the topic there, she changed the subject. However, Su Yaoyan's gaze fell on Chu Sun's bare, well-built upper body, a barely perceptible glint of desire flashing in her eyes. If Xiao Sun gives me a ride too, then this matter will be fair, and I'll pretend it never happened. Yes, yes, yes. We want some too. The twins immediately agreed. Su Qingxue was so angry that her face turned red, and she almost jumped up on the spot. Fourth sister. Didn't you just say that it would have a bad impact if this got out? That's true, but as I said, it's only when it gets spread that it has a negative impact. If we prevent it from spreading, won't that solve the problem? She glanced around at the people in the room and smiled. Aren't we all on the same side here? Su Qingxue still wanted to resist. But how could she possibly withstand the combined suppression of her three older sisters on her own? Su Yuyan, Su Zhiro, and Su Tingwan, the three older sisters, lifted Su Qingxue onto her princess bed, which was piled with dolls, one on each side. Then, they started tickling her. The main targets were her most ticklish areas, her armpits and the soles of her delicate feet. Ah, no. Stop tickling me, I surrender. I surrender. Su Qingxue's laughter and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the room. In the end, she had no choice but to surrender. She was pouting like an incompetent wife, looking like she was about to explode with anger. She could only console herself with an AQ mentality. Well, I'm the first one anyway. I, as your wife, have given my consent before you can tease my husband. Purely a form of psychological victory. Having gotten rid of Su Qingxue, the three older sisters rubbed their hands excitedly, their eyes fixed intently on the only man in the room. Chu Sun felt like a lamb to the slaughter, surrounded by three hungry wolves. Good sisters, I just did 10, I'm really exhausted, I don't have that much energy left. Su Zhiro was the first to object. She put her hands on her hips, walked up to Chu Sun, and poked his firm pectoral muscles with her finger. What? You have the strength to carry Qingxue, but not us? You're being unfair. Exactly. This is discrimination. Su Yuyan also joined in the commotion. Chu Sun was completely baffled. Can I rest for a few minutes? I need to recover some health. Can. The three older sisters exchanged glances and readily agreed. 10 minutes later, Chu Sun finally felt himself recover. He stretched his arms. Meanwhile, on the bed, the three older sisters were already waiting impatiently. Their eyes were sparkling. Su Qingxue sat to the side, still pouting, her soft little mouth agape. She knew she couldn't stop them, so she had to settle for second best. Xiao Sun is very tired. 5 each is enough for you. Don't do any more. Okay, 5 it is. The 3 older sisters readily agreed. Anyway, the key is not how many times to do it, but the process itself. Su Yuyan was the first to step forward. She straightened her silk nightgown and wore a charming smile. She walked up to Chu Sun and waited for him to lie down again. Then, she sat cross-legged on Chu Sun's broad back. Beneath the soft silk nightgown were her plump, pert buttocks, the amazing softness of which Chu Sun could feel very clearly. However, Chu Sun did not react much. After all, I have already experienced this wonderful feeling in every aspect. Let's begin, Xiao Sun. Su Youyan's voice carried a hint of amusement. Chu Sun gritted his teeth and began doing push-ups. The first one, the second one. Chapter 24, Xiao Sun's first kiss was taken away. Su Yuyan sat steadily on his back. As he moved up and down, the hem of her nightgown swayed slightly, revealing her long, slender, and fair legs. I finished the 5 push-ups quickly. Su Yuyan dismounted from Chu Sun's back, a satisfied smile on her face. She wiped the sweat from Chu Sun's forehead. Our little Sun is really amazing, his boyfriend power is off the charts. Chu Sun's ears turned red instantly. Satisfied, Su Yuyan stepped aside, and it was Su Tingwan's turn next. The twin sisters have a regular fitness routine, doing yoga or running every morning, and their core strength is much stronger than that of the average girl. Su Tingwan pushed up her glasses. Unlike Su Yuyan, she didn't sit cross-legged but knelt directly on Chu Sun's back. This move requires even greater balance. Su Yuyan and Su Jiro immediately stood on either side of her, ready to support her at any time to prevent her from falling. Chu Sun began to exert his strength. Su Tingwan knelt on his back, giggling softly as he moved up and down, clearly finding it very stimulating. 5 push-ups, completed successfully. Finally, it was the last one's turn, and also the one who knew how to create the most trouble, the 7th sister, Su Jiro. Her eyes darted around, and a wicked idea popped into her head. She first imitated her 4th sister and sat cross-legged on Chu Sun's back. Just as Chu Sun was doing his first push-up, pushing his body up, Su Jiro suddenly screamed ah, and tilted her body, pretending to lose her balance and about to fall. Su Tingwan, who was standing nearby, quickly caught her. Oh dear, sister, you're so clumsy. I can't do this. Su Jiro said with a look of annoyance. Then, she tried to kneel on Chu Sun's back, just like Su Tingwan. This movement requires a high level of core strength, but with Su Jiro's physical abilities, she can complete it with ease. But she used the same trick again. Just as Chu Sun had managed to stand up a little, she deliberately swayed and pretended to fall down again. No, this is too difficult. She frowned, looking troubled. Then, she turned to look at Chu Sun, giving him a pitiful look. Xiao Sun, your older sister is a bit clumsy and has a poor sense of balance, so we can only use the safest method. You don't want your older sister to fall and get hurt, right? Of course, you should be careful. Chu Sun believed it to be true and even reminded her with concern. Then, the next second, he felt his body being tightly embraced from behind by a soft and hot body. Su Jiro lay completely on Chu Sun's back. 2 slender, long legs wrapped around his waist, and 2 arms passed directly under his armpits, encircling his chest. This pose is the epitome of intimacy. The other 3 sisters in the room were dumbfounded. Chu Sun was also completely stunned. This is the safest move. Su Jiro pressed her cheek against Chu Sun's back, her voice filled with a smug laugh. That way I definitely won't fall. 7th sister is a bit weak, so you'll have to be a little more tolerant of her. Su Tingwan rolled her eyes dramatically. This woman really knows how to have fun. What a pretentious act of feigning weakness. Her core strength is clearly greater than his own, how could she possibly be unbalanced? She's blatantly taking advantage of Xiao Sun. Su Qinxue, on the other side, was furious. How dare she? How dare she? I've never done this move before. These older sisters have so many tricks up their sleeves. No. She must do these actions with Xiao Sun in the future. Chu Sun was thus tightly surrounded by Su Jiro like an octopus, and did 5 push-ups. Fortunately, Su Jiro is the lightest among the sisters. Although she is 172 centimeters tall, she only weighs 93 kgs, which is even a bit too thin. Therefore, Chu Sun's mission was not too difficult. Just as this absurd yet enchanting game was coming to an end, a head suddenly peeked into the room through the doorway. It's Su Xiaogung. He looked inside and was completely stunned. What did he see? Chu Sun, that pretty boy, was lying shirtless on the ground. And seventh sister Su Jiro, that great beauty from the Shanghai Dramatic Arts Academy, was actually lying on top of him and hugging him tightly. The fourth and sixth sisters standing nearby not only did not stop them, but also watched with great interest. Sisters, what are you doing? Su Xiaogung's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Helping Xiao Sun get some exercise, Su Tingwan replied without changing her expression. Su Xiaogung's lips twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. Exercise? Is this how you exercise? He walked into the room, his gaze sweeping over Chu Sun's well-defined 8-pack abs, his eyes practically overflowing with jealousy. How many did you make? He asked sourly. 5 for each person, Su Tingwan replied. I can do it too. Su Xiaogung immediately puffed out his chest and said loudly. Sisters, I can carry you while doing push-ups too. Although Su Xiaogung had not deliberately built muscle, he was, after all, someone who worked in the underworld. He often gets into fights and brawls, and he also plays basketball frequently, so he thinks he has the strength for that. However, as soon as he said this, the faces of the sisters in the room, who had been in high spirits, instantly changed. The expressions on their faces became somewhat cold and expressionless. No one responded to him, they all seemed completely uninterested. It made it seem like they really just wanted to help Chu Sun exercise. Aren't they all just thinking about how to take advantage of Xiao Sun? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Su Xiaogung felt a little embarrassed. He gritted his teeth and, imitating Chu Sun, took off his short-sleeved shirt. He wanted to prove that he was no less capable than Chu Sun. However, when he took off his shirt, revealing his body underneath, the air in the room froze instantly. As expected, the big star Su Luo was right, she has a keen eye for people. Azure Dragon on the left, White Tiger on the right. 2 crudely made tattoos, bearing their fangs and claws, clung to his dark skin, looking incredibly comical and ugly. Moreover, Su Xiaogung often goes out partying and has an irregular lifestyle, resulting in very poor skin condition. Not only is it dark-skinned, but it also has all kinds of acne, and there are many acne scars on its back that can't be removed. There were no obvious muscle lines on his body, only a thin layer of rib meat. Compared to Chu Sun, whose physique rivals that of a male model, his appearance was practically a public execution. The older sisters were all dumbfounded, their faces showing disbelief. This is so ugly. Su Xiaogung is actually quite handsome, I'd give him an 8 out of 10. While he's not quite as good as Chu Sun's 9.5, he's still quite good looking. However, Su Xiaogung was outclassed by Chu Sun by 10 blocks in terms of skin care, appearance, demeanor, figure, and aura. They all instinctively turned their gaze back to Chu Sun's pleasing figure, to cleanse their eyes. No one spoke. The scene was quite awkward at one point. Furthermore, there was a faint, unpleasant smell emanating from Su Xiaogung, a mixture of sweat and tobacco. An awkward silence hung in the air. Sisters, who wants to experience this? Su Xiaogung was still there, proudly displaying his skinny figure, completely unaware of the strange atmosphere. Everyone remained silent, no one spoke. The older sisters' gazes were fixed on Chu Sun, as if looking at Su Xiaogung even once would be an eyesore. Su Xiaogung's smile faltered. He could only turn his pleading gaze to Su Tingwan, the sixth sister among the sisters present, who was slightly kinder to him. Sixth sister, why don't you give it a try? Su Tingwan was extremely unwilling when her name was called. But unlike her other sisters, she didn't show her dislike on her face. She hesitated for a moment, but still reluctantly agreed. All right. She said it calmly. After all, he's my younger brother. I can't just ignore him in front of so many people. Su Xiaogung was overjoyed to hear this. See? Sixth sister still loves me after all. She's on my side. She is the key to my future success in seizing power in the Su family and getting rid of that pretty boy Chu Sun. He was secretly pleased with himself, and immediately lay down on the carpet, getting into a push-up position. Then, the problem arose. What position should we use? Su Xiaogung was really looking forward to it, hoping that sixth sister could also hug Chu Sun intimately like seventh sister had done earlier. But looking at his back covered in acne scars and ugly tattoos, Su Tingwan felt that she was not really willing to be in any of his positions. Especially Su Jiro's embracing posture just now, she'd be more than willing to do it with Chu Sun, but with Su Xiaogung. Su Tingwan silently rejected it in her heart. At this moment, Su Qinxue, who was standing nearby, was very observant and took out a pair of brand new disposable slippers from the cabinet next to her and handed them to Su Tingwan. Su Tingwan understood immediately. She took off her flip-flops and put on these clean disposable slippers. Then, she walked up to Su Xiaogang and said expressionlessly, "I'm standing on you now." Although Su Xiaogang was somewhat disappointed, he still forced himself to say, "Come on." Su Yuyan and Su Jiro walked over one on each side, took Su Tingwan's hands, and helped her maintain her balance. Su Tingwan carefully placed her feet on Su Xiaogang's back. Hiss. Su Xiaogang felt a tremendous force coming from his back and couldn't help but gasp. In fact, Su Tingwan weighs only 95 pounds, which is nothing for an adult male who exercises regularly. But Su Xiaogang didn't exercise deliberately. He indulged in all sorts of vices, including wine, women, money, and power, and his body was already completely drained. He was truly weak. He gritted his teeth and struggled to do his first push-up, his whole body swaying. Then there's the second one, in terms of strength and stability, which is completely incomparable to Chu Sun's performance just now. By the third one, Su Xiaogang's entire arm began to tremble violently, and his face turned bright red. Then, he lost his balance, his arms went limp, and he collapsed onto the carpet with a thud. Su Tingwan, who was standing on his back, suddenly lost her support, cried out in surprise, and fell forward uncontrollably. Ah! She was about to fall face down onto the carpet. At the critical moment, Chu Sun, who had been standing to the side, reacted extremely quickly. He took a step forward, spread his arms, and precisely blocked the direction from which Su Tingwan would fall. The gold-rimmed glasses, during the violent movement, slipped off the bridge of his nose and fell to the ground. Then, Su Tingwan bumped into Chu Sun's arms and was caught firmly by him. The immense impact forced Chu Sun to take a step back. In that split second, due to inertia, Su Tingwan's face slammed heavily into Chu Sun. Then, her fragrant lips suddenly pressed tightly against Chu Sun's lips. Soft and warm. Boom! The entire room seemed to have been paused. All the women present were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Chapter 25. Soft, fragrant lips. Su Yaoyan's charming peach blossom eyes were filled with shock. She instinctively covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing. Su Qinshua's cute little face turned deathly pale instantly. Her big eyes widened in shock, and her heart felt like it had been clenched so tightly that she could hardly breathe. How could this happen? Xiao Sun's first kiss. Su Tingwan, who was being held tightly in his arms, was completely stunned. The sensation on my lips was clear and real. Chu Sun's mind went blank. He could feel the stiffness and trembling of the girl in his arms. He quickly separated his lips from Su Tingwan's, and then carefully and gently placed her on the bed next to him. The entire venue remained deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Just then, Su Xiaogang, who was lying on the ground, finally got up. He was stunned when he saw this, and then a nameless anger surged up to his head. He angrily pointed at Chu Sun and shouted, "Chu Sun! What kind of hooligan are you?" He rushed forward, looking indignant, and reached out to push Chu Sun. "It's all because you're too useless." Su Qinshuo was the first to react. She rushed in front of Chu Sun, blocking Su Xiaogang, and retorted angrily. "If you weren't so useless, would Sixth Sister have fallen down?" Su Xiaogang was speechless after being rebuked, and his arrogance immediately diminished by half. Knowing he was in the wrong, he could only apologize softly. I just lost my balance. I'm sorry, Sixth Sister." But at this moment, no one cares about him anymore. All eyes were focused on the distraught girl on the bed. Su Tingwan's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Her usually calm and rational face was now filled with shame, panic, and helplessness. She dared not look at anyone, especially Chu Sun. She suddenly stood up from the bedside, said nothing, lowered her head, and fled the room. After Su Tingwan ran out of the room, the entire Pink Princess room fell into an eerie silence. Chu Sun remained standing there, somewhat at a loss. He subconsciously raised his hand and gently touched his lips. It seemed as if Su Tingwan's scent still lingered on it. "It smells so good and it's so soft. It carries a faint, minty, refreshing scent." He could even feel a little bit of her saliva still lingering on his lips, making them moist. That kiss came too suddenly, too unexpectedly. He didn't react at all. "Chu Sun! You filthy scoundrel!" Su Xiaogang's roar shattered the silence in the room. He pointed his finger at Chu Sun and continued his moral judgment. "What did you do to my sixth sister? Give me back my sixth sister's innocence." He cursed a few times, only to find that no one paid any attention to him. The attention of the other three older sisters was all on Chu Sun and Su Tingwan, who had just run out. Feeling bored, he rolled his eyes and came up with another idea. Humph. If you won't take care of it, I will. He put on an air of righteous indignation. I'll go comfort my sixth sister right now. I'll give her a warm hug from her younger brother. As he spoke, he strode out of the room. He was making his own plans. Su Tingwan wears glasses, is so beautiful, and has a great figure, yet she has never had a boyfriend. Maybe she's a lesbian and has no interest in men at all. Now that her first kiss has been stolen by that scoundrel Chu Sun, she must be heartbroken, probably secretly crying in her room. If her own younger brother were to go in now, give her a warm, reassuring hug, comfort her, and offer her guidance. Sixth sister will definitely be extremely grateful to me, and from then on, she will completely stand by my side. The more he thought about it, the more flawless his plan seemed. He was a genius. He arrived at Su Tingwan's door, straightened his clothes, and composed himself. Then he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Sixth sister, open the door, it's me, Xiao Gung. There was no response from inside the room. Sixth sister, don't be sad. Chu Sun is just a scoundrel. Don't be upset because of him. Tell your brother if you're upset, and he'll stand up for you. The room remained deathly silent. Su Xiaogang could not hear any sound. He was secretly delighted. See? I told you she was definitely crying terribly, she couldn't even speak. Then, an even more wicked thought popped into his mind. He twisted his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. He quietly took out his phone and opened a group chat that he had pinned to the top of his chat list long ago. Meanwhile, in Su Qingshue's room, the atmosphere remained heavy. The three older sisters, Su Yuyan, Su Jiro, and Su Qingxue, all had complex emotions written on their faces. There was shock, but more than that, there was jealousy and envy. Why should I? Why the sixth sister? Chu Sun stood in the center of the room, his mind a complete mess. His mind was filled with the unexpected kiss from earlier, and Su Tingwan's flushed face, filled with panic and shame, as she ran out. What should I do? His voice was a little hoarse as he asked his three older sisters present. Should I go apologize to her now? Won't she be very sad and heartbroken? That seems to be her first kiss. I did have a problem, I was too hasty and didn't dodge. He was filled with guilt. In his heart, Su Tingwan had always been a calm, rational, and serene older sister. He couldn't imagine how much turmoil such a calm person would experience after going through something like this. Su Yuyan and Su Qingxue didn't know how to answer. Although they usually had a good relationship with the quiet and gentle Su Tingwan, they couldn't figure out what the intelligent and clever sixth sister really felt about Chu Sun. Therefore, they didn't know whether Su Tingwan was feeling sad, angry, or something else. But Su Jiro, as Su Tingwan's twin sister who had spent 20 years with her, knew her sister very well. Heartbroken? Grieved? How could that be? Su Jiro rolled her eyes inwardly. Based on her understanding of Su Tingwan, that reserved woman was probably hiding in her room right now, hugging her pillow and secretly laughing. She might still be savoring the feeling of that kiss. But she couldn't say it outright. She saw Chu Sun looking so guilty he was practically dying of self-reproach. She stepped forward, gently patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Xiao Sun, don't think too much about it. It was an accident. Nobody expected this to happen. Don't let her cold demeanor fool you, sixth sister isn't actually that fragile. Let her have some peace and quiet for a while. Once she's calmed down, go talk to her properly at dinner time and clear things up. Chapter 26 Su Xiaogun's Complaint. Hearing Su Jiro's words, Chu Sun felt a little more at ease. Meanwhile, Su Yuyan vented her jealousy on Su Qingxue. She glared at Su Qingxue and scolded, "It's all your fault. You always have so many tricks up your sleeve. You had to do this push-up game, and now look what you've done." Su Qingxue was already upset because her sixth sister had kissed Chu Sun, and now she was scolded by her fourth sister, making her feel even more aggrieved. She pouted, her eyes reddening, but she didn't dare to argue back. After Su Yuyan finished cursing, she felt a little better. She exchanged a glance with Su Jiro and then walked out of the room together. Only Chu Sun and Su Qingxue remained in the room. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Su Qingxue sniffed, walked to Chu Sun's side, and whispered, "Xiao Sun, it's all my fault." She hadn't finished speaking. Buzz. Buzz. Both of their phones vibrated almost simultaneously. It's a WeChat message notification sound. The two instinctively picked up their phones. The screen lit up, showing a pinned family group chat called A Loving Family. A new message suddenly appeared on the screen. The person who sent the message was Su Xiaogang. The message content is: reporting to all the sisters, parents. Something terrible just happened. Chu Sun kissed sixth sister. He made her cry. Sixth sister is crying alone in her room right now, she's heartbroken. I tried to comfort her outside the door for a long time, but she wouldn't open it. Chu Sun is so awful. I saw this message. Chu Sun and Su Qingxue's pupils contracted sharply at the same time. All 8 sisters in the Su family have pinned this family group chat, which is called A Loving Family, to the top of their chat list. And no one had enabled Do Not Disturb mode. Therefore, Su Xiaogang's distorted and fabricated message was seen by everyone the moment it was released. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire family group chat exploded instantly. The first to react were the 4th sister, Su Yuyan, and the 7th sister, Su Zhiro. Their expressions changed the moment they saw the message. That's Su Xiaogang. How could he spout such nonsense? Su Yuyan was so angry that she trembled all over. She had just witnessed the whole thing. It was clearly Su Xiaogang's own incompetence that caused this accident. Now he's actually turning around and blaming Chu Sun for everything. At the same time, Su Yuning, the 2nd sister who was far away in Shanghai, and Su Lui, the 5th sister who was on her way to a performance, also saw the news at almost the same time. Both of them simultaneously posted a question mark in the group chat. Su Yuning? Su Luoi? They all found it unbelievable. In their memory, Chu Sun had always been a sensible and well-behaved younger brother. How could he do something as outrageous as forcibly kissing someone? Could it be? When Xiao Sun reached puberty, he acted impulsively and couldn't resist. The idea flashed through their minds, but they quickly dismissed it. Impossible, Xiao Sun isn't that kind of person. When the eldest sister, Su Qiqi, who was handling business at the company, saw the message, her brows furrowed tightly. Unlike the others, she didn't express her emotions first. Instead, she asked a question directly in the group chat, her tone carrying the authority and calmness of an elder sister. Su Qiqi at Su Yuyan at Su Zhiro, what's going on? She tagged her 2 younger sisters at home. Upon seeing her older sister's mention, Su Yuyan immediately activated voice input. She didn't want to type because typing couldn't fully express her anger at that moment. Big sister. Don't listen to Su Xiaogang's nonsense. Her voice, filled with barely suppressed anger, reached the ears of everyone in the group via voice message. Then, she recounted the whole story in her fastest possible voice. From Su Qingxue's suggestion to play a push-up game, to Su Xiaogang's failure to show off, and then to the accident that happened when Chu Sun was trying to save someone. She spoke clearly and logically. After listening to Su Youyan's voice message, there was a few seconds of silence in the group. Then, Su Xiaogang jumped out again. He remained defiant, attempting to continue his sophistry. Even if I couldn't hold on, Chu Sun could have easily tilted his head when he went to help me. Why didn't he tilt his head? He did it on purpose. He just wanted to take advantage of 6th sister. I feel so sorry for 6th sister. Being bullied like this by him. His unreasonable and sophistry thoroughly enraged 7th sister Su Zhiro. Su Zhiro, Su Xiaogang, don't talk nonsense. Do you understand what a close call is? In that situation, who would have thought their lips would touch? Xiao Sun's first reaction was definitely to save them. Do you think everyone is like you, with dirty thoughts in their head? Su Zhiro typed extremely fast, firing off a barrage of questions like a machine gun, leaving Su Xiaogang speechless. The atmosphere in the group chat suddenly became tense and confrontational. In the end, it was the eldest sister, Su Qiqi, who stepped in and brought the situation under control. Su Qiqi, okay, stop arguing. I already know what happened. Su Qiqi at Su Yuyan at Su Zhiro, you 2 go and comfort Tingwan and Xiaoshuan first. Su Qiqi, we'll deal with this when my parents and I get home tonight. After the eldest sister finished speaking, the group finally quieted down. Su Qiqi put down her phone, rubbed her aching temples, and felt utterly exhausted. She was worried about her 6th sister, Tingwan, and Chu Sun. These 2 kids must have just had their first kiss. This kind of accident will probably leave a lingering resentment in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Sigh, it's all Su Xiaogang's fault. He insisted on putting on a show of wealth and caused so much trouble. What a troublemaker. In Su Qingxue's room. Chu Sun and Su Qingxue looked at the messages on their phone screens, both of them with grim expressions. especially Chu Sun. He never imagined that Su Xiaogeng's thoughts could be so vicious. Not only did they distort the truth to his face, but they also openly slandered him in the family group chat, in front of all the elders and his sister. How could he do this? Su Qingxue was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. He went too far. How could he say that to you? Looking at Chu Sun's tense face, she felt both angry and heartbroken. Su Qingxue was about to cry from anger. Firstly, she felt jealous because Xiao Sun had stolen her first kiss. On the other hand, she felt that Xiao Sun definitely didn't want to kiss Su Tingwan either, so she felt sad for Xiao Sun. Little Sun. Su Qingshue's voice, trembling with sobs, came from beside her. Chu Sun turned his head and saw that the eighth sister, who had just been like a protective little lioness, now had a pair of big red eyes. Her small hands gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her lips were pursed, and her face was full of self-blame and guilt. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for insisting on playing that game. I've ruined you and sixth sister. She sobbed, her tears making a mess of her delicate and lovely face. Chapter 27 Secretly Licking Lips. Chu Sun felt a deep pang of heartache. He raised his hand and gently, carefully wiped away the tears on her cheeks with his fingertips. It's not your fault, it has nothing to do with you. How can it be nothing? If I hadn't suggested playing games, none of this would have happened. Now Mom, Dad, and your sisters have all misunderstood you. Su Qingxue cried even harder. They won't misunderstand me. Chu Sun looked into her eyes and said earnestly. Sister Yu Yan and Sister Jiro are both here. They will explain clearly. The person who should be scolded is Su Xiaogeng, not you. He looked at Su Qingxue, feeling a mix of emotions. When she was flirting with me just now, she acted like a female hooligan. Now that things have blown up, she's turned back into the little sister who blames herself for the smallest things and hides away to cry. What a lovely and endearing little rabbit. Okay, stop crying, or you'll look like a little kitten. Chu Sun patted her head gently in a tone that sounded like he was coaxing a child. Su Qingxue sniffed, looked up at him with teary eyes, and asked softly, Xiao Sun, aren't you angry with me? Why would I be angry with you? Chu Sun smiled. His words of comfort worked, and Su Qingxue's emotions finally stabilized somewhat. Meanwhile, in Su Tingwan's room. She locked herself in her room. Her cheeks flushed, and she raised her hand, her fingertips gently and tremblingly touching her lips. There are still traces of another person's warmth and touch there. Soft, warm, with a clean and refreshing scent unique to young people. She even felt that a trace of his scent remained on it. That kiss was a complete accident. But this unexpected event made her heart flutter. Just then, the phone screen lit up. The caller ID reads, Big Sister. Su Tingwan tried her best to make her voice sound normal. Hey, Big Sister. Tingwan, how are you now? I'm fine. Su Tingwan's voice sounded muffled, with a slight nasal tone, as if she had just been crying. She was pretending on purpose. Su Qiqi believed it and softened her tone. I saw the message in the group. Yu Yan told me everything. Don't take it to heart. It was just an accident. Xiao Sun didn't do it on purpose. Yes, I know. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Su Qiqi seemed to have considered his words carefully before speaking again. You and Xiao Sun, did you just touch each other lightly, or did you really kiss? This question struck Su Tingwan instantly. Her face turned red. She subconsciously stuck out the tip of her tongue and gently licked her lips. The top really does still have the flavor of Xiao Sun. It's sweet, with a hint of saltiness from just having exercised. This thought caused her mind to go completely blank for a moment. Speaking into the phone in an almost dreamlike voice, she honestly replied, Really, we kissed. I think all of my drool went into Xiao Sun's mouth. After saying that, she felt so ashamed that she wanted to disappear into the ground. Su Qiqi on the other end of the phone was obviously taken aback. She probably hadn't expected such deep contact. She immediately imagined sixth sister looking utterly ashamed and mortified. She subconsciously felt that the two of them were still children, and that they must be feeling embarrassed and sad in this situation. Tingwan, listen to me, this really was just an accident. You and Xiaoshuan shouldn't feel guilty. You should rest well first, and talk to Xiaoshuan after you've calmed down. Don't leave any unresolved issues behind. Okay. I understand, big sister. After hanging up the phone, Su Tingwan leaned against the door, feeling completely exhausted. She slowly removed the gold-rimmed glasses from her nose. She stuck out her tongue again and licked her lips very slowly and carefully, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. 1 second, 2 seconds. Then, a small, barely suppressed smile bloomed on her lips. The smile grew whiter and whiter. Finally, she couldn't help herself, hugged her knees, buried her face in her arms, and let out a giggle. First kiss. It was with Xiao Sun. Although it was an accident, it seems not bad at all. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking startled Su Tingwan. Sis, open the door, it's me. It was Su Jiro's voice. Su Tingwan immediately wiped the expression off her face, quickly put on her glasses, and resumed her aloof and dejected appearance. She walked to the door, gathered her emotions, and then opened it. Su Jiro, standing outside the door, raised an eyebrow when she saw her slightly red and swollen eyes, her gloomy expression, and her dejected look as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. Su Jiro entered the room and closed the door behind her. She didn't say anything, just crossed her arms and looked at Su Tingwan with a leisurely air. Su Tingwan knew she had gotten the better deal, so she could only continue acting, keeping her head down and looking like she didn't want to talk. All right, stop pretending. Su Jiro finally spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of mockery. Sis, what are you pretending for in front of me? Su Tingwan's heart skipped a beat. She looked up and pretended to be confused, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Have no idea? Su Jiro walked up to her, reached out her finger, and gently poked her cheek. Have you been hiding in your room, secretly enjoying yourself for a long time? I don't. Su Tingwan immediately retorted. Not yet? Su Jiro seemed to be able to see through everything about her. Tell me honestly, are you still not satisfied? How many times have you licked your lips since then? Boom! Su Tingwan felt as if her cheeks were burning up. They've been exposed. To be completely exposed by the person who knows you best in the world. She angrily slapped Su Jiro's hand away, shouting in a fit of rage, Su Jiro. That was my first kiss. How could you say such a thing to your sister? Her voice rose a few octaves because of her guilty conscience, making it sound utterly intimidating. Su Jiro wasn't buying it at all, she just smiled at her, looking like she knew everything. The two of them just stared at each other. Su Tingwan's forced, sorrowful face began to crack inch by inch under Su Jiro's knowing gaze. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. She burst out laughing. Okay, you understand me best. Su Tingwan stopped pretending. She plopped down on her bed, hugging her pillow, a smile she couldn't hide on her face. Su Jiro was furious when she saw her love-struck expression. Well done, Su Tingwan, you've really gotten the better deal. Su Jiro walked over and pinched her burning cheek. She was rescued by a young hero and had her first kiss stolen for nothing. Then she acted like a victim whose world had collapsed. She got the benefit but pretended to be innocent. Ha ha. Chapter 28 The secretly sexy older sister. Su Tingwan blushed even more after her secret was exposed. She buried her face in the pillow and said in a muffled voice, You can only be envious. I'm envious? What do I have to envy? Su Jiro was sharp-tongued, but secretly she was incredibly jealous. Why should I? Why did this quiet guy have to get such a good thing? Despite having the most tricks up her sleeve and flirting the hardest, she didn't even manage to get a word in edgewise. Sixth sister, on the other hand, did nothing and got it done in one go. You're just jealous. Su Tingwan lifted her head from the pillow, licked her lips again, and looked like she was savoring the memory. It feels pretty good. You. Su Jiro pounced on her in anger and started tickling her. You're such a closet pervert. Ha, stop fooling around, Jiro. The two sisters were laughing and playing together on the bed. After playing around for a while, Su Jiro finally stopped. She lay down next to Su Tingwan, her expression suddenly becoming serious. Sis, let's get serious. Xiao Sun is probably still blaming himself. He must feel guilty because he took advantage of you. Plus, with Su Xiaogang making such a scene in the group, he must be under a lot of pressure right now. My older sister just called Xiao Sun, and I heard it. Although he said he was fine, his tone sounded very guilty, as if he had made a huge mistake. Upon hearing this, Su Tingwan's smile gradually faded. Yes, he's secretly enjoying himself here, but Xiao Sun must be having a very hard time. He's so kind and cares so much about his sister's feelings. After something like this happened, he must have taken all the blame upon himself. You need to find an opportunity to talk to him and make things clear. Su Jiro looked at her and said earnestly. Su Tingwan nodded. I know, I will tell him. She paused, then added somewhat shyly, but I definitely won't tell him I'm happy. Why? What about my reputation? Su Tingwan glared at her, her cheeks flushed. How embarrassing. This kind of thing should be kept secret and enjoyed by oneself. Su Jiro shook her head helplessly at her hypocritical expression, still burning with jealousy. She got out of bed and prepared to go back to her room. This seemingly reserved but actually passionate woman is incredibly lucky. Just as Su Jiro had predicted, Chu Sun was indeed lying alone on his bed, his mind a complete mess. He stared at the ceiling, his mind replaying the unexpected kiss from that afternoon over and over again. The soft touch of Su Tingwan's lips, her faint fragrance, the trembling she felt when she fell into his arms. Everything was crystal clear. The more he thought about it, the deeper his guilt became. That was Su Tingwan's first kiss. It was taken away by my own absurdity. The way she ran out was so panicked and helpless. You must be feeling sad and heartbroken alone in your room right now. How should I apologize to her later? Should I just say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to? Isn't it too abrupt? Will she think of herself as a frivolous hooligan? Chu Sun scratched his head in frustration, cursing Su Xiaogang 100 times in his mind. Before I knew it, the sky outside the window gradually darkened. As evening approached, a noise came from the villa's gate. It was Mom and Dad and her eldest sister, Su Qiqi, returning home. Not long after, the nanny, Zhang Ma, called from downstairs, Dear young masters and ladies, dinner is ready. Chu Sun sighed, sat up from the bed, straightened his clothes, and walked out of the room with a nervous heart. In the corridor, the doors to the sisters' rooms opened one after another. As soon as Chu Sun stepped out, he saw Su Tingwan walking out of the room diagonally opposite. The two were about 10 meters apart, and their eyes met briefly in the air. In just a second, as if electrocuted, the two simultaneously looked away, both appearing extremely embarrassed. Su Tingwan's cheeks flushed instantly. She lowered her head and quickly walked towards the stairwell. Chu Sun watched her retreating figure, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Forget it, I'll apologize to her privately after we finish eating. The group gradually arrived at the restaurant downstairs. The long dining table was already laden with a sumptuous spread of dishes, their aromas filling the air. Su Jiro's eyes lit up when she saw the feast on the table. She picked up her chopsticks and prepared to start eating. Etc. Sitting in the main seat, her mother, Wen Qingyun, stopped her. Let's eat together when Xiao Gung comes down. Su Jiro pouted and complained softly, so many rules. This is the dining etiquette in large families, you can't start eating until everyone has arrived. In particular, the person who loves Su Xiaogang the most in this family is his mother, Wen Qingyun. She felt a deep sense of guilt towards her son, whom she had lost and then found again. She always felt that if they hadn't accidentally lost him back then, he wouldn't have suffered so much outside and turned out to be the scoundrel he is now. Therefore, no matter what Su Xiaogang does, she subconsciously wants to make up for it and indulge him. Su He and Wen Qingyun observed Chu Sun and Su Tingwan discreetly. Both of them had their heads down and looked listless, but nothing particularly unusual was noticeable. The couple exchanged a glance and decided to wait until after dinner to talk to each of them about the matter properly. Just then, a series of curses and swears came from the stairs. Damn! Do you even know how to play? You idiot support! Su Xiaogang finally came downstairs. He walked slowly while playing games on his phone, constantly swearing. He pulled out a chair, plopped down, and kept his eyes glued to his phone screen. Everyone at the table was waiting for him. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Sui, sitting in the main seat, frowned and said in a deep voice, Dinner's ready. Put your phone down. Almost done, this game will be over soon. Su Xiaogang replied without looking up, his fingers flying across the screen. Sui's face darkened, but seeing the pleading look in his wife's eyes, he ultimately said nothing more. He said to everyone, let's not wait any longer, let's start eating. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaogang's game finally ended. Damn it, we finally won. He cursed, casually tossed his phone onto the table, and without saying a word, picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a large piece of braised pork, and stuffed it into his mouth, wolfing it down with loud smacking noises. At the dinner table, Su Yuyan, Su Jiro, Su Qinxue, and the other older sisters were practically rolling their eyes to the heavens. The way they eat, the way they behave, it's disgusting to even look at them. Chapter 29 Intertwined Fingers. The atmosphere at the dining table became even more eerie after Su Xiaogang's arrival. This is a long mahogany dining table, laden with a dazzling array of dishes. Steamed grouper has white flesh, garnished with shredded ginger and scallions, and drizzled with hot oil, making it very fragrant. The black pepper beef ribs were served with a few florets of broccoli. The matsutake chicken soup was still bubbling and steaming. There are also crystal shrimp balls, crab roe tofu, and lotus root stir fry. Every dish is a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Chu Sun was seated in the middle, with Su Yuyen on his left and Su Qinxue on his right. And directly opposite him was Su Tingwan. This seating arrangement made him feel like he was sitting on the judge's bench. He lowered his head and silently ate the white rice in his bowl. Occasionally, he could sense a complicated gaze directed at him from the other side. He couldn't help but look up, and his eyes met Su Tingwan's. Su Tingwan blushed, and like a startled deer, she quickly lowered her eyes. Chu Sun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered his head, pretending to concentrate on eating. The others at the table all noticed this brief and awkward eye contact, each with their own thoughts. When Qin Yun and Su He exchanged a worried look. Su Qinxue pouted, feeling a pang of jealousy. In the eerie silence, Su Tingwan suddenly moved. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out with her chopsticks, picked up a piece of tender steamed fish, and carefully placed it into Chu Sun's bowl. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. After making this gesture, she acted as if she had accomplished some extraordinary task, quickly withdrawing her hand and lowering her head, not daring to look at Chu Sun again. In Chu Sun's bowl, a single, glistening grain of white rice was still clearly stuck to the piece of fish. That was something she accidentally brought over with her chopsticks. Su Tingwan also saw the grain of rice and immediately felt even more ashamed. This action is too intimate, it's like something a couple would do. In a moment of impulsiveness, she quickly reached out with her chopsticks to pick up the unsightly grain of rice. Chu Sun gently stopped her chopsticks with his own. 2 pairs of chopsticks lightly touched in mid-air. Then, he picked up the piece of fish with rice on it, calmly put it in his mouth, and slowly chewed it. Su Tingwan's heart was melting. A warm and sweet feeling instantly washed over my entire body. Looking at Chu Sun's gentle profile, she couldn't help but smile slightly. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by Su Qinxue, who was standing nearby. The jar of old vinegar in her heart was completely overturned. No! She wants some too. Not to be outdone, Su Qinxue immediately took action. She also reached out with her chopsticks and picked up a glass shrimp ball. Then, she deliberately used her chopsticks to stick several grains of rice from the bowl onto the shrimp balls. She placed the extra shrimp ball into Chu Sun's bowl. "Xiao Sun, you should eat this too, it's delicious." Chu Sun looked at the shrimp ball in his bowl, which had 3 or 4 grains of rice stuck to it, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. These older women. Then I ate the shrimp balls too. Su Qinxue then gave a satisfied hum, feeling slightly better. Dinner ended in this strange atmosphere, tinged with both undercurrents and a hint of sweetness. After dinner, the family moved to the sofa in the living room. Su He and Wen Qin Yun went upstairs, presumably to discuss how to handle the afternoon's events. Su Xiaogang slumped in the single sofa, continuing to play games on his phone, occasionally uttering a few curse words. The sisters sat in 2s and 3s, each playing on their phones, with only Su Xiaogang's gaming voice echoing in the living room. Chu Sun sat in the corner, his mind uneasy. He would steal glances at Su Tingwan sitting not far away from time to time. She was looking at her phone quietly, appearing exceptionally serene and beautiful. He knew he had to talk to her. He mustered his courage, stood up, and walked to Su Tingwan's side. "Listen to Sister Wan." Su Tingwan looked up from her phone screen and saw it was him. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Shall we go for a walk?" Chu Sun's voice was a little hoarse, and he tried his best to make his tone sound more natural. All eyes in the living room instantly turned to the two of them. Su Tingwan's heart skipped a beat. She looked into Chu Sun's sincere yet slightly nervous eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he softly said "Oh" and stood up. She had just changed her clothes. She wasn't wearing the same tracksuit as she did that afternoon. She wore a black pleated mini skirt, revealing her legs, which were truly works of art. She was wearing a pair of small black leather shoes. She exudes both a pure, academic vibe and an unintentional, sexy charm. Night had completely enveloped the Su family's manor. Chu Sun and Su Tingwan walked side by side on the cobblestone path. The evening breeze was cool, lifting Su Tingwan's skirt and hair. A silence fell between them, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. In the end, it was Chu Sun who broke the silence first. "Sixth sister, about what happened this afternoon?" I'm sorry." Su Tingwan also stopped. She shook her head, her clear eyes shining brightly in the moonlight. Why are you apologizing? Her voice was soft and gentle. I know you didn't do it on purpose. I know you did it to save me. Without you, I would have fallen really badly. Come to think of it, I haven't thanked you yet. Hearing her say that, Chusun finally felt relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief and a genuine smile appeared on his face. It's good that you're not angry. Why would I be angry? Su Tingwan suddenly tilted her head playfully, then changed the subject. However, in fact, I should be the one apologizing. Huh? What are you apologizing for? A sly smile curled at the corners of Su Tingwan's lips. She leaned forward a little, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Chusun with a hint of pride. Was that your first kiss? Chusun's mind went blank. First kiss? His mind was filled with the image of Su Yaoyan's charming and beautiful face. Yesterday and today, in her room. Whether it's a teasing peck before it begins. It was still a passionate and lingering deep kiss during the process. Or perhaps it's a kiss that lingers afterward, leaving a lingering aftertaste. He and Su Yaoyan's lips had touched countless times. Let alone 50 times, it might not even work 100 times. How could it be his first kiss? But, can he say this fact? Looking into Su Tingwan's eyes, Chusun felt extremely guilty. He opened his mouth, but could only awkwardly look away, not daring to look at her again. Silence is the best answer. In Su Tingwan's view, Chusun's flushed cheeks and evasive eyes were the best proof of his shyness and acquiescence. Her initial smugness instantly swelled into immense pride and joy. She got it. She won Xiaosun's first kiss. Oh dear, our little Sun is shy. She spoke in a deliberately teasing tone, but the sweetness in her heart seemed to be overflowing. Looking at Chusun's innocent and helpless appearance, she found him extremely cute. This unexpected event was truly wonderful. The awkward atmosphere completely dissipated with her joking remark. The two continued their walk side by side on the path, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. They chatted about funny things at school, the movies they'd recently watched, and other trivial everyday matters. Su Tingwan was in a better mood than ever before, and she talked more than usual. As she walked, her hand inadvertently touched Chusun's fingers hanging by his side. They separated quickly, in just a moment. Chusun felt the soft touch, which made him feel a little numb. He glanced at Su Tingwan subconsciously. She was looking at the road ahead, her profile soft and beautiful under the light, as if nothing had happened. After a while, when their arms came close again, Su Tingwan's hand accidentally touched hers once more. This time, the stay was a little longer than last time. Her fingertips lightly, tentatively, traced across the back of his hand. Chusun's heart began to race uncontrollably. He knew that Su Tingwan was doing it on purpose. This woman, who usually seems the calmest and most rational, actually has a very charming side. He did not dodge. Even the next time her hand touched him, he quietly spread his fingers slightly apart. Chapter 30 Big G. This time, Chusun's fingers took the initiative and gently hooked around hers. Su Tingwan's body stiffened slightly, and then her fingers turned around and intertwined with his. Their hands finally met. Her hands were soft, small, and slightly cool. But it quickly warmed up in Chusun's warm palm. In front of Su Tingwan, Chusun felt that he had gained a slight advantage. This feeling is wonderful. He held her hand, and neither of them spoke, simply feeling the warmth and heartbeat emanating from the other's palm. Oh, right. Su Tingwan suddenly remembered something. The Ferrari that eighth sister gave you is too eye-catching, it's not suitable for everyday driving. I haven't shown you the G-Class one gave you yet. You can drive it to school when you go to college, just keep a low profile. Chusun couldn't help but laugh. The G-Wagon doesn't seem like it's exactly low-key, does it? That's already considered very low-key. Su Tingwan said matter-of-factly. Otherwise, what do you want to drive? Su Xiaogan's little electric scooter? At this point, both of them couldn't help but laugh. The image of Su Xiaogang riding a small electric scooter is truly striking. Come on, I'll take you to see the car. Su Tingwan took his hand and walked towards the garage. The Su family's garage is very large, with more than a dozen luxury cars of all kinds parked inside. In the most prominent position, there was a brand new Mercedes-Benz G63 parked. Su Tingwan pulled Chusun and opened the back door of the car. Come in and have a seat. Chusun immediately got in, and Su Tingwan followed suit, bending down to sit down as well, before closing the car door. In the cramped space, only the clearly audible sounds of their breathing and heartbeats could be heard. The air was filled with the faint fragrance emanating from Su Tingwan. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. At this moment, Su Tingwan turned slightly to face Chu Sun, and her already impressive curves were outlined even more breathtakingly. Chu Sun didn't know where to look. I haven't had time to get my driver's license yet, and I don't know how to drive. Su Tingwan looked at him, a sly glint in her clear eyes. Then, will you drive me? Chu Sun was completely stunned. He wondered if he had misheard. What is she saying? Seeing Chu Sun's dumbfounded expression, Su Tingwan chuckled. She reached out and gently tapped his forehead with her finger. Don't get me wrong, I can teach you to drive. That's what she said, but her shimmering eyes and slightly flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. The temperature inside the carriage seemed to rise a few degrees. I learn things very slowly. Chu Sun felt his mouth and tongue were getting dry. It's okay, I'm patient. Su Tingwan spoke softly, her gaze slowly shifting from Chu Sun's eyes to his lips. I can teach you step by step, starting from the very basics, such as how to shift gears, how to press the accelerator. I will let you experience what true driving pleasure is. As she spoke, she unconsciously moved a little closer to Chu Sun. Chu Sun looked at the face so close to his. Looking at her slightly parted red lips, as if inviting someone to taste them, his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Su Tingwan's hormones were surging wildly. Her cheeks were flushed a lovely pink, and her breathing became a little rapid. Those eyes, at that moment, seemed to be veiled with a layer of mist, both dreamy and captivating. She looked at Chu Sun, mustered all her courage, and her voice trembled. Xiao Sun, is it all right? This question has neither a subject nor an object. But Chu Sun immediately understood what she meant. But he got a little scared. I just had my first time with Su Yuyen yesterday. The next day, it will be. That's too fast. Chu Sun felt something was amiss. He wasn't ready yet. Sister Wan, this isn't quite right, is it? However, Su Tingwan showed unprecedented persistence. She looked at Chu Sun with a dazed expression, clearly having reached a critical point. She shook her head, her voice so soft it could melt your heart. It's not what you think. I want to help you, and then you help me too, that's all. Chu Sun was stunned. Help you? Help me too? What does this mean? Just as he was wondering, Su Tingwan smiled. When you were playing games during the day, I noticed your little hobby. As she spoke, she slowly bent down. This movement caused her already short pleated skirt to right up, revealing an even larger expanse of her snow-white thighs. It was a bit stuffy in the car, and it was the middle of summer. I was so stupid to wear these little leather shoes and get all sweaty. I should have worn sandals. Then, he saw Su Tingwan extend her slender fingers and unfasten the buckles on her delicate little leather shoes. She took off her shoes and tossed them onto the footmat. Then, she hooked her fingers around the edge of the white socks and slowly pulled them down. When the socks were completely removed, her small, delicate foot was exposed to Chu Sun without any cover. The feet are perfectly shaped, and the toes are round and cute. Chu Sun's eyes were completely captivated. He felt his throat was even drier. What hobbies could I possibly have? My hobbies are playing basketball and reading books, that's all. Su Tingwan couldn't help but laugh when she saw his eyes practically glued to something, yet he was still stubbornly refusing to admit it. She extended her index finger and gently shook it near Chu Sun's lips, squinting her eyes. Little Sun is naughty, he's learned to lie. Her voice was soft and alluring, each word like a feather, gently scratching at Chu Sun's heart. Chu Sun's pretense was exposed by her words, and his face turned red instantly. He was somewhat embarrassed and helpless, and had no choice but to surrender. Sister Tingwan, you're amazing, you figured that out? Of course. Su Tingwan's face was full of smugness. She gently placed her smooth foot on the leather seat, her toes playfully curling slightly. I remember, when we were playing King of Glory in the living room this afternoon, you seemed to be using yours to fight against mine. But mine is much more agile than yours. You lost that fight badly. Chu Sun felt all the blood in his body rushing to one place. He couldn't take it anymore. He looked into Su Tingwan's dazed eyes and said in a hoarse voice, let's lock the car doors. Su Tingwan's eyes lit up instantly. A smug smile spread across her face as she almost impatiently pressed the central locking button. With a click, all the car doors locked. She then skillfully pressed another button, and the tint of the car window quickly darkened, forming a layer of anti-peeping film that was completely opaque from the outside. All right. She turned her head and winked at Chu-sun. Now, nobody knows we're doing something bad, Sun. Fortunately, the G-class has enough space in the back. Chapter 31 Helping Each Other. Chu-sun could no longer restrain himself. He reached out, grabbed Su Tingwan's neck, pulled her close, and kissed her fiercely. This time, it was Chu-sun who took the initiative. He was no longer that passive, shy boy. The temperature rose sharply in the confined space. The moonlight and lamplight outside the car window could no longer reveal even a glimpse of the enchanting spring scenery inside. As agreed, the two exercised great restraint. An hour later, Chu-sun got out of the car first, then reached out and helped Su Tingwan out. The two had been walking outside for an hour. If they didn't go back soon, their families would definitely become suspicious. Su Tingwan's legs were very sore and weak, and her feet even cramped up a bit, making it almost impossible for her to stand. She leaned entirely on Chu-sun, and was only able to stand up with difficulty thanks to his strong left hand supporting her. The two slowly walked towards the main building of the villa. As he approached the door, Chu-sun glanced down at Su Tingwan in his arms. Under the light, her cheeks were as red as apples, her eyes were somewhat unfocused, and she looked both guilty and satisfied. Sister Tingwan, you look like you've just done something bad. Before he could finish speaking, Su Tingwan extended her index finger and gently pressed it against his lips. Shu. Her voice was soft and alluring. From now on, just call me Tingwan in private. Chu-sun nodded, okay. The two tidied themselves up before pushing open the door and entering the living room. The living room was brightly lit. The whole family was there, including Su-hee and Wen-Xingyun, who had just come downstairs. When they saw them return, everyone's eyes turned to them. Chu-sun and Su Tingwan acted very naturally. They walked over to the sofa and sat down, as if they had just gone out for a very ordinary walk. The two chatted naturally, talking about interesting things at school, and their relationship seemed even closer and stronger than before. That unexpected kiss in the afternoon seemed to have left no trace of resentment between them. This scene left the others in the living room somewhat bewildered. Especially Su Xiaogung. He frowned, staring intently at Chu-sun and Su Tingwan. What happened? Shouldn't these two people be very embarrassed? Shouldn't Chu-sun feel so guilty that he dare not look at Sixth Sister? Shouldn't Sixth Sister be too heartbroken to talk to him? How come it seems like the relationship is even better now? Impossible. Su Xiaogang was completely incredulous. There's definitely something fishy going on between these two. Su-hee and Wen-Xingyun also looked puzzled. They had thought the two children might have some issues, and were even planning to have a heart-to-heart talk with them, but now it seems they were overthinking it. At this moment, Su Yuyen picked up 2 slices of apple from the fruit plate and handed them over. Here, it's freshly cut, and it's very sweet. Su Tingwan naturally took a piece, took a bite, and said indistinctly, "Thank you, fourth sister." Chu-sun also extended his right hand and took the other piece of apple. But he just held the apple in his hand and didn't eat it. Su Yuyen found it a bit strange and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Upon hearing this, Su Tingwan turned to look at Chu-sun, her eyes filled with a smile. Chu-sun immediately said, "Eat, of course I'll eat." As he spoke, he brought the apple to his mouth and took a big bite. It's delicious. He chewed a few times, and after finishing, he even sucked on his finger. Seeing his action, Su Tingwan couldn't help herself anymore, lowered her head, and secretly laughed. This scene left everyone else even more confused. Xiaosun, Tingwan, come and sit down. When Xingyun waved to them, wanting to ask about what happened in the afternoon, Su Tingwan said, "Mom, I'm going upstairs to change my clothes. It's over 30 degrees Celsius outside, and I'm all sweaty from walking around." Chu-sun also stood up. "Yeah, me too, it's sticky and uncomfortable." After saying that, the two went upstairs one after the other. The bewildered crowd was left in the living room. Su Tingwan quickly returned to her room and locked the door behind her. She practically rushed into the bathroom and then closed the door. She leaned against the door, sat on the toilet seat, and let out a long sigh of relief. The bright lights in the bathroom illuminated her flushed cheeks. She took off her little leather shoes and white knee-high socks. It was probably because of the hot summer weather and the fact that I had been in the car for so long. Both of her feet were sweaty and sticky, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Su Tingwan was barefoot, stepping on the tiled floor. She soaked her sweaty little leather shoes directly into a bucket of water next to her. Then, she looked up at herself in the mirror. The girl in the mirror wore gold-rimmed glasses, her face was flushed, her eyes were sparkling, and her lips were slightly swollen. She exuded a seductive charm from head to toe. She recalled everything that had just happened in the car, still clutching the pair of white socks she had just taken off. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. He laughed happily and contentedly. As if possessed, she brought the socks to her nose and gently smelled them. Then, she didn't intend to throw the socks into the bucket to wash them as well. Instead, they found a clothes hanger and carefully hung the socks up in a hidden corner. These socks will be retired from service from now on. It has a more important use. Then, Su Tingwan took a bottle of mineral water, intending to rinse her mouth, but after thinking about it, she swallowed it instead, as she was just too thirsty. Meanwhile, Shu Sun returned to his room. He closed the door and sat down at his desk. His right hand appeared translucent under the light. I had just squeezed that juicy apple, and some moisture was still left. Shu Sun liked to eat sweets and also enjoyed drinking milk tea and eating fruit. He subconsciously put the fingers of his right hand into his mouth again and sucked on them gently. He felt a little thirsty, and his mouth and tongue were a bit sore. Maybe I was too tired from walking for too long. Shu Sun took an unopened bottle of mineral water from the side. He unscrewed the cap, but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, he took a big gulp and gargled in his mouth. After doing all this, he tilted his head back and drank the remaining half bottle of mineral water in one gulp. After drinking the water, Shu Sun felt the heat in his body subside somewhat. He changed into clean pajamas before going downstairs again. Coincidentally, just as he reached the top of the stairs, Su Tingwan's door opened. She also changed her clothes, wearing a loose white t-shirt and gray cotton shorts. She was wearing a pair of pink flip-flops. Her insteps and toes still had a faint, lovely pink hue. Their eyes met in the corridor, and instead of the previous awkwardness, there was a tacit understanding between them. They all developed a new skill, to remain calm and collected after doing something wrong. Chapter 32: Preparing to move out. For Chu Sun, today's experience was truly different. Being with my fourth sister, Su Yuyen, is direct. But his relationship with his sixth sister, Su Tingwan, was indirect. Watching a reserved yet passionate girl slowly melt away in front of him, revealing her most fiery and passionate side. The thrill of that contrast, and the sense of conquering a highly intelligent woman, gave him a feeling of satisfaction, a feeling that fueled his youthful vigor and high hormone levels. The two walked down the stairs side by side, their expressions calm. In the living room, when Xing Yun saw them come down and said, "Xiao Sun, Tingwan, come to the study for a moment. Your father and I have something to talk to you about." They've arrived. Shu Sun and Su Tingwan exchanged a glance, both understanding the situation. The two followed their parents into the study on the second floor. The study was decorated in an antique style, with an entire wall of mahogany bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. Sui sat behind his large desk, his expression as serious as ever. When Xing Yun sat on the sofa to the side. "Please sit down." Sui pointed to the two chairs in front of the desk. Shu Sun and Su Tingwan sat down, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Sui spoke first, regarding what happened this afternoon. "I'd like to hear your own thoughts." When Xing Yun chimed in, "Tingwan, Mom knows you must be upset. When something like this happens, girls always suffer a bit." Before she could finish speaking, Su Tingwan interrupted her with a blank look on her face. "This afternoon? What's up this afternoon?" She blinked her clear eyes, feigning innocence. When Xing Yun and Su He were both stunned for a moment. Her reaction was completely unexpected. Su Tingwan actually didn't care anymore. It was just an accidental kiss, wasn't it? Compared to what just happened in the car, that was like a game played by kindergarten kids. They just kissed so hard their lips were practically raw, and then they did something a million times worse than kissing. Now, when she talks about that accidental kiss, she just finds it a little funny. When Xing Yun was even more surprised to see her daughter looking like she had completely forgotten about the incident. She tentatively reminded him, "It's about you and Xiao Sun, that accident." "Oh." Su Tingwan seemed to finally remember, and clapped her hands in sudden realization. "You mean that accidental kiss? I thought it was something serious." "Mom, Dad, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. It's nothing at all. Neither Xiao Sun nor I are petty people. Besides, if Xiao Sun hadn't reacted quickly, I would have definitely fallen flat on my face and scraped my cheek. Compared to him, I should be thanking him." After she finished speaking, she changed the subject, and her face showed obvious dissatisfaction. To be honest, it's all Su Xiaogeng's fault. He didn't have the ability, but he insisted on being strong. In the end, he couldn't hold on and even turned around and blamed others, spreading nonsense in the group. It's really too much. Upon hearing her daughter's blunt accusation against Su Xiaogeng, Wen Qingyun's expression immediately changed. Her deep-seated doting on her biological son led her to subconsciously begin to protect him. Tingwan, he's still your brother, how can you say that about him? Wen Qingyun's tone carried a hint of reproach. He has suffered hardships outside since he was young, and he doesn't understand many things. As his older sister, you should be more accommodating to him. I'm not wrong, it was his problem to begin with. Su Tingwan's stubbornness flared up. What she couldn't stand was her mother's unconditional favoritism. If you do something wrong, you should admit it. That's the most basic principle, isn't it? It has nothing to do with whether he is my brother or not. You child. Seeing that the mother and daughter were about to start arguing, Chusun immediately spoke up, taking all the blame upon himself. Uncle, aunt, this is actually my fault. The situation was too urgent at the time. I was only thinking about catching Sister Tingwan as soon as possible, and I didn't think things through, which led to that accident. Sixth sister said those things to protect me. If anyone is to blame, it's me. His words not only gave his parents a way out but also protected Su Tingwan. The atmosphere in the study finally eased a bit. Sui gave Chusun a deep look, his eyes filled with complex emotions. His adopted son was indeed more than 100 times better than his biological son in terms of interpersonal skills. But he felt it was related to upbringing, and that if he trained Su Xiaogeng like Chusun, he would surely be able to become a handsome and talented person. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, since neither of you cares, let's leave it at that. In the future, you should still be mindful of your behavior at home." That matter was considered closed. After the conversation ended, when Qingyun stood up, preparing to leave the study. As she passed Chusun, she paused, looked at him, and said in a complicated tone, "Xiaosun, you're a good boy." As she spoke, she sighed softly, her eyes revealing an emotion that Chusun couldn't quite articulate. Chusun could clearly sense that his mother's attitude towards him had changed since Su Xiaogeng returned. On the surface, she still seemed to care about him as much as before, showing concern and warmth. But that kind of maternal love that comes from the heart and is without any impurities seems to be missing something. There was an added layer of politeness, and a hint of distance. Chusun could actually understand. After all, women are emotional creatures. It's impossible not to feel a sense of unease when you discover that the son you've raised with such care for 18 years isn't your biological child. Especially after her biological son returned, the contrast and the guilt she felt made her situation even more complicated when facing herself. In contrast, the father, Suhi, remained as stern and unsmiling as ever. Chusun thought to himself silently. After this summer vacation, I will be going to university. It's time to move out. He never wanted to live under the same roof as Su Xiaogeng anymore. That guy was like a fly, always bothering him, and it was so annoying. Leaving is better for everyone. He and Su Tingwan walked out of the study together. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. They did not return to the living room, but instead went back to their respective rooms. Chusun went to the room, closed the door, and collapsed onto the bed. He felt very tired. Today was such an exciting and mentally exhausting day. It all started with that unexpected kiss in the afternoon. From Su Xiaogeng's slander to the hour-long heartfelt exchange between Su Tingwan and Su Xiaogeng in the car that night. Finally, I had to force myself to stay alert and deal with my parents' interrogation. His nerves were on edge all day. Chapter 33: A Ruthless Plan. Meanwhile, in Su Xiaogeng's room. Bang! A ceramic cup was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Fuck! That son of a bitch! Su Xiaogeng's face turned ashen. He just found out from a servant. After Chusun and Su Tingwan came out of the study, nothing happened to them. Their parents didn't blame them at all. How is that possible? A man and a woman kissing in broad daylight, isn't that a big deal in a large family like the Su family that values family tradition? Su Xiaogeng couldn't understand it. What he couldn't understand even more was that Chusun and Su Tingwan, those two adulterers, seemed to have an even better relationship than before after their walk. They were incredibly close. Could it be that that unexpected kiss led them to develop feelings for each other? Su Xiaogeng became angrier the more he thought about it. He thought that even if his move couldn't get rid of Chusun, it would at least create a huge rift between him and Su Tingwan. This made Su Tingwan feel that Chu Sun was a scoundrel who took advantage of others, and thus she disliked him. Ironically, it became their catalyst. Chu Sun. Chu Sun. Su Xiaogang gritted his teeth as he muttered the name, his eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. He couldn't understand why he was the rightful young master of the Su family, his parents' biological son, and his sister's younger brother. Why is everyone siding with Chu Sun, that fake? Just because he's good at pretending? Good at flattering people? No. If things continue like this, he will eventually have no place in this family. He had to come up with a way to completely ruin Chu Sun's reputation and make him despised by everyone. He probably can't do it on his own. After what happened today, his older sisters must all have a problem with him now, and they're all wary of him. He needs allies. An ally who is equally unpopular in this household and equally dissatisfied with the status quo. Suddenly, a face appeared in his mind. My brother-in-law is Zhang Junnan. A smile slowly crept onto Su Xiaogang's lips. He took out his phone, found Zhang Junnan's contact information, edited a message, and sent it. Brother-in-law, are you asleep? I need to talk to you about something. Would it be convenient for you to come out for a bit? My phone vibrated shortly after I sent the message. It was Zhang Junnan's reply. Not yet, is there anything I can help you with? This is important, and it's not convenient to talk on the phone. I'll wait for you in the gazebo in the back garden. After sending the message, Su Xiaogang changed his clothes and quietly slipped out of the room. The night was deep, and the back garden of the Su family manor was quiet and deserted. Su Xiaogang sat alone in the pavilion and lit a cigarette. His face looked particularly gloomy amidst the swirling smoke. Not long after, a figure hurried over from a distance. It's Zhang Junnan. Xiaogang, what's the rush that's calling me so late? As soon as Zhang Junnan entered the pavilion, he asked. He looked somewhat nervous and uneasy. Brother-in-law, don't be nervous, sit down. Zhang Junnan sat down opposite him. He had only met his brother-in-law, who had just returned home, a few times, let alone had any relationship with him. Brother-in-law, I know you must be wondering why I'm looking for you, Su Xiaogang said slowly, exhaling a smoke ring. I'll get straight to the point, I'm here to seek cooperation with you. Cooperate? Zhang Junnan was even more confused. Su Xiaogang smiled and stubbed out his cigarette on the stone table. Brother-in-law, do you know what mom and dad are planning to do with me? He asked mysteriously. Zhang Junnan shook his head. They plan to change my nationality to Nigerian. What? Zhang Junnan was taken aback. Go to Africa? Yes. A smug look appeared on Su Xiaogang's face. With black citizenship, I can take the entrance exams there as a foreign student. If I get into the top 5% in their country, I will be eligible to be recommended to a 986 or 212 university in China. He felt incredibly pleased to see Zhang Junnan's shocked expression. You may not know this, but our technology level is so advanced that it's like a game changer for the exams here. Cheating is impossible to detect. This is much more convenient than going through the hard work of taking the IELTS or TOEFL and then spending a lot of money to send your child abroad to study. Moreover, my parents are reluctant to let me be too far away from them. After all, I have been wandering outside for 18 years. Su Xiaogang paused deliberately at this point, observing Zhang Junnan's reaction. Zhang Junnan's mind raced. He instantly understood the Su family's plan. That was a brilliant move. Not only could it allow Su Xiaogang to easily obtain a diploma from a prestigious university, but it could also keep him by her side. It seems that Su He and Wen Qingyun really intend to raise their lost and found son properly. Most importantly, my parents said that once I graduate from a 985 university, they will let me join the family business and start getting involved in the core business. What mom and dad didn't say was that the future heir of the Su family would be chosen between Su Xiaogang and Su Qiqi. As for Chu Sun, he has been completely excluded. This idea exploded in Zhang Junnan's mind. His mind was in turmoil. Su He and Wen Qingyun actually valued this scoundrel's son to such an extent. He knew that Su Xiaogang, in the future, was a major competitor in the selection of Su Qiqi's successor. Heir. That's the heir of the Su family, the most prominent family in Jiangnan. He, the son-in-law who married into the family, lived like a dog in the Su family. But as soon as Su Xiaogang, this little hoodlum, came back, he immediately became a candidate for the crown prince. Zhang Junnan was jealous of Su Xiaogang's good luck, and also jealous of Chu Sun. Ever since he learned that Chu Sun was a fake young master, his attitude towards Chu Sun has completely changed. He used to be able to comfort himself by thinking that his sisters were good to Chusen because he was their own brother, and that it was normal sibling affection. But what about now? Without blood ties, those beautiful younger sisters all looked at Chusun with almost drooling eyes. The scene at the dinner table where Su Tingwan and Su Qingxue were vying to serve food to Chusun deeply stung him. On what grounds? Why is Chusun the center of attention and adored by everyone, even though they are both men? And what about him? Not to mention other younger sisters clinging to him, even his own wife, Su Qiqi, treats him like he's invisible. They have been married for 3 years and still sleep in separate rooms. Su Qiqi wouldn't let him touch her at all. Once, he accidentally bumped into her changing clothes in her room. Before he could even see what was happening, she rushed up and slapped him hard across the face. Get out! Zhang Junnan will never forget the cold and disgusted look in Su Qiqi's eyes at that time. He clearly didn't see anything. He, the so-called eldest son-in-law of the Su family, was nothing more than a tool used by Su Qiqi to handle company miscellaneous affairs and silence outside gossip. Thinking of this, Zhang Junnan secretly clenched his fist inside his sleeve. So, brother-in-law, we can work together. I know your ambitions, and I also know that your situation in the Su family is not good. To tell you the truth, fourth sister's future husband, Lin Tian from the Lin family of Jiangnan, has already formed an alliance with me. Would you like to join us? Su Xiaogang extended an olive branch. Zhang Junnan's heart skipped a beat. Lin Tian joined too? He felt as if a shortcut to power had appeared before him. On one hand, he continued to be trampled under Su Qiqi's feet, treated like a beast of burden, with no hope of ever rising above his circumstances. On the other hand, there are those who support the new crown prince's ascension to the throne and become meritorious officials who helped him rise to power. There's absolutely no need to hesitate about this choice. I do, Zhang Junnan blurted out almost immediately. I am willing to join you and support you as the future successor. Very good. Su Xiaogang smiled with satisfaction. But brother-in-law, you should think this through. My opponent is your wife, my eldest sister Su Qiqi. I understand. Zhang Junnan's eyes turned sinister. She never treated me as her husband. He began to pour out his grievances to Su Xiaogang. I help her with her work at the company, I'm busy like a dog every day, but what does she do? She has never trusted me. She never lets me access core documents or important meetings. I feel like I'm just a senior assistant she keeps. I've had enough of this kind of life. Zhang Junnan's tone was full of resentment. Very good. This was exactly the attitude Su Xiaogang wanted. The two have now officially formed an alliance. However, there is a premise before I officially compete with my eldest sister. What premise? We must get rid of Chusun, that thorn in our side, first. A ruthless glint flashed in Su Xiaogang's eyes. As long as he is still in this house, my sister's hearts are with him, and I can't do anything at all. Zhang Junnan nodded in deep agreement. What do you want to do? Su Xiaogang leaned close to his ear. Go and steal a few of the eldest sister's underwear or panties, and put them in Chusun's room. Then, find another opportunity to tell your older sister that you think you saw Chusun secretly taking her things. When the time comes and he is caught red-handed, my eldest sister will be furious and will definitely think that Chusun is a pervert and a voyeur. Even if mom and dad protect him, my eldest sister will never tolerate him and will definitely kick him out of the house. After hearing the plan, Zhang Junnan hesitated. This method is too insidious. Chapter 34 Exercise with the eldest sister. And without Qi's permission, I can't even get into her room, Zhang Junnan said, looking troubled. That's your business, and it's also your pledge of allegiance. Su Xiaogang's face turned cold. Why don't I go myself? Because of what happened this afternoon, my sisters are definitely suspicious of me. Now everything I do will be scrutinized by them. So, it has to be you, the one who looks honest and least likely to do such a thing, to do it, so that they will believe me. You decide what to do. Su Xiaogang stood up and patted Zhang Junnan on the shoulder. Once the matter is settled, you'll be one of my princelings. When I inherit the Su family, you'll definitely get your share of the benefits. If it can't be done, then let's pretend our conversation never happened. After saying that, Su Xiaogang stopped looking at him and disappeared into the night. Zhang Junnan was left alone, sitting on the stone bench, his expression shifting. Zhang Junnan returned to his room and collapsed onto the bed. His heart was still pounding wildly. Su Xiaogang's plan, like a malignant tumor, took root in his mind. He stole his older sister's underwear and framed Chu Sun for it. If this succeeds, Chu Sun will be completely finished. But what if it gets exposed? Zhang Junnan dared not imagine the consequences. Su Qiqi would definitely tear him apart. That's too risky. He couldn't even get into Su Qiqi's room. 3 years into their marriage, that door was harder for him to enter than the imperial palace. He couldn't get his hands on Su Qiqi's underwear at all. What to do? Should we give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? No. Zhang Junnan's mind conjured up Su Qiqi's icy face. The scene of Chu Sun being surrounded by his sisters. A surge of humiliation and jealousy reignited in his chest. He cannot give up. He wanted to become a superior person, to crush Su Qiqi, this high and mighty queen, beneath him. But if you can't get into the room, how can you steal things? Zhang Junnan paced back and forth in the room in frustration. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. Just because you can't get it in the room doesn't mean you can't get it elsewhere. Clothes always need to be washed, right? After washing, you still need to dry it in the sun, right? The Su family's balcony is so big, and so many clothes are hanging there. He could simply take one of the clothes that Su Qiqi had washed and was hanging out to dry on the balcony. It went unnoticed by anyone. This method is much safer and more reasonable than sneaking into the room. Yes. Let's do it. Zhang Junnan's heart instantly raced with excitement. He seemed to have already seen his bright future. He will become a core member of the Princeling faction. Once Su Xiaogang, the true young master, successfully becomes the heir, Zhang Junnan will be the #1 contributor to this success. At that time, Su Qiqi, the queen who was ousted from the throne, would be completely at his mercy. She will become a gentle and docile wife. Every day, I warm his bed, serve him tea and water, and do his laundry and cook for him. She would even take a nice bath every night and wait obediently in bed for him to come home from get off work. After making love to each other, the two embraced and drifted off to sleep. Su Qiqi would cry and beg him to let her give birth to several big, fat sons for him. He. As Zhang Junnan thought about it, his mouth almost twisted into a grin, and he was drooling. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. The next day was the weekend. Su He and Wen Qingyun went to the company early in the morning. They are all very busy, and only get 1 day off a week. It's rare to have peace and quiet at home. Most of the older sisters stayed in bed. 7th sister Su Zhiro and 8th sister Su Qinxue simply enjoy sleeping in late. As for the 4th sister, Su Yuyan, and the 6th sister, Su Tingwan, they were sore and weak from being tormented by Chu Sun yesterday that they couldn't get up at all. Su Xiaogang was also fast asleep in his room. Chu Sun got up promptly at 8 o'clock in the morning. Get ready to start his colorful day. After he finished washing up, he stood on the second-floor corridor and habitually glanced downstairs. At first glance, his gaze was completely captivated. The eldest sister, Su Qiqi, and her brother-in-law, Zhang Junnan, were having breakfast in the restaurant downstairs. Su Qiqi is very different today. It was rare for her not to wear that aloof professional suit. Instead, she wore a black spaghetti strap dress. One of the shoulder straps had slipped down to her arm, revealing her rounded shoulder. Her back was even more revealing, with almost her entire beautiful back exposed to the air. The skirt had an extremely high slit, extending all the way up to the upper thigh. She sat casually on the edge of the table, one long leg crossed, completely bare. She was wearing a pair of black stiletto heels with straps. That languid yet sexy vibe just goes straight to your eyes. It's indescribably alluring. Reference image by Su Qiqi. Chu Sun noticed that Zhang Junnan pretended to accidentally drop his earphones on the ground. Then he squatted down to pick it up, but his eyes secretly glanced at Su Qiqi's feet and calves. The earphones landed perfectly at Su Qiqi's feet. Just as Su Qiqi was about to help him pick it up, Zhang Junnan had already squatted down. Xiang is confused. That sleazy and guilty look made Chu Sun feel disgusted. He went downstairs. Xiao Sun, you're up? Come and have breakfast. When Su Qiqi saw him, her eyes lit up, and she waved to him. Chu Sun walked over and naturally sat down in the seat next to Su Qiqi. A faint, sweet fragrance unique to married women wafted into his nostrils. Come with me to exercise later. Su Qiqi used a fork to pick up a piece of fried egg, put it in his mouth, and said while chewing. I heard from them yesterday that you went to the gym with them? Speaking of which, I haven't exercised in a long time either. I'm so busy with work every day, I feel like my bones are rusting. Shu Sun looked at her. Unlike Zhang Junan's furtive spying, Shu Sun harbored no evil intentions, so his gaze was open and aboveboard. His gaze fell on her delicate feet clad in strappy high heels. He stared at it for several seconds. The eldest sister's high heels today are truly captivating and stylish. Small, delicate feet, painted with bright red nail polish, like ripe cherries. Those black straps wrapped around her ankles are so alluring. It makes one feel an irresistible urge to untie the straps and take off her high heels. Then, hold that perfect work of art in your hands and admire it for a while. Zhang Junan sat opposite, watching Shu Sun brazenly scrutinize his wife. He was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Why should I? Why can this kid look at me so openly and honestly? And he, the legitimate husband, could only sneak peeks like a thief. His burning jealousy only strengthened his resolve to ruin Shu Sun's reputation. Hey lady, this outfit doesn't seem really suitable for exercise, does it? Shu Sun withdrew his gaze and asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible blush appeared on Su Qiqi's face. She put down her knife and fork and said in a coquettish tone, I'm just afraid you'll sleep in late, or that you'll think your older sister is too old and won't want to take care of me. If you're willing to come with me, I'll go back right away and change into my sneakers and sweatpants. Shu Sun found her posture amusing. It turns out that my older sister has such a cute side. Of course I'm willing, how could I not be? Hearing his affirmative answer, Su Qiqi was overjoyed, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. Shall we ride our bicycles there? She suggested. What Shu Sun told Lin Tian before was true. He is indeed very good at cycling, both in speed and endurance, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Moreover, he is also very good at standing and kicking. Okay, but you'll have to keep up with me, big sister. Little Sun, how dare you look down on your older sister? Su Qiqi pretended to be angry, stretched out her slender hand, and angrily tugged at Shu Sun's ear. I can't keep up, can't you wait for me? Wait, of course we'll wait. Shu Sun smiled and begged for mercy. Then, he lowered his head and began to quickly finish the breakfast on his plate. Zhang Junan sat opposite him, completely dumbfounded by what he saw. The genuine, radiant smile on Su Qiqi's face. The way she spoke was teasing. And then there's her pouty little expression, and the intimate gesture of pulling her ear. These were things he had never seen in the 3 years of his marriage. She was always cold, indifferent, and impatient with him. On what grounds? Why should Shu Sun be able to enjoy all of this? Zhang Junan felt as if his heart had been soaking in centuries-old vinegar. It's so sour it tastes bitter, and so bitter it tastes astringent. Shu Sun, you just wait. I will make sure you die. Chapter 35 The eldest sister's slight evil thought. After finishing his meal, Shu Sun went upstairs with Su Qiqi. The two parted ways in the second-floor corridor and went back to their respective rooms. Su Qiqi returned to her room and closed the door behind her. She took off her high heels and tossed them aside. Then, she unzipped the back of her skirt, and the silky black dress slid down her shapely figure, piling up at her feet. She went into the bathroom and turned on the shower. Warm water was washing over her body. She closed her eyes and enjoyed it. After taking a shower, she always washes her own underwear and doesn't like having a nanny do it for her. She scrubbed and washed carefully, humming an off-key tune. I dried myself off and took a tracksuit out of the closet. She was wearing a black, tight-fitting t-shirt. She wore a pair of pink, tight-fitting athletic shorts. She rarely wears such a pastel color, but today, she wanted to change her mood. She changed her clothes, put on her sneakers, and looked at herself in the mirror again. Then, she took her freshly washed underwear to the balcony and hung them one by one on the clothes rack. In the living room downstairs, Zhang Junnan was sprawled on the sofa, pretending to watch TV. His eyes, however, were like radar, secretly watching for any activity upstairs. When he saw Su Qiqi appear on the balcony in the private clothes she was holding, his breathing quickened instantly. The opportunity has arrived. After hanging up the clothes, Su Qiqi hummed a song and went downstairs. Shu Sun was already waiting for her downstairs. When he saw Su Qiqi's outfit, his eyes lit up. So sexy. Those pink, tight-fitting athletic shorts perfectly showcased the curves of her shapely hips. Like two plump, juicy peach halves. However, Shu Sun's gaze was clear, purely appreciative, without any ulterior motives. He was very tactful and respectful of women. Not to mention Su Qiqi, who watched him grow up and took good care of him. Although they are not related by blood, he is a time traveler. In Chusun's mind, Suchichi could not be considered his sister, or even his god-sister. But he always kept the feelings of the original owner of this body for the past 18 years in his heart. Therefore, unless the other party agrees voluntarily, Chusun will not include them in his takeoff materials. Let's go, Xiao-sun. Suchichi patted him on the shoulder. The two of them pushed the bicycle out together. Which route are we riding today? Suchichi asked. Chusun had already planned a route, cycling along the greenway by the river. I rode along the riverbank, about 10 kilometers round trip. 10 kilometers? TSK. Suchichi smacked his lips. That's a bit too much pressure. You'd better ride slowly. My old arms and legs can't keep up with you. Don't worry, sis, I'll stay with you. Chusun said with a smile. The two hopped on their bicycles and began their exercise for the day. Chusun did not ride very fast. He deliberately controlled his speed and kept pace with Suchichi. The breeze by the river is very pleasant, blowing on my face with a cool, slightly damp feel. Suchichi felt like she hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. She doesn't have to think about the company's annoying reports, nor does she have to deal with those hypocritical business partners. The only person beside her was this boy who made her feel safe and happy. Half an hour later, they reached the finish line of the 5-kilometer race. This is a riverside park. The two stopped the car, both covered in sweat. They found a bench by the roadside, sat down, unscrewed the bottle caps, and drank water. Phew, I'm exhausted. Suchichi fanned himself with his hand while panting. Big sister, I didn't realize you were so capable. Chusun smiled and praised her. Suchichi said happily, of course, don't underestimate me. Chusun could smell a pleasant fragrance emanating from Suchichi's body as she sweated from exercising. It's light and fragrant, like the scent of a garden after the rain. Do beautiful women even smell good when they sweat? He subconsciously sniffed himself and found he already had a faint smell of sweat. I wonder if my older sister will find it offensive. He quietly moved to the side. The two rested for about 10 minutes before preparing to return. On the way back, Chusun slowed down a little. Suchichi pedaled hard from behind. Looking at Chusun's smooth hand and leg muscle lines, they appeared particularly powerful under the sunlight. His agile figure and focused gaze made her heart flutter. Chusun would occasionally glance back at her. When she gets close, he gives her a sunny smile. When she was too tired to keep up and had to move further away, he would shout, "Big sister, keep going." Then, he would slow down and wait patiently for her. That's so thoughtful. Suchichi felt a strong sense of protection rushing towards him. Doesn't this perfectly match her and all women's criteria for choosing a partner? A dad with a youthful spirit. Xiao-sun, he's so handsome, so considerate, and so good at taking care of people. Before she knew it, the little boy who needed her protection had grown into a man who could shelter her from the wind and rain. Suddenly, a wicked thought arose in Suchichi's mind. It felt like two little people were fighting in her head. One was the goddess of light, who said to her with a serious expression, "Suchichi, what are you thinking? You have a husband. He is the little brother you watched grow up." The other one was a fallen angel, who said to her with longing, "But he is really so charming, a million times better than Zhang Junan." No! Suchichi suddenly snapped out of it and cursed himself in his heart. Suchichi, are you crazy? He's only 18, and you're already 28. Besides, you are a married woman. Even if you and Zhang Junan have no feelings for each other, you are still married. Xiao-sun definitely prefers girls around his age, the kind who are youthful and lively. How could a college student possibly fall in love with a married woman like herself? Even if you are not related by blood, and the law allows you to get married. But you watched him grow up. Don't you feel guilty about having such thoughts about him? Isn't this like an old cow eating young grass? Isn't this like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung? Xiao-sun is a flower. Suchichi became increasingly confused and felt increasingly despicable. She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off all those messy thoughts. In that moment of distraction, an accident occurred. An electric scooter traveling in the wrong direction came rushing towards us from the front. The person riding the bicycle was a young man wearing headphones and listening to music, with two other people riding on the back. He wasn't paying attention to where he was going at all. Suchichi was completely unaware. Bang! A loud bang. The electric scooter crashed heavily into the rear wheel of Suchichi's bicycle. The immense impact caused her to lose her balance instantly. Ah! She screamed and fell off the bicycle, crashing hard onto the concrete ground. Chu-sun, who was standing not far behind her, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard the loud noise and scream. He turned around and saw Su Chi-chi fall to the ground. His pupils contracted instantly. Big Sister. Chapter 36. The thug who harassed his elder sister. Chu-sun was so frightened that he slammed on the brakes without thinking. He threw his bicycle aside and rushed towards Su Chi-chi. Su Chi-chi's left leg was trapped under the bicycle, and he couldn't move. A piercing pain shot through my leg. She looked down. Those long, snow-white legs were now in a sorry state. The bicycle chain had scraped a dark, oily stain on his calf, mixed with blood, making it a shocking sight. Large patches of skin were scraped off his knees and ankles by the rough cement floor, leaving them bloody and mangled. Su Chi-chi's face contorted in pain, revealing a mask of agony. The electric scooter that hit her also fell to the ground, and the person on it fell flat on their face. They were three young men who looked like hooligans, all sporting the same mushroom haircut as Su Xiaogang. He was wearing tight-ripped jeans and had several earrings, looking like a gangster. Although the three of them fell in a sorry state, they were thick-skinned and seemed to have suffered no serious injuries. They grumbled as they got up from the ground, dusting themselves off. Then, pointing at Su Chi-chi, who was still lying on the ground, he began to curse loudly. "Fuck your mother. Are you blind? Can't you even ride a bike? Damn it, the road is so wide, why did you have to crash into us? Are you looking for death?" One of the blonde-haired boys even stepped forward and viciously kicked Su Chi-chi's bicycle. "Little patrolman." Su Chi-chi was in so much pain that tears almost welled up in her eyes, and she subconsciously called out Chu-sun's name. "Big Sister." Chu-sun's voice grew louder as he approached, filled with panic and anger. He rushed over like a gust of wind. He glanced at the horrific scene on the ground, and without saying a word, gently removed the bicycle that was pressing down on Su Chi-chi's legs. Then, he knelt on the ground and carefully lifted Su Chi-chi's back with his arms, letting her lean against him. "Big Sister, how are you? Where are you hurt?" When he saw the dark, deep wound on Su Chi-chi's calf, his heart clenched painfully. The black grease from the bicycle, mixed with blood and mud, was smeared on the wound, making it look dirty and serious. "It hurts, Xiao-sun, it hurts so much." Su Chi-chi finally couldn't hold back anymore, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She had never been so disheveled, nor had she ever been so vulnerable in front of others. But in front of Chu-sun, all her strength and pretense collapsed instantly. She just wanted to find some comfort in this embrace that gave her a sense of security. Seeing her cry, Chu-sun felt his heart break. "Don't be afraid, Big Sister, I'm here." He comforted her softly, but his voice carried barely suppressed anger. He looked up, his cold gaze sweeping over the three thugs who were still cursing and swearing beside him. "Are any bones broken?" Chu-sun suppressed his anger and asked with concern. I don't know." Su Chi-chi was in so much pain that her consciousness was becoming somewhat blurred. "Let me take a look for you, just bear with it." Chu-sun has experience in this area. It was common for his classmates to get injured when he played ball in the past. He reached out and gently grasped Su Chi-chi's slender ankle. It felt icy cold to the touch. His fingers traced up her calf, gently pressing and moving upwards. "Does it hurt here?" What about here?" When his fingers pressed against the shin bone in the middle of her calf, Su Chi-chi's body trembled violently, and she let out a painful groan. "Ouch! That hurts." Chu-sun's heart sank. The bone is injured. It could be a bone fracture, or even something more serious. He couldn't handle this situation. The only solution is to go to the hospital immediately. But before that, the wound must be treated properly, otherwise infection will cause problems. Fortunately, he had a habit of carrying a basic medical kit with him. He carefully helped Su Chi-chi lean against the roadside railing, then stood up. He pushed aside the three thugs blocking the road and walked towards his bicycle. "TCH, what are you pushing for?" The blonde-haired man cursed in annoyance. The three thugs seemed to know they were in the wrong. They had been drinking, and they were going against the flow of traffic. But so what? In this territory, they are the law. If you hit them, you'll have to pay compensation. Chu-sun took the first aid kit out of the bag on the crossbar of his bicycle and walked back. He opened his medical kit and took out iodine swabs and gauze. "Sister, I need to disinfect you. It might hurt a lot, so please bear with it." Su Chi-chi nodded weakly. Shusun first used a wet tissue to wipe away the visible oil and dust from his calves. Then, he tore open the packaging of the iodine swabs and carefully wiped them onto Tsuchichi's bloody wound. Hiss! The moment the iodine touched the wound, Tsuchichi shuddered in pain. The excruciating pain was even worse than when I fell. Her small hands instinctively gripped Shusun's arm tightly. Shusun was wearing a black sports vest today, with his arms exposed. Tsuchichi's bright red manicured nails dug deeply into Chusun's strong forearm muscles due to the intense pain and force. It almost drew blood. But Chusun didn't even frown, nor did he utter a sound. All his attention was focused on the movements of his hands. He had to be quick, he had to clean the wound thoroughly. Finally, the cleanup work was over. Chusun gently bandaged the wound with clean gauze. Tsuchichi felt as if he had been pulled out of the water, his whole body covered in cold sweat. After the wound was bandaged, the burning pain seemed to intensify. Just then, the three thugs, seeing that it was about time, sauntered over. "Hey, are you done yet?" the blonde-haired guy asked impatiently. "Now that things are settled, it's time to talk about compensation." "Compensation?" Shusun stood up, looking at them coldly. "You were the ones who drove against traffic and hit us. If anyone should be compensated, it should be you who compensate us." "Bullshit." Another green-haired man jumped out, pointing at Shusun's nose and cursing. "Who saw us going the wrong way? You were clearly not watching where you were going and hit us. Look at our car, it's all scratched up. My brother's arm is broken too. You have to pay for it." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a small abrasion on his arm, no bigger than a booger. "That's right. Pay up." The three thugs spoke in unison, their voices full of self-righteousness. "I'm telling you, this isn't over until I get 5,000 yuan, the blonde-haired man said arrogantly. Tsuchichi leaned against the railing, trembling with anger. But she didn't even have the strength to refute it. "You're extorting me!" Shusun shouted angrily. "Extortion? I'll extort you, so what?" The blonde-haired man poked Shusun's chest with his finger. "Kid, don't push your luck. Pay up, or none of you are leaving here today. I'll say it again, we have no money." Shusun slapped his hand away. "No money?" The blonde-haired man looked Shusun up and down, then glanced at Tsuchichi, who was pale but whose stunning beauty was still undeniable. A lewd smile appeared on his face. "Hee, it's okay if you don't have money. Let the girl next to you keep the three of us company. We'll even accept her as payment. We won't mind, and we'll make sure she's comfortable." These words were spoken. The air froze instantly. Shusun's body froze. He slowly, very slowly turned his head. Those once clear eyes now ignited with two flames powerful enough to burn everything. An extremely cold killing intent burst forth from his body. "What did you say?" His voice was so hoarse it sounded like it came from hell. "I said, let your girl." The blonde-haired man hadn't finished speaking. Shusun made a move. Chapter 37 The strictest father among the misfits. Like a wild beast that had been completely enraged, he charged forward. There were no unnecessary movements, no fancy moves. It was just a simple and brutal straight punch. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Bang. One punch landed squarely on the blonde-haired man's chin. Yellow hair screamed and flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood and two broken teeth. The other two were frightened. "This thing is so fast. It's unbelievably fast, unbelievably fast." But they quickly realized what was happening and pounced on Shusun. Fighting, especially bullying women, the elderly, children, and those who are alone, is their most proficient skill. Shusun knew that when fighting with fewer troops, it was absolutely crucial to avoid diverting attention from the main objective. "We're going to catch someone and exploit them to the point of exhaustion." He darted after him, giving the blonde-haired man no chance to catch his breath. He straddled the blonde-haired man and punched him repeatedly in the face. Bang! 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 Every punch was filled with boundless rage. Shusun regularly exercises and is in excellent physical condition. With the added boost of rage, their combat power is off the charts. The blonde-haired man was beaten so badly that he was powerless to fight back. He quickly covered his head and curled up on the ground like a dead dog, begging for mercy. Seeing this, the other two thugs immediately rushed over and started punching and kicking Shusun in the back and head. "Someone's been assaulted. Someone's been assaulted." Upon seeing this, Tsuchichi was so frightened that he immediately shouted for help. But this is the non-motorized vehicle lane by the river, which is already remote. In the sweltering summer heat, you can't even see a ghost. Despite enduring the attack from behind, Shusun kicked the blonde-haired man twice more in the stomach. Only when he stopped moving completely did he suddenly stand up and distance himself from the other two people. The two men panicked when they saw the blonde-haired man's miserable state. They ignored their companion lying on the ground, exchanged a glance, and assumed fighting stances. Then, they ran toward the overturned electric scooter. They opened the trunk and pulled out two folding knives that gleamed coldly. This kind of knife is a common tool for people like them who are involved in such shady dealings. With a click, the blade popped out. The two thugs gripped knives, their faces contorted with a sinister and cruel smile. "You little brat, you're fucking asking for it." When Tsuchichi saw the two gleaming knives, his mind went blank. She panicked completely. An unprecedented fear enveloped her completely. "Patrolman! Watch out! They have knives!" Her voice became hoarse from extreme fear. The two thugs were so angry they felt like their lungs were about to explode when they saw the blonde-haired guy lying on the ground. Yellowhair's face was swollen like a pig's head, covered in bruises. Blood was still gushing from his nose, making him look horribly injured. "Kid, you're fucking dead." Greenhair pointed at Chusun viciously, his eyes filled with resentment. "Do you know whose territory this is? This is the territory of the Nanao gang. You dare to hit members of the Nanao gang here? You're asking for trouble." Another person chimed in, shouting, "Our boss is a 3-time inmate. We also have a brother who was recently recognized as a relative by a powerful family. If you mess with us, you're dead." Shusun's back was still burning from the punches and kicks they had just given him. But that's not the point. The key point is that they had knives. There were still two folding knives, not very long, but still less than half a meter long. Tsuchichi was so frightened that her face turned pale. She grabbed Shusun's clothes and her voice trembled. "Xiaosun, don't be reckless. Run. They won't dare do anything to me, run." She knew that Shusun had acted to protect her. She couldn't bear to watch him be harmed by these two knife-wielding thugs for her sake. But how could Shusun possibly abandon his eldest sister and run away alone? He shielded Tsuchichi behind him, his eyes scanning the surroundings rapidly like an eagle's. He had to find something he could use as a weapon. Suddenly, his gaze settled on the sidewalk not far away. Next to a large tree, there was a long pole that looked like a broom or mop. Shusun's eyes lit up. He rushed over without hesitation. When the two thugs saw him run away, they assumed he was trying to escape and immediately burst into disdainful laughter. Trying to run? Too late. But their smiles soon faded. Shusun ran to the tree and grabbed the pole. He picked it up and was stunned for a moment. This thing is actually a dog-catching lasso. A long metal rod with a retractable metal end. This guy had a nickname on Earth in his previous life, the strictest father among the scoundrels. Using it to lasso a stray dog's neck and using it to lasso a petty thug's neck are essentially the same thing. In an instant, Shusun's confidence soared. In his past life, he had a nickname in college, Dog Taming Hero. This set of dog pliers is his sharpest sword. With the dog pliers in hand, he felt like Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, who had obtained the golden cudgel. "Come on." Holding the dog tongs, Shusun pointed at the two thugs from afar, his demeanor instantly changing. The two thugs were dumbfounded. "What's this kid doing with that dog-catching thing? Want to use this to test your skills against their knives? Are you out of your mind? Go! Kill him. We'll leave you a breath later so you can watch us humiliate that woman." Greenhair roared and charged forward first, knife in hand. Instead of retreating, Shusun advanced and went to meet him. He stared intently at Greenhair's movements, waiting for the right moment. Just as the green-haired man's knife was about to strike him, Shusun suddenly jerked his wrist. The opening at the tip of the dog pliers was precisely placed around the green-haired dog's neck. Then, Shusun suddenly pulled backward. Well! Greenhair felt a tightness around his neck, and was pulled backward by a tremendous force, almost dropping the knife from his hand. He was firmly restrained by the dog pliers. He was so angry that he yelled and swung his folding knife wildly forward. But the dog tongs were a full 1.8 meters long, and his knife couldn't reach Shusun at all. He was like a mad dog with its neck on a leash, only able to bark helplessly in place. Seeing this, another thug tried to attack from the side. But Chu Sun's movements were extremely stylish. He pulled on the green-haired creature that was leashed, frantically changing positions like he was walking a dog. He always used his green hair to shield himself from another thug. Suck! 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 Chu Sun walked the dog while making sounds to tease it. This is an absolute disgrace. Greenhair was so angry that his eyes turned red. The other thug was also furious and anxious, but couldn't find an opportunity to make a move. Damn it! I'll fight you to the death. Driven to desperation, the thug decided to take a desperate gamble. He threw the folding knife in his hand hard at Chu Sun. Little patrolman! Get out of the way! Su Shichi was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Chu Sun had long anticipated that he would pull this stunt. He shifted his body to the side, easily dodging the flying knife. In that very instant, he released one hand from the dog latch tongs, lunged forward, and closed the distance between himself and the thug. Then, a heavy punch landed squarely on the green-haired guy's face. This punch embodies the culmination of Chu Sun's 6 years of fitness training. Click! A crisp sound. The thug's nose was broken by his punch. Fresh blood spurted out instantly. Chapter 38, Wiping the eldest sister's feet. Ah! He screamed in agony, before he could even react. Chu Sun's second punch arrived. Bang! The punch landed squarely on his cheek. His eyes rolled back, and without uttering a sound, he fell straight down. The second one has been solved. Now, only the last red-haired guy is left. Chu Sun followed suit, seizing an opportunity to strike with the dog lassoing pliers once again. Red Hair's neck was also firmly bound. The battle ended without any suspense. Soon, 3 thugs were lying on the ground, groaning and rolling around in pain. Chu Sun threw away the dog tongs and immediately took out his phone to call the police. Then, he gathered the 2 folding knives and the dog snatching pliers together as evidence of the murder weapon. By this time, a few passers-by had already gathered around. They had just seen a fight and knives being drawn over here, and no one dared to step forward. Please keep an eye on them until the police arrive. Chu Sun shouted to the crowd. Several bolder passers-by nodded and agreed. Chu Sun knew he didn't need to stay here anymore. Let the police talk to the Su family about what they have to say. As the most prominent family in Jiangnan province, the Su family wields unparalleled influence in both political and business circles, making it easy for them to resolve this minor matter. He quickly ran back to Su Qiqi's side. Big sister, how are you? Su Qiqi looked at him, her eyes filled with emotion and admiration. I'm feeling better. Chu Sun was in such a hurry that he only remembered to call the police and forgot to call an ambulance. And the ambulances were slow to arrive. He made a quick decision and ran to the roadside to stop cars. A car stopped. Driver, I need to get to the hospital urgently. Sorry, it's not on my way. As soon as the driver got out and drove away, Chu Sun hurriedly said, 1,000 yuan. The driver was taken aback. It seems I'm going that way again. Chu Sun quickly ran back to the green belt and pushed both bicycles there. Then, he walked up to Su Qiqi, bent down, and lifted her up in a standard princess carry. He carefully placed Su Qiqi into the back seat of the car. On the bus, Su Qiqi was still immersed in the immense emotion and shock. The pain in my legs seems to have lessened considerably. She stared intently at Chu Sun's handsome face, which was covered in dust but still looked dashing. Thinking back on everything that had just happened. Xiao Sun is such a man. He fought 3 opponents single-handedly, showing no fear in the face of danger. Most importantly, he is responsible and has a strong sense of duty. He was willing to risk his life to stand up for her. Because his legs hurt so much that he couldn't bend them, Su Qiqi could only lean against the car door, lying on his side. Both long legs were stretched out and placed flat on Chu Sun's thighs. Chu Sun placed his hand naturally on her injured ankle, gently kneading it to relieve her pain. Big sister, let me take another look at it for you. Chu Sun lowered his head and continued the inspection he hadn't finished earlier. His hand moved down her thigh, gently pressing down on each spot. Does it hurt here? It doesn't hurt. And what about here? A little. Su Qiqi initially felt a little shy and uncomfortable. But looking at Chu Sun's focused and serious expression, and feeling the warmth and strength from his palm, I realized that he was truly focused. Her panicked heart gradually calmed down. She took his care for granted. When Chu Sun's hand touched her left ankle, she hissed and frowned. Pain. He must have sprained his ankle too, Shu Sun concluded. Then, he reached out and untied the shoelaces of Su Qiqi's sneakers. Su Qiqi's face immediately turned red. Xiao Sun, is he going to take off my shoes? Ah! Her mind was a complete mess. After riding my bike for so long, my feet must be sweaty, and maybe even a little smelly. It would be so embarrassing if Xiao Sun smelled it. Su Qiqi's thinking in this way actually revealed her true inner thoughts. Women only pay attention to these details and try to hide their flaws when they are with someone they are attracted to. If they are siblings, no matter how beautiful the older sister is, the younger brother will only think of her as ugly, and vice versa. They are not related by blood. If she really had no evil intentions, why would she care whether her feet were sweaty or smelly? Although Su Qiqi knew she didn't have smelly feet, she was still sweating. No. Is that all right? Su Qiqi's voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's hum. Use. Shu Sun's tone was resolute, but his actions were gentle. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. As he spoke, he carefully untied his shoelaces. Then, gently, she took off her shoes. Then, his fingers hooked around the top of her white ankle sock and slowly pulled it down. A flawless little foot was thus exposed to Shu Sun. Su Qiqi is 175 centimeters tall, but her shoes are only size 38, making her appear exceptionally petite and delicate. At this moment, her 10 round and lovely toes were curled up tightly because of shame. If these jade-like feet belonged to someone else, Shu Sun might have admired them more closely, perhaps even. Unfortunately, the owner of these feet was Su Qiqi, whom he respected. Shu Sun had no evil thoughts whatsoever and completely regarded himself as a doctor. His gaze held no appreciation, only inspection. He looked closely and sure enough, there was a noticeable bruise on the outside of his ankle. Shu Sun reached out and gently pinched Su Qiqi's instep. Ah! She did indeed cry out in pain. Su Qiqi could clearly feel that the soles of his feet were indeed a little sweaty and sticky. She immediately felt incredibly embarrassed and wished she could disappear into the ground. Although she herself didn't smell anything, Shu Sun was so close. Will he look down on me in the future? Xiao Sun, please put on my socks. Su Qiqi's voice was filled with shame, and her face and ears turned red. No. Shu Sun shook his head. You sprained your ankle, so you can't keep it indoors. Anyway, I'll carry you to the hospital later, so you won't need to walk. He held Su Qiqi's feet and could feel that the red soles of her feet were slightly damp. He took out a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the sweat off her feet. Su Qiqi closed her eyes, biting her lip, feeling ashamed to the point of fainting. Chapter 39 My brother-in-law's despicable frame-up. After wiping, Shu Sun naturally put the used tissue into his pocket. After all, it's someone else's car, and there's nowhere to throw trash in it. Moreover, Shu Sun noticed that the driver in the front seat would occasionally steal glances at the handsome man and beautiful woman behind him through the rearview mirror. The driver was still thinking to himself, if this young man had left the tissues in the car, he could. Shu Sun had anticipated his prediction. He didn't want someone he respected to be treated like that by others. At this moment, the Su family mansion was completely quiet. It was already late, but the little rascals in the family were still fast asleep in their respective rooms. Zhang Junnan was the only one in the living room. He sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper in his hand, but his eyes weren't even looking at the contents. His eyes darted around, glancing every now and then toward the stairs, his heart pounding wildly. The opportunity has arrived. He waited all night and finally got this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shu Sun and Su Qiqi left early this morning and haven't returned yet. The remaining sisters-in-law at home were all sleeping in. Most importantly, he dismissed all the servants and drivers in the house. Just half an hour ago, he accidentally broke a section of wrought iron railing in the backyard. The railing was already a bit loose, he just kicked it twice and it collapsed completely. Upon seeing this, the housekeeper immediately took several nannies and a driver to the scene to make repairs. Now, apart from the young ladies and princes upstairs who are still asleep, he is the only one left in the entire main building. Zhang Junnan's heart was pounding. He knew this was his only chance. Shu Sun's room was difficult to enter, and it was usually bustling with people, making it a good opportunity. At that time, Shu Sun, that pretty boy, will be seen by everyone as a pervert who steals underwear. Even if the Su sisters protect him, they absolutely cannot tolerate someone with such a despicable nature. He will be completely expelled from the Su family. Zhang Junnan stood up from the sofa and tiptoed upstairs like a thief. The entire villa was eerily quiet. Thankfully, nothing happened along the way. He made it to the third-floor balcony without incident. This is a huge open-air balcony with several rows of clotheslines. In the Su family, men's and women's clothes were dried separately. Zhang Junnan spotted the woman immediately. Then, he was completely dumbfounded. The scene was truly spectacular. There's no way around it, this family is dominated by women, with far too many of them. In addition, it's summer, so everyone needs to shower and change clothes every day. Looking around, the clotheslines are covered with all kinds of colorful women's clothing. Especially those small and delicate underwear. The sheer variety of styles and colors left this grown man dazzled, his face flushed and his heart pounding. Sweat began to bead on Zhang Junnan's forehead. He tried hard to recall. When Su Qiqi went upstairs in the morning, she seemed to be holding something in her hand, red at the bottom and black at the top. Yes, that's the combination. He began to search carefully on the clothesline. He quickly found his target. However, a problem arises. There are actually two sets that match this red and black color combination. The two sets of clothes were hung in adjacent positions. Zhang Junnan felt a chill run down his spine. What should we do? How could he possibly know what style of underwear his wife wore? He's never seen it before. Forget about seeing him, he couldn't even get into Su Qiqi's bedroom. Zhang Junnan leaned closer and carefully examined the two sets of clothes. They are all black on top and red on the bottom. But one of the outfits, the bottom one, has lace trim, making it look both sexy and alluring. The other set was made of very ordinary pure cotton fabric, and the style was quite conservative. Zhang Junnan was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Which version is Su Qiqi's? He began to analyze the situation rapidly in his mind. Su Qiqi, what kind of person is she? Rigid, indifferent, aloof, like an emotionless work machine. Would she wear something like lace? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Junnan immediately rejected this option in his mind. In his opinion, lace is something that only young girls who are just beginning to experience romantic feelings would like to wear to show off to their boyfriends. For example, Su Jiro and Su Qinxue. Su Qiqi is almost 30 years old. How could she be so secretly flirtatious? Who is she dressing up for? Should I wear it for him, my husband? Stop joking. Zhang Junnan was certain that Su Qiqi was a cold woman. Otherwise, why wouldn't she come to me to satisfy her needs after being married for so long? So, the remaining set, the one made of the most ordinary pure cotton fabric, must be hers. That's right. It must be. Zhang Junnan felt a surge of pride in his meticulous analysis. Without further hesitation, he extended his trembling hand. I took off that ordinary red and black fabric set. Feeling guilty, he looked around to make sure no one was there. Then, he pulled a pre-prepared black plastic bag from his pocket and hurriedly stuffed the clothes into it. Mission accomplished. Zhang Junnan clutched the bag containing the evidence tightly in his hand, pretending nothing had happened, and quickly went downstairs. He went up to the second floor. Fortunately, the corridor was empty. He could hear clanging and banging sounds coming from the garden downstairs. The nannies haven't come back yet. He crept furtively to the door of Chu Sun's room. His heart started racing again. Chu Sun never locked the door. What door do you lock in your own home? This contrasts sharply with Su Qiqi. Su Qiqi's door was always locked. Because she had to guard against Zhang Junnan, guarding against him like a thief. A hint of resentment flashed in Zhang Junnan's eyes. He grasped the doorknob and gently turned it. The door opened as expected. He slipped into Chu Sun's room and quickly closed the door. The curtains were not drawn in the room, and the sunlight was bright. The room was very tidy, and there were several magazines on the desk. He didn't have time to appreciate it. He walked to the bedside and took out the set of underwear from the bag. He lifted Chu Sun's pillow. Then, he neatly placed the red and black underwear set under his pillow. After doing all this, he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He could almost see the expressions of shock and disgust on everyone's faces when this was discovered. Chu Sun was speechless and his sisters treated him like a pervert. Hey hey! Zhang Junnan couldn't help but let out a chilling laugh in his heart. He carefully put the pillow back in its original place, patted it, and made sure there were no visible marks. Then, he tiptoed out and gently closed the door. He returned to the living room and sat back down on the sofa. He picked up the newspaper to cover his face, which was contorted with excitement and nervousness. Everything is ready, except for the east wind. Now, all he has to do is wait. Waiting for Chu Sun and Su Chichi to return. Waiting for the show to begin. Chapter 40. My brother-in-law is jealous. The car sped along the road. Su Chichi leaned against the car door, watching the street scene rushing past the window. It's so good to have Xiao Sun around, I'm so happy. She couldn't help but steal a glance at the boy beside her. He was holding his phone, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was hesitating about something. What's wrong? I need to call home and ask them to come over, Chu Sun said. He first dialed Zhang Junnen's number. Hey. Soon, what's up? Brother-in-law, my eldest sister is injured. We are on our way to the 4th People's Hospital of Hangzhou. What? You're injured? Is it serious? Zhang Junnan sounded surprised. It's quite serious, please come quickly. After hanging up the phone, Chu Sun dialed his 4th sister Su Yoyan's number. Hey, Xiao Sun? 4th sister, eldest sister is injured. Chu Sun briefly explained the situation. On the other end of the phone, Su Yoyan's voice immediately became anxious. What? How could this happen? Which hospital are you at? I'm coming right away. Hangzhou 4th Hospital. Okay. I'll be right there. The hospital was reached quickly. Chu Sun paid the driver 1,000 yuan. He prepared to get off the car and carried Su Chichi inside. He bent down and took out the white sock that Su Chichi had taken off from his shoe. Then, he carefully helped her put her socks back on. Su Chichi looked at him strangely. Didn't Xiao Sun just say that you can't keep a sprained ankle to yourself? Why did you put socks on me again as soon as I got off the bus? Could it be that I'm afraid others will see my feet? Chu Sun helped her put on her socks, then picked up the shoe, before carrying her out of the car and rushing into the emergency room. Upon arriving at the consultation room, I was seen by a female doctor who looked to be in her 50s. Doctor, the patient was hit by an electric scooter and fell off the bicycle. Before the doctor could speak, Chu Sun quickly recounted the situation. There are extensive abrasions on the left knee and outer calf, with oil stains from bicycle chains mixed in with the wounds, suggesting a possible fracture of the tibia. There is also a sprained left ankle with obvious bruising and swelling on the outer side. The female doctor was stunned. She glanced at Chu Sun with some surprise. Great job, young man. You're very professional. You explained it so clearly, which makes things much easier. She smiled and said to Su Chichi, your husband is quite knowledgeable. These 2 words exploded in Su Chichi's mind. Her face flushed red instantly. Chu Sun also looked embarrassed. He's my brother, not my husband. Su Chichi hurriedly explained. Oh, I'm so sorry. The female doctor quickly apologized, but a knowing smile played on her lips. I thought it was a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. This is popular now. Su Chichi wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. The female doctor stopped joking and began to examine the wound seriously. She removed the gauze from Chu Sun's bandage, cleaned it again with professional disinfectant, and then immediately arranged for him to take an X-ray. The film came out very quickly. The result was roughly as Chu Sun had predicted. There is a minor fracture in my left tibia, but fortunately it is not serious and does not require surgery. Rest is all that's needed. The ankle injury is a ligament sprain, plus multiple soft tissue contusions, which are various bruises. The female doctor took the X-ray films and began to explain the condition to them. Chu Sun listened very attentively, occasionally asking professional questions and confirming details with the doctor. For example, medication, recovery period, and dietary restrictions. Su Chichi, however, wouldn't listen to a word. All her attention was focused on Chu Sun's focused profile. She felt that with Xiao Sun around, she didn't have to worry about anything. All she needs to do is give herself to him without worry. At that moment, the door to the consultation room was pushed open. Su Yuyan and Zhang Junnan rushed over. Big sister. How are you? Su Yuyan rushed to the bedside as soon as she entered, her face full of worry. Chichi, are you all right? Zhang Junnan followed behind, looking worried. It's nothing, a minor issue, Su Chichi replied casually. When the female doctor saw that the family members had arrived, she continued to explain the precautions to take. The fracture itself isn't a big problem, just put it in a cast and rest properly. The main issues are the sprained ankle and the bruises, which will take longer to heal. It's best to gently massage the sprained and bruised areas every day to improve blood circulation and aid recovery. Given your condition, it would be best if you stayed in the hospital for observation for a few days. The nurses can massage you every day, the female doctor suggested. No. I have a ton of work to do at the company. I can't be hospitalized, I need to work from home, Tsuchichi refused. All right then, the female doctor said, not insisting. Then one of your family members needs to learn massage techniques. This is crucial. If you massage well, recovery will be faster. If you massage poorly, it will only worsen the injury. She looked around and asked, who wants to learn? I'll teach you. The consultation room fell silent instantly. Chu Sun, Zhang Junan, and Su Yuyen were all speechless with embarrassment. Logically speaking, the most suitable candidate is undoubtedly Zhang Junan. After all, he was Tsuchichi's husband. But how could Tsuchichi possibly let him touch her body? Forget about her thighs and toes, he wouldn't even be able to touch her fingers. A spark of hope ignited in Zhang Junan's heart. My chance to shine has arrived. It's time. Back then, as a son-in-law, he had specifically enrolled in a crash course for becoming a son-in-law before getting married. It's the same principle as those crash courses for socialites. Yes, he knows it. He's studied it. Zhang Junan cleared his throat, just about to volunteer. Let Sister Yan Yan learn it. Chu Sun spoke first. Ha? Me? Su Yuyen pointed to herself, looking completely bewildered. Okay, you can come now, Chu Sun said. Su Yuyen thought about it and agreed, so she nodded, okay, I'll do it. The female doctor then began to teach Su Yuyen. Use light pressure, making circular motions from the outside in, until you find this acupoint. Su Yuyen studied very hard, but theory and practice are two different things. Come on, you try it. The female doctor asked her to demonstrate. Su Yuyen took a deep breath, reached out, and gently pressed on the bruise on Tsuchichi's ankle. Ah! Tsuchichi cried out in pain instantly. Fourth brother. Are you trying to kill me with pain? Startled, Su Yuyen quickly withdrew her hand, looking completely innocent. I don't know how, I've never learned this. Tsuchichi was in so much pain that tears almost welled up in her eyes. She looked at Chu Sun and said, Little Sun, you come here. This remark caused another awkward silence on the scene. Especially Zhang Junan. His face turned green instantly. What's this? Why send an outsider like him? The massage involves touching Tsuchichi's fair thighs and feet. If it were his own brother, then it wouldn't matter. But Chu Sun is not like that. He was a complete stranger with no blood relation to him. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhang Junan finally couldn't help but speak up. Chapter 41. The eldest sister is not honest. His voice was distorted by jealousy. Tsuchichi didn't even bother to look at him, and simply said to Chu Sun, Xiao Sun, you learn first. Once you've learned it, you can slowly teach the other sisters when we get back. Chu Sun stopped being pretentious. He has a clear conscience, no bad intentions, and is upright and honest. Good. He went to the bedside and, under the female doctor's guidance, began to learn. His hand gently rested on Tsuchichi's sprained ankle. His fingers were long and slender, and his palms were warm. Following the doctor's instructions, he gently massaged the bruises and swellings in circles with his fingertips. The force was just right, neither too light nor too heavy. Tsuchichi felt a comfortable, tingling sensation spread throughout his body from where his fingers touched. The burning pain I felt earlier seemed to have lessened considerably. She was so comfortable that she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. This scene was witnessed by Zhang Junan, who was standing nearby. His eyes were red. He stared intently at Chu Sun's hand, which was roaming over Tsuchichi's fair ankles and calves. Acid. Envy. Anger. Humiliation. A mix of emotions gnawed at his heart. On what grounds? Why should I? He is Tsuchichi's husband. The person who should have enjoyed all of this was him. But now, he could only stand there like a turtle, watching helplessly as Chu Sun groped his wife's beautiful body. At that moment, Zhang Junan felt an urge to tear Chu Sun to pieces. The idea of ruining his reputation became more urgent and clear than ever before. Chu Sun, you just wait. The humiliation you inflicted on me today, I will soon repay you 1,000-fold. After learning the massage techniques, Chu Sun went to get medicine for Tsuchichi. He handed all the medicine to Su Yuyen, and then went to a medical equipment store next to the hospital to buy a wheelchair. Everything is ready. Chusun pushed Su Qiqi, who was in a wheelchair, into the MPV driven by Zhang Junnan, and they left the hospital together. Along the way, Chusun recounted the whole story to Su Yuyen. He explained it very simply, especially the part about fighting 3 opponents. He just mentioned that he had a minor conflict with the other side. He was not fond of grandstanding or showing off his martial prowess. But Su Qiqi refused to do it. She leaned back in her chair and, with a tone of pride and admiration, recounted the entire thrilling ordeal for him. From how Chusun outsmarted the thugs with a dog lassoing clamp, to how he took down the other 2 with his bare hands. Su Yuyen was stunned as she listened, her eyes filled with shock and heartache as she looked at Chusun. "Xiaosun, are you hurt?" She quickly pulled Chusun's arm over and examined him from head to toe. "It's nothing, fourth sister, just a minor injury," Chusun said with a smile. "Those bastards are absolutely lawless." Su Yuyen was so angry her face turned pale. "This matter cannot be left like this. I'll tell my uncle right away that we must investigate this thoroughly. We must crack down on organized crime. Their uncle is the mayor of Hangzhou. And their grandfather was the governor of the entire Jiangnan province. In this small corner of Jiangnan, the Su family is the most powerful. Let alone a few petty thugs, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he would be in deep trouble if he offended the Su family." Zhang Junnan listened to the conversation of the 3 people in the back of the car without saying a word. Soon, the car returned to the Su family manor. The group got off the car. It was Chusun again who lifted Su Qiqi out of the car and then placed her shapely buttocks back into the wheelchair. Zhang Junnan stood to the side, his eyes almost red. Chusun pushed Su Qiqi into the villa's lobby. In the living room, Su Tingwan, Su Jiro, Su Qinxue, and Su Shogang were all awake. They were startled to see Su Qiqi sitting in a wheelchair with a cast on her leg and quickly gathered around her. "Big sister, what's wrong with you? What does the doctor's certificate say? How serious is it?" The older sisters chattered excitedly, showing their concern. Su Qiqi smiled and responded to each question, saying that she was fine and it was just a minor injury. Su Xiaogang leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed. An untimely, sarcastic voice rang out. "Chusun, you're really something. You insisted on dragging my older sister to ride that crappy bicycle. Now look what happened, she's in a wheelchair. You're quite the capable person. It was my own idea to exercise, and I asked Xiaosun to take me." "It has nothing to do with him," Su Qiqi said. "Oh? Is that so?" Su Xiaogang raised an eyebrow. "Even if it's your sister who wants to go, as her younger brother and as a man, shouldn't you have protected her properly? How could you let her fall like this? I don't think you're a very good bodyguard." Chusun was speechless after being rebuked by him. "Enough. Say less. We're family, let's not talk about these things. I'll get angry if you keep talking," Su Qiqi said unhappily. She turned to Chusun and said, "Xiaosun, push me up. I'm tired and want to rest." "Good." Chusun pushed Su Qiqi towards the elevator. The house has a dedicated home elevator. The elevator went up to the 3rd floor. Chusun pushed her to the door of Su Qiqi's room. He planned to leave after dropping her off at the door. "Wait a moment." Su Qiqi called out to him. She pointed to the wardrobe. "Get me a few changes of clothes, pajamas will do." "Good." Chusun opened the enormous wardrobe. The room was filled with all kinds of women's clothing, mostly business attire. Guided by Su Qiqi, Chusun took a set of pajamas. Then, he walked to the bedside, bent down again, picked up Su Qiqi from the wheelchair, and gently placed her on the large bed. "Thank you, Sun." Su Qiqi lay on the bed, looking up at him with eyes so tender they could melt your heart. "Big sister, you should rest well. Call me if you need anything." Chusun covered her with the blanket, then turned and left, considerately closing the door behind him. Su Qiqi was the only one left in the room. She lay in bed and laboriously changed into that silky nightgown. Then, she relaxed completely and let out a long sigh of relief. She closed her eyes, preparing to take a nap. However, she couldn't calm down. The events of today kept replaying in her mind. When Chusun rode his bicycle, his back, soaked with sweat, revealed smooth muscle lines. When he turned around, his bright and cheerful smile could melt anything. To protect her, he stepped forward, his resolute figure facing 3 opponents alone. His focus and gentleness when treating her wounds. When he held her, his strong, powerful arms and his chest gave her an unparalleled sense of security. All of this was deeply etched in her heart. These images slowly began to overlap with the perfect partner in her subconscious. Chapter 42 Brother-in-law sows discord. Su Shichi is 28 years old this year. This is the age when a woman is most vigorous and eager. But because of her family responsibilities and that marriage that was essentially meaningless, she had been suppressing all her emotions and desires. Su Shichi, who is so stunningly beautiful and pursued by countless men, is still a cook. The set of underwear that Zhang Junnan took from the balcony today was actually not hers. That lace lingerie set is the real deal. She appears cold and aloof, but a fire burns within her. However, no one has ever been able to ignite this fire. Even today. Her hormones were being secreted wildly. She felt hot all over and her heart was racing. She couldn't sleep anymore. He pulled his phone out from under his pillow. She opened her photo album and looked through the photos she had taken that morning at the Riverside Park. There are selfies of her and Xiao Sun. In the photo, he has a bright, sunny smile. There's also a group photo that a passerby helped take. In the photo, he stands behind her, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. Su Shichi gently and repeatedly stroked Chu Sun's face in the photo with her fingers, a face that was so contemptible it was infuriating to both gods and men. Looking at his agile figure and powerful muscle lines, she felt her breathing become rapid. He put down his phone, his hands trembling, and pulled open the bedside table drawer to take something out. Chu Sun arrived home and relaxed completely. As soon as the adrenaline subsided, the pain in my body became clearly felt. My head was still ringing a little from being punched a few times by those two thugs. He also got kicked several times in the back. However, they were all just superficial injuries and not serious. Xiao Sun, sit down quickly, let me apply the medicine for you. Su Yuyan pulled Chu Sun to sit down on the sofa. Su Qingxue also ran over with a first aid kit, her eyes red and swollen, like a frightened little rabbit. Wah, Xiao Sun, it's all those bad guys' fault, does it hurt? She took out a cotton swab, carefully dipped it in iodine, and wanted to help Chu Sun treat the abrasions on his face. Seeing their nervous expressions, Chu Sun felt a warmth in his heart and said with a smile, "It's alright, I'm tough, it won't hurt." Su Yuyan took the cotton swab and glared at him. "You still say it doesn't hurt? The skin is all broken." She gently disinfected the wound on Chu Sun's face and then applied ointment. Su Qingxue was busy handing out water and ice packs. In a corner not far away, Zhang Junnan and Su Xiugang exchanged a glance, both seeing a sinister smile in each other's eyes. Let him gloat a little longer. Let him enjoy the gentle embrace of his sisters a little longer. I wonder what kind of expressions and reactions these older sisters will have when they find out that their beloved younger brother is actually a perverted man who likes to steal women's underwear. The more favored he is now, the more he will be disliked later. He would immediately become the target of everyone's scorn, be despised by everyone, and then be driven out of the house like a stray dog. That feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant is the cruelest and most satisfying punishment. Zhang Junnan couldn't help but smile slightly. Su Xiaogang swung his leg triumphantly. He was already starting to plan how he would gradually take control of the family after Chu Sun was kicked out. After applying the medicine, Chu Sun felt sticky and uncomfortable all over. "I'm going upstairs to take a shower," he told his sisters. Go on, take a shower and get a good night's sleep," Su Yuyan instructed. Chu Sun went upstairs to prepare to go back to his room to take a shower. After lunch, Su Qiqi felt much better about his leg injury. She sat in a wheelchair, and Chu Sun pushed her around the manor. She has difficulty taking a bath now and has to ask her sisters for help. Before resting in the morning, I would look at photos on my phone, and then I would ask Su Yuyan to help me take a shower. There's no other way, it has to be cleaned up, otherwise it's easy to get infected. Even close sisters don't need to worry so much. Su Qiqi felt refreshed and radiant. Although she did that kind of work quite often, she really didn't feel any connection to it. Women have higher expectations than men. Some men might spend an hour finding a satisfactory source material. If you force it, the experience will be terrible. Women's demands will only increase. This morning, she did break the taboo a little. She suddenly felt the world was vast and boundless. Just looking at Xiao Sun's photos on my phone. Although I was so ashamed afterwards, I felt like I couldn't face Xiao Sun again. Because in her mind, the little patrolman was really miserable. "Big sister, what are you laughing at? Are you in a good mood?" Chu Sun's voice came from behind. Su Qiqi snapped out of her daze and a bright smile appeared on her face. Yes, it's really good. Just then, Su Qingshui and her 3 youngest sisters ran over. They chattered and pulled Chu Sun, insisting that he go to the gym to work out with them. Chu Sun couldn't persuade them otherwise, so he had to hand over Su Qiqi's wheelchair to Zhang Junnan, who was standing to the side. Zhang Junnan pushed Su Qiqi in a wheelchair as they strolled slowly through the garden. He was unusually quiet today, contrary to his usual behavior. He would sigh from time to time, his brows furrowed, looking as if he wanted to say something but couldn't, as if he had something difficult to say. Su Qiqi had noticed something was wrong with him long ago. She couldn't be bothered with him, but the guy kept sighing and complaining beside her, which was really annoying. When they reached a secluded spot, Su Qiqi finally stopped. "What's wrong with you?" Her tone was cold. Zhang Junnan pretended to be in a difficult position. "Qi. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." "If you think it's inappropriate, then don't say it." Su Qiqi was most annoyed by his indecisive manner. "Well, I'll tell you then." Zhang Junnan gritted his teeth. "Qiqi, I just saw Xiao Sun." Chapter 43. The eldest sister breaks down. Is Chu Sun a thief? Upon hearing that it was about Chu Sun, Su Qiqi immediately perked up. "What's wrong with Xiao Sun?" Zhang Junnan sighed again, a look of deep sorrow on his face. "I saw Xiao Sun on the balcony just now. Take something he shouldn't have taken." "What shouldn't you have taken?" Su Qiqi asked suspiciously. Zhang Junnan pretended to be embarrassed and stammered, "It seems to be a woman's underwear." Upon hearing this, Su Qiqi was completely stunned. She was just thinking about how to bully Xiao Sun. Now this man is telling her that Xiao Sun stole women's underwear? This is slander, this is defamation. How could Xiao Sun, such a sunny and cheerful boy, do such a thing? That's something only a psychopath in the news would do. An unnamed anger instantly flared up. "Zhang Junnan! What nonsense are you spouting?" she shouted angrily. Zhang Junnan immediately put on an innocent and aggrieved expression. "Qiqi, I really saw it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it, right? How could I dare to lie about something like this? I also saw him secretly take those things back to his own room." Su Qiqi simply didn't believe it. "You must be mistaken. Xiao Sun isn't that kind of person." "I also hope I'm mistaken," Zhang Junnan said with a pained expression. "But that's the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. It's red and purple, the kind for girls." Red and purple. Su Qiqi's eyes widened instantly, and he was completely stunned. That's the set I just washed this morning. That outfit she liked best, the sexiest one. How could that be?" Seeing her reaction, Zhang Junnan knew that the fish had taken the bait. He continued to embellish the story. "Qiqi, don't be angry or too agitated. I guess Xiao Sun is just going through puberty, his hormones are surging and he can't control himself. Almost every boy goes through this phase, so it's normal." He put on the air of a well-meaning elder. Xiao Sun is usually strictly controlled by his family, unlike Xiao Geng, who would go out and mess around with other girls. So, he must have been repressed in this area, which is why he went astray. I don't think it's a huge problem, but it must be corrected in time. If he continues like this after he enters society, then it will be a big problem. As his elders, we have a responsibility and obligation to help him get back on the right track." Zhang Junnan felt that he was simply a genius. These words not only put down Su Xiaogeng, but also portrayed himself as a caring and understanding brother-in-law. Most importantly, he specifically emphasized that it should be private education. "What I'm thinking is that, as his elder, you should talk to him privately and tell him about this. But don't tell anyone, and definitely don't let the other girls know. He's still young, and this is the stage when his self-esteem is strongest. It's normal for him to make this kind of mistake. We can just educate him privately. We must not hurt his self-esteem." Su Qiqi was stunned. Zhang Junnan's words were so reasonable and showed he truly cared about Chu Sun. For a moment, she couldn't find any reason to refute it. But her rationality still prevented her from accepting this fact. "Stop talking. I don't believe Xiao Sun would do such a thing. Push me back. I'm tired." Su Qiqi's heart was in complete turmoil. Zhang Junnan knew when to stop, so he could only sigh and push her back. But he knew that Su Qiqi would definitely not be able to hold back. Back in his room, Tsuchichi sat alone in his wheelchair, feeling troubled. On the one hand, she truly believed in Chu-sun. How could that sunny, upright, kind boy, who would risk his life to protect her, possibly do such a despicable thing? But on the other hand, what if it's true? Teenage boys are indeed prone to impulsiveness. Moreover, Zhang Junnan really had no motive to tell such a lie. She wouldn't believe a single word Su Xiaogang said. But Zhang Junnan, what reason or motive did he have to frame Chu-sun? This does him no good at all. The two of them had no conflict of interest or contradictions. In Tsuchichi's mind, two little figures were engaged in a fierce battle. No. She couldn't just doubt Chu-sun based on Zhang Junnan's one-sided account. She wanted to see it for herself. She had to go to Chu-sun's room herself to prove his innocence. Otherwise, this thorn would stay with her for the rest of her life. Right now, Chu-sun should be working out in the gym on the first floor with his three younger sisters. Su Xiaogang was playing video games in the living room. Zhang Junnan was handling work in his study. This is a golden opportunity. She silently maneuvered her electric wheelchair out of her room. She took the elevator to the second floor. Then, she slipped to the door of Chu-sun's room. She was really scared. She was afraid that if she pushed open the door, she would see the heartbreaking truth. She really didn't want Chu-sun to be that kind of person. Tsuchichi's eyes were red, and she was almost crying. The room was very quiet. Her gaze immediately fell upon the large bed. She maneuvered the wheelchair to the bedside. With trembling hands, she opened the bedside table drawer. Inside were some chargers, earphones, and a few old magazines. No. She then turned her attention to the pillows on the bed. There are two pillows on the bed. One of them was frequently used by Chu-sun, and there were still traces of his hair resting on it. Tsuchichi held her breath and lifted the first pillow. Below, there was nothing, just emptiness. Call. She breathed a long sigh of relief. I felt completely relaxed. Sure enough, Zhang Junnan was mistaken, or was talking nonsense. She knew that her little patrolman wasn't that kind of person. A huge weight has finally been lifted off my shoulders. She was even somewhat relieved that she hadn't impulsively questioned Chu-sun. That would be too hurtful. Just as she was about to leave, his gaze fell on another pillow. That was a spare pillow. Chu-sun usually just leaned it against the headboard. Tsuchichi reached out and lifted the second pillow. Then, her movements froze. Her breathing stopped too. Her pupils dilated to their maximum size in an instant. Under the pillow lay a set of red and purple underwear. Boom! At that moment, Tsuchichi felt as if something in his mind had completely exploded. Chapter 44: The Eldest Sister's Protection. Tsuchichi was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her eyes. How could Xiaosun do such a thing? Steal his underwear? She stared intently at the two pieces of fabric under the pillow, red and purple, so glaringly obvious. This isn't mine. Tsuchichi's mind went blank, completely confused. These all belong to women. They belong to the other sisters in the family. How could Xiaosun do this? There must be some misunderstanding. Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. Tsuchichi desperately tried to deceive herself. But the reality before her eyes was like a resounding slap across the face. She could no longer deceive herself. Saying you took the wrong one? Who would believe that? With such a big difference between men's and women's clothing, how could Xiaosun not be able to tell the difference? Tsuchichi felt her worldview collapsing. That sunny and cheerful boy, the boy who would fight 3 armed thugs to the death to protect her. The boy who would carefully treat her wounds, hold her gently, and make her feel incredibly safe. How could he be a pervert hiding in a dark corner, stealing girls' clothes and belongings? Before she knew it, tears streamed down her cheeks and landed on the back of her hand. She couldn't understand it, she really couldn't understand it. Why? Xiaosun, why did you do this? Her heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the pain making it hard to breathe. But a few seconds later, the overwhelming sadness and disappointment were replaced by an even stronger emotion. That is the responsibility of being the eldest sister. She couldn't let this get out. Absolutely not. If his family and his other sisters found out about this, Chu-sun would be completely finished. He would be seen as a monster, a pervert, by everyone. He will be kicked out of the Su family, and his life will be completely ruined. He was only 18 years old. Su Chichi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. There must be something fishy going on here, maybe he was framed. A person quickly came to mind for Su Chichi. It was Su Xiaogung. Even if it's true, even if Chusun really made a mistake, it's because he's young and confused for a moment. She couldn't just give up on him like that. She was his older sister. She has a responsibility to protect him, and also a responsibility to guide him. She decided to hide the clothes and take them back with her, pretending nothing had happened. Then, she would have a private talk with Xiao Sun. This matter must absolutely not be known to a third person. She had to protect him, and also the other sisters. She carried this secret all by herself. Su Chichi wiped away her tears, her eyes regaining their resolve. She began searching Chu Sun's room for a bag to put things in. It wasn't on the desk, nor in the wardrobe. Just as she was controlling her wheelchair, preparing to rummage through the bedside table. Squeak! The door was pushed open a crack. Su Xiaogung poked his head in. He and Zhang Junnan had already planned it out. They had calculated that Su Chichi would come to Chu Sun's room to find out what was going on. They had guessed that Su Chichi, the eldest sister who valued family honor and kinship above all else, would choose to protect Chu Sun. Therefore, it is not enough for Su Chichi to discover it. They must be the ones to light this fire themselves. Big sister? What are you doing here? Su Xiaogung pushed the door open and came in, pretending that he had just found someone. Big sister, how's the paperwork going regarding my impersonation of Brother He during the exam? Su Chichi was startled and panicked. I came to find something. I think I left my medicine with Xiao Sun, she said, trying to sound calm. Su Xiaogung said oh, but his eyes darted around the room. Then, his gaze fell precisely on the pillow that Su Chichi had lifted a corner of. He walked over quickly, as if he had discovered a new continent. Ha! Big sister, what's this? As he spoke, he reached out and yanked the pillow off completely. The red and purple undergarments were thus exposed to the two of them without any concealment. Su Xiaogung's performance began. He stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide open like saucers. He pointed at the clothes, his voice trembling. What is this? This is for girls, isn't it? He turned his head sharply to look at Su Chichi in the wheelchair, his face showing exaggerated shock and disgust. Chu Sun? He stole girls' clothes? Big sister. You noticed too? Su Chichi's face turned deathly pale instantly. She panicked and didn't know what to do. My mind went completely blank. Seeing that she didn't speak, Su Xiaogung pressed on even more. Big sister, you noticed something was wrong a long time ago, didn't you? That's why you searched his room, right? Su Chichi's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Silence. A few seconds later, she finally found her voice, which carried a barely perceptible plea. Xiaogung, give me the things. This is just a misunderstanding, don't talk nonsense. Misunderstand? Su Xiaogung's voice suddenly rose as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Big sister. What time is it? You're still protecting him? He's a notorious pervert. A pervert who likes to steal women's clothes. With such a freak living in the house, how can my sisters sleep at night? Big sister, you're so biased. His words were piercing to the heart. The word bias pierced Su Chichi's heart. She was definitely biased. As the eldest sister in the Su family, her first priority should be the safety of all her younger sisters. But her first reaction was to protect Chu Sun. But she always felt that there must be some misunderstanding, and that Chu Sun could not possibly be that kind of person. If it were made public, it would only ruin Chu Sun's reputation and make him unable to live a decent life. Therefore, she felt that she had done the right thing and that she should not let others know about the matter before she had figured it out. If she were to discover that Chu Sun had indeed done something wrong, she would protect her other sisters and make Chu Sun move out. Su Chichi seemed to realize he was in the wrong, but he gritted his teeth and said firmly, "This is a misunderstanding. I said I'll handle it." Her voice carried the unquestionable authority of an elder sister. Su Xiaogung was startled by her sudden outburst of aura and subconsciously took a step back. But he quickly realized what was happening. Today, he is the one in the right. Su Chichi looked at him and softened her tone. "Xiaogung, come here." She wanted to keep him calm and prevent him from escalating the situation. She decided to exchange it for benefits. Haven't you been worried about going to university? I promise you, I'll help you sort it out. Tsinghua, Peking University, or Tunghai University, as long as you want to go, I guarantee you can get in. For Chu Sun's sake, she had no choice but to compromise and make the deal she despised the most. She thought the offer was tempting enough. However, Su Xiaogang laughed. He laughed with utter smugness and utter contempt. Everything was going according to his and Zhang Junan's plan. The more Su Qiqi tried to smooth things over, the more it proved her guilty conscience and that Chu Sun was hiding something. I can choose not to go to university. A sinister look, unbecoming of his age, appeared on Su Xiaogang's face. But Chu Sun, that freak, must be punished. He must get out of the Su family. After saying that, he didn't give Su Qiqi a chance to react and turned to run towards the door. He's going out to call for help. Chapter 45. The older sisters were stunned. He wanted to show everyone what kind of person their precious little brother was. Return. Su Qiqi was truly panicked, completely panicked. She jerked her wheelchair forward, trying to rush over and stop him. Su Xiaogang. You come back here right now. Her voice became hoarse with fear and anger. She pushed the wheelchair to its maximum speed, but in the confined space, she couldn't keep up with a boy who was determined to run away. In her panic, she tried to grab Su Xiaogang's arm, but the wheelchair swerved too sharply and crashed hard into the foot of the bed. The immense impact sent her flying out of her wheelchair and crashing heavily onto the cold floor. Ah! Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the second floor. Her left leg, which was in a cast, slammed hard against the ground, and the wound that had just begun to heal instantly reopened. The excruciating pain overwhelmed her. She was trembling with pain, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Despair, helplessness, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped her. Su Xiaogang merely glanced back at her indifferently before rushing out of the room without hesitation. His voice boomed like thunder in the quiet villa, carrying a morbid excitement. Help! Help! Something terrible has happened. Chu Sun is a pervert. He stole my sister's personal clothing. The commotion immediately alerted the people downstairs. The nanny's screams created chaos. Heavy footsteps were rapidly approaching the second floor. Soon, Zhang Junnan was the first to appear at the room door. He looked at Su Qiqi, who was lying on the ground, his face covered in tears, in great pain. He glanced again at the glaring red and purple clothes on the bed, and a barely perceptible, sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Several nannies followed him. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Young miss. What's wrong? What happened? Zhang Junnan rushed in, his face showing just the right amount of panic and worry, and grabbed Su Qiqi's shoulder. Everything unfolded perfectly according to his script. The nanny hurriedly helped Su Qiqi up. It felt like all the bones in her body were falling apart, especially her injured left leg, which was so painful that her vision would go black. But at this moment, Su Qiqi couldn't care less about any of that. She just felt that it was all over. It's really over. Everything has been exposed. The situation can no longer be concealed. The thing she feared most, the thing she was most afraid of, has finally happened. Su Xiaogang's shouts made the whole villa buzz. Downstairs in the gym, Chu Sun was being pestered by several girls as he taught them how to use the newly bought equipment. What was that sound? Su Yuyan was the first to stop what she was doing and frowned. Sharp screams came intermittently from upstairs. It sounds like my older sister and Su Xiaogang's voices. Let's go check. Did that scoundrel Su Xiaogang bully big sister? Su Qinshue's face turned pale instantly. Chu Sun's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition instantly enveloped him. He threw down the dumbbells he was holding and was the first to rush out. Su Yuyan, Su Tingluan, Su Zhiro, and Su Qinshue, the four older sisters, quickly followed. The group rushed up to the second floor, and the sound came from Chu Sun's room. The door was wide open. Chu Sun rushed in, and the first thing he saw was his eldest sister, Su Qiqi, being supported by the nanny, her face pale and her forehead covered in cold sweat. She fell. Chu Sun's mind went blank for a moment, and he panicked. He didn't care about anything else and rushed over in one stride. Big sister. What happened to you? How did you fall down? He knelt down and carefully examined Su Qiqi's leg, which was in a cast, his voice full of anxiety and heartache. Several older sisters also gathered around, chattering with concern. Big sister, are you all right? How did you fall? Did your wound reopen? The atmosphere in the room was extremely eerie. Su Qiqi was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, he could only keep shaking his head, but he couldn't hide the despair and panic in his eyes. Zhang Junnan stood to the side, looking worried, while Su Xiaobing stood by the bed with his arms crossed, his face showing both pleasure and coldness. Chu Sun, supporting Su Qiqi, finally realized that something was wrong. Everyone's gaze seemed to be subtly drawn to him and the large bed. His heart sank. He felt that something extremely bad was about to happen. Sure enough, Su Xiaobing made a move. He stepped forward, walked to the center of the stage, and pointed at Chu Sun with a judgmental tone and righteous indignation. Chu Sun! How dare you show concern for my elder sister? If it weren't for you, would she have fallen? Chu Sun raised his head, his brows furrowed. What do you mean? What do I mean? Su Xiaobing sneered, turned around abruptly, and yanked the pillow off the bed. That set of red and purple women's underwear, top and bottom, appeared abruptly and glaringly in everyone's sight. The air froze in that instant. Su Yuyan, Su Tingwan, Su Zhiro, and Su Qingxue, the four older sisters, all widened their eyes at the same time. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Shocked, confused, bewildered. What's this? Women's underwear? Why was it under Xiao Sun's pillow? Chu Sun followed their gaze and froze when he saw what was under the pillow. It was as if a string in his mind snapped. What is this thing? Where did it come from? After a moment of confusion, he instantly understood. He was framed. Who is it? His gaze, like a knife, shot towards Zhang Junnan and Su Xiaobing standing to the side. There would be no one else but them. Such ruthless methods. This is going to kill him. Chu Sun. You traitorous beast. What else do you have to say? Su Xiaobing's voice was so sharp it sounded like it was going to pierce someone's eardrum. He pointed at Chu Sun's nose and started cursing. Our Su family took you in, fed you, clothed you, and treated you like a human being. Is this how you repay us? Ha! You actually stole my sister's personal belongings. Have you no shame whatsoever? Chu Sun stood up abruptly, his face ashen. I didn't take it. You didn't steal it? Then who did? Did this thing grow legs and run under your pillow by itself? Su Xiaobing was arrogant and unforgiving, even when he was in the right. The evidence is right here. You're still trying to deny it? You're a complete ingrate. You bastard. I think you're a psychopath. His insults grew increasingly vile, the filthy words like dirty knives stabbing at Chu Sun, and at every woman present. The values of the older sisters were completely shattered at that moment. They looked at the clothes, then at Chu Sun's ashen face, their minds a complete mess. Little Sun, stealing this thing? How is that possible? That's absolutely impossible. Chapter 46. Eighth sister helps take the blame. They frantically denied the idea in their minds. How could that clean, sunny, and kind younger brother, that blushing and shy boy, possibly do such a despicable thing? But the facts are right in front of us. That was not an illusion. Su Yuyan was the first to react. She immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Chu Sun. Xiaogun, what nonsense are you talking about? There must be a mistake. Maybe the nanny accidentally mixed up someone's clothes with your brother's when she was collecting the laundry. This reason is far-fetched. But she really didn't believe it. She knew better than anyone that Chu Sun was not that kind of person. Su Tingwan followed up with a firm voice. Yes, Xiao Sun would never do such a thing. Her reason was simpler and more direct, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Both of them had the closest contact with Chu Sun. They knew that if he really had that kind of need and desire, he could simply come to them directly. They might even actively try to please them. He neither had nor needed to satisfy himself in this sneaky, almost pathological way. That doesn't make sense. Therefore, he must have been framed. You're all protecting him. Su Xiaogang was furious when she saw her two older sisters standing up for Chu Sun. Even at a time like this, you're still protecting him? Have you lost your minds? The scene was completely chaotic. Su Xiaogang grabbed the clothes from under the pillow and held them high, as if displaying a trophy. Fine. You don't believe me, huh? Then tell me, whose clothes are these? He looked around at all the women present. Su Qiqi, Su Yuyan, Su Tingwan, Su Zhiro, Su Qingxue, and several young female nannies. Just then, Su Qingxue, standing in the crowd, widened her clear, doe-like eyes in an instant. Her body trembled slightly. That outfit. That color, that style, and that little bow on the shoulder strap. It's hers. She had just changed out of it yesterday and asked the nanny to take it to be washed. How could this be? How did it end up under Xiao Sun's pillow? Xiao Sun, he stole mine. Su Qinshue's face turned deathly pale in an instant, all color draining away. She felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand up. But the thought lasted for less than a second before she forcibly cut it off. No. Impossible. Xiao Sun is definitely not that kind of person. The way he looked at me was always so clear, so gentle, and full of doting affection. He couldn't possibly do such a thing. It must be Su Xiaogang. He's the one who framed Xiao Sun. Yes. That must be it. In the little girl's innocent mind, she made a judgment in an instant. Seeing that no one spoke, Su Xiaogang's sneer deepened. What? No one's claiming him? My dear sisters, don't let this ingrate sell you out and foolishly help him count his money. He waved the clothes in his hand and spoke in a heartbroken tone. I'm begging you, wake up. Don't be so generous with other people's money. He stole from someone else this time, he might steal from you next time. You'll regret it then. You'd better watch out. So, whose stuff is this? Su Xiaogang asked again, his voice aggressive. A deathly silence. Everyone fell silent. Su Qiqi endured the excruciating pain, knowing that someone had to step forward at this moment. Someone has to claim the garment and then use a plausible excuse to smooth things over. Her gaze swept across the crowd and landed on the face of seventh sister, Su Jiro. There was a barely perceptible plea in her eyes. Of all the younger sisters, Su Jiro is the most mischievous and daring, and is best at stirring up trouble in chaotic situations. She will definitely understand what she means. Su Jiro met her elder sister's gaze, paused slightly, and then immediately understood. Meanwhile, the naive Su Qinshuo felt both anxious and pained as she watched Chu Sun, who was suspected by everyone and isolated and helpless. She couldn't let Xiao Sun be slandered like that by Su Xiaogang. She wanted to help him out of that predicament. And so, at the very moment Su Xiaogang's voice fell. One voice was crisp and clear, the other delicate and soft. The two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Be mine. Mine. Su Jiro raised her hand. Su Qinshuo also raised her hand at the same time. The scene instantly fell into an extremely awkward and deathly silence. All eyes darted back and forth between Su Jiro and Su Qinshuo, their expressions a fascinating mix of emotions. A set of underwear. Two owners? Su Jiro realized something. She leaned closer to the object in Su Xiaogang's hand and squinted to examine it carefully. Then she pretended to suddenly realize something and slapped her forehead. Oh dear, I'm mistaking you for someone else, this isn't mine. Her words eased the tense atmosphere slightly. Su Jiro shrugged nonchalantly and said in a half-joking tone, although I'm also a bee, you know, I'm a little vain, and I usually like to wear a size up. I misread it just now. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Su Qinshuo, whose face was flushed. Eighth sister is honest and never does anything fake. She's eighth sister. All eyes immediately focused on Su Qinshuo. Su Qinshuo was no longer flustered or afraid as before. Her clear eyes were now burning with the flames of anger. She strode forward and snatched the clothes back from Su Xiaogang's hands, clutching them tightly. Yes, it's mine. Su Qiqi's heart jumped into her throat. Although she knew that eighth sister was simple-minded and usually liked to pester Xiao Sun. But she wasn't sure if this young girl, who wasn't even 20 years old yet, would doubt Chu Sun or break down on the spot. After all, this is too serious and too embarrassing for any girl. Su Xiaogang was overjoyed to see this. Very good. The person in question has admitted it. He felt that after being messed with by Chu Sun, that pervert, eighth sister Su Qinshuo would definitely disgust him to death, and from then on she would want to stay as far away from him as possible. The perfect image of Chu Sun in her heart has completely collapsed today, right here. Great. Now we have both witnesses and physical evidence. Su Xiaogang could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately pulled out his phone and held it high. I'm calling the police right now. Let the police deal with this pervert. The suspect and the victim are both here, let's see how he tries to deny it. Chu Sun clenched his fist instantly, veins bulging. Su Xiaogang, are you fucking crazy? I told you I didn't take it. You didn't take it? It grew legs and ran under your pillow by itself? Su Xiaogang had a look on his face as if he were looking at a dead man. Just you wait to go in. Just as he was about to dial the number. Wait a moment. Su Qinshue's voice rang out. She took a step forward, her small body blocking Chu Sun's path, facing Su Xiaogang directly. This is definitely mine. She paused, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. But it wasn't the patrolman who stole it. I accidentally left it here when I came to talk to Xiao Sun at noon. I had no idea. It has nothing to do with Xiao Sun, so don't make false accusations. Chapter 47 Big Sister believes in you. This statement left everyone speechless. Everyone stood there dumbfounded. Especially Su Xiaogang and Zhang Junan, who had been watching the show from the corner. Where did this thing come from? Others might not know, but how could those two not know? Those two are the ones who put it in there. How could Su Qinshui have been here? You left your things here? That's impossible. She's lying. She's protecting Chu Sun. But they couldn't say that reason. They absolutely cannot admit that they put it there. Eighth sister, are you serious? Su Xiaogang feigned an expression of disbelief and heartbreak. Don't you dare lie like this just to cover for him. This is no laughing matter. Eighth sister, have you been threatened by him? Don't be afraid, we're all here. Don't ruin your reputation for this ungrateful wretch. Cover? Su Qinshui looked at Su Xiaogang and suddenly sneered. Su Xiaogang, are you an idiot? A single swear word froze the air in the entire room. Everyone stared in disbelief at the usually well-behaved little sister. You were singing and dancing at Shoya's wedding, are you out of your mind? These are my own personal clothes, I can put them wherever I want. What business is it of yours, you idiot? It's none of your concern. I just accidentally left it in Sun's room, so what? You're not happy about it? Call the police. Report me for leaving things lying around. Still covering for them? Cover for them my foot. Su Qinshui had completely given up on being polite to Su Xiaogang. She knew exactly what was going on. Xiao Sun would never do such a thing. All of this, from beginning to end, was a conspiracy orchestrated by that scumbag Su Xiaogang. She's going to throw all pretenses at us today. Su Xiaogang was completely stunned by Su Qinshui's barrage of insults, which left him speechless and dumbfounded. He wanted to argue back, to hurl insults at her. But looking at Su Qinshui's murderous eyes and the increasingly hostile gazes of the older women beside her, he was speechless for a moment, his face turning a deep purplish red with anger. As Su Qiqi looked at the scene before him, a huge weight was finally lifted from his heart. She no longer cared whether what eighth sister said was true or false. Perhaps this really is just a huge misunderstanding. Or perhaps eighth sister thought the same way as her, choosing to suppress the matter in this way in order to protect Xiao Sun. In any case, this deadlock has been turned around. Seeing Su Xiaogang's frustrated expression, Su Qiqi felt that even the excruciating pain in her leg had lessened considerably. She cleared her throat. Alright, since it's just a misunderstanding, let's all go home. What a blunder! It's caused such chaos, what a mess! After she spoke, the nannies felt as if they had been granted a pardon and quickly withdrew. Su Yuyan and Su Tingwan quickly supported Chu Sun on either side, looking at him with concern, afraid that he had been wronged. Su Zhiro walked over to Su Qinshui, patted her on the shoulder, and gave her an approving look. Su Xiaogang was furious at the sight of this harmonious scene where everyone was united against a common enemy. His meticulously planned scheme, which he thought was flawless, was thwarted by this young girl, Su Qinshui, with such an absurd reason. He was unwilling to accept it. Su Xiaogang left with a dark expression. The farce in the room finally came to an end. Su Qiqi glanced at Chu Sun, who was still in shock and feeling wronged. Xiao Sun, push me back to my room. Oh, okay. Chu Sun snapped out of his daze and silently walked to the back of the wheelchair. The corridor was deathly silent. Chu Sun's mind is still completely blank. This is too much of an accusation, too harsh. This is a complete attempt to ruin him, to disgrace him, and to make him unable to hold his head up in this family forever. He knew in his heart that his eighth sister, Su Qinshui, had gone to great lengths to help him get away with it. She didn't even come to his room today. That phrase, I accidentally dropped it, was a colossal lie she told to protect herself. He felt a mix of gratitude, heartache, and lingering fear. What he feared most was what his eldest sister thought. Does she believe in herself? Or does he, like Su Xiaogang, feel like a pervert hiding in a dark corner? He dared not ask, nor dared he think. They arrived at Su Qiqi's room. Chu Sun pushed her inside. close the door. Su Chichi's voice was cold. Shu Sun's heart skipped a beat. He turned around as instructed and gently closed the door. Click. The atmosphere in the room was extremely oppressive. Shu Sun lowered his head, unsure of where to put his hands. He wasn't sure whether his older sister believed him or not. Su Chichi sat in her wheelchair, not looking at him, but quietly gazing out the window. Her stunningly beautiful face was now covered with a layer of frost. She did indeed intend to temporarily refrain from speaking out, or even to protect Shu Sun. Even if he really made a mistake, she would be outside, risking her life to protect him. This is her responsibility as the eldest sister. However, in private, if he really did something despicable, she would definitely discipline him in the strictest way. If someone needs a spanking, they should be spanked. If someone needs a whipping, they should be whipped. We will show no mercy. She had to let him know what he could do and what he absolutely couldn't touch. After a long silence, Su Chichi finally spoke. Tell me what happened today. Shu Sun's body trembled violently. He raised his head and his lips moved. Big sister, eighth sister, she didn't come to my room today. That thing shouldn't have been left in my room by eighth sister. She must have said that to get me out of that predicament. Su Chichi slowly turned his wheelchair and finally looked at him directly. So, did you take it? These words struck Shu Sun's heart like a heavy hammer. He felt his breath catch in his throat. My older sister still suspects him. A tremendous sense of injustice and despair overwhelmed him instantly. Shu Sun squatted down in front of Su Chichi's wheelchair. He looked up, his clear eyes staring straight at Su Chichi, even with a hint of tears in them. Big sister, it really wasn't me. You have to believe me, I really. His next words were choked up and stuck in his throat. He couldn't say them anymore. Seeing him like this, Su Chichi's heart, which was wrapped in ice, shattered instantly. She couldn't hold back any longer. At this moment, she threw all thoughts of her elder sister's authority and strict discipline to the winds. She stretched out her arms and hugged the boy who was squatting in front of her tightly, very tightly. Shu Sun froze completely. He could smell the faint fragrance emanating from his older sister, and feel the warmth and slight trembling of her arms. Then, he heard his older sister's voice, right next to his ear. The voice was no longer cold, but carried an unprecedented tenderness and a hint of guilt. Big sister believes in you. Shao Sun, your older sister has been waiting for you to say that. Chapter 48 The Eldest Sister's Compensation. Shu Sun asked in a muffled voice, Big sister, did you doubt me just now? Su Chichi held his arm, tightening her grip even more. She closed her eyes and said honestly, there is a little bit, because bad people are too cunning. But only a tiny bit. If you tell me right now, in front of me, that you don't have it, then I will be convinced that you don't have it. I will believe you unconditionally. Yes, I'm sorry, Shao Sun. I shouldn't have doubted you. Upon hearing this, Shu Sun could no longer hold back. I thought you, big sister, also thought I was a pervert. Su Chichi couldn't hold back any longer. Looking at the boy in her arms, she was filled with immense guilt and heartache. How could I doubt him? How can you doubt a boy who would risk his life to protect himself? He was so clean, so sunny, so upright. How could I possibly use such filthy thoughts to speculate about him? I'm sorry, Sun, I'm so sorry. Su Chichi's voice also became choked with sobs. Although I didn't show it to you, I did doubt you for a second in my heart. But I was deceived because I saw it under your pillow with my own eyes. It's my fault. My older sister wasn't firm enough and didn't trust you enough. I apologize to you, sister. From now on, big sister will never doubt Shao Sun again, never. I'm sorry. The two of them just hugged each other like that. It took a long time for my emotions to gradually calm down. Su Chichi let go of Shu Sun's hand, looked at Shu Sun's red eyes, and reached out to wipe away a tear for him. The huge weight on her heart was finally lifted. Very good. Shao Sun is definitely not a bad person. He was still the younger brother she loved most. That makes things complicated. Su Chichi's mind started working at high speed again. Alright, since you didn't take it, and it wasn't eighth sister who accidentally put it there, then this matter is not so simple. Su Chichi asked, when I went to your room just now, I saw a few of your own clothes next to your pillow. Did you put them away yourself? Shu Sun shook his head. Half of them are, and half of them aren't. Half of them were things I was in a hurry to wear, and the other half were probably things the nanny helped me take down in the afternoon and casually put on the bed. Su Qiqi's eyes sharpened. Then there are only two possibilities. Or, the nanny accidentally mixed someone else's clothes with yours when she was collecting the laundry, and then happened to put them under your pillow. Or. She paused for a moment, then lowered her voice even further. Someone is deliberately trying to frame you. Upon hearing this, the two looked at each other again, and a name simultaneously surfaced in their minds. Su Xiaogang. His restless, troublemaking behavior in the room today was highly suspicious. However, Su Qiqi immediately thought of a crucial detail. That's not right. She frowned. Xiao Sun, this matter was first told to me by your brother-in-law Zhang Junan. Xu Sun was suddenly taken aback. Su Qiqi continued, he said he saw you secretly take a girl's underwear when you were on the balcony. I didn't believe him at the time, so I secretly went to your room to check, and then. What exactly were you doing while Zhang Junan was pushing me around in the garden? Xu Sun thought about it carefully. After I handed you over to my brother-in-law, my seventh sister and the others pulled me away. Oh right, before going to the gym, I did go to the balcony to collect the clothes I washed that morning. Su Qiqi's pupils contracted slightly. In other words, Zhang Junan did indeed have the opportunity to see Chusun taking in the laundry on the balcony. So did he make a mistake and take other clothes for a woman's underwear? Or is it? Was he an accomplice of Su Xiaogang from the very beginning? His words were a deliberate attempt to lure me to Chusun's room so I could watch this grand spectacle. One question after another swirled in Su Qiqi's mind. Su Qiqi looked at him and already knew what was going on. She gently pushed Chusun away. You go back first, and call Zhang Junan in for me. Chusun nodded, stood up, and prepared to leave. He had only taken 2 steps when Su Qiqi's voice came from behind him again. He turned around and saw his older sister reaching out her hand to him again. He walked back and was hugged tightly by her once again. This time, she hugged him even tighter, as if she wanted to meld him into her very bones. She realized she was wrong. She gently touched Chusun's face, which was still streaked with tears, her voice filled with guilt. Xiao Sun, will you blame your older sister? Big sister. I had a slight doubt about you just now. Chusun shook his head, wiped his eyes, and forced a smile. No, big sister. Anyone would be suspicious if they saw something like that under my pillow, that's normal. Something's not right. Su Qiqi immediately retorted, her tone somewhat agitated. This is not normal at all. This shows I still don't trust you enough. I've failed as the eldest sister. Big sister was wrong, Xiao Sun, please don't hold a grudge, okay? Chusun felt a warmth in his heart when he saw her anxious expression. I won't have it, big sister. You definitely have it. Su Qiqi said firmly, like a stubborn child. To say that I have no lingering doubts when doubted by the person closest to me is definitely a lie. You're just trying to comfort me. She looked at Chusun, then suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. To prove that my older sister no longer suspects you of being a pervert. From now on, the task of massaging my older sister will officially be handed over to you. Chusun was taken aback. Su Qiqi continued confidently, think about it, if my older sister still thinks you're a pervert, how could she possibly let you touch my feet and legs? I must think that my Xiao Sun is a sunny, innocent boy with no ulterior motives, which is why I feel so comfortable entrusting such a private matter to you. Does this prove that my older sister is completely open with you? Chusun couldn't help but laugh as he watched her talking nonsense with such a straight face. The grievances he felt had completely vanished. Sister, if you just think my massage is comfortable, just say so. Why make up so many excuses? Oh dear, you noticed. Su Qiqi blushed slightly when Chusun's thoughts were exposed, and reached out to gently tug at Chusun's ear. You're so clever. Go on. Okay. Chusun smiled and responded, then turned and left the room. His emotions were like a roller coaster ride, finally stopping in the warmest place. He went outside and found Zhang Junan at the door of the study. Zhang Junan was sitting there, absent-mindedly flipping through a magazine. When he saw Chusun come out, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly stood up and forced a concerned smile on his face. Xiao Sun, is your older sister all right? What did she say to you? Chusun glanced at him expressionlessly. The older sister wants you to come in. After saying that, he walked away without giving her even a second glance. As Zhang Junan watched his retreating figure, the unease in his heart instantly amplified to its extreme. It's over. What kind of attitude is this? Could it be that we've been discovered? Is Su Qiqi calling me in to interrogate me? With trepidation, Zhang Junnan moved step by step toward Su Qiqi's room. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, he felt a bone-chilling cold. Su Qiqi sat in a wheelchair with her back to him. Zhang Junnan carefully closed the door. This was one of the few times he had been able to step into Su Qiqi's room since they got married. Qiqi, you were looking for me?" he asked tentatively. Chapter 49. If you like it, I can give it to you. Su Qiqi did not turn around. A cold, emotionless word slipped softly from her lips. Kneel down. Zhang Junnan didn't understand at first and thought he was hallucinating. Huh? What did you say? Su Qiqi suddenly turned his wheelchair to face him. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, but her eyes were colder than the Siberian wind. Her voice suddenly rose in pitch, like a thunderclap. I told you to kneel down. Didn't you hear me? Kneel down. Kneel down for me. Su Qiqi was furious. It was a kind of pent-up, devastating anger that had finally found an outlet after a long period of build-up. As the future successor of the Su family, she has always acted this way in front of outsiders. Without ruthlessness and decisiveness, it would be impossible to manage such a behemoth as the Su family. Only in front of Chu Sun and her sisters would she shed all her armor and reveal her most vulnerable side. Especially in front of Chu Sun. While she also harbored doubts about Chu Sun, she could only cautiously seek confirmation, looking before she could act. You need to consider whether it's a misunderstanding or whether someone is slandering you. We also have to work hard to protect his self-esteem. But in front of outsiders, she always believed in the principle of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. Although she is not yet certain that Zhang Junnan is deliberately slandering her. But even a little bit of doubt is enough. She was going to put immense pressure on him, crush him completely, and make him spill all the truth. Whether he did it intentionally or not, his actions today have caused irreparable harm to Xiao Sun. He made Xiao Sun feel that her closest older sister was suspicious of him. This tiny misunderstanding, like an almost invisible crack, appeared between her and Xiao Sun's trust. This was enough to enrage her. Su Qiqi needs someone to vent his anger on. And Zhang Junnan, the culprit, is the best choice. Zhang Junnan was so frightened by her terrifying aura that his legs went weak and he could no longer support his body weight. With a thump, he humbly knelt on the floor. As a son-in-law who lives with his wife's family, this is his status in the family. A dog. Su Qiqi looked at him coldly, then maneuvered her wheelchair to the shoe rack by the door. She picked up a jump rope from above. Then, she returned to Zhang Junnan and looked down at him. Smack! Without any warning. She raised her hand, and the jump rope whistled through the air as it lashed hard across Zhang Junnan's face. Zhang Junnan screamed, and a burning red mark instantly appeared on his face. He covered his face, looking at Su Qiqi in disbelief. He never expected that this woman, who was usually cold but still polite to him, would actually make a move. However, Su Qiqi didn't give him any time to react. Smack! 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 Several more blows landed hard on his body, arms, and back. In the summer, I was only wearing a thin short-sleeved shirt, and the rope whipped against my skin, causing excruciating pain. Zhang Junnan was in excruciating pain and was rolling around on the ground. Ah! Qiqi! Stop hitting me! I know I was wrong. He dodged while desperately begging for mercy. Qiqi! I was really wrong. I misread it. I misunderstood Xiao Sun. I deserve to die. I really didn't mean to. He shouted and kowtowed frantically, banging his head against the floor. However, his pleas for mercy only fueled Su Qiqi's even more furious rage. You deserve to die. She remained furious, her jump rope swinging harder and harder, as if she wanted to whip him to death. Do you know how much damage your words have caused Xiao Sun today? He's only 18. How is he supposed to face his older sister in the future? How is he supposed to live in this family? We've been married for so long, and I, Su Qiqi, can honestly say I've never treated you unfairly. I have never sworn at you, I have given you enough money to spend, and I have preserved the reputation of the Zhang family. I think I've been good enough to you. Is this how you repay me? Stab the person I love most in the back? Su Qiqi's voice was hoarse with anger, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disappointment and cold killing intent. Looking at Zhang Junnan curled up on the ground like a dead dog, her anger did not diminish in the slightest. You really just mistook it by accident? Zhang Junnan was trembling all over. He endured the excruciating pain and tried to explain himself while tears streamed down his face. Yes, Shichi, I really just misjudged. I just thought back, and when Xiaosun came down from the balcony, among the pile of clothes he was carrying, there seemed to be a red short-sleeved shirt and a pair of purple athletic shorts. I was too far away to see clearly. I really misunderstood Xiaosun. I deserve to die. I'm not human. Su Qiqi was about to be driven mad by him. Of course she didn't believe it. This story is too coincidental, it's as if it was prearranged. However, there is currently no evidence to prove that he is lying. Su Qiqi took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. This matter cannot be rushed. We need to investigate slowly. She threw the jump rope in her hand on the ground. Go back to your room and kneel there all night. You don't have to go to work tomorrow anyway. Did you hear that? Zhang Junnan felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scrambled to his feet. I understand, Shichi, I understand. Remember this, there won't be a next time. If there is a next time, you can get out of the Su family. Zhang Junnan was timid and dared not say another word, and fled in a panic. The door closed. Sitting alone in his wheelchair, Su Qiqi finally felt a little relieved of the anger in his heart. On the other side. With mixed feelings, Xiaosun returned to his room. He pushed open the door and found that there was no one else in the room. Only 8th sister Su Qinxue remained, sitting blankly by his bedside. She was still clutching her personal clothing tightly in her hand. Her face was pale, and her eyes were somewhat vacant, as if she had not yet recovered from the chaos just now. She wondered, what exactly was going on? Regardless, there was one thing she was absolutely certain of. Xiaosun is absolutely innocent. He was definitely framed. Upon seeing Xiaosun enter, Su Qinxue looked up abruptly, like a startled fawn. Xiaosun, you're back. Her voice was soft and gentle. She glanced at the doorway and whispered, close the door. Xiaosun nodded and closed the door as instructed. Only the two of them remained in the room. The atmosphere became subtly awkward for a moment. Looking at what his 8th sister held, Xiaosun felt a mixture of gratitude and guilt. He walked up to her and looked at her intently. 8th sister, thank you. I know, that thing wasn't something you accidentally put in my room. You did this today to help me. As Su Qinxue listened to his words, her clear, watery eyes darted around. A bold and fun idea suddenly popped into her little head. She made her decision. I'll use this as an excuse to properly tease the young patrolman in front of me who's been on my mind. Suddenly, her fair and delicate face flushed slightly. She lowered her head, as if she were a little shy and didn't dare to look Xiaosun in the eye. She pouted her cherry-like, luscious lips and said softly in a tone that was both aggrieved and somewhat resentful. Little Sun. If you really like it. Actually, I could give it to you, it could even be. Why use this method? Xiaosun was stunned when he heard this. 8th sister, what is 8th sister saying? Chapter 50 The Inexperienced Little Princess. Xiaosun stared at his 8th sister, completely dumbfounded. 8th sister, you don't really think I took it, do you? Or what? Su Qinxue puffed out her cheeks, like an angry little rabbit, her fair face still bearing the lingering blush from before. The thing was in your room. You didn't take it. Did it grow legs and run in by itself? It really wasn't me. Xiaosun hurriedly explained, his forehead almost sweating. I don't care. Su Qinxue snorted, but instead of getting angry, she took a step forward. She was wearing a pink yoga outfit today. Her tight yoga pants accentuated her round and perky curves, and her legs were long and straight. She had just finished exercising, and beads of sweat still clung to her forehead and the tip of her nose. But she didn't smell of sweat at all. Instead, a faint milky fragrance mixed with the scent of a young girl wafted into Xiaosun's nose. Confess. Su Qinxue stretched out her fair finger and poked Xiaosun's chest. What exactly do you want with that thing? If you don't tell me, I'll get angry and teach you a lesson. She raised her little fist, then lifted her slender leg, clad in yoga pants, and gently kicked his calf. I'll spank you, you hear me? Xiaosun finally saw through the little rabbit's true purpose. She wasn't angry at all, she was clearly just being cute. She's been corrupted by 7th sister Su Jiro, and keeps finding ways to tease him. There was not a trace of questioning in those clear, large eyes. They were filled with a bright, mischievous glint. Her pouting little mouth, pink and tender like a ripe cherry, makes you want to take a bite. After a few seconds, seeing that Chusun didn't respond, Su Qingxue stopped pretending. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh, her eyes crinkling into crescents. I know it definitely wasn't you. She dropped her playful expression and looked at Chusun seriously. Xiaosun, do you have anyone you suspect? Chusun's expression also became serious. It's possible that the nanny collected the wrong clothes and they accidentally slipped in. Or, it must have been Su Xiaogang who did it. It must be Su Xiaogang. Upon hearing this name, Su Qingxue's face showed undisguised disgust. That scoundrel. He's disgusting. He used my things to frame you, how disgusting. I really want to beat him to death. The little girl's chest heaved with anger, clearly showing that she hated Su Xiaogang to the extreme. She cursed a few times, then looked up at Chusun, her eyes darting around before a wicked smile returned to her face. But speaking of which, little Sun. She leaned closer, her voice low. Are you satisfied with what eighth sister has given you? Without waiting for Chusun's reaction, she threw the things onto his bed. She turned and ran out of the room, leaving behind a string of silvery laughter. Chusun watched her cheerful figure run away and shook his head helplessly. He glanced down at the bed and felt his cheeks burning. Meanwhile, Su Xiaogang returned to his room, furious, and slammed the door shut. He was so angry that he paced back and forth in the room, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. Oh shit. Are all these women crazy? Chusun, a bastard who has been proven not to be of the Su family bloodline. Why are they protecting him like this? They're all acting like madmen. Su Xiaogang could neither understand nor accept it. Even when caught red-handed, they managed to coordinate their stories and lie through their teeth to protect Chusun. Especially the eldest sister, Su Shiqi. He originally thought that his eldest sister, who was in charge of the Su family and valued rules the most, would be the first to stand up and severely reprimand Chusun. And what was the result? She's the one who's most biased. Not only did she stop him immediately, but she also stood in front of Chusun like a mother hen protecting her chicks, despite her injured legs. They even tried to bribe him with rewards like getting into a good university. On what grounds? That kind of indiscriminate protection should have been directed at his own younger brother. A strong sense of envy suddenly welled up in Su Xiaogang's heart. Then it was overwhelmed by even deeper resentment and jealousy. He wandered for 18 years, enduring countless hardships. I finally made it back to this home, but I feel like an outsider. But Chusun, this usurper, is enjoying everything that should rightfully belong to him. That's unfair. This is so unfair. Just as he was burning with anger, his phone suddenly rang. As soon as the call connected, a familiar yet anxious voice came from the other end. Brother Gung. Brother Gung, help me. The other end of the phone was chaotic, filled with the cries of several people. We've been taken to the police station. We got into a fight with a couple of scumbags this morning and got beaten up. They called the police. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaogang became even angrier. These people were his brothers. Damn it. Useless trash. Su Xiaogang started cursing into the phone. You bunch of grown men can't even handle a pair of adulterers? And you got sent to jail? You've completely disgraced me. Brother Gung, it's not that we're useless. It's just that guy is too good at fighting. The three of us are no match for him, he beat us up like dogs. Who the hell is so arrogant as to dare mess with you? Su Xiaogang said angrily. Alright, stop yelling. Which police station? I'll come and get you guys out right now. At the same time, sixth sister Su Tingwan was also preparing to take a shower. She was also exhausted today. Su Tingwan went into the bathroom. At this moment, Su Zhiro entered her sister's room, intending to talk to her and scold Su Xiaogang, that scoundrel. That guy has been targeting Xiao Sun again and again, and she just couldn't take it anymore. Su Tingwan stood in front of the sink, looking at herself in the mirror. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a pair of white ankle socks hanging on the clothes rack next to her. It's the same pair I wore yesterday. A knowing smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Yes, I can save this. Just then, Su Zhiro arrived at the bathroom door and saw the socks. She walked over, picked it up casually, and even touched it in her hand. Hey sis, why didn't you wash your white socks? Su Tingwan's heart skipped a beat. We're doomed. We're about to be discovered. Let me wash it for you. As Su Zhiro spoke, she brought the socks closer. What's that smell? It's weird. Sister, aren't you a germaphobe? Why don't you wash your socks after you've worn them? They smell. She wrinkled her little nose, looking disgusted. Actually, the smell was quite strong, but Su Jiro just thought it smelled bad. Su Tingwan looked at her innocent yet disdainful expression and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's true. Jiro is a sweet and soft little princess, inexperienced and very naive. Oh, that? I sweated a bit while walking yesterday, and it smelled a little sweaty, so I forgot it inside. Oh, I see. You'd better wash it quickly, or it'll get moldy. Okay, I'll do it myself. Su Tingwan took the socks from her hand and carefully put them into the cabinet next to her, intending to deal with them when no one was around. At this point, Su Jiro realized something was wrong. Why are you keeping these smelly socks in the closet instead of throwing them away? Su Jiro was puzzled, but didn't think much of it. Sis, do you think Su Xiaogang is sick? Su Jiro started complaining to her. He deliberately framed Xiao Sun, and even stole Ba Mei's things to frame her. I really can't understand how he could be our younger brother. He doesn't look like us at all. Su Tingwan sighed. He grew up outside since he was a child, and that's the kind of personality he developed. It's not something he can change overnight. Change? I don't think he'll ever change in his lifetime. Su Jiro said angrily. I also heard that my parents are planning to groom him, send him to Africa to pretend to be a black guy, and then have him take the entrance exam for a prestigious university back in China. That's so unfair. They must have high hopes for Su Xiaogang, but looking at him, does he seem like he can amount to anything? I think he's just a good-for-nothing. Su Jiro grew angrier as she spoke. He stole everything that should have belonged to Xiao Sun. And now he's bullying Xiao Sun. I'm so angry. Chapter 51. The son-in-law brother-in-law is about to die of furious. Looking at her indignant sister, Su Tingwan felt a pang of unease. She patted Su Jiro on the shoulder and said softly, "Don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry with someone like that. Jiro, remember this." Su Tingwan's gaze became exceptionally firm. No matter what happens in the future, my sister and I must stand on Xiao Sun's side. Su Jiro nodded without hesitation. Of course. Su Xiaogang is nothing. Xiao Sun is our only brother. No matter how much my parents favor him, I will only ever recognize Xiao Sun as my younger brother. The two sisters made a pact in the bathroom. Su Qiqi sent a message to Chu Sun, explaining Zhang Junan's explanation. Chu Sun was alone in his room, thinking, something is definitely not right. He was on the third floor when he heard the sounds coming from the room. It's probably Su Qiqi punishing him. The way he was yelling was very loud, and you could tell Su Qiqi was really angry. Chu Sun wasn't stupid. Based on his experience reading novels in his previous life, he knew something was definitely wrong with Zhang Junan. The older sister said that he was the one who complained first, but his explanation was completely unreasonable. When I came down to collect the clothes, I did have a red shirt and purple sweatpants in my hand. But how could I possibly be wrong? The structures are completely different. In addition, Chu Sun noticed that when he was with his older sister, especially when he was massaging Su Qiqi's injured leg at the hospital, Zhang Junan was extremely jealous. Although he tried his best to hide his status as a son-in-law. But Chu Sun could sense a murderous aura emanating from him. Chu Sun was speechless. His relationship with Su Qiqi was completely innocent, okay? Chu Sun believed he had been very tactful and showed Su Qiqi exceptional respect. Moreover, as Su Qiqi's husband, Zhang Junan should be doing much more intimate things with her. Shouldn't that be a regular occurrence? What exactly is he so sour about? Is it necessary? Chu Sun was speechless. Could it be that Su Qiqi has been married for so long, yet Zhang Junan has never touched her? That can't be right, can it? Could it be that my eldest sister has been married for so long, or? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The eldest sister is a woman too, especially at 28 years old. How could she possibly resist? Chu Sun thought that if that were really the case, then Zhang Junan's anger would be understandable. He was jealous because he could give Su Qiqi a massage even under these circumstances. Based on this jealousy, Chu Sun estimated that Zhang Junan had already formed an alliance with Su Xiaogang. Chu Sun's phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Qiqi. Xiao Sun, come to my room, take me downstairs, give me a good massage, and apply some medicine. Chu Sun got up and went to Su Qiqi's room. Pushing open the door, Su Qiqi was sitting in a wheelchair, looking out the window. Let's go, Xiao Sun, push me down. Chu Sun hesitated. He looked troubled, pondering in his mind. Zhang Junan, that son-in-law, is downstairs right now. Men all care about their reputation. Although the older sister's massage was legitimate and necessary. After all, the doctor said that massage can speed up recovery. Su Shiqi is so busy with work, she definitely needs to recover as soon as possible. But if it were in front of Zhang Junan, something just felt off. Chu Sun didn't want to provoke that man any further. Making too many enemies was ultimately not a good thing. Big sister. Zhang Junan is still downstairs. Chu Sun carefully considered his words before speaking. Let's just press it in your room, or we can wait until he goes back to his room before going down. Upon hearing this, Su Qiqi frowned slightly. What are you thinking about? Her voice carried a hint of displeasure. We're doing this openly and honestly, what's there to hide? You're the only one in the family who knows how to massage. My leg is so badly injured, it will heal very slowly without massage. Then, let's press it here. Chu Sun was still a little awkward. No. Su Qiqi shook his head. I want to watch TV, and I also want to chat with you and my sisters. She looked at Chu Sun, her tone softening. Don't worry, Xiao Sun. Our relationship is aboveboard and we are not afraid of any rumors or gossip. If anyone thinks that way, then they really have a dirty mind, and I promise I won't let them off easily. Hearing her say that, Chu Sun's mind softened. He thought about it and realized that his older sister was right. They are 10 years apart in age, and that age difference is indeed unlikely to lead to any speculation. Moreover, given her personality, she'd definitely prefer an older, domineering CEO, so she'd probably have no interest in him. Women are attracted to strength and want to find a shoulder to lean on. Although they are legally entitled to a marriage certificate, there's really no reason for her to have any feelings for him. Chu Sun thought to himself silently. He then pushed Su Qiqi's wheelchair downstairs. Downstairs living room. Zhang Junan sat alone behind a large mahogany desk, with stacks of documents spread out on it. Although he had applied medicine, the red marks on his face were still quite noticeable. With Su Qiqi's leg injured, some of the mountain of documents piled up in the company naturally fell on the shoulders of the son-in-law. Of course, his efforts weren't in vain. As the son-in-law of the Su family, he owns 10% of the shares in the most profitable subsidiary of the Su Group, with a market value of up to 5 billion. For a student from a small town who rose to prominence through hard work and exam preparation, this is a class leap that most people could never achieve in several lifetimes. Outside, he is the respected general manager Zhang, enjoying immense prestige and respect wherever he goes. But within the grand and secluded Su family mansion, he was clear about his place. Chu Sun pushed Su Qiqi's wheelchair out of the elevator. On the leather sofa in the living room, the older sisters had already finished showering and changed into their loungewear. The entire space was filled with the mixed scents of shower gel, shampoo, and the girl's own fragrance. As soon as Chu Sun entered the living room, he was overwhelmed by the fragrance. Su Qiqi's voice broke the silence. Come here, sisters, all of you. Xiao Sun is going to give me a massage. You should all learn from him so you can give me a massage in the future. Upon hearing this, several girls curiously gathered around, leaving the middle of the sofa empty. Chu Sun pushed Su Qiqi's wheelchair to the sofa. He crouched down and carefully lifted Su Qiqi's right leg, which was in a cast, and gently placed it on the coffee table. Then, he reached for her other left foot. Almost at the same time, Zhang Junan, who was at the desk, dropped his pen on the table. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Chu Sun's hand. A flame of jealousy instantly ignited in his heart, burning his eyes until they turned red. On what grounds? How dare this bastard touch her? Chu Sun paid no attention to that venomous gaze. He took off the slipper that Su Qiqi was wearing. Su Qiqi is extremely concerned about saving face. She absolutely wouldn't allow that awkward moment from the morning in the taxi to happen again. So before going downstairs, she made sure to wash her feet very carefully. At this moment, what was presented to Chu Sun was a flawless jade foot, with only a faint fragrance of shower gel. Watch closely. Chu Sun's voice was calm. He didn't look up, focusing intently on the foot in his hand. He turned to his sixth sister, Su Tingwan, who was closest to him and seemed the most meticulous and composed. Sixth sister, watch me massage you later, and see how I use my technique and the pressure. He began to demonstrate. His fingers gently covered Su Qiqi's slender ankles. The skin there is incredibly smooth. His thumb found the acupoint, pressed down with just the right amount of pressure, and then slowly kneaded it in a circular motion. This is the Jieshi acupoint, which can promote blood circulation and relieve swelling and fatigue in the ankle. Behind the desk, Zhang Junan's eyes grew increasingly gloomy. He pretended to look down at the documents. But his peripheral vision kept drifting uncontrollably toward the sofa. That image stung his eyes. Men all care about their pride. By marrying into the Su family, Zhang Junnan had already prepared for the possibility that Su Qiqi had a lover. Whoever holds absolute power in a marriage has the right to cheat. It's a conditional statement as long as he doesn't know, it's fine. Or, to take it a step further, just stay away from him. Take another step back, you can do it in front of him, but not in front of everyone, so that everyone knows he has been humiliated. But Su Qiqi actually let Chusun massage her in front of so many younger sisters. Zhang Junnan felt like he was going crazy. He felt like a pathetic creature hiding in the shadows, spying. Chapter 52, Has the relationship between sixth sister and Chusun been exposed? Chusun's fingers slowly moved upwards along Su Qiqi's instep. His strength was just right, enough to make Su Qiqi feel comfortable without hurting her. For this position, use the pads of your fingers to push along the bone joints. He explained it to Su Tingwan as he spoke. Su Tingwan watched intently, mimicking his movements. Su Qiqi leaned back on the sofa with her eyes closed. The tingling and numb sensation in her ankle relaxed her nerves, which had been tense all day. She could feel the warmth of Chusun's palm, a warmth that penetrated her skin and reached her heart. This feeling made her feel incredibly at ease. The other women on the sofa watched this scene without feeling anything was amiss. Their eyes held a hint of envy. I wish we could be taken care of like Xiao Sun. I really envy the older sister, even though the price she paid was a fall and injury. They had no idea how astonishing this scene might appear to outsiders. They simply felt that Xiao Sun's massage skills were really good. Half an hour later, Su Tingwan had already memorized Chu Sun's methods. She felt that her skills were already superb. Su Qiqi slowly opened her eyes and looked at Chu Sun with a hint of doting. Xiao Sun, your massage skills are getting better and better. Please take me back to my room to rest for a bit. Remember to call me when it's time to eat. Chu Sun nodded and stood up. In the living room, Su Tingwan's gaze followed Chu Sun's figure until the elevator doors closed completely. Her heart was beating a little fast, and her palms were slightly sweaty. This scene stimulated her and caused her hormones to surge. The scene in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class yesterday kept replaying in her mind. The scent emanating from Chu Sun, and the warmth of his touch on his best friend. She knew she was already addicted to Chu Sun. What happened in the car yesterday was just the beginning, a warm-up, nothing at all. What she wanted was more. It's a deeper, more unique experience. She wanted to possess him completely. She wanted to be the first person to completely devour Chu Sun. Chu Sun pushed Su Qiqi back to her room, settled her in, and then went downstairs alone. Su Jiro kept thinking about those socks. There was something about Su Tingwan's socks that made her feel uneasy. Although she was a naive young girl with little experience. But even if you've never eaten pork, haven't you at least seen a pig run? Is my sister in a relationship? Or perhaps... A terrible thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Xiao Sun. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she dared not think any further. She decided that she had to find out for herself. Su Jiro sneaked upstairs while the other girls weren't looking. They quietly entered Su Tingwan's room. In the bathroom, the cabinet that Su Tingwan used to hide her socks was right in front of her. Su Jiro carefully opened the cabinet door. The pair of women's white ankle socks lay quietly inside. After winning her second title, she confirmed it. It can only be Xiao Sun. This thought struck Su Jiro like a thunderbolt. She couldn't even imagine it. How close must this relationship be for something like this to happen? Meanwhile, in the downstairs living room, Chu Sun had just come down from the third floor and hadn't even had a sip of water yet. Su Tingwan had already walked to his side. In a fleeting moment when no one was watching, her hand gently touched the back of Chu Sun's hand. Chu Sun's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and looked at Su Tingwan. Su Tingwan smiled, her eyes full of implications. She didn't speak, but conveyed the message with her eyes. Then she turned and walked straight to the stairs. Chu Sun watched her retreating figure as she went upstairs. He knew. Su Tingwan wanted him to go upstairs. Her eyes and her movements clearly conveyed this meaning. Chu Sun's heart began to race. He felt a dryness in his throat. He knew that this time, things might be different. He was really looking forward to it. Su Ting went upstairs that evening and returned to her room. Su Jiro heard her sister's voice and was about to take the socks and question her properly when she heard the sound of the door being locked. And then, the sound of a second person's footsteps. Su Jiro froze and hid in the bathtub and the bathroom. At this moment, Su Tingwan was standing by the window, with her back to Chu Sun. She was wearing a silk nightgown, the hem of which barely covered the top of her thighs. She has a slender figure and a graceful figure. Hearing the door open, she didn't turn around, but a faint smile appeared on her lips. Su Jiro covered her mouth tightly. She hid behind the shower curtain, her whole body stiff. I tried my best to hold my breath, afraid of making the slightest sound. You've arrived. Su Tingwan slowly turned around. Chu Sun walked up to her and gently took her hand. Su Tingwan grasped Chu Sun's hand in return. Her fingertips gently caressed his palm. Xiao Sun, I got cramps during that hour-long walk last night. How are you going to make it up to me? Chu Sun smiled and said, listen to what you're saying, Sister Wan. I was also exhausted. I drank a lot of water during my walk to recover, okay? Su Tingwan giggled. So, Sun, can we take this a step further? This conversation reached the bathroom. Su Jiro was completely petrified. She was still covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide open. She felt like she couldn't breathe. I was so shocked that I was speechless and ashamed. His own twin sister, and Xiao Sun. Didn't they say they were going for a walk last night? They just went for a walk and chatted, right? What's this about going further? What's this about cramps? What's this about drinking water? What's this about recovering? Having witnessed the pigs running, Su Jiro could already picture the scene. They've actually developed to this point? At this moment, her worldview completely collapsed. Therefore, in Su Tingwan's eyes, her supposedly aggressive flirting was nothing more than that of a clown. Su Jiro already considered herself a radical. But Su Tingwan, the seemingly reserved and conservative woman. The radical faction's proposal, make contact with Xiao Sun little by little, and after Xiao Sun leaves home to go to university in Shanghai, find an opportunity to secretly seduce her. The conservatives' argument, I think the radicals are too conservative. Chapter 53 Trapped in the bathroom. Su Jiro was furious. Su Tingwan, who seemed so reserved and introverted, was actually the first to win over Xiao Sun? Doesn't that turn her cheerful and bubbly personality into a clown? Does Xiao Sun like Su Tingwan's type? Or is it that I'm simply too conservative? Su Jiro clenched her little fists. How did the thing in my hand get like this? Oh, it turns out Xiao Sun likes her older sister's feet. It must be that Su Tingwan discovered this secret first, taking advantage of the information gap. Su Jiro was both anxious and angry. The twin sister is going to have to eat. She felt like a perverted woman, trapped in the bathroom. Inside the room, Chu Sun looked at Su Tingwan's tilted head. Take it a step further? Chu Sun wanted to confirm her meaning. Does it mean wanting to take the final step in that matter, or becoming a formal couple? A sweet smile appeared on Su Tingwan's lips. Yes. I want to be your wife. These words were spoken. Chu Sun's body suddenly stiffened. He never expected Su Tingwan to say such a thing. Wife? Isn't this progressing too fast? He looked at Su Tingwan's sweet face. Her eyes were so serious, it didn't seem like she was joking. Chu Sun was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Su Tingwan to be so direct. He thought of Su Yuyen. Su Yuyen ate him, but she never made such a request. After all, Su Yuyen is getting married. She had her concerns, but Su Tingwan was so frank and bold. Sister Tingwan. Chu Sun was about to speak when Su Tingwan spoke first. Husband. She called out directly, her voice as sweet as honey. Chu Sun's pupils dilated slightly, stunned by the title, and he felt his cheeks burning. Isn't this progressing too fast? Chu Sun felt somewhat helpless. Su Tingwan, however, disagreed. A wife doesn't necessarily have to be married to be considered a wife. Just because I call you baby doesn't mean you're my child. Chu Sun was speechless for a moment. That. Su Tingwan saw that he no longer refuted her. A smug smile appeared on his face. She gently tugged at Chu Sun's sleeve. Shouldn't you call me wife too? Chu Sun's heart raced. He looked into Su Tingwan's expectant eyes. Wife. Su Tingwan's eyes lit up instantly, and her smile became even brighter. She tiptoed and gently kissed Chu Sun's cheek. Her kiss was light, yet it was like a flame, instantly igniting Chu Sun's heart. Su Tingwan looked at Chu Sun with satisfaction. So, can we do something that husbands and wives usually do next? Su Tingwan looked at Chu Sun, her eyes sparkling. She wanted to know how Chu Sun would respond. She was both expectant and a little nervous. Are they really going to take that step? She knew she longed for it. This desire, which began last night in the car, became uncontrollable. She looked into Chu Sun's eyes, waiting for his answer. This is too fast. Chu Sun wanted to give Su Ting a little more time. Most of the daughters of prominent families were married into other families. As for arranged marriages, unless it's a son-in-law marrying into the family or a woman like Su Yuyan marrying down, they place great importance on whether the woman is a young girl. Chu Sun knew that he was not yet capable of taking responsibility for seventh sister's life. He didn't know if Su Tingwan was acting on impulse. She can be impulsive, but I can't. Su Tingwan's smile froze on her face. Her eyes instantly dimmed. Too fast? Su Tingwan looked at Chu Sun with some annoyance. You little patrolman. She stretched out her finger and gently poked Chu Sun's chest. What a disappointment. Her voice carried a hint of grievance, yet also a touch of coquettishness. She turned around, her back to Chu Sun. Her shoulders trembled slightly, like a kitten that had been abandoned. Seeing that Chu Sun remained silent, Su Tingwan grew even angrier. She turned around, put her hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks, and looked like an angry little squirrel. His eyes, hidden behind his wire-rimmed glasses, were wide open. Humph, she snorted loudly. I think you're just saying I'm too old, she said angrily. Fine, since my husband won't agree, let's just repeat what happened last night. As she spoke, her tone softened. Angry as I may be, and stubborn as I may be, I must do things in a happy way. She walked up to Chu Sun and took his hand. Let's go. An hour later. Su Tingwan took Chu Sun's hand and led him to the bathroom in the room. Su Jiro was in the bathtub, tightly pulling the shower curtain closed. She curled up in a ball, feeling as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. The sounds coming from outside made her tremble all over. She was terrified of being discovered. Although it may not sound like they've gone all the way to the last step, it's still far too much. She felt her cheeks burning, and a sense of shame and shock filled her heart. The sound of running water could be heard in the bathroom. Chu Sun and Su Tingwan stood in front of the sink. Su Tingwan pressed her body close to Chu Sun, her arms wrapped around his waist. Chu Sun lowered his head slightly, showing no disgust, and kissed her lips. If you find it unpleasant, wouldn't that be finding it unpleasant to yourself? She didn't complain, did she? It was a long and passionate kiss. Then. Pop. Su Tingwan's face was flushed, and her eyes were glazed over. She stood up and nestled in Chu Sun's arms, savoring the intimacy. Chu Sun gently pushed her away. It's time to go downstairs, it's almost time for dinner. I'm leaving now. After Chu Sun finished speaking, he gently kissed Su Tingwan's forehead. Then he turned around, left the bathroom, and left the room. Su Tingwan watched his departing figure. I cursed him in my heart, what a scumbag, and then he just walked away. She walked to the mirror, looked at her flushed face in the mirror, stuck out her tongue, and gently licked her lips. This is good too, she thought to herself, coming here once a day makes her feel good. She turned on the tap. I washed my face reluctantly. The cold water sobered her up a bit. She rinsed her mouth again and then put on light makeup again. She straightened her nightgown and then walked downstairs in a cheerful mood. In the bathroom. Su Jiro breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the door close. Thankfully, they weren't discovered. She felt that both of her legs were numb. I carefully lifted the shower curtain and climbed out of the bathtub. Her face was still flushed, and her heart was still beating fast. She put the socks back where they belonged and then sneaked out of the bathroom. After leaving the room, she returned to her own room as if she had done something wrong. She collapsed onto the bed. The conversation between her sister and Chu Sun, their intimate gestures, all of this shocked her, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. She felt a strong sense of jealousy. Why the older sister? Why not her? She and Chu Sun were clearly very close. She often teased him, and she liked him too, so why did her sister get to this point? She vowed to do the same thing. If my sister can do it, so can she. Moreover, she was one step ahead of Su Tingwan. Shu Sun went to his room, but instead of taking a shower, he simply rinsed his wet hair. He dried his hair and had just turned off the hairdryer when he heard the nanny shouting from downstairs. "Dinner's ready, ladies and gentlemen." Shu Sun changed into clean home clothes and went downstairs. He had just reached the top of the stairs when he saw Su Tingwan also come out of her room. Their eyes met briefly in the air. Chapter 54 Twin Princes Swapped for a Cat. Su Tingwan winked at him. Inside the restaurant, a long mahogany dining table was already laden with a sumptuous spread of dishes. The aroma was irresistible, and the food was steaming hot. Shu Sun walked to his seat and sat down, and Su Tingwan naturally sat down next to him. He looked at the table full of meat and fish, but had no appetite. He was very thirsty. He had just drunk milk and a sweet drink, and now he felt full. Su Tingwan's condition was similar. In comparison, the large amounts of fish and meat on the table seemed less premium. The eldest sister, Su Qiqi, sat in the main seat and looked around. "Where's Jiro? Why hasn't she come down yet? Xiao Sun, go and call her." Shu Sun responded and got up to walk towards the stairs. He arrived at Su Jiro's door and knocked. "Knock, knock, knock. Seventh sister, dinner's ready." A muffled response came from inside the door. Soon, the door opened. Su Jiro stood at the door, her expression somewhat complicated, carrying an indescribable resentment. Her eyes were fixed on Shu Sun. But she didn't intend to expose his affair with Su Tingwan right now. "Xiao Sun." Her voice was soft and sweet. "Where did you go just now? You look really weak." Shu Sun's heart skipped a beat, but he tried his best to keep his face calm. "I didn't do anything, I just rested in the room for a while." "Oh." Su Jiro drawled out her words and nodded with a half-smile. The scrutinizing gaze made Shu Sun's heart tremble, and a chill ran down his spine. He sensed something was off about Seventh Sister's gaze, as if she knew something. But they're so careful, how could they possibly find out? Seventh Sister doesn't have X-ray vision either, does she? Su Jiro sized him up while making plans in her mind. "We must take a shortcut to overtake." Is this leverage used to threaten Xiao Sun and force him to comply? You don't want others to know about your relationship with Sixth Sister, do you? Or should we use another, gentler method? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She followed Shu Sun downstairs. With his parents away, Su Xiaogung, that annoying fellow, went to the police station to bail out his cronies, and hasn't come back yet. This dinner was therefore eaten in a particularly quiet manner. Shu Sun sat between Su Tingwan and Su Jiro. He had barely sat down when he felt something gently brush against his trouser leg. He glanced down at it. It was Su Tingwan's foot. She was wearing a pair of fluffy slippers, and had already taken one off, her toe kicking his shin mischievously. Then, that foot went a step further and stepped on Shu Sun's instep. Shu Sun was wearing sandals and could clearly feel the warmth and soft touch of her soles. He turned and glanced at Su Tingwan. She was eating elegantly with her head down, her face expressionless, as if she wasn't the one doing something wrong at all. Their mental fortitude is getting stronger and stronger. In front of so many older sisters, she actually dared to be so bold and even played games. Shu Sun's competitive spirit also kicked in. How could I, a grown man, be more cowardly than her? He held the chopsticks in his right hand, maintaining the same posture, and picked up the food normally. His left hand quietly reached under the table and, guided by instinct, gently patted Su Tingwan's leg. Su Tingwan's body stiffened for a moment. She put down her chopsticks, reached her right hand under the table, and grasped Shu Sun's left hand. Then, the two were very close, and the large tablecloth concealed everything under the table. Judging from the tabletop, Shu Sun is eating with his right hand. Su Tingwan had both hands on the table, and picked up her chopsticks again with her right hand. No one could see anything unusual. The family was having dinner while a popular urban drama was playing on TV. The sisters would occasionally chat about the plot or share interesting things that happened that day. Chapter 55 The Twins' Little Thoughts. This male lead is such a jerk, stringing two girls along at the same time. Exactly, he's not even as affectionate as the second male lead. Eighth sister, will you come shopping with me tomorrow? Okay. With all sorts of voices mingling together, no one pays any particular attention to any one person. There was one exception. Su Jiro's gaze swept back and forth between Shu Sun and Su Tingwan. But she couldn't see anything. Those two people acted perfectly normal. Just then, Su Tingwan's hand suddenly trembled. Clatter. The chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground. The restaurant fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to her. A blush crept onto Su Tingwan's cheeks, and she gave an awkward smile. Sorry, I got so engrossed in the drama that one of the male leads was such a jerk and he made me really angry. Without giving it much thought, the restaurant quickly returned to its previous lively atmosphere. Only Su Jiro's pupils suddenly contracted. She seemed to know something. These two are incredibly bold. She was furious. They actually dared to hold hands while eating. Su Jiro looked at Chu Sun and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, Xiao Sun, remember to hold your bowl while you eat. Chu Sun was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Oh, okay. He immediately picked up his rice bowl. After finishing her meal, Su Jiro sat on the sofa. Sitting next to me is Su Tingwan. Their two long legs were placed side by side. Two people who are both over 1.7 meters tall naturally have very impressive long legs. Su Jiro looked at her little feet. She then looked at Su Tingwan's jade-like feet beside her. That's really strange. My sister and I are exactly the same in every way. How come Xiao Sun was kidnapped by his older sister first? For example, these feet are exactly the same. The only difference is the manicure. My toenails are black. Su Tingwan's feet were bare, without any nail polish. The two of them had their nails done together. I was just thinking about it. Suddenly, an idea popped into Su Jiro's mind. That thought made her freeze in place. She remained motionless. Yes. Since they are exactly the same. But for her to win over Xiao Sun, it would be too complicated to start from scratch. What if she impersonates her older sister? They look almost identical. Their voices are the same, and their hair lengths are about the same. The only difference on her face is that her older sister wears glasses, which causes a slight indentation at the root of her nose. But you can easily cover it up by wearing glasses too. Also, Su Tingwan is slightly fair-skinned, which can be concealed with makeup. Of course, there are also manicures for hands and feet. Judging from the thing the older sister was hiding, we can tell that Xiao Sun is interested in feet. So you can definitely tell if there's a difference. We must be very careful. Thinking about this, Su Jiro felt like she had discovered a treasure trove. A bold plan suddenly emerged. Su Jiro's gaze darted back and forth between her sister and herself. She thought to herself, is there any more perfect disguise in this world than twins? Since birth, the two sisters have been mistaken for each other countless times. When she was little, she would pretend to be her older sister to attend tutoring classes. Her older sister also impersonated her to participate in the dance competition. Anyway, no one can tell. Once the deed is done, Xiao Sun, a boy with such excellent character, will definitely take responsibility for me for the rest of my life. Su Jiro felt like she was being scratched by cat claws. It's itchy and a little sour. Chapter 56 Two-Way Journey. Su Jiro began to sketch out the details of the plan in her mind. Learn how to imitate your older sister's tone and expression. How to avoid being discovered. Her heart began to race. She felt her blood boiling. This thrill and adventure excited her immensely. Su Jiro secretly glanced at Su Tingwan beside her. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Looking at that smile, Su Jiro became even more determined in her decision. She wants to have that kind of smile too. Even more so than her sister. She wanted Xiao Sun to belong to her completely. She couldn't wait. However, that probably won't work today. Although Xiao Sun is young and in good health, he is still just a mortal, and he still has CDs. Even without a CD, what she needs is the best experience. If Xiao Sun doesn't want to, and only takes care of her, then she will also be unhappy. This kind of thing requires mutual consideration. She wants both herself and Xiao Sun to be happy. That's what a two-way journey is all about. Su Jiro returned to her room. My sister's toes are nude, that's the first problem to solve. She rummaged through drawers and cabinets and found nail polish remover and cotton pads. Second, she also needs her sister's wire-rimmed glasses. Su Jiro remembered that her sister's nearsightedness had recently worsened, from 150 degrees to 200 degrees. The old pair of glasses with a prescription of 150 degrees was placed in the pen holder on her desk. Finally, there are the clothes. Chu Sun had lived with them for so many years and knew their individual clothing styles very well. We need to find a set of clothes that my older sister usually wears. As for underwear, it doesn't matter, since Xiaosun can't see it or tell the difference anyway. The plan took shape in my mind. Su Jiro slipped to the door of Su Tingwan's room. He went straight to the desk and, sure enough, found the pair of gold-rimmed glasses in the pen holder. Then, she opened the wardrobe and picked out a set of clothes that her sister often wore. Mission accomplished. She tiptoed out of the room, the whole process taking less than 3 minutes. She finally breathed a long sigh of relief when she got back to her room. Looking in the mirror, she began to put on a facade. She carefully removed her black manicure, revealing clean, nude toenails. Then, she started putting on makeup. She looked at the high-definition photos of her sister on her phone and imitated them little by little. Because Su Tingwan wears glasses, there are very slight marks on both sides of her nose, and her skin is also slightly lighter than mine. Su Jiro cleverly concealed these subtle differences with highlights and shadows. Half an hour later, a perfect Su Tingwan appeared in the mirror. She put on the gold-rimmed glasses and licked her lips with satisfaction. She changed into a light pink silk nightgown that she had just borrowed from her sister. The design features spaghetti straps, but the skirt isn't particularly daring. She turned around in front of the mirror. Her face, glasses, and figure combine to create a look that is both sexy and scholarly. That's just like my sister's style. She took out her phone and took several photos in front of the mirror. Even she herself couldn't tell whether it was Su Tingwan or Su Jiro. That silly Chu Sun wouldn't even recognize him. Hey hey! Su Jiro laughed triumphantly, so happy she wanted to roll around on the bed. However, there is still one crucial issue. Although she couldn't see anything just now, she could guess the general idea from her sister's conversation with Chu Sun. Although Su Jiro usually exercises, she is not a professional sports student and her limbs are not flexible. Moreover, she is usually very aloof and introverted in public, doesn't like to talk, and isn't good at speaking. Did they directly tell Chu Sun to stop with all the fancy stuff? Su Jiro bit her lip. No. To make Xiaosun happy and to completely win him over, we have to put in the effort. She made up her mind to start practicing diligently from tonight. At the same time, a black Mercedes-Benz van was speeding toward the Su family mansion. In the back seat of the car, Su Xiaoging sat with his legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking utterly arrogant. Sitting next to him were the 3 men red hair, yellow hair, and green hair who had been beaten black and blue by Chu Sun during the day. Brother Gung, you're awesome. You got us out of trouble with just one phone call. Red hair offered the fire with a fawning expression. Su Xiaoging gave a smug snort and exhaled a smoke ring. That's nothing. Let me tell you, there's nothing the Su family can't accomplish in Jiangnan. He boasted, spitting as he spoke. My older sisters all dote on me, and my parents treat me like a treasure. If they dare to touch my brother, they're disrespecting me. I'll definitely kill that scumbag couple. He suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Huang Mao. By the way, didn't you guys say that woman was really pretty? Upon hearing this, Huang Mao's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. Gung Ji is more than just pretty, his figure and face are simply like a fairy descended from heaven. A lewd glint flashed in Su Xiaoging's eyes. Just wait, one day I'll definitely get her. Green hair rubbed his hands together and chuckled, Brother Gung, when the time comes, can we let the brothers have a turn too? No problem. The carriage was immediately filled with filthy, boisterous laughter. Soon, the car stopped in front of the Su family mansion. Su Xiaoging instructed the driver to take the 3 cronies back to their own dens. Then, he straightened his collar and swaggered into the mansion, a symbol of power and wealth. Su Xiaoging walked in. He had a cigarette dangling from his mouth and walked unsteadily. He reeked of alcohol mixed with the smell of cigarettes, which could be smelled from a distance. He had just picked up his buddies from the police station and then took them to a karaoke bar for a foot massage. After all this, I feel completely drained and weak. The cheerful atmosphere in the living room instantly turned cold the moment he entered. He seemed oblivious, walked to the sofa, plopped down, and continued puffing on his cigarette. Su Qiqi frowned and spoke coldly. Put out your cigarette. Su Xiaoging was stunned for a moment. Seeing his older sister's serious face, he obediently stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. The seats next to him were originally occupied by his 8th sister, Su Qinxue, and his 4th sister, Su Yuyan. As soon as he sat down, the pungent smell wafted over. Su Qinxue held her breath in disgust, quietly moved to the side, and even pulled Su Yuyan, the two of them wishing they could be 3 meters away from him. This person is disgusting. Su Xiaogung didn't pay any attention. He took out a packet of betel nuts from his pocket, tore one open, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it with relish. His appearance, coupled with the smacking sounds he was making, left the older sisters speechless. Su Yuyan stood up. "Mom, I'm a little tired, I'm going upstairs now." Su Qinshua quickly added, "I'm going back to my room too." They didn't want to be in the same space as Su Xiaogun for even a second. When Qin Yun stopped them. "Hey, don't go. Xiaogung just got back. You older sisters should spend more time talking to him and playing with him." Since their mother had spoken, the older sisters had no choice but to reluctantly sit down again. But his face clearly said, "Don't touch me." At this moment, Su Jiro came downstairs. She had removed her makeup and changed back into her playful loungewear. "It's already past 10 o'clock. Su Jiro yawned and rubbed her stomach. "I'm so hungry." When Qin Yun immediately asked with concern, "Would you like Aunt Zhang to make you some late-night snack?" "No need, I'll just have a cucumber and an apple, that'll be enough for me, I'm on a diet." She ran to the kitchen and picked out a cucumber and an apple. "Aunt Zhang, could you peel the cucumber for me?" He then took the large apple and sat down next to Chu Sun. She took a big bite of the apple, chewing it with a satisfying crunch. Then he held the apple to Chu Sun's mouth. "Want a bite?" Chu Sun shook his head, "No need, I'm not hungry." Su Jiro was displeased. She narrowed her eyes and gave a threatening "Hmm." Chapter 57. Chu Sun and fourth sister are each other's concubinage. Chu Sun had no choice but to go over and take a bite out of the apple as well. Su Jiro smiled with satisfaction and continued to crunch on the apple. Just then, Aunt Zhang handed over the cucumber. She took it and went upstairs. After returning to her room, she. About half an hour later, the people downstairs gradually returned to their rooms. Chu Sun had just returned to his room and hadn't even had time to close the door yet. A figure flashed in. "It's Su Jiro." Chu Sun noticed that she was wearing a pair of cotton slippers. In the middle of summer, don't they find it hot? Su Jiro is really very clever. If Chu Sun saw that she had removed her manicure, he would definitely become suspicious. So for the time being, she plans to wear slippers that don't show her toes. She wandered around Chu Sun's room like a street urchin, looking around and touching everything, acting as if she belonged there. She was still holding the cucumber in her hand, crunching away as she ate it. Chu Sun looked at her, finding it somewhat amusing. "Seventh sister, what brings you here? What advice do you have?" Su Jiro turned around once and finally stopped in front of Chu Sun. She handed him the cucumber she was eating halfway through. "I can't eat anymore, you eat it for me." Chu Sun looked helpless. "Seventh sister, why do you keep asking me to be your dumping ground today? Are you deliberately trying to mess with me because you don't like me?" "You're overthinking it, Xiao Sun," Su Jiro said confidently. "I love you, that's why I think of sharing good food with you." Chu Sun looked down at the cucumber in his hand. "But, there's your saliva on it. And how long have you left it here? It looks like it's been soaked in water, it's all soft." Su Jiro was displeased upon hearing this. She reached out, grabbed Chu Sun's ear, and twisted it gently. "You're disgusted by your seventh sister's saliva? Give me some. I'm not leaving until I finish eating." She stood with her hands on her hips, cheeks puffed out, glaring angrily at Chu Sun. Chu Sun was amused by her appearance. He picked up the cucumber and obediently took a big bite. To be honest, this cucumber really does seem to have the flavor of Sister Chi. It's sweet and quite delicious. He finished the remaining half cucumber in just a few bites. Su Jiro nodded in satisfaction before releasing her grip on his ear. She stared at Chu Sun's face for a while, then suddenly leaned closer. "Xiao Sun, how long has it been since you shaved?" Her fingers touched his chin, her fingertips feeling the newly sprouted stubble, which was a little prickly. Chu Sun felt a little ticklish from her touch. "Just a few days." "No, it's too messy. I'll shave it for you." As she spoke, she ran into Chu Sun's bathroom and grabbed his razor. She pressed Chu Sun down into a chair and took out a razor. Chu Sun could smell a faint fragrance emanating from her. He remained motionless, letting her do as she pleased. After shaving, Su Jiro used a hot towel to wipe his face clean. She examined her masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, you look much more energetic now." Chu Sun touched his smooth chin, which did indeed feel much refreshed. "Okay, I'm leaving. Sujiro clapped her hands, grabbed the tools, and turned to leave. She almost forgot the biggest difference between herself and her sister. That difference was enough to expose her secret in a second. Sujiro returned to her room. She took a shower, and in the steaming air, she looked at her flushed cheeks in the mirror and kept giggling. After taking a shower, she knocked on Shusun's door again. "Here, I forgot to return it to you." Before he could say anything, she turned and ran away. Back in her bed, she hugged her pillow and chuckled to herself in the dark. She made her decision. It will happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, she will launch her switching the prince for a cat plan. Tomorrow, she will be able to completely win over Xiao Sun. Sixth sister, in the end, I was one step ahead of you. Hey hey. Sujiro drifted off to sleep in this blissful fantasy, a smug smile still lingering on her lips. Time slowly slipped by until after 11 p.m. Fourth sister Su Yuyen was lying in bed wearing a silk nightgown. She tossed and turned, her mind filled with Chu Sun's image. Finally, she couldn't resist and picked up her phone to call Chu Sun. The call was answered quickly. "Little Sun. Could you sneak into my room for a moment?" Chu Sun on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. He knew what his fourth sister wanted to do. "Sis, it's too late, it's too risky." Su Yuyen understood what he meant, of course. She knew that the reason her sisters hadn't made a move yet was because they had high moral standards and couldn't bear to take advantage of Xiao Sun, this soft and tender 18-year-old boy. Once they realize they've already eaten him up, creating a broken window effect, they're completely free of any burdens. They will swarm in like lionesses. Chu Sun was clearly her personal possession. Su Yuyen sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. She had no choice but to settle for second best. "So, how are you now? Do you need Sister Yen Yen's help?" Chu Sun listened to her seductive voice, but his mind remained calm. "Sister Yen Yen, no need, I'm fine now." Su Yuyen was somewhat disappointed, but she didn't insist. She then exchanged a few more sweet and affectionate words with Chu Sun. "Xiao Sun, you have to be good, okay? Don't think about other sisters. Sister Yen Yen loves you the most. Good night, dream of me." After hanging up the phone, Su Yuyen tossed it aside, feeling empty inside. She had just closed her eyes when her phone rang. It was her fiancé, Lin Tian. Su Yuyen frowned, feeling a surge of impatience, but she still answered the call. "Hello?" On the other end of the phone, Lin Tian's voice sounded extremely anxious, even pleading. Yuyen, are you home? What's up?" I want to unlock that chastity lock." Lin Tian quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I don't want to do anything with you before marriage. I just want to untie it myself. I'll do it by myself and I definitely won't bother you." The chastity lock was specially put on Lin Tian by his parents to show their loyalty to the Su family. The purpose was to ensure that he would never cheat on her before marriage, so that Su Yuyen could marry into the Lin family with peace of mind. That thing can only be opened with the special key that Su Yuyen has. Without the key, Lin Tian didn't even have the right to solve the problem himself. This was added later. The earliest readers can go back and read chapters 2 and 3. Su Yuyen listened and felt it wasn't a big deal. "All right. I'm already asleep. Just come downstairs and get it yourself. I'll have the nanny bring the keys down to you." Lin Tian, who was on the other end of the phone, was overjoyed when he heard this. Okay. I'll be right there. I'll be there in no time." I hung up the phone. On the other side, Lin Tian drove his Porsche, flooring the accelerator, speeding towards the Su family villa. He hasn't been able to untangle that thing for several days. He just went racing in the suburbs with a group of friends, and his friends were all accompanied by hot young models. He was all alone, all by himself. He accepted it, since his future wife was Su Yuyen, and not cheating was the bottom line. But seeing those friends embracing young models in the middle of nowhere, he really couldn't hold back anymore. Every man understands the pain of having an intense need but being unable to do anything about it. Therefore, he is now eager to break free from his restraints. 10 minutes later, the Porsche stopped in front of the Su family villa. Lin Tian sent a message to Su Yuyen. "I have arrived." Su Yuyen received the message and was about to call the nanny downstairs to deliver it to the door. But then she stopped moving. That's not right. Lin Tian's key to that chastity lock. She remembered and gave it to Xiao Sun. Su Yuyen had no choice but to dial Chu Sun's number again. Just as Chu Sun was about to go to sleep, his phone rang again. What's wrong? Xiao Sun, do you have Lin Tian's key? He is right at our door right now, asking me for the keys. Give them to me quickly, and I'll have the housekeeper bring them down. Chu Sun was taken aback. He walked to the window, pulled back the curtains a crack, and looked outside. Sure enough, a conspicuous Porsche was parked in front of the villa. A man was pacing anxiously beside the car, like an ant on a hot plate. They seemed really bored. Chu Sun thought to himself, that's true. It's been several days already. Lin Tian has really been patient. He thought of a friend of his who was someone who practically wanted to get perfect attendance. Chu Sun opened the drawer and rummaged through it. He picked up the keys, and suddenly, a wicked thought popped into his head. His lips involuntarily twitched upwards. Sister Yan Yan. Can we not give it to them? Su Yuyan fell silent instantly on the other end of the phone. A few seconds later, she realized what was happening and let out a soft laugh. There was a hint of understanding and a hint of indulgence in that laughter. Little Sun, you're really wicked. Sleeping with someone else's wife is one thing, but not even giving her a chance to resolve things herself is another. Tell me. Are you particularly possessive of me? Is it not allowed for other men to even imagine, in their minds, a single, exquisite image of me? Chapter 58. Preserve heavenly principles and suppress human desires. As Chu Sun listened to his fourth sister's teasing tone on the phone, his heart began to race. He held his phone, and his voice lowered. That's right, Sister Yan Yan. I am indeed very possessive of you. The thought of you appearing in the minds of other men makes me insanely jealous. I especially dislike that guy named Lin Tian. Hearing Chu Sun's blunt evaluation of her future husband on the other end of the phone, Su Yuyan felt not the slightest bit unhappy. Instead, it felt like countless fireworks were blooming in an instant, so dazzling that she felt dizzy. She covered her mouth, suppressing the laughter that was about to spill out. Only possessiveness can prove that Xiao Sun loves me. This is more likely to win her heart than any sweet words. Okay, then I won't give it to you, I'll do as you say. Su Yuyan's voice was full of doting and indulgence. It seemed that no matter how outrageous Chu Sun's demands were, she would agree to them. Chu Sun's wicked smile deepened. He liked this feeling. This feeling of being able to control other people's fate. In particular, he controls the fate of the man who is nominally about to become his brother-in-law. He wanted Lin Tian, the prospective son-in-law of the Su family, to experience firsthand the pain and humiliation of seeing something but not being able to have it. Chu Sun possessed the spirit of the Jin era and the legacy of the Wei and Jin dynasties. This supreme level of control made his blood boil. This suddenly piqued Chu Sun's interest. So, Sister Yan Yan, how do you plan to talk to him? Chu Sun lowered his voice, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Just make up any excuse, Su Yuyan said cheerfully. Come to my room first, and I'll let you hear it live. Good. Chu Sun hung up the phone, threw the exquisite key back into the drawer, and walked out of the room. He arrived at Su Yuyan's room. The door was ajar, and he gently pushed it open and went inside. Su Yuyan was pacing around the room in that silk nightgown, her graceful figure reflected on the smooth floor. The pajamas barely covered the peach. The same applies to both the northern and southern hemispheres. She rested her chin on her hand, as if she were thinking. What reason should I use? At this moment, outside the gate of the Su family villa, Lin Tian was almost frantic with worry. He kept pacing back and forth next to the Porsche, occasionally taking out his phone to check the time. Why isn't it out yet? I'm about to burst. He felt like an ant on a hot pan, every second was torture. This feeling is so agonizing. Actually, he could have had his parents unlock his Apple Watch using facial recognition. But last time, Lin Tian deleted his parents' verification codes to show his loyalty and determination. Therefore, the only one who can solve this problem is Su Yuyan. In Su Yuyan's room, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed into her mind. She picked up her phone and dialed Lin Tian's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Young Smoke. Are you here? Lin Tian's anxious voice came through the receiver, filled with an barely suppressed longing. Su Yuyan cleared her throat and spoke in an extremely calm and even solemn tone. Lin Tian. I've thought about it, but I've decided not to give it to you. Lin Tian on the other end of the phone was instantly stunned. He thought he had misheard. Yan. Yan, why? If I hadn't really run out of options, I would never have bothered you in the middle of the night to ask you for this key. Su Yaoyan's tone remained calm. Lin Tian, Zhu taught us to preserve heavenly principles and eliminate human desires. She began her sermon in a very serious manner. A truly successful person is one who can restrain their inner desires. Our lives should be filled with noble sentiments, not indulging in these base pleasures. Lin Tian was stunned by this sudden lecture. Su Yuyan continued, I hope that our future union will be based on a high degree of spiritual compatibility, a bond of souls, and not just physical attraction. I have always been a practitioner of platonic love, and I hope you can reach this sublime state with me. I hope our marriage is pure and flawless, and can withstand any test. Lin Tian was stunned when he heard Su Yuyan's words on the phone. He was stunned. At first, he thought it was absurd. But as he listened, he gradually felt. That makes so much sense. His future wife, his goddess, turned out to be such a person with noble thoughts and a pure soul. A strong sense of emotion and admiration welled up in his heart. He felt he had incredibly good luck to marry such a fairy. At the same time, a deep sense of guilt overwhelmed him. How could I be so vulgar? My mind is filled with those filthy things. Compared to Yu Yan, I am simply an ordinary, vulgar person. Yu Yan, thank you. Lin Tian's voice was choked with emotion, filled with gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, I understand. I was too superficial. It's all right, Tian. Su Yaoyan's voice was gentle and encouraging. Let's work together. Okay. I'll give it a try. Lin Tian was as excited as a believer who had received a divine revelation. What an honor it is that the goddess is willing to improve alongside me. However, you may need to give me some time to adjust. Okay, give it a try. Maybe you'll like the feeling. Goodbye, good night. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian felt a sense of liberation. He felt that his life's perspective had been elevated to an unprecedented level. His fiancée, his goddess, was actually willing to have such a deep heart-to-heart talk with him. Preserve heavenly principles and extinguish human desires. Yes. Why didn't I realize this before? He excitedly got into the car, still repeating what Su Yuyan had just said. He started the Porsche and sped away with a sense of profound enlightenment. He made up his mind that from this day forward, he would become a man of noble character. Only by becoming this kind of person can one be qualified to be the goddess's husband. Su Yuyan said that she is a practitioner of platonic love. In addition, there has never been any scandal involving Su Yuyan. Does this mean that Su Yuyan is still a sweet and gentle little cook? Lin Tian was so excited that he was trembling all over. Before his engagement, he had countless relationships. But all of that came so easily. Only by winning over a high and mighty beauty like Su Yuyan, a goddess on earth, can one finally feel a sense of accomplishment. That's why he looked forward to his wedding night with Su Yuyan even more. That night must have been incredibly crazy. All his current restraint is the result of that one night of perfect release. My goddess remained chaste for me, and I cannot let her down. At the same time, in the room, Su Yuyan couldn't hold back any longer after hanging up the phone. Put! She burst out laughing. She laughed so hard her body trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. She exchanged a glance with Chu Sun, who was standing to the side, his face flushed from trying not to laugh. They both saw a deep smile in each other's eyes. Sister Yan Yan, you're really talking nonsense. Chu Sun walked to her side and reached out to gently pinch her small nose. You still uphold heavenly principles and extinguish human desires, but why don't you extinguish them yourself? Su Yuyan stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Chu Sun's neck, hanging her whole body on him. She looked at him with seductive eyes. Whoever wants to destroy it can destroy it, I can't destroy it anyway. Her red lips brushed close to Chu Sun's ear, embracing my inner primal desires as the principle of my life. After saying that, she tilted her head slightly and kissed Chu Sun's lips. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Sun pulled her tightly into his arms, forcefully responding to the kiss. Then, he slapped it hard. Chu Sun desperately hoped that the loud noise would reach Lin Tian's ears. Sister Yan Yan, your fiancé is probably engrossed in studying Chengzhu Neo-Confucianism right now. You've turned around and cheated on him. If he finds out, won't he be furious? It would be best if he died of anger, then I wouldn't have to get married, and I could do bad things with Xiao Sun every day. I even want to have a baby with Xiao Sun. Sister Yan Yan, can I become a larger-sized baby? Su Yuyan knew what Chu Sun meant, and she didn't mind. In fact, She was somewhat looking forward to it. Sure. Both of them were in high spirits, and the rest fell into place naturally. In the early hours of the morning, Chusun secretly slipped back to his room. He spoke very softly, afraid of disturbing his sisters who were already asleep. Chapter 59 Selling My Sister. The next day, Chusun got up. His mother was home today, so all the sisters got up very early. After Chusun got up, he went downstairs, where his sisters were already preparing breakfast. As usual, Chusun went to the refrigerator to prepare a glass of milk before breakfast. Early in the morning, Su Xiaogang was clinging to Wen Qingyun's arm and acting coquettishly. "Mommy, you have no idea how miserable my 3 friends are." He began to embellish his account. "I was walking down the street when I was suddenly attacked for no reason. The beating was really bad. In broad daylight. Is there no law anymore? And what happened? The person who did the assault got away with it, but my friends were arrested. Is there any justice in this world?" When Wen Qingyun heard that her precious son had been wronged, she also got angry. She didn't even consider whether it was true or false, she believed it immediately. This is outrageous. This is unacceptable. She took out her phone. "I'll call the district head of Nanjiang district right now and tell him to investigate immediately. The suspect who committed the crime must be arrested to avenge your friend." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaogang immediately beamed with joy. "Thank you, Mommy. Mommy loves me the most." He clung to Wen Qingyun's arm like a child who hadn't been weaned. When Su Xiaogang embellished the story, Chusun and Su Qiqi had no idea that the complaint had been filed against them. Wen Qingyun had already dialed the number. The call was quickly answered, and a clear, capable female voice came through. "Mom, what's wrong?" When Qingyun spoke into the phone, her voice filled with both heartache and anger. "Jiming, you have to do your mother a favor, and also help your younger brother." Su Xiaogang listened from the side, his heart filled with joy. The person his mother called was his third sister, Su Jiming, the district head of Beijiang district. If your own mother asks your own sister to investigate someone who is opposing you, is there anything she can't do? Mom, please tell me. Xiaogang's friend was beaten up yesterday in the Nanjiang district next door. I remember the district head of Nanjiang district is your friend, right? Could you ask him to help you check? I'm not familiar with him, so I won't call. When Qingyun's voice rose 8 octaves. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, this is utterly lawless. We must investigate thoroughly and find the murderer to give your brother's friend an explanation. Su Jiming on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Okay, I understand, Mom. I'll arrange for someone to investigate right away. After hanging up the phone, Wen Qingyun patted Su Xiaogang's hand. Don't worry, I trust your third sister to handle things. Su Xiaogang was extremely satisfied. He licked his lips and chuckled. The image of the woman that Huang Mao and his friends had described flashed into my mind. A fairy descended to earth. She has a hot body. He's been struggling for so many years, and he can't even come up with 100 yuan. But with just one phone call, 3 or 4 young women can be summoned with ease. As for now, the stray dog has turned into a unicorn, and women who actively throw themselves into your arms are so numerous that we're tired of it. I want something different right now. Let's get a little exciting. Only roses with thorns have the right flavor. He. Once I catch you, I'll show you what I'm made of. After breakfast. Su Qiqi still looked tired as she went upstairs first. Su Tingwan carried a glass of warm water and followed her upstairs. She was going to change the dressing on her older sister's wound and give her a massage. The atmosphere in the sofa area of the living room is completely different. Chusun sank into the soft sofa, with Su Yuyan on his left and Su Jiro on his right. 8th sister Su Qinxue sat obediently on the single sofa opposite, holding a glass of milk and sipping it slowly. Chusun held a cup of coffee, and the air was filled with a rich aroma. Sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, making everything feel so pleasant. Su Xiaogang felt angry when he saw this scene. On what grounds? Why is this fake young master able to sit here so comfortably, enjoying being surrounded by older sisters? But he, the real young master, acted like an outsider. He took out his phone and sent a message. Then, he walked over to Wen Qingyun with a smile on his face. Mom, some of my friends want to come over and visit, is that okay? Upon hearing this, Wen Qingyun immediately nodded. Of course you're welcome. She was worried that she didn't have a chance to learn more about her son's social circle. Quickly, bring them here, let them meet us too. Su Xiaogang immediately revealed a smug smile. Okay. Not long after, the doorbell rang at the villa. Su Xiaogang, like a host, personally went to the door to greet them. Standing outside the door were red hair, yellow hair, and green hair. The three people stared at the magnificent villa before them, which resembled a palace, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Holy crap! Brother Gung, is this your home? That's incredible! They followed Su Xiaogang inside, their eyes darting around, unable to take it all in. The rows of luxury cars parked in the garage alone made them so envious they were practically drooling. Each one is enough for them to work hard for several lifetimes. Su Xiaogang basked in their admiring gazes and boasted with pride. What's this? All of this will be mine from now on. Brother Gung is awesome. Brother Gung is so awesome. The three followed behind, praising him repeatedly and flattering him loudly. Su Xiaogang led them into the living room. Mom, my friend is here. He pointed to the three people behind him and introduced them to Wen Qingyun. You can call them a Hong, a Huang, a Lu. That's what I usually call them. They're all my best buddies. Wen Qingyun's smile froze the moment she saw the three people. This is Xiaogang's friend? The three people were wearing brightly colored tight pants and loafers. His hair was dyed in various colors, and he had an indescribable smell of smoke mixed with cheap perfume. Wen Qingyun felt a wave of disgust. But she was, after all, the matriarch of the Su family, so she still had to maintain appearances. She gave a polite smile. Welcome, welcome, please have a seat. She asked the nanny to get them some fruit. The three of them didn't stand on ceremony and started eating the fruit. But his eyes were wandering around the living room. Then, their gazes fell directly on the sofa area not far away. Several stunningly beautiful women were sitting on the sofa. Su Youyan's noble elegance. Su Zhiro is playful and lively. Su Qinxue is pure and lovely. Each one of them is so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off them. The three thugs stared wide-eyed. They had never seen such a beauty before, and their breathing became heavy. His eyes revealed undisguised greed and lust. It was a look that seemed to want to strip someone naked and devour them whole, utterly lewd. Su Xiaogang saw their pathetic state. He nudged the blonde guy with his elbow, lowered his voice, and asked smugly. How is it? Pretty, isn't it? These are all top-tier beauties, a million times better than those young and energetic girls we've seen before, right? These are all high-class beauties from prestigious families. The blonde-haired man nodded vigorously, his mouth practically watering. Brother Gung, these are all your sisters? Of course. Greenhair rubbed his hands together and leaned closer with a lewd grin. Brother Gung, do you think do we have a chance? Su Xiaogang's eyes widened. Are you looking for death? You want to be my brother-in-law? You've gone against the heavenly gang, haven't you? He. The three thugs quickly smiled sheepishly. Just kidding, Brother Gung. Su Xiaogang smiled too. There was a hint of coldness in that smile. It's not that it's impossible. The three thugs' eyes lit up instantly. Really, Gung Ji? That's... Su Xiaogang lowered his voice. I'm their younger brother, so I definitely don't have a chance, but I won't let this opportunity go to outsiders. Such good cabbage is going to be eaten by pigs outside sooner or later anyway, so it's better to let you brothers have it. Red Hair was somewhat insecure. But... Brother Gung, your sisters are so beautiful, they definitely wouldn't be interested in us. How could that be? Su Xiaogang patted his chest and guaranteed. I'm their little puppy brother, my sisters spoil me the most. He said that, but he was actually planning something else. His gaze swept over the several smiling older women. Snort. They all just fawn over Chusun, that bastard child. Especially the 4th, 7th, and 8th sisters, their favoritism was simply outrageous. Sure. Aren't you all supposed to be high and mighty? Don't you look down on me, your own brother? Don't you like Chusun? I'll hand you over to these three thugs you despise the most. Let's see if you can still act so arrogantly. After being humiliated and trampled on by these thugs, let's see how you maintain your arrogant attitude. Su Xiaogang became more and more excited as he thought about it, and a twisted smile appeared on his face. He felt that his plan was simply a stroke of genius. Chapter 60: A Stray Dog by the Roadside. Just as he was thinking this, he waved his hand. Come on, I'll take you to meet my sisters. Su Xiaogang lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He led the three thugs behind him and swaggered toward the rest area by the sofa. The three thugs' eyes, like sticky flies, were fixed on the girls. Countless scenarios have already been imagined in my mind. I thought to myself, this brother Gung really doesn't treat them like outsiders. Such generosity. It's no wonder we made such a brother. The blonde-haired man squinted and pointed at the only man in the middle of the sofa. Brother Gung, is that the bastard fake young master? Chu Sun hadn't styled his hair much today. His soft, wispy bangs fell naturally, partially obscuring his eyebrows and eyes. She looks completely different from how she styled her hair when she exercised yesterday. So they didn't recognize him at first. A hint of resentment flashed in Su Xiaoging's eyes. Yes. Give him a good humiliation later. The three thugs immediately understood and grinned maliciously. Don't worry, brother Gung. I guarantee I'll make him lose face in front of your older sisters. The atmosphere in the sofa area was just right. Sujiro gently nudged Chu Sun's calf with her toe. Today, she wore her hair up in a sequined fishtail dress, revealing almost her entire lower abdomen. She had almost no excess fat on her stomach, and looked like a goddess descended from heaven, unapproachable. No wonder those three thugs were dumbfounded. Hey, Sun, how's your driving test going? Chu Sun just turned 18 and is currently learning to drive. He took a sip of coffee and said lazily, I'm practicing for the second stage of the driving test. My instructor says I'm exceptionally talented. Su Yuyan smiled and said, that's right, our little Sun is the smartest. Want your fourth sister to practice driving with you? My driving skills are the best in our family. Su Jiro immediately retorted, unconvinced. Sha, you call that good driving skills? You just drive slowly. Xiao Sun, don't listen to her. If you're going to learn something exciting. Seventh sister will take you mountain running. Su Qinshui joined in softly, speaking in a sweet, gentle voice. I can also teach Xiao Sun to drive a Ferrari with one hand. Chu Sun was amused by the way his sisters were scrambling to grab it. The sun was shining brightly, and beautiful women surrounded me. Everything was unbelievably perfect. Su Jiro thought to herself, today we're going to implement the switcheroo plan, so maybe. So, under the pretense of taking the small training vehicle, they took him to the mountains and ate him? The four people on Su Xiaoging's side moved around to the back of the sofa. The strange smell emanating from them grew stronger and stronger. But the people on the sofa were having a good time chatting and didn't notice the shadow approaching from behind. The most shameless redhead, thinking he looked very cool, flicked his tuft of red hair and was the first to approach. His target was Su Jiro, who seemed the most lively. Hi, beautiful. He flashed a set of yellow teeth, and his voice was so greasy it seemed to drip oil. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Su Jiro's shoulder in a familiar manner. This kind of borderless flirting is his usual trick when dealing with those sexy girls in internet cafes and billiard halls. Su Jiro's body stiffened abruptly. A wave of nausea surged up from the bottom of my heart. She felt as if she had been touched by a fly covered in slime. Su Yuyan also sensed the commotion beside her, and she frowned and turned her head. Just then, I saw that dirty hand on my seventh sister's shoulder. A surge of anger instantly ignited. Instinctively, without thinking, she threw the coffee cup in her hand away. Coffee was spilled on the red-haired man's face and chest. Ah! Red Hair let out a scream. The people on the sofa then turned their heads at the same time. Sujiro stood up and angrily shouted, "Who the hell are you? Where are you putting your hands?" Shu Sun's gaze also fell on those three faces. Red hair, yellow hair, green hair. Even with his disheveled hairstyle and coffee stains on his face, he recognized him instantly. Those are the three people he beat up yesterday. Shu Sun's eyes turned cold. "Is it you?" The red-haired man, who was scalding himself with hot coffee, and the yellow-haired and green-haired men who were watching the scene, all turned to look at Chu Sun upon hearing the noise. That face overlapped with the face of the ruthless man who had beaten them to a pulp yesterday. Holy crap! It's you! Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. The blonde and green-haired men pointed at Chu Sun and began to curse him. Damn it, what a small world! You little bastard, you ran pretty fast yesterday. The atmosphere in the living room froze instantly. Su Yuyan, Su Jiro, and Su Qinshui all stood up, their faces full of confusion. How could they know each other? But looking at the three vicious dogs barking wildly, their ugly faces, and the venomous curses spewing from their mouths, Su Yuyan and Su Jiro instinctively stood on either side of Chu Sun, blocking his way. Su Xiaogang was also dumbfounded. What's going on? He pointed at Chu Sun, then at his three brothers. You know each other? The blonde-haired man covered his swollen face and angrily complained. Brother Gung. The one who got into a fight with us yesterday and beat the three of us so badly we ended up in the hospital is this beast. Chu Sun's face darkened completely. He stared at the three men and asked, "What are you three roadside dogs doing in my house?" Upon hearing this, Greenhair laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Your home? You bastard, this is my brother Gung's home. Who gave you the right to speak, you bastard? The blonde-haired man chimed in, that's right. You good for nothing with no parents, you're like a parasite, living off the Su family, eating their food and drinking their water, you disgusting ingrate. Upon hearing this, Chu Sun lunged forward, once again displaying his dog-catching skills. As soon as I took a step forward, I saw 8th sister Su Qingxue trembling with anger, her face flushed red. Her first instinct was to take off her slippers and throw them at him. But then I thought, throwing this thing at them would be a reward. She immediately changed her mind and went to get the glass from the coffee table. Su Jiro was furious. She scanned the table, thinking about what she should use to smash the other person's head to vent her anger. She grabbed a big, red apple and was about to raise it. Su Yuyan went ahead. She couldn't take it anymore. The anger reached its peak. Fuck your mother. A furious curse rang out, very loud. On the side table next to her was a thermos of freshly boiled water, filled with hot water for making tea for the guests. Without a second thought, Su Yuyan grabbed the thermos. She smashed it directly at the three thugs. Careful! Su Xiaogang screamed. The three thugs were so frightened by the sudden turn of events that they scrambled backward to hide. Clang! The glass thermos shattered instantly on the marble floor where they had just been standing. Boiling water and shards of glass exploded, splashing everywhere. If they had been even a second slower, the three of them would probably have died on the spot today. The three thugs were so frightened that their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground, a strong smell of urine emanating from their crotches. They were so scared they wet themselves. Su Xiaogang was also terrified and turned pale. His voice trembled as he looked at Su Yuyan, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. 4th sister. Are you crazy? People will die. Su Yuyan's chest heaved violently, her eyes red as she glared at him. It would be best if he were dead. You brought a pack of stray dogs to my house and barked at me, you deserve to die. Su Xiaogang trembled from the scolding, but still forced himself to stand up and pretend to smooth things over. It was indeed wrong of my brother to swear. He turned to Chu Sun and said with a forced smile. Chu Sun, this may have hurt your fragile heart. I apologize to you on their behalf. However, Chu Sun, you hit someone and ran away yesterday. That doesn't make sense, does it? Besides, I heard from my brother that you were with your girlfriend yesterday? What, you're not going to tell your family about something as important as dating? These words were spoken. The anger on the faces of Su Yuyan, Su Jiro, and Su Qingxue vanished instantly. Instead, there was the same fear and disbelief. They all turned their heads sharply to look at Chu Sun. Chapter 61. Is Chu Sun in love? Su Xiaogang felt a surge of joy upon seeing the sudden change in his three older sisters' expressions. An opportunity has arrived, a perfect chance to sow discord. Chu Sun did more than just hit people. He only attacked my brothers to protect his girlfriend. The three thugs chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Gung is right. That kid was protecting that woman like a madman. The three of us just glanced at that woman a couple of times, and he wanted to fight us to the death. Greenhair added fuel to the fire, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Tsk tisk, that's what you call a hero saving a damsel in distress. Chu Sun, your little girlfriend is so lucky to be protected and cherished by you like this. Girlfriend? Su Yuyan, Su Jiro, and Su Qingxue were stunned. Does Xiao Sun have a girlfriend? When did this happen? Why has he never told us this? Did he sneak out yesterday to meet his girlfriend? Who is it? Which vixen dares to seduce her little patrolman? She could no longer hold back and stomped her jade-like foot. Xiao Sun, what exactly is going on? Chu Sun looked at the three of them with identical expressions of terror, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He's rather low-key, which is why he didn't mention the details of yesterday. Unexpectedly, this gave Su Xiaogang, that fool, the opportunity to stir up trouble. That's fine. Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Su Xiaogang, are you stupid? Yesterday morning. He hadn't finished speaking. Bite. The elevator doors not far away opened with a click. Sixth sister Su Tingwan pushed the wheelchair, while eldest sister Su Qiqi sat upright in it, as they slowly emerged from the elevator. Following behind them was Wen Xingyun, who had rushed over. The three of them were stunned by the scene in the living room as soon as they stepped out of the elevator. Broken glass bottles littered the ground, a scene of utter chaos. Chu Sen and his three other daughters were confronting Su Xiaogang. What's wrong? Wen Xingyun walked over quickly. As soon as Su Xiaogang saw his mother and older sister arrive, he straightened up instantly. He immediately ran over and loudly complained to Chu Sun. Mommy! Big sister! I want to report this. Chu Sun, he's secretly dating someone behind our backs. He even beat up all three of my brothers for that girl. When Xingyun was stunned for a moment and looked at Chu Sun with some surprise. Dating? Sun, is this for real? Even if they were dating, how could they have gotten into a fight? Is there some misunderstanding? Fighting doesn't necessarily mean they're in a relationship. The blonde-haired man swore an oath to the heavens. Auntie, we saw it with our own eyes. It's absolutely true. That Chu Sun's eyes turned red for that woman, and he was willing to fight us to the death. What else could they be but a young couple? They must be a young couple. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Chu Sun. However, Su Qiqi, who was sitting in a wheelchair, stiffened when he heard the words young couple. Of course she knew that the so-called girlfriend they were talking about was herself. A strange feeling spread from the bottom of my heart. Su Qiqi couldn't help but secretly raise the corners of her mouth, and her whole face immediately turned red. It was as if countless tiny pink bubbles were rushing out and filling her chest. Aha! That's what everyone says. It's absolutely outrageous and insanely beautiful. Xiao Sun and I, we have a purely platonic relationship. How could they be a young couple? Su Qiqi's cheeks began to burn. Hateful. I should be angry, but being misunderstood like this by others actually makes me feel a little satisfied. Scenes from yesterday kept replaying in her mind. So, to outsiders, they look so much like a married couple? Can't they see that I'm a full 10 years older than Xiao Sun, this 18-year-old heartthrob? This thought, far from making her feel embarrassed, actually brought her a secret delight. The bottom line in my heart seems to have dropped a little bit more. Once the bottom line is breached, a complete collapse is only a matter of time. No, I can't keep thinking about it. She glanced at her three younger sisters beside her. Seeing the expressions on their faces, as if the sky had fallen, I felt a mischievous pleasure. After a moment of smug satisfaction, Su Qiqi cleared her throat and resumed her dignified elder sister demeanor. Cough cough. You've misunderstood. I spent the whole morning yesterday with Xiao Sun. The so-called girlfriend you're talking about is me. Xiao Sun fought those three people to protect me. She finally fixed her gaze on Su Xiaogang. Su Xiaogang, you brought this scum home? The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire living room changed. The fear on the faces of Su Yuyan, Su Jiro, and Su Qingxue vanished instantly. So that's how it is. It was a false alarm. I thought she was my real girlfriend, but it turns out she's just my older sister. How could someone as proper as the eldest sister be Xiao Sun's girlfriend? You're just overthinking it. Su Jiro came back to life and immediately pointed the gun at Su Xiaogang. Well done, Su Xiaogang. So it was your buddies who hit and injured my older sister. They even tried to beat up big sister and little Sun. How dare you come here and falsely accuse them? Su Xiaogang was completely dumbfounded. His mind went blank, buzzing. What? Yesterday, the person that Huang Mao and his gang messed with yesterday was the eldest sister? The woman they were talking about, with her hot figure and ethereal beauty, was Su Qiqi? Su Xiaogang's face instantly drained of all color. It's over. The three thugs lying on the ground were also stunned. The stunning beauty they flirted with yesterday was actually Gun Ge's older sister? Or is she the eldest sister of the Su family? The thought of the Su family's power in Jiangnan made the three of them tremble even more. Brother Gung, this. Huang Mao's voice was choked with sobs. Holy shit! Su Xiaogang suddenly realized what was happening, rushed forward, and kicked the blonde-haired man. You son of a bitch. You don't know who I'm talking to. That's my older sister. He acted like a madman, punching and kicking the three people on the ground. Who told you to mess with my older sister? Ha! I'll kill you all today. The harder he hits, the more it seems like he's trying to distance himself from the situation. The three thugs covered their heads, not daring to fight back, and let out screams like pigs being slaughtered. Su Xiaogang, panting heavily, pointed to the doorway. Get out. All of you, get the fuck out. Don't let me ever see you again. He wanted to take sides and get rid of these three hot potatoes as soon as possible, which would also be a way of protecting them. The three thugs scrambled and crawled as they tried to run away. Stop. A clear, cold voice rang out. It is Su Qiqi. Trying to leave? You hit someone and tried to run away, and now you're coming to my house to cause trouble. Do you think the Su family home is a vegetable market? Nobody's leaving today. Just wait for the police to arrive. Chapter 62. Do you want a baby? Wen Xingyun's expression was extremely grim. She looked at Su Xiaogang, her eyes filled with disappointment. Su Xiaogang. This is the friend you've made? A bunch of thugs. Why did you bring them home? Just then, the doorbell rang at the villa. The nanny rushed to open the door. A woman in a black suit with a beautiful face walked in. It was none other than the third sister, Su Zhimeng. Behind her were the district head of Beijiang district and several uniformed police officers. Su Xiaogang's heart skipped a beat when he saw that woman. Why is she here? Mom, I went to find out what happened. The so-called victim in Xiaogang's words is actually the one who actively provoked the other party. The ones who were harassed and had conflicts with them were the eldest sister and the young patrolman. The police officers behind Su Zhimeng immediately stepped forward and stopped the three thugs who were about to escape. Don't move, police. Su Qiqi smiled when he saw Su Zhimeng. Third sister, you've come at the perfect time. Su Zhimeng walked quickly to Su Qiqi, squatted down, and gently examined the legs in her wheelchair. How's your leg? Is it feeling better? Thanks to Xiaosun, Su Qiqi said. Su Zhimeng stood up and looked at Chu Xin beside her. Her gaze was scrutinizing and somewhat surprised. This younger brother, whom she remembered as always being quiet, seemed to have changed in some way. Not bad. She reached out her hand and, unlike the other sister's affectionate gestures, patted Chu Sun's head as if an elder were encouraging a younger person. I watched the surveillance footage, and I didn't realize you were so agile. Her praise was direct and frank, without the slightest ambiguity. This was the most normal older sister Chu Sun had ever had. Chu Sun felt that his third sister seemed to have some aversion to men, and that she had already been very good to him. He even suspected that she liked girls. Chu Sun was a little embarrassed by the praise and smiled. Well done, they deserved it. Su Zhimeng nodded and said no more. She turned to the police officer behind her and said, Take him away and handle it according to the law. Yes, District Chief Su. The three thugs were led away from the villa by the police while wailing. The mess on the floor was quickly cleaned up by the housekeeper, and the living room was restored to its original state. When Xingyun's anger finally erupted completely, and she pointed at Su Xiaogang. Look what you've done. You're abusing the Su family's name to stand up for your scumbag friends. You even allowed them to run rampant and hurt your eldest sister. What would have happened to your older sister if it weren't for Xiaosun? Have you thought about that? You're happy now that your friends have bullied you to death? Su Xiaogang was scolded mercilessly, and he lowered his head, not daring to say a word. He knew he had really messed up this time. Mommy, I was wrong. He started to cling to Wen Xingyun's arm and act coquettishly. I really didn't know it was them. If I had known, I would have killed them and never let them near my older sister. Chu Sun was surrounded by Su Yuyan, Su Zhiro, and Su Qinxue. None of them said a word. They were all sneering and enjoying Su Xiaogang's humiliation. It wasn't until lunchtime that Su Xiaogang finally managed to coax Wen Xingyun down a bit by pestering her relentlessly. The family sat at the long dining table for a meal. Wen Xingyun took a sip of soup and looked at Su Qiqi beside her. Qiqi, you're not getting any younger, and you've been married to Junnan for several years now. When are you planning to have a child? The moment this topic was brought up, the atmosphere at the dinner table froze. Wen Xingyun wasn't in a hurry. But after seeing Su Xiaogang's hopeless state today, her judgment became a little skewed. With such a large business empire, the Su family can't put all their eggs in one basket with Su Xiaogang alone. There must be a next generation, and an excellent one at that. Suchi paused for a moment. Her face was expressionless, and her voice was flat. I don't want to have children, I'm too busy with work. When Qingyun frowned. No matter how busy you are with work, you still have to have a child, it's only a matter of time. You're in good health now and will recover quickly. If you wait a few more years, you'll be considered an older mother, which carries risks. At the dinner table, the other sisters and Shu Sun remained silent. They could all tell that the eldest sister was unhappy. Suchichi remained silent, simply cutting the steak on her plate. Seeing her like this, Wen Qingyun knew that there was no point in continuing the conversation, so she stopped talking about it. Lunch ended in a dull atmosphere. Suchichi was feeling very down. She knew she had to shoulder the burden of her family. The second and fourth daughters married out of the family, and their future children will not bear the surname Su. The fifth one is a celebrity, the sixth one is obsessed with scientific research, and the seventh and eighth ones are all more naive than the last. In this family, she's the only one who can be relied upon in the business world, and the third sister is the only one who can be relied upon in the political world. Therefore, she definitely needs to have her own child. Xiao Sun, push me to the garden to bask in the sun. Good. Shu Sun pushed the wheelchair, and the two left the restaurant. Even in the sweltering summer, the corridors of the Su family mansion remain cool thanks to the central air conditioning system. Shu Sun pushed his wheelchair slowly along the path in the back garden. Suchichi leaned back in her chair, gazing at the blooming flowers before her, but her thoughts drifted far away. She actually really likes children. This fondness was cultivated little by little, starting from when I was a child and took care of Chu Sun. She still remembered when she was in her early teens, Chu Sun was just a 1 or 2 year old baby, a delicate and beautiful little thing. Her favorite thing to do back then was to feed Xiao Sun and make him formula. Xiao Sun was a very well-behaved child. She eats very well and takes baths very well. Lying in her little bathtub, she only kicks the water with her little feet and never cries or fusses. When he's happy, he'll stretch out his short arms for a hug. Then he leaned in and left a wet kiss on her face. Although he would smear saliva on her face, she didn't mind at all, on the contrary, she felt a warm glow inside. She doesn't understand. Why can we kiss when we're little, but not when we grow up? It seems that he started following her around when he was 4 years old, calling her sister in a clear, crisp voice. From that time on, she has especially loved babies. Suchichi thought that she also wanted to have such a cute little baby. But that person absolutely cannot be someone she doesn't love. It's even less likely that he's a villain like Zhang Junan, who harbors ill intentions towards Xiao Sun. The thought of having a child with a man like that made her feel physically nauseous. If I absolutely must have a child of my own. A name clearly emerged in Suchichi's mind. Shu Sun. Of all the people in the world, she only wanted to give this one life. They are not related by blood. This is permissible both legally and biologically. But she also knew perfectly well that Chu Sun would never agree. A strong sense of resentment welled up inside me. How did I get so old? Why can't I be a few years younger, even just 5 years younger? If I were only in my early 20s, would I be able to stand openly by his side and pursue him? In that case, is it possible that Xiao Sun might fall in love with him? Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Suchichi was unaware that she possessed beauty, a great figure, wealth, and power. But why do I feel so inferior in front of Xiao Sun? Suchichi's hand clenched quietly, her nails digging into her palm, bringing a sharp, sobering pain. She turned her head and looked at the boy pushing the wheelchair beside her. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shadows on his face. His profile was unbelievably handsome. Little patrolman. Do you like babies? Upon hearing this, Chu Sun smiled broadly and nodded without hesitation. Of course I like it, big sister. Little kids are so soft and cute. He assumed his older sister was still troubled by the topic at the dinner table, so he tentatively asked her. Big sister, are you thinking of having a baby? That's right. Chu Sun immediately revealed a genuine smile, his tone full of anticipation. Then I'll be an uncle from now on. I'll love them just as much as you loved me before. Suchichi took a deep breath. What I mean is, do you want a baby of your own? Chapter 63, wanting to give little Sun a baby. Shu Sun was taken aback. This question is a bit too far removed from his reality. But he still thought about it seriously. I'd like to as well. A miniature version of himself appeared in his mind. Or a pretty little girl like the older sisters would be quite nice. Suchichi's heart skipped a beat, as if it had been hit hard by something. He thought. He said he wanted to. Chusun hadn't realized the impact his words had, and continued speaking to himself. But I'm not ready yet. That's enough of your thoughts, Suchichi interrupted him directly. What follows is not important. That's enough if he wants to. A crazy idea quickly took root in Suchichi's heart, becoming so complex that it could never be eradicated. In that case, it's certainly time to start preparing. One of her and Xiao Sun's children. In her heart, Chu Sun was sacred and inviolable. She couldn't bear to, and couldn't bring herself to, use any means to devour him. Moreover, she knew that Chu Sun had no romantic feelings for her. Therefore, it could not have been conceived naturally. We need to incorporate some technology. Since no physical relationship occurred, there's no question of Zhang Junnan being cuckolded, right? As for the method. Suchichi's gaze suddenly slid from Chu Sun's face to. She's going to steal something that belongs to him. By then, the baby will no longer be Chu Sun's nephew or niece. The thought of giving birth to a child for Xiao Sun, a child with his blood flowing in their veins, possessing the same stunning good looks and brilliant mind as him, is unforgettable. That little baby will smile at you like a little angel and call you mama in a sweet, childlike voice. Suchichi's heart melted. The whole plan took shape in her mind very quickly. This matter must be carried out in secret. I absolutely cannot let Xiao Sun know that I become a father. He would definitely be unhappy, or even feel offended. Suchichi knew that doing so was somewhat disrespectful to Chu Sun. But she never expected him to take responsibility. She just wanted the best genes to make up for a regret, and she just wanted to borrow something. Xiao Sun's near-inhuman intelligence, coupled with his stunningly handsome face, made him even more captivating. There is no other man in the world who can compare to him. She will make it up to Xiao Sun after the baby is born. Be extra good to him. Give him the Su family, give him your life, I'd give you anything. As Suchichi was lost in his thoughts, a real problem confronted him. How can you secretly do bad things and steal things? This has become the only, and most crucial, issue. After taking a walk in the garden, Chusun pushed Suchichi upstairs. He escorted his older sister back to her room, watched her lie down to rest, and then gently closed the door. So much happened today, everyone is a bit tired. The sisters went back to their rooms to prepare for their afternoon nap. Su Tingwan was the same. She returned to her room and quickly fell asleep. But her twin sister, Su Jiro, was wide awake. She returned to her room, locked the door, and immediately began her plan. Put on makeup and change clothes. She sat in front of the mirror, and the cosmetics she took out were not the ones she usually used. Half an hour later, the person in the mirror had completely transformed into the appearance of sixth sister Su Tingwan. She then took out a prepared dress from the deepest part of the wardrobe. It was a purple slip dress. The dress clung tightly to her body, outlining her figure, which was identical to Su Tingwan's. Her waist is very slim, and the curves of her hips are perfectly showcased. Two straps hung over his shoulders. The skirt hem reached her knees, revealing a pair of straight and slender calves. Su Jiro looked in the mirror and put on her gold-rimmed glasses again. Picture. They look so alike. The woman in the mirror, exuding a repressed yet alluring charm, is Su Tingwan herself. She was certain that Chu Sun, that little fool, would never find out. She stood in front of the mirror and began her final rehearsal. She practiced the expression of her sixth sister, who was somewhat introverted but had very direct eyes. He muttered to himself, reciting the lines he had prepared. Everything is for the perfect performance later. She wanted Chu Sun to be completely oblivious to any clues. It was a little after 2 p.m. This is when Su Tingwan is sleeping the most soundly. This little lazybones, without fail, sleeps until 4 in the afternoon before getting up. This gave Su Jiro an excellent opportunity. She opened the door and went out. There was no one in the living room. There was no one in the corridor. The entire villa was quiet, with only the soft hum of the air conditioner. Su Jiro, barefoot, quietly arrived at the door of Chu Sun's room. She didn't knock. He placed his hand directly on the doorknob, gave it a gentle twist, and pushed the door open to enter. At this moment, Chu Sun was just about to go to bed for a rest. Then I saw a slender figure sneak in furtively. The door was locked from the inside by this woman. Su Jiro turned her back to Chu Sun and silently recited in her heart. 3, 2, 1. Then she turned around. Her face wore the smile that Su Tingwan had practiced countless times. When Shu Sun saw the person who had arrived, he indeed had no suspicions whatsoever. "Listen to Sister Wan," he asked, somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong? What brings you here?" Su Jiro felt a surge of joy. Xiao Sun is such a silly girl, she really didn't recognize him. The plan is more than half successful. She suppressed her excitement, maintained her persona as Su Tingwan, and slowly walked to the bedside. She bent down and got into bed very naturally. Shu Sun looked at today's Su Tingwan. Wearing all purple, she's really unique, with an indescribable charm. He knew exactly what his sixth sister was planning. He smiled and said, "Sister Wan, you've been thinking about it again?" Su Jiro felt a surge of secret joy. The fact that she even brought up such a private topic shows that Chu Sun truly considers her his sixth sister. She mimicked her sixth sister's tone and softly hummed in agreement. "That's right. But today, it's no longer like playing house. I'm going to take the final step." Chu Sun's smile froze for a moment, and he was about to say something. Su Jiro didn't give him a chance to speak and interrupted him directly. I know you want to refuse, you want to say I'm not good, that I was just acting on a whim, and that you can't play along with my nonsense. You probably still feel that you are not capable of taking responsibility for me right now, so you can't do this kind of thing. But Chu Sun, let me tell you. These are all decisions I made after careful consideration. I don't need you to take responsibility. I am the person in charge of my own life. This is my decision, and I won't regret it. Chu Sun was stunned when he heard these words and looked at Su Tingwan's determined face. Chapter 64 Seventh Sister's plan succeeded. Chu Sun thought to himself, judging from Sister Wan's determination today, it's extraordinary. He was also a spirited young man. The person in front of me was wearing a charming purple dress that tightly hugged her mature figure. Beneath her smooth calves, a pair of delicate feet touched the ground, their toes round and adorable, like those of the Alps. Add to that domineering declaration. His last line of defense collapsed. Okay, whatever you say. Chu Sun's voice was somewhat dry. A bright smile instantly bloomed on Su Jiro's face. That smile was so bright it lit up the whole room. Countless fireworks are already exploding in my heart. It was a success. We're about to succeed. She was so excited she could die. Countless fawns surged and crashed inside her chest, making her dizzy and overflowing with happiness. She could no longer hold back and stretched out her arms to hug Chu Sun tightly. Then, she closed her eyes and pressed her lips to his. It was a kiss that was both a little awkward and incredibly passionate. It was also Su Jiro's first kiss. Chu Sun skillfully reciprocated the kiss, even deepening it on his own initiative. Su Jiro's mind went blank for a moment. So this is what it feels like to kiss a boy? Xiao Sun's lips are so soft. It was slightly warm. His presence enveloped her, making her legs feel weak. Under Chu Sun's proactive approach, Su Jiro quickly became uneasy. She had absolutely no idea how to respond and stood there frozen like a wooden doll. Although I crammed for the last minute last night and learned some techniques, I was completely exposed when it came to actual combat. Chu Sun noticed it. He stopped, pulled away slightly, and looked at Su Tingwan, whose cheeks were flushed, in his arms. Sister Tingwan, something's not right with you. Su Jiro's heart skipped a beat. I panicked. She immediately panicked. Did he figure it out? Where did they slip up? Was my acting not good enough? Chu Sun smiled as he looked at her panicked expression. Are you a little nervous? He reached out and pinched her cheek. It feels like I'm performing a one-man show. Call. Su Jiro breathed a long sigh of relief. So that's what they were talking about. That scared me to death. She quickly followed his lead, her cheeks flushed red. Well, after all, it's going to be the first time soon. You think they're all carefree like you boys? Girls, they're bound to be nervous. Her shy demeanor only made Chu Sun believe her more. Su Jiro was internally ranting and raving. He. Su Tingwan. You repressed, horny woman. She looks like an innocent little white flower, and all she knows is math, physics, and chemistry. Actually, she's so lewd and so proactive. Isn't she ashamed at all about this? The contrast is too great. Who adjusted it? As an art student, I should have met countless men, given how many handsome classmates I have. Now, I'm so embarrassed that I almost died from shyness just from a kiss. That's so embarrassing. Then, I'll process my emotions. Sujiro raised her head and said to Chusun, "Wait for me a moment." She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, mentally preparing herself. Then, she looked at Chusun again, her eyes becoming firm. Let's continue. The next kiss followed immediately. This time, it was Sujiro's turn to take the initiative. She took the initiative and launched her attack, following the method she had learned the night before. Although their skills were still raw, their initiative and enthusiasm were genuine. Chusun felt a sense of familiarity. Right. This is the Su Tingwan he remembered. Bold, direct, and with a touch of endearing clumsiness. Sujiro gradually found her footing. She relaxed, no longer stiff, and hugged Chusun tighter and tighter. 10 minutes later, the two separated, panting heavily. Sujiro's lips were red and glistening. She leaned against Chusun's chest, calming her breathing. "Little patrolman." She spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. "Do you want to play Peacekeeper Elite first, or go straight to Honor of Kings?" "I'll listen to you," Chusun said. "Well, let's play Peacekeeper Elite first, just like before." Sujiro frowned. "But I think I just twisted my ankle, maybe." This was an excuse she had prepared in advance, a patch she had made up for herself. She wasn't sure if her gaming skills were comparable to her sixth sister's, that repressed gaming addict. "What if we get caught?" "Where?" "Let me see." Upon hearing this, Chusun immediately became worried. He got off the bed, squatted on the floor, and carefully lifted Sujiro's feet. That foot was small and delicate, with fair skin and a slender ankle. A surge of electricity shot up from the soles of my feet and instantly spread throughout my body. Sujiro's body tensed up. Chusun gently massaged her ankle. He smelled a familiar scent. "It smells like the body lotion that Su Tingwan usually likes to use." "Are you all right?" he asked, looking up. "No. It's nothing serious." Sujiro shook her head and quickly pulled her foot back. If he kept kneading her like that, she was afraid she would really melt on the spot. The two took the phones and started playing games. 20 minutes later. Game over. Sujiro really messed things up terribly. But because of the excuse of being injured, Chusun did not suspect anything. But that doesn't matter. The atmosphere in the room became even more ambiguous in those 20 minutes, and that's enough. Chusun put down his phone and asked one last question. "Are you sure you're ready?" Upon hearing this, Sujiro rolled her eyes at him. "Xiaosun, weren't you pretty manly when you were protecting Big Sister yesterday? Why are you acting like a woman now, so indecisive and fussy?" She looked at him provocatively. "Boys need to be more decisive and brave." "I don't like cowards." Chusun smiled. "You said it yourself." "That's right, it was me who said it." Sujiro raised her chin and continued to provoke. "You're not convinced? Come and hit me if you dare." Chusun smiled slightly. Then, he simply ripped off her glasses. The two started playing King of Glory. Chapter 65 like a novice. An hour later. Sujiro didn't want to move a single finger. Chusun handed him a glass of water. Sujiro took it and gulped it down in one go. "So tired. I'm so tired." She glanced at the time, it was already 3:30. "It's about time to go. If we don't leave soon, that lazy pig's sixth sister will wake up." "Help me get dressed," she said weakly. Chusun helped her put on the purple dress. She leaned on the edge of the bed, stood up shakily, her legs spinning. Sujiro whispered her instructions. "What happened today must be kept secret. Of course, I won't tell anyone. Let's just pretend today's events never happened," Sujiro said, continuing to patch the wound. Chusun nodded. "Besides," Sujiro realized the most crucial point. "Don't worry about me getting pregnant. I'll handle it myself. You don't need to worry about it. I'm not a child anymore. I'll take care of myself. I'll get angry if you bring this up again. And whatever you do, don't mention this on WeChat. Those two brats, Jiro and Chinchua, are the most annoying. They always sneak a peek at my phone." "Good." Chusun agreed without hesitation. Chusun walked to the door, first opening it a crack to carefully confirm that no one was outside. Then he waved to her. As Sujiro stepped out of the door, her first instinct was to head towards her room. She took a couple of steps before she suddenly realized what was happening. Wrong. She is Su Tingwan. She froze on the spot and glanced back. Chu Sun was still standing at the door watching her. Sujiro quickly waved to him, indicating that he could go back. Chu Sun nodded and closed the door. Sujiro breathed a sigh of relief. She looked back every few steps to make sure Chu Sun's door was really closed before sneaking back to her own room like a thief. Lock the door from the inside. She rushed into the bathroom immediately and began removing her makeup. Then I washed up and took a shower to get rid of Chu Sun's scent on my body. After doing all this, she finally threw herself onto the bed. She pulled the blanket over her head. A suppressed chuckle escaped from under the covers. We finally succeeded. He. She thought she was a genius. That silly little Sun didn't notice anything wrong from beginning to end. She completely fooled me. But I have to say, Xiao Sun is really amazing. But I'm really tired. My bones feel like they're falling apart. I need to get a good night's sleep. Chu Sun also felt somewhat tired. He wanted to lie back in bed and get some rest. But when I looked down, the sheets were a complete mess. It was all crumpled up and curled up in a ball, making it impossible for anyone to sleep in. Well. Sixth sister, oh sixth sister. Why did you have to provoke me for no reason? Chu Sun resignedly began to tidy up the bed sheets. He ripped the sheet off the bed and prepared to throw it into the laundry basket. Just then, a bright color caught his eye. Chu Sun stopped moving. He stared at it, and an idea popped into his mind. He found a pair of scissors and carefully cut the piece of fabric off. Then, he carefully folded the piece of cloth into a small square. He wanted to keep it safe. When the time is right in the future, I will give it to Su Tingwan as a surprise. She'll be both embarrassed and touched when she sees it. Chu Sun put the small piece of cloth into a box and hid it in the deepest part of the wardrobe. He crumpled the remaining sheets into a ball and threw them into the trash bag. You can't wash this. Chu Sun took a shower, changed into a brand new set of sheets, and then lay down to sleep. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The alarm clock in Su Tingwan's room rang on time. She sat up in bed and stretched. I feel much better after a good night's sleep. She yawned. I feel like I was dreaming. I dreamt of Xiao Sun. In her dream, she and Xiao Sun crossed the final line and did something bad. It felt so real it was unbelievable. Su Tingwan looked down at her bed and sighed softly. What a loser. She got up to take a shower. While taking a shower, she kept feeling her left eyelid twitching. It kept jumping, one jump after another. I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen. Or rather, it has already happened. What could it be? She couldn't understand it. Su Tingwan casually changed the duvet cover and sheets on the bed and went out. She went to the living room, but there was no one there. She settled on the sofa, turned on the TV, and started watching Approaching Science. Time passed little by little. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, the sisters gradually woke up. Sujiro really didn't want to get out of bed. She felt sore all over, as if her bones were about to fall apart, and all she wanted to do was sleep until the end of time. But she was afraid that if she slept too soundly, it would arouse suspicion. How could someone who hasn't done anything be so tired? She could only force herself to get out of bed, despite her exhaustion. She chose a bright yellow dress to wear. When she left the room, she still couldn't help but limp. Chu Sun also happened to come out of his room. Sujiro felt incredibly guilty when she saw him. She's not wearing glasses now, and her makeup is in her own style. Chu Sun recognized him at a glance. Seventh sister, he greeted her with a smile. You look beautiful in that outfit. Upon hearing this, Sujiro quickly straightened her back and forced herself to resume a normal walking posture. Oh. She raised an eyebrow and walked over to him. Xiao Sun's mouth has become sweeter. Did you just eat candy or drink sweet water? Chu Sun did not understand the meaning behind her words. However, he did drink some sweet water just now. He nodded honestly. That's right. Sujiro chuckled to herself. This silly little thing. That's hilarious. In high spirits, she happily reached out and took Chu Sun's arm, and they went downstairs together. Chu Sun spotted his sixth sister curled up on the living room sofa at a glance. On the coffee table in front of Su Tingwan, there was a large pile of sunflower seed shells and orange peels. Judging from that small hill, it's clear she's been sitting there for at least an hour. Shu Sun found it a bit strange. Sixth sister's energy and stamina, are they really that good? He couldn't help but think of his fourth sister, Su Yuyen. Every time Su Yuyen did something bad, she felt like she was about to die, and it would take her at least one night to recover. Su Tingwan is quite impressive. It hasn't been long, and they're already here, full of energy, eating sunflower seeds. Although he's not good at games, he's much better than Su Yuyen in this aspect. Soon, it was time to prepare for dinner. Tonight, Su He, the patriarch of the Su family, has returned. As soon as he returned, he summoned Su Xiaogang to his study and gave him a severe scolding. Nonsense! You've completely disgraced the Su family. Su Xiaogang lowered his head and kept apologizing. In the end, it was Wen Qingyun who went in and spoke up for him. All right, the child knows he was wrong, so please stop scolding him. That matter was finally over. Dinner time. A sumptuous dinner, a fusion of Chinese and Western cuisine, was laid out on the long dining table. There was steamed sea bass, braised prawns, roasted chicken legs. There were also charred tomahawk steaks, cream of mushroom soup, and a large plate of Caesar salad. Shu Sun was still sitting next to Su Tingwan. He placed the largest piece of fish on Su Tingwan's plate. Then he leaned close to her ear and whispered something in a voice only the two of them could hear. Let me give you some nourishment, you must be exhausted. The two had just finished 2 games when Shu Sun called a halt. She was too weak in today's Peacekeeper Elite segment, she had no gaming experience at all. The same was true in the later King of Glory rounds, where Shu Sun carried the team to victory and dominated the game, while she was just coasting through and getting carried to victory. In comparison, Su Yaoyan's King of Glory rank is much higher than Su Tingwan's. When they played Duo Q, Su Yuyen carried the team, and Shu Sun just had to sit back and win. Su Tingwan paused for a moment, her hand holding the chopstick still. She looked at Shu Sun with some surprise and some confusion. Tired? What do I have to be tired about? I slept really well this afternoon. But she didn't ask. She could feel Xiao Sun's care for her, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She also cut a piece of steak for Chu Sun. You should eat more too. Sitting to Chu Sun's right, Su Yuyen watched their interaction with a smile, picked up a large chicken leg, and fed it directly to Chu Sun's mouth. Come on, little patrolman, open your mouth. That doting affection was undisguised. Chu Sun cooperated fully and took a bite. Su Yuyen was overjoyed to see Chu Sun enjoying himself so much. Su Jiro, watching this scene from the opposite side, felt no jealousy whatsoever. She is the victor now. She sipped her soup slowly, a smug smile on her lips. You can continue playing this little game of pretend. I, Su Jiro, am the first person in the world to actually eat Xiao Sun's food. Chapter 66. The eldest sister resorts to any means to have a baby. The eldest sister, Su Qiqi, seemed somewhat absent-minded while eating. She picked up her chopsticks and shoveled small bites of rice into her bowl. Her mind was completely occupied with one thing. How can I steal Xiao Sun's things? Young and impetuous, Xiao Sun would definitely do something secretly when he's alone in his room. But she didn't know when. It must be stolen in time. Thinking about this, Su Qiqi suddenly felt incredibly despicable. She laughed at herself in exasperation. On the other side of the dining table, the atmosphere was completely different. Su Jiro was engrossed in peeling shrimp. Her fair fingers moved nimbly, and soon, whole shrimp landed on the plate in front of her. She peeled about a dozen in one go, piling them into a small pink hill. Then, she pushed the entire plate in front of Chu Sun. She thought that he was exhausted and needed to be properly nourished. The horse needs more grass to run more happily in the future. Chu Sun was astonished when he saw the plate full of shrimp in front of him. Seventh sister, has the sun risen in the west? He took the plate, picked up a few pieces, and put them in his mouth. The chopsticks next to it were then extended over. Hey, Xiao Sun, let fourth sister have a taste too. Su Yuyen directly snatched away several of them. No, I want some too. Su Tingwan also joined the scramble. Seventh sister is biased. Why did she only give the young patrolman a peel? Eighth sister Su Qinxue pouted and also used her chopsticks to steal food from the plate. Don't you dare take it. This is for Xiao Sun. Su Jiro pretended to be angry and hit their hands with her chopsticks. Go away, peel it yourself. For a moment, the dinner table was filled with laughter and chatter. Chu Sun was surrounded by his sisters, enjoying the sweetness of the moment. But on the edge of this harmonious scene, Su Xiaogang was like an unwanted orphan. He silently ate the rice in his bowl, watching the group of people laugh and joke, feeling as if there was a wall between him and them. This scene is truly jarring. When Qing Yun looked on, feeling a real pang of pity. On the one hand, she felt that as her own sister, her daughters should care for Su Xiaogang as much as they cared for Chu Sun. On the other hand, she also knew that Su Xiaogang's personality and character were really unlikable. She couldn't force her daughters to like him or pamper him. But as her own mother, she still couldn't bear to do it. She sighed and put a large piece of meat on Su Xiaogang's plate. Then, she put on gloves and silently peeled a small bowl of shrimp for Su Xiaogang. "Xiaogang, eat more." Su Xiaogang looked at the pile of vegetables and shrimp in his bowl and felt a surge of emotion. "Thank you, Mommy. My mom still loves me the most." After finishing the meal, Chu Sun's belly was round and full. He felt like he wasn't eating food, but rather receiving love from his sisters. Even a god wouldn't trade this kind of life for it. The group moved to the sofa in the living room and continued chatting. The atmosphere was still as good as ever. Su Qinxue took a sip of yogurt and made the suggestion. "We haven't worked out yet today. Xiao Sun, let's continue with the fitness and weight loss program tonight." Chu Sun said with a smile. "Sure. How about we go swimming today? Swimming is the best way to lose weight, bar none. There is a huge indoor swimming pool in the Su family's manor. That swimming pool was built entirely to Olympic standards. There are dedicated maids providing round-the-clock care, and the water quality is absolutely clean." Okay. Swimming is fun." The sisters were delighted to hear this and all agreed. Su Qiqi sat in his wheelchair and sighed. "Alas, it's a pity that I injured my leg and can't swim. I've wanted to learn to swim for a long time, but you didn't have time before because you were preparing for the college entrance exam. Now that you finally have time, I'm injured." Chu Sun comforted her. "It's all right, big sister. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'll teach you properly. Then we'll go in 40 minutes, after we've digested our food." Just then, a discordant voice rang out. "I'll go too. It's Su Xiaogang." He had followed us there without us noticing, and stood in the corner of the living room, letting out a cold laugh. He was secretly delighted. "Swim? I'm a swimming expert. I grew up swimming in rivers and lakes, so I'm an excellent swimmer." He's definitely more capable than Chu Sun, that pretty boy who grew up in a greenhouse. Later, right here in the pool, in front of everyone, I'll brutally torture him to death. As soon as Su Xiaogang finished speaking, the originally cheerful atmosphere in the living room instantly turned cold. None of his sisters responded to him, there was only silence. That silence is a silent resistance. Chu Sun glanced at the atmosphere and broke the awkward silence. "Sure, let's go together." Actually, the eldest sister Su Qiqi and the sixth sister Su Tingwan initially had a fairly good attitude towards Su Xiaogang. But this Su Xiaogang is really disappointing. They have repeatedly slandered Xiao Sun and sown discord among them. The last vestiges of goodwill they had for each other were quickly worn away by him. 40 minutes later, the group went upstairs to change into their swimsuits. After changing their clothes, the group came downstairs one after another. Chu Sun was the first to get off. He was wearing a pair of long black swim trunks. It's the same style worn by professional swimmers, fitting snugly against the body. His upper body was completely naked. Smooth muscle lines and well-defined 8-pack abs. He also has broad and strong pectoral muscles. It exudes the hormones of young men. Immediately afterwards, the 4 older sisters also came down. 4 people, 4 colors, 4 styles. Fourth sister Su Yuyan wore a black one-piece swimsuit. The style is simple, but the cut is bold. The swimsuit has large openwork areas on the sides and back, connected only by a few straps. The high slit design made her legs appear long and straight. The lines of her buttocks are perfectly outlined, full and perky. Sixth sister Su Tingwan chose a dark blue 2-piece swimsuit. The seventh sister, Su Jiro, was the most daring. She wore a bright yellow bikini with very little fabric. Eighth sister Su Qinxue is the shyest. She chose a pink and white 2-piece swimsuit. The upper body is a small camisole with ruffles, and the lower body is a short skirt that covers most of the body. 4 stunningly beautiful women, each with a distinct style, stood together, commenting on each other and joking around. "Wow, seventh brother, What's the difference between you wearing this and not wearing anything at all? Get lost. That's what you call scheming, isn't it? You look conservative, but you actually show off your figure the best. Then, their gazes all fell on Shu Sun. Everyone's eyes lit up. Wow! Su Yuyan, Su Tingwan, and Su Jiro walked directly toward Shu Sun. Xiao Sun, your figure has gotten even better. Su Yuyan smiled and reached out to touch Shu Sun's abs. It feels firm, hot, and hard. Yeah, he looks even more handsome now. Su Jiro didn't hold back either, placing both of her hands on it and even pinching it. Su Tingwan didn't say anything, but she also reached out and poked his chest muscle. Shu Sun smiled somewhat embarrassedly as his three older sisters groped him all over. Su Qinxue, standing to the side, blushed as she watched. She was very embarrassed. Because my parents and older sister were all sitting in the rest area not far away, watching. Although she had already touched it before, no one would complain about having too much money. She wanted to go up and touch it too, but she was afraid that if she made it too obvious, her thoughts would be seen through. So she could only stand there, secretly admiring the view, her cheeks burning hot. The other three older sisters, on the other hand, were completely unashamed and acted so openly. It's because they had already seen a much sexier version of Shu Sun. For them, abs and pecs are nothing special. Su Tingwan and he did some pretty bad things together. Su Yuyan and Su Jiro had done the worst things with him. Therefore, they felt perfectly justified in touching it and didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. Sitting in her wheelchair, Su Qiqi looked at the perfectly proportioned young man by the pool and secretly swallowed. Those smooth lines, those powerful muscles. It really is so tempting. If she hadn't weathered many storms over the years and developed top-notch facial expression and emotional management skills, she would have blushed to death long ago. While maintaining her aloof and dignified image, Su Qiqi took in the diverse reactions of everyone around the pool. Her brain began to analyze rapidly. From this perspective, Xiao Ba and Su Qinxue definitely have feelings for Xiao Sun. Look at her, her face is as red as a monkey's bottom. Watching her three older sisters tease Shu Sun, her eyes held a mixture of envy and anger. My big toe was so tense that it curled up. Clearly, they really wanted to go up, but they didn't dare. She was afraid that her parents and herself would discover her true feelings. So she could only stand there, her face flushed, filled with impotent rage. In Su Qiqi's view, a girl will definitely feel shy when she sees a boy she likes, before she has done anything really bad. It's instinct. Su Qinxue perfectly embodies this. As for the other three younger sisters, Su Yuyan, Su Tingwan, Su Jiro, they acted so openly and naturally. The way he touched his abs showed no shyness or ambiguity whatsoever. This doesn't look like someone you like at all. Therefore, the only possibility is that the three of them simply admire Shu Sun, but are not interested in him. That's why I can tease him so casually. It can't be that all three of them have done bad things, so their threshold is too high, right? The thought flashed through Su Qiqi's mind, but she immediately dismissed it. That's definitely impossible. Thinking of this, Su Qiqi suddenly had a brilliant plan in his mind. Since Xiao Ba likes Xiao Sun, then perhaps there will be a solution to my own problem. She had two ideas. The first method is to secretly add something to the water in the patrol boat. He'll definitely do something when he gets back to his room. After he comes out, I'll sneak back in and steal something. But she only thought about this idea for a moment before immediately abandoning it. That's so disgusting. I feel so bad for Xiao Sun. She will feel guilty for the rest of her life. As for the second method, Su Qiqi's gaze fell on the blushing eighth sister not far away. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Since she's already married, there's no possibility of her ever being with Xiao Sun again. As for Xiao Sun, he'll be in a relationship sooner or later anyway. Rather than letting the wildflowers outside benefit from it, it's better to let Xiao Sun give it to his own eighth sister. Eighth sister is so beautiful, and she likes Xiao Sun so much. If Xiao Sun also likes her, this could be a good match. A perfect match, a match made in heaven. Most importantly, if the two of them get together. He now had eighth sister as his strongest ally. Then, I can secretly tell her my thoughts. He wanted her to help him after she and Xiao Sun did something bad. Back then, it wasn't called stealing anymore. That's called borrowing something. It was Ba Mei, his official girlfriend, who agreed to it. Although it sounds equally sleazy. But it's absolutely effective. Moreover, the feeling of guilt will be much less. This little cake is only 19 yuan, there's plenty of time. She's already 28 and can't wait any longer, she wants to have a baby right away. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Qiqi's lips. Chapter 67 Swimming with My Sisters. Just then, Su Xiaogang came downstairs. He was only wearing a pair of flashy short swim trunks, revealing his thin upper body. The most striking feature is the tattoo that runs from his chest to his lower abdomen. He probably thought he looked cool, and even puffed out his rather thin chest. The noise instantly subsided. All eyes were on him. It's absolutely outrageous. Chu Sun, on the other hand, had well-defined muscles, clean and clear skin, and exuded a sunny and healthy aura. Looking at Su Xiaogang again, he was as thin as a rake, with sallow skin and a sleazy posture. With that ugly tattoo, he looked exactly like a street thug, and seemed to exude a faint, foul smell. The contrast is so stark it's almost unbearable to look at. Even when Xing Yun, who had always been biased towards him, couldn't help but frown when she saw the tattoo, her eyes full of disgust. What are these things? It's so ugly. The group walked silently toward the pool. Su Xiaogang swaggered ahead, like a male peacock spreading its tail feathers. Su Qinxue was left behind at the very back. Looking at Chu Sun, who was surrounded by his 3 older sisters, laughing and chatting, she felt a surge of jealousy and was almost dying of envy. She also longed to go up and, like seventh sister, boldly link arms with Xiao Sun, feeling the strong power of his arm. But she didn't dare. Her parents and older sister were watching. How embarrassing would it be if I couldn't control my expression and gave myself away? She only dared to flirt with Xiao Sun when they were alone together. To put it bluntly, she was a bully at home. Su Qiqi was pushed by the nanny to the edge of the pool. It's too stuffy inside the villa, it's good to come out for some fresh air. Of course, the main purpose was to openly and honestly see Xiao Sun's figure and gather some material for myself. Chu Sun and his group chose to enter the water from the shallow area. Chu Sun picked up several colorful swimming rings from the edge of the pool and threw them into the water. Then I went into the water first and got used to the water temperature. Thump! A loud splash. In an attempt to steal the spotlight, Su Xiaogang didn't take the steps but instead plunged straight into the pool, splashing a large spray of water that soaked Su Yuyan, who was standing next to him. Chu Sun glanced at him but ignored him. He reached out his hands to the sisters on the shore. The water temperature is just right, you can come down now. Of the 4 older sisters, only Su Yuyan can swim, the other 3 are all non-swimmers. Su Yuyan rolled her eyes at Su Xiaogang, then gracefully walked down the steps into the water rippling gently. The remaining 3 looked at each other, somewhat hesitant. Chu Sun smiled and encouraged them. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Zhiro was the most timid, and stood by the pool, too afraid to move. She had just done strenuous exercise and was already feeling sore all over. After taking a nap, she felt even more sore in her legs than before. It's all Chu Sun's fault. I need to teach her a lesson next time. You should cherish your own woman. How could you do this? She was terrified that she might slip and drown in her own swimming pool. That would be such a terrible injustice. Su Tingwan was more decisive than her. Holding onto the handrail, she carefully stepped down first. Oops. The icy pool water washed over my ankles. Chu Sun immediately stepped forward and supported her arm. He casually grabbed a pink swimming ring and put it on Su Tingwan. Chu Sun found it amusing. Despite how badly Su Tingwan had tormented herself, she now had such courage. On the contrary, Su Zhiro stood on the shore, as timid as a little chick. These 2 twin sisters are really interesting. Su Zhiro felt Chu Sun's gaze upon her, and her face flushed. Fearing that further hesitation would arouse suspicion, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk up the stairs as well. Little Sun. You'd better catch me. She stopped every few steps, shouting loudly at Chu Sun in the water. If I drown, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Chu Sun was amused by her appearance. Don't worry, 7th sister, if you die, I definitely won't live alone, I'll die with you. Pa. 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 What nonsense are you spouting? She cursed aloud, but secretly felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Finally, she mustered up her courage and put her feet into the water. Just as she stepped onto the 2nd step, her foot suddenly slipped. Ah! Su Zhiro screamed and lost her balance, falling straight into the water. Chu Sun darted forward, stretched out his long arm, and firmly grabbed her arm before she fell into the water. Due to inertia, Su Zhiro fell into Chu Sun's arms. Su Zhiro was so frightened that her soul almost left her body. Her body reacted entirely on instinct, and she tightly hugged Chu Sun's neck with both hands. Two long, slender legs instinctively wrapped around Chu Sun's hips, crossing and locking behind him. She clung to him like an octopus. She was genuinely terrified. Her body was trembling slightly. The tip of his nose was filled with Chu Sun's unique, refreshing scent. Chu Sun was also taken aback. This was the first time he had such close physical contact with seventh sister. The girl's soft body pressed tightly against him, and through her swimsuit, he could almost feel the warmth and elasticity of her skin. His face flushed slightly, and he felt a little shy. But why is Sujiro in my arms being held tighter and tighter? It's okay, I'm holding you. Chusun gently patted her back, soothing her in a soft voice. Sujiro then came to her senses and realized how embarrassing her posture was. Chusun sensed her stiffness, smiled, picked her up, and carried her to a yellow swimming ring nearby, carefully placing her inside. Su Qingxue, watching this scene from the shore, was so angry she almost ground her teeth to powder. Seventh sister is too scheming. They actually tried to take advantage of Xiao Sun in this way. It was her turn to be the last one to go into the water. Su Qingxue walked to the edge of the steps, but instead of going down immediately, she imitated Sujiro's actions and called out to Chu Sun. Xiao Sun, open your arms and catch me, I'm scared. Chu Sun opened his arms as instructed. Upon seeing this, Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. She descended from the last few steps towards Chu Sun. Then she imitated Sujiro and clung to Chu Sun. They hugged each other even tighter than Sujiro, their legs wrapped around each other even more tightly. Chu Sun was knocked back a step by her before he regained his balance. He reluctantly took the last swimming ring. Eighth sister, you can go in now. Su Qingxue buried her face in the crook of his neck, smelling his pleasant scent, and shook her head playfully. No. Her voice was muffled, and she said in a coquettish tone. I'm a little seasick. Could you carry me around in the pool for a bit so I can calm down, okay? Chapter 68 Personally Teaching Swimming. Chu Sun was helpless, but he had no choice but to agree to his sister's request. He held Su Qingxue in his arms and walked slowly in the pool. Not far away, the other sisters had already started playing in the water. Fourth sister Su Yuyan swam the breaststroke with perfect form, like an elegant mermaid. The peaches floated to the surface of the water from time to time, and were very plump. Su Tingwan and Su Jiro were wearing swimming rings. Two long, white legs were kicking wildly underwater, creating ripples that looked incredibly cute. Su Qingxue hung contentedly on Chu Sun, resting her head on his shoulder, and praised him softly. Little Sun, you're such a good boy, so obedient. Chu Sun didn't speak, but paused for a moment. Just then, Su He and Wen Xingyun also came over from the rest area and stood by the pool to watch the commotion. Chu Sun saw it from afar and immediately felt that the posture was extremely indecent. Eighth sister, come down quickly, mom and dad are coming. Su Qingxue turned her head and glanced at him, but instead of getting down, she hugged him even tighter. No, I won't, she said coquettishly. Chu Sun felt a chill run down his spine. This posture is not good. It will have a negative impact if others see it. How about I carry you on my back, okay? Su Qingxue thought about it and agreed that the suggestion was not bad. All right. She let go, and Chu Sun turned around so that she could lie on his back. Su Qingxue readjusted her posture, her two slender legs wrapping around from behind to Chu Sun's front, crossing and locking around his waist and abdomen. She felt she had completely taken advantage of Xiao Sun and was secretly delighted. Chu Sun could clearly smell the girlish fragrance emanating from her body. My back was pressed tightly against something soft and warm, with an amazing tactile sensation. Chu Sun really didn't want to, but his body always betrayed him. Just as Su Qingxue was feeling smug, she suddenly felt her toes touch something. She froze instantly. Her cheeks turned bright red as if they were on fire. Little Sun. You can put me in the swimming ring. Chu Sun was extremely embarrassed. Good. He responded and swam somewhat stiffly to the edge of the pool, grabbed a swimming ring, and put it on Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue is like that, she's all talk and no action. When no one is around, he dares to secretly touch Chu Sun's abs. But if you really try to go any further, you immediately feel inferior and chicken out. Those who are as thin-skinned as paper are destined to suffer great losses. In this respect, she is completely the opposite of her two twin sisters. Su Tingwan and Su Jiro, those two sisters, are both shy at heart. Once they've set their sights on someone, they'll go for it without hesitation. Shusun cleared his throat and clapped his hands to break the awkward silence, attracting everyone's attention. Sixth sister, seventh sister, eighth sister, come here, you're all ashore now. I'll teach you how to swim. The three older sisters, who couldn't swim, obediently swam to the shore. Shusun went ashore with them. Since we're just starting out, let's begin with the simplest stroke, the breaststroke. Fourth sister Su Yuyen, who can swim, continued to leisurely paddle in the pool. At this moment, Su He walked over. Xiao Sun, be stricter with them, don't give them any face. They're all so big now, and they can't even learn to swim. What kind of behavior is that? After saying that, he turned around and walked back to the rest area, like a supervisor. Shusun couldn't help but laugh when he saw his sisters' faces fall instantly. He cleared his throat and mimicked his father's tone. Did you all hear that? I have an imperial edict. If you don't study well today, there will be a punishment. Of course, there are rewards for doing well. Seeing her parents walk away, Su Jiro's eyes lit up when she heard there would be a reward. What reward? Should I reward Xiao Sun with a kiss, or should I reward him by having him warm my bed? Shusun blushed at her teasing and flicked her forehead with his finger. I'll reward you by letting you eat one less bowl of rice. It will help you lose weight. Su Jiro covered her forehead and pretended to be angry, letting out a huff. Shusun had the three of them lie on the large bath towels laid out on the shore, and first taught them hand movements. I must say, this scene is truly beautiful. 3 peaches, so tempting. But Shusun remained calm and his gaze was firm, without a trace of evil thought. Like this, paddle outwards and then pull back to your chest. The 3 sisters tried to imitate her, but their movements were somewhat stiff. The most important aspects of breaststroke are the leg movements and breathing techniques. As Shusun spoke, he lay down himself and personally demonstrated the movements of kicking and pulling his legs back. Did you see it clearly? The 3 sisters nodded and then began to learn how to do it. The scene was absolutely horrific. Su Tingwan was alright, although her movements were slow, they were still quite standard. Su Jiro and Su Qinxue were kicking around wildly, it was utterly ridiculous. Chu Sun sighed helplessly. Sigh, it seems I'll have to teach them one by one, step by step. Shusun really didn't want to, but Su He had given the order that they had to be taught. He first walked to Su Tingwan's side, squatted down, and grasped her ankle with his hand. Listen to Sister Wan, relax and feel the force I'm using to guide you. He took her legs and performed a complete leg clamping motion. When it was Su Jiro's turn, the girl became restless again. As soon as Shusun grasped her ankle, she deliberately wiggled her toes. He even pretended to lose control of his foot and kicked Shusun in the face. If Shusun hadn't reacted quickly, he would have actually been kicked by her. Shusun ignored her and led her through the actions with a blank expression. Finally, it was Su Qinxue's turn. She was the most nervous, her face flushed and her body tense. After teaching them in turn, Shusun stood up. That's the feeling. Do it 100 times in a row, find the muscle memory, and then you can try going into the water. 100 times? The 3 sisters let out a wail at the same time. Despite his complaints, he obediently lay down on the ground and began practicing. They all want the reward from the patrol. At this moment, Su Xiaogang also climbed out of the pool. He shook the water off his hair and looked at Chu Sun with disdain. Chu Sun, you don't seem that great to me. Why are you so strict with the older sisters? He felt that he was speaking up for his sisters, and they would definitely be grateful to him and stand by his side. However, the 3 older sisters didn't even raise their heads. Su Jiro said irritably while kicking her legs. We are willing. Su Xiaogang's smile froze on his face, and he was speechless with shock. Enraged, he directly challenged Chu Sun. Chu Sun, do you dare to have a race with me? Just a 100-meter race, any swimming style will do. Before Chu Sun could speak, Su Xiaogang turned to his parents in the rest area and said loudly, Dad, Mom, let's have a race. Whoever wins will teach the sisters to swim from now on. The loser isn't allowed to interfere anymore. Upon hearing this, the 3 older sisters who were practicing all changed their expressions. They didn't want to be taught by Su Xiaogang. However, this match was completely one-sided. But Su Xiaogang was full of confidence in himself. He grew up in a wild river and was an excellent swimmer, believing he could easily defeat a sheltered young master like Chu Sun. When Qin Yun knew Chu Sun's strength, he had won the city's youth swimming championship. In the provincial youth championships for the 16-year-old age group, Chu Sun has won the championship in the 100-meter freestyle. I can swim the 100-meter freestyle in 54 seconds. She pulled Chu Sun aside and whispered some instructions. Xiao Sun, let Xiao Geng win a little, don't let him lose too badly. Chu Sun nodded. Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing. Su Xiaogang looked at them, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't wait to thoroughly thwart Chu Sun's arrogance in front of his whole family. Chu Sun walked back to his sisters. Don't slack off, keep practicing, I'll be back soon. Oh. The three older sisters responded absent-mindedly, continuing to perform the actions perfunctorily. But his mind was already preoccupied with the upcoming match. With their parents present, they couldn't show too much favoritism, so they could only silently cheer for Chu Sun in their hearts. Chu Sun, on the other hand, was quite confident. The two stood on the starting platform. At Su Youyen's command, the two jumped into the water. Both of them used freestyle swimming. As the race began, Chu Sun deliberately controlled his speed for the first 50 meters, keeping pace with Su Xiaogang. To those on the shore, the two appeared evenly matched, their competition fierce. We're almost at the 50-meter finish line, it's time to turn around. A sinister glint flashed in Su Xiaogang's eyes. His swimming route began to subtly veer towards Chu Sun, and the distance between the two, which was originally nearly 2 meters, was quickly shortened to less than half a meter. Just as the two reached the pool wall almost simultaneously and were about to turn around. While underwater, Su Xiaogang suddenly swung his hand towards Chu Sun's face, grabbed his goggles strap, and yanked it hard. His swimming goggles shifted instantly, and icy pool water rushed in, stinging Chu Sun's eyes. Su Xiaogang even deliberately hit him on the head. Because all of this happens underwater and the movements are so fast, outsiders seem unable to see the details at all. Chu Sun was forced to stop and awkwardly readjusted his swimming goggles in the water, even choking on some water, his rhythm completely disrupted. The people on the shore were stunned. Little patrolman. The older sisters cried out in concern and all stopped practicing. Chapter 69 is finished, the secret is about to be revealed. In fact, Su Xiaogang thought his actions were very discreet, but no one present was a fool. The process was too obvious. Why would someone who was originally 2 meters away suddenly get within half a meter before turning around? Why did Chu Sun have an accident as soon as he got close? This is not an accident at all, it's blatant cheating. Su Zhiro and Su Qinxue were so angry that their faces turned pale, and they stopped doing anything. She stood up abruptly and angrily complained to her parents. Dad! Mom! He cheated! He deliberately interfered with Xiao Sun. Su He and Wen Qingyun could see it clearly, and their faces turned extremely grim. My face burned, as if I had been slapped in public. This Su Xiaogang has really embarrassed them. Chu Sun adjusted his swimming goggles underwater and reopened his eyes. Because of this delay, Su Xiaogang had already taken a lead of nearly 20 meters. This distance is practically a death sentence for an opponent of similar skill level, there's simply no way to catch up. Su Xiaogang glanced back and saw Chu Sun lagging far behind, and he was overjoyed. We've got this in the bag. Let's see how arrogant you are this time. However, his smugness lasted only a few seconds before a deafening roar erupted from the shore. The sisters have completely stopped pretending. Go, Xiao Sun. Go for it. Get past them. Chu Sun. You're the best. I believe in you. Even Su Shiqi, the eldest sister who always sat upright in her wheelchair and always pretended to be fair and selfless in front of her parents, couldn't care less about her image at this moment. She used all her strength and shouted at the top of her lungs. Little Sun. Go for it. Big sister supports you, and she'll reward you if you win. The cheers from the older women were like an adrenaline shot. His blood was boiling. He cannot lose. I absolutely cannot let my sisters down. For every decibel the sisters shouted, Chu Sun kicked his legs even faster. His arms were like propellers with motors, moving wildly. Su Xiaogang was swimming with all his might. He turned around and was startled. Chu Sun, like a dragon emerging from the water, was approaching him at an incredible speed. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Su Xiaogang panicked and started paddling frantically. But how could his self-taught physical strength compare to Chu Sun's? The distance is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, Chu Sun caught up with him. In the instant the two were neck and neck, Chu Sun even had the energy to turn his head to the side and smirk. Then, it suddenly accelerated. The powerful current of water slapped directly onto Su Xiaogang's face. Shu Sun had already left him far behind. In the end, Shu Sun was the first to hit the wall. Su Xiaogang was more than 10 meters behind him. Ah! Wow! We won! Xiao Sun is so awesome, I'm your biggest fan. Su Qingxue shouted at the top of her lungs. Su Tingwan retorted, not to be outdone, I'm a career-oriented fan. Su Zhiro rolled her eyes dramatically. Come on, you were the first one to target Xiao Sun, and you call yourself a career fan? Just say it, dream girl. Su Qiqi said weakly, then I'm a mom fan. Actually, everyone is a fan of his wife, but no one dares to say it. Cheers erupted from the shore. Su Zhiro and Su Qingxue jumped up excitedly and hugged each other. The way they were celebrating so wildly made you think Shu Sun had won an Olympic gold medal. Su Xiaogang swam to the finish line and was completely stunned. He lay on the edge of the pool, panting heavily, his face filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Is this even human? It's one thing to get into Tunghai University with a score of over 700 on the college entrance exam, but to be so exceptionally strong in sports is another. How could someone who only finished junior high school and was completely ignorant of physical labor and farming put his face in such a situation? At the finish line, Shu Sun finally couldn't hold back any longer. Does it feel good to use such underhanded methods? Too bad, you can't beat me even if you cheat. Don't slander me. Su Xiaogang was sorely offended that he jumped up and down in anger. I didn't. Do you have any evidence? Don't make things up if you can't provide evidence. Shu Sun sneered, too lazy to waste another word on him, and swam to the shore and went ashore. The older sisters immediately swarmed around them like a swarm of bees. Xiao Sun, you're amazing. Absolutely stunning. Su Zhiro was extremely excited. She cupped Shu Sun's still dripping face in her hands and, in front of everyone, gave him a loud smack on the forehead. My little patrol is invincible. The parents, watching from a short distance away, were stunned. Su Xiaogang saw it too. Looking at Shu Sun, who was surrounded by his sisters like a hero. Looking at himself all alone, he felt like a ridiculous clown, utterly ashamed. Su He's face had turned ashen. He felt that this son really needed to be disciplined. If this continues, there's really no hope left. He waved to Su Xiaogang. You, come with me. Watching Su Xiaogang leave dejectedly, Su Zhiro and Su Qingxue, those two little rabbits, secretly waved their fists and made faces in his direction. He. When Qingyun glanced back casually. The two immediately stood up straight, their expressions obedient. As soon as Wen Qingyun turned back, the two immediately returned to their original state and continued punching and kicking at the air. After they had walked away, Shu Sun dried his hair and spoke to his three older sisters. All right, the celebration is over. Have you finished practicing the 100 moves I just had you do? The three older sisters immediately felt guilty. Su Zhiro's eyes darted around, and she immediately leaned in and started to act coquettishly. Oh dear, I was just cheering you on. Think about it, if we hadn't cheered you on, you definitely wouldn't have been able to swim that fast, right? Shu Sun was amused by her and nodded helplessly. Yes, alright, my little darlings, you deserve the most credit. So, can we continue practicing now? We've practiced the land-based movements enough, now it's time for real water combat. Shu Sun made them all put on swimming goggles. First, learn to hold your breath, then submerge your head underwater, and then try to do leg kicks and arm strokes. The three older sisters obediently did as instructed. They were all lying face down on the swimming rings. The body floats on the water, with the waistline concave downwards. Her three rounded buttocks, with their firm and perky curves, were incredibly alluring. Su Tingwan learned the fastest. She seemed to have a real talent for swimming. Most importantly, she felt a strange sense of security when Xiao Sun was by her side, so she was exceptionally bold. The most important thing in learning to swim is to be brave. Su Tingwan felt that she had almost reached her goal. Seeing this, Shu Sun tried to remove the swimming ring from her body. Sure enough, her movements were very standard, and she had excellent balance. She actually started swimming on her own. Su Tingwan became more and more excited as she swam, and slowly left the other sisters behind, while Shu Sun stayed by her side the whole time to protect her. Tingwan, you swim very well. You're really talented. Shu Sun praised without reservation. Su Tingwan felt incredibly happy when she heard Xiao Sun's praise. Yay, I got praised by Xiao Sun. She stopped, wading through the water, her bright eyes looking at Shu Sun. So, Coach Chu, you said before that there would be a reward for good performance? Chu Sun immediately understood what she meant. He smiled. I understand. We'll discuss what reward you want when we get home tonight. No. Su Tingwan shook her head. Chu Sun glanced around and saw that the other sisters were practicing in the distance, and no one was paying attention to them. Sister Tingwan, didn't we just? Su Tingwan was stunned, somewhat puzzled. Huh? What afternoon? Chu Sun thought she was pretending to be stupid and was about to say something more. Su Tingwan, however, was like a nimble mermaid without warning. She submerged herself into the water. The next second, Chu Sun's pupils dilated sharply. Chapter 70 Synchronized Swimming, One-Sided Giving. Chu Sun thought Su Tingwan had gone mad. Has she always been this brave? Also, didn't you almost cry this afternoon? Why does she have to be so reckless and provoke me again tonight? They really don't learn their lesson easily, they need to be taught a harsh lesson again. Wearing swimming goggles, Su Tingwan took a deep breath and plunged into the water. Although she's not a very good swimmer, she's incredibly brave. Underwater, she opened her eyes and immediately saw the little patrolman. She struggled to move her limbs like a fish. Her goal was very clear. Chu Sun sensed her intention, was startled, and quickly dodged. He immediately dove down as well. Just as Su Tingwan was about to succeed, Chu Sun reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist to stop her. The two were underwater, their eyes meeting. When Su Tingwan realized that one plan had failed, she came up with another. She suddenly leaned forward and kissed Chu Sun on the lips. Chu Sun was initially surprised, but quickly realized what was happening. He also wanted to try a romantic underwater kiss. He took the opportunity to grab Su Tingwan's hands and guided her to wrap her arms around his neck. Su Tingwan understood immediately and pressed herself against him. Relying on his powerful lung capacity and swimming ability, Chu Sun used the strength of his legs and arms to slowly sink to the bottom of the water, bringing Su Tingwan with him. This is the deep water area, with a depth of 1.7 meters. Their lips were pressed tightly together. Chu Sun was an excellent swimmer. He slightly opened his mouth and let the icy pool water flow into his mouth without fear of choking. Su Tingwan kept her lips tightly closed. Thus, Chu Sun took the initiative to attack. The two of them, their bodies pressed together, slowly drifted along the deep blue water. Su Tingwan clung to Chu Sun, who carried her through the water. She thought it was the most romantic thing in the world. She patted Chu Sun's back hard only when she felt a tightness in her chest and could hardly breathe. Chu Sun immediately understood, picked her up, and quickly pushed her out of the water. Then he himself popped his head out. The two disappeared underwater for nearly half a minute. The sisters, who were practicing in the distance, were completely unaware of the unusual situation. The lifeguards on the shore, however, kept a close eye on the pool. He was startled when he saw two figures sink to the bottom and not come up for a long time. Just as I was about to jump into the water to save them, I saw the two people emerge. That was quite a scare for no reason. Chu Sun and Su Tingwan floated on the water, looked at each other and smiled, both finding their recent experience extremely interesting. Sixth sister, is this reward enough? Chu Sun wiped the water off his face and asked with a smile. Snort. Su Tingwan snorted and rolled her eyes at him. Don't try to fool me, it's definitely not enough. As she spoke, her hands began to wander again. This is deep water. Su Tingwan's feet can't reach the bottom. She could only cling to Chu Sun, her arms wrapped around his neck, her body half floating in the water. Then what else do you want? Chu Sun asked helplessly. Su Tingwan leaned close to his ear and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Nothing much, just like last time in the car. Chu Sun was both amused and exasperated. Stop fooling around, sixth sister. You can't even dive. Aren't you afraid of drowning? I don't need to know how, just show me how to do a handstand in the water like you see synchronized swimming on TV. I'm not very good at doing handstands in the water either. What if I choke and die? I studied swimming, not synchronized swimming. Su Tingwan was amused by his serious explanation. She reached out her finger and poked his forehead. Fool, idiot. Her puffed-up face was especially cute. Before, we went to both sides, but now, I certainly have no obligation to do so. This is a reward you gave me for swimming well. It's one-sided. What are you thinking? Chu Sun then realized what was happening and felt somewhat embarrassed. Okay, I get it. You're such a hooligan. He took another swimming ring and put it on Su Tingwan. Su Tingwan wore a smug expression as she obediently lay on the swimming ring, her face full of pride. Chusun took a deep breath and plunged into the water. He watched from underwater as Su Tingwan's long legs thrashed about in the water. And that perky buttocks supported by the swimming ring. I have to say, she's really sexy. Then, Chusun flipped over underwater and adopted a reverse swimming posture. Using the leg-kicking motion of the breaststroke, he fully submerged himself in the water and began his show of skill. To be honest, Chusun was quite skilled at underwater acrobatics synchronized swimming. Chusun grabbed one of Su Tingwan's legs with each hand. Then, just like the Shenzhou spacecraft and the Tiangong space station, the lifeguards on the shore, who had just been startled, were now nervously watching the water. He panicked again when he saw that Chusun had disappeared again. Where is young Master Chu? He's disappeared again. Holy crap, how did they disappear again? Two lifeguards attempted to jump into the water. Those few shouts drew everyone's attention. The sisters all stopped what they were doing and looked over in this direction with trepidation. Where's Xiaosun? Tingwan, where did Xiaosun go? Su Yuyan called out anxiously. Su Tingwan seemed to have no sense of shame whatsoever. Through repeated practice, her skin has become increasingly thick, and she no longer blushes or feels flustered. She waved to her sisters and responded loudly. It's okay, don't worry. Xiaosun is acting as an engine underwater, propelling me as I swim. Hearing this, the older sisters all breathed a sigh of relief. Really? They saw Su Tingwan lying in the swimming ring. His hands were clearly not paddling, and he even had the leisure to wave at them. But the swimming ring beneath her was moving steadily forward. Su Qiqi shouted through a megaphone, Tingwan, you're bullying Xiaosun again. Su Yuyan chimed in, exactly. You think Xiaosun is some kind of underwater coachman, pushing you around underwater? Su Tingwan laughed and said, hee hee, you can all just be jealous. At this moment, Chusun was in the water. Using the reverse breaststroke, face up, like a human propeller, Su Tingwan swam towards her sisters. He pushed her through a distance of about 40 meters for more than a minute. Chusun didn't emerge from the water until he was still 10 meters away from his sisters. He stood up, went to Su Tingwan's side, took her swimming ring, and continued walking forward. Is that about enough? Chusun asked in a low voice. Su Tingwan gave a soft snort. Oomph, I'll let you off this time. She paused, then lowered her voice and spoke in a threatening tone. But you flamboyant man, don't think you can just provoke me and walk away. Chusun retorted, I'll just laugh. You shameless woman, you're the one who provoked me, aren't you? Su Tingwan pouted and snorted, Humph, who told you to be so handsome? Your face is just an invitation for me to make a mistake. If you've got the guts, then don't show your face in front of me. Otherwise, I'll bully you every single day I see you. Chusun was speechless at this rogue's logic. But does this really count as bullying? Chusun licked his lips. This experience, whether you talk about it or not, was quite interesting. The two swam back to their original spot as if nothing had happened. Next up is Su Jiro. She learned very quickly. Although she wasn't as talented as Su Tingwan, under Chusun's guidance, she was soon able to swim a short distance on her own without the swimming ring. Chusun also praised her without reservation. Su Jiro was as happy as a child, splashing around in the water even more joyfully. I wouldn't trade 100 million for a single compliment from Chusun. While studying, Su Jiro would occasionally take advantage of Chusun, which was quite despicable. Chapter 71 Lao Ba's Formal Confession. Next up is Su Qinxue. But Su Qinxue just couldn't learn it well no matter what she did. As soon as the swimming ring was removed, she sank down and thrashed about frantically, resulting in her choking on water several times. This is actually the normal way for ordinary people to learn to swim. Not everyone is a genius like Chusun. An hour later, Su Tingwan and Su Jiro were both exhausted, so Chusun told them to go ashore and rest. After the three sisters left, only Chusun and Su Qinxue remained in the pool. And in the distance, Su Qiqi, in his wheelchair, quietly watches them. Su Qinxue became a little anxious and sat down by the pool. Two soft, white little feet kept splashing the water, venting their frustration. How could I be so stupid, she muttered to herself angrily. Everyone else can do it, but I can't. She looks especially cute when she's angry. Her cheeks turn bright red with anxiety, and her lips pout in a wronged manner. Those pink lips made you want to take a bite. But to Chusun, this wasn't anger at all, it was clearly just her being coquettish. Chusun smiled and sat down next to her, reaching out to pat her head, comforting this spoiled little bunny. Don't rush, take your time. With a top-notch coach like me providing one-on-one training, aren't you happy? It's free. Su Qingxue raised her head, her large, watery eyes filled with a hint of grievance and resentment. She pouted and looked at Chusun. You probably secretly think I'm stupid. Su Qingxue sat by the pool with her arms crossed over her chest, looking sullen and as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her voice was thick with nasal tone, and her eyes were red. Glistening tears welled up in her eyes, she seemed genuinely insecure. I didn't, Chusun said, somewhat at a loss. Su Qingxue felt extremely inferior. Chusun is so smart, he scored 730 points in the college entrance examination, which is the highest in the province. His athletic talent is also frighteningly good. He must like smart girls. Like my 6th and 7th sisters, they can learn it in no time. The baby I have with a smart girl in the future will definitely be smart too. But she's clumsy and can't learn anything well. My math isn't as good as my 6th sister's, and neither is my swimming. Su Qiqi, who was on the shore, saw the scene and came over in his wheelchair. She gently comforted her, Qingxue, don't think like that. Even I can't swim. If I were to go into the water to learn, I'd definitely be much dumber than you. You're already better than me. If Su Qiqi hadn't injured his leg, he really wanted to jump right now to serve as a negative example for Su Qingxue and cheer her up. Su Qingxue felt some relief after being comforted by her older sister. She sniffed, raised her head, and looked at Chusun with her big, watery eyes. Then when you teach me, you mustn't be impatient. If you find me annoying, stupid, or impatient, I'll cry. She's so adorable it melts your heart. Chusun gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. I promise, I will never look down on you. He stood up, opened his arms, and squatted down. Come on, my little student, let's continue. He supported Su Qingxue by her armpits and carefully brought her back into the water. As Su Qingxue was being supported by him, she suddenly realized that not being able to learn it wasn't so bad. All the other girls have left, and now it's just her and Xiaosun in the whole pool. She preferred spending time alone with Xiaosun, only during those times did she dare to be a little bolder. Su Qiqi watched the beautiful couple in the water from the shore. Chusun was patient and gentle, while Qingxue was charming and lovely. The scene was as harmonious as a painting. A strange sense of inferiority welled up in her heart. Qingxue is so cute, full of youthful energy. Chusun was also very patient with her. Are they really a match made in heaven? Ah, youth is wonderful. Su Qiqi silently put away her phone. Just now, she took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and secretly took many photos and videos of Chusun's figure, accumulating enough material. She felt that her life was pretty much over, and just being able to see these things was enough for her. Lao Ba definitely likes Chusun. Chusun, he must also have feelings for the 8th prince, right? Judging from how he comforted Qingxue just now, his gentle and doting eyes were clearly like those of someone comforting a sulking girlfriend. Su Qiqi shook her head, feeling somewhat disappointed, and had the nanny push her back home. She wanted to give the two of them more space to spend time together. Only then can the two of them reveal their true colors. Only 2 bored lifeguards remained by the pool. Seeing that her older sister had also left, Su Qingxue became bolder. She leaned close to Chusun's ear and whispered, Xiaosun, let them go back too. I want to. I want to study with you alone. Chusun nodded and shouted to the lifeguards on the shore. I'll be fine here, you guys go and rest. The lifeguard, eager to get off work, immediately agreed and left. Soon, the huge indoor swimming pool was empty except for the two of them. Chusun looked at Su Qingxue and said with a smile. All right, Sister Qingxue, can we begin now? You're so smart, you'll definitely learn very quickly. He added, fearing she might still lack confidence. 6th and 7th sisters learn faster than you because they practice yoga regularly and have better body coordination. For your first time learning to swim, the progress you've made is already much better than most people's. Actually, Su Qingxue is not stupid at all. She scored 680 points in the liberal arts section of the college entrance exam, which makes her a top student. It only pales in comparison to Chusun's freakish achievement of a perfect score in math, physics, chemistry, and biology, plus a perfect score in presentation. Really? Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. Let's begin. The two resumed teaching. With me here, don't be afraid of drowning, just do whatever you want. Shu Sun supported her waist and encouraged her. Su Qinxue nodded heavily. Yes. I believe you, you definitely won't let me die. She took a deep breath, turned face down, relaxed her body, and floated on the surface of the water. Following Chu Sun's instructions, she began to mimic paddling motions with her hands. Chu Sun stood behind her, wrapping his warm, large hands around her rosy little feet. I led her through the leg-kicking motion of the breaststroke over and over again. With Chu Sun's patient and meticulous one-on-one guidance, Su Qinxue quickly got the hang of it. Chu Sun slowly released his hand. She actually swam out on her own. Although I was still a bit unsteady, I did swim nearly 20 meters. Today's teaching task is now complete. The 6th and 7th brothers have only learned this much. I'll learn breathing techniques gradually later. 8th sister, who said you're stupid? You're amazing. Shu Sun praised her sincerely. Su Qinxue was overjoyed, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Her earlier feelings of inferiority had long since vanished. Xiao Sun, you're so smart and patient, you're such a great coach. I really want to give you 1 billion yuan so you can teach me math and swimming for the rest of your life. Alright, then transfer the money over. Shu Sun proudly raised his chin. You really want it? Just kidding. Su Qinxue looked at him, her heart filled with immense emotion and love. The emotion surged so intensely that it almost burst through her chest. Su Qinxue was deeply moved by Chu Sun's patience, thoughtfulness, and gentleness. The sisters' love for Chu Sun was never love at first sight or lust at first sight, but rather cultivated through their daily interactions. She couldn't hold back any longer. Mustering all the courage she had ever had, she looked into Chu Sun's eyes and asked earnestly. Xiao Sun, can you walk ahead of me for the rest of your life and be my guide? This sentence has a double meaning. It refers to skills like learning to swim or advanced mathematics. She was also asking him if he was willing to spend his life with her. This is actually a formal confession. Chapter 72. The young patrolman's stolen kiss was discovered by his eldest sister. After saying those words, Su Qinxue was so nervous that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She gazed at Chu Sun with tender affection, awaiting his reply. Chu Sun didn't think much of it when he heard this. In his heart, 8th sister was so good to him. Every time Su Xiaogang bullied him, she was the first to stand up for him. Especially last time, when Su Xiaogang framed her with underwear, she didn't doubt herself at all and stepped forward to take the blame. From that moment on, Chu Sun vowed that he would protect such a wonderful older sister for the rest of his life. Without a second thought, he answered solemnly. Of course I'd like to. I am not only willing to be your guide for life, but I am also willing to shelter you from the wind and rain for life. Boom! Upon hearing this, Su Qinxue was completely stunned and froze on the spot. She was completely speechless, overwhelmed by shock and ecstasy. Her heart was melting. Tears welled up uncontrollably, blurring my vision. Her eyes gazed lovingly at Chu Sun, brimming with tears. Then, she reached out and suddenly hugged Chu Sun's head, pulling him forcefully towards her. The next second, Chu Sun's left cheek and Su Qinxue's soft, warm lips pressed tightly together. 2 full seconds. Su Qinxue's lips had just left Chu Sun's cheek. After they separated, Chu Sun was completely stunned. He looked at Su Qinxue in disbelief. Su Qinxue's face was flushed, but her eyes were unusually firm. 8th sister also wants to protect Xiao Sun from the wind and rain for the rest of her life. Good night, see you tomorrow. After she finished speaking, she looked like a startled fawn. He turned around and, using the clumsy swimming style he had just learned, swam frantically toward the shore. She scrambled ashore as fast as she could and hastily grabbed a towel to wrap herself in. She put on her slippers, ran off without looking back, and disappeared into the pool exit. In the entire swimming pool, only Chu Sun, still soaking in the water, remained, looking completely bewildered. He never expected that his casual words of comfort would make Su Qinxue's face turn red and her eyes fill with tears. She even took the initiative to kiss him. He raised his hand and subconsciously touched his cheek. The spot where that kiss had lingered still seemed to retain a warm, soft touch. So realistic. Su Qinxue's lips smell so good and feel so soft. The brief 2-second contact seemed far from enough. A ridiculous thought even flashed through his mind: he wanted to kiss her again. Kiss him hard. And it's the kind of mouth-to-mouth contact. But this was just a subconscious impulse, which was quickly replaced by immense confusion. Chu Sun was still in a daze. Under what circumstances did eighth sister make this move? Is it simply gratitude for one's companionship and teaching? Or is this a confession? He was completely at a loss. With a head full of questions, he went ashore, wrapped himself in a towel, and slowly walked back. Meanwhile, Su-Chi, on the third-floor balcony, saw the whole scene clearly. Her room's balcony faces the swimming pool, which is no more than 50 meters away. She put down her phone, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. That smile also carried a hint of barely concealed shock. She had just taken out her phone and zoomed in as wide as possible, intending to take more close-up shots of Chu Sun's physique. Unexpectedly, this truly explosive scene was captured on camera. She looked at the video saved on her phone. The picture was clear and the angle was perfect. It seems my plan is about to succeed. On the other side, after Su Qinxue finished kissing him, she was in a state of extreme tension and shyness. Although it wasn't a mouth-to-mouth kiss, it was still her first kiss. This was the greatest courage she could muster in her entire life. The reason she dared to do this was entirely because she saw her seventh sister, Su Jiro, kiss Chu Sun's forehead, which gave her some inspiration and courage. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare take this step even if she had 10 times the courage. As she ran back to her room, she mentally praised her tremendous progress. But at the same time, she was terrified. She was afraid that Chu Sun would dislike her, thinking that she was a girl without boundaries and who was casual. She rushed into her room and buried herself in her blankets. She buried her head in the soft pillow and whispered words of encouragement to herself. Xiao Sun is so good, so gentle, he definitely won't mind my darling. Yes, he definitely wouldn't. Maybe he'd even like a kiss. Thinking this way, the tension in my heart was slowly replaced by an immense sense of happiness. With a flushed face, she hugged the blanket and happily rolled around on the soft bed. I feel so happy I could die. They only kissed on the cheek. The next step is the lips. She was determined to be the first girl to kiss Xiao Sun on the lips. He. Su Qinxue was immersed in her beautiful fantasy when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Knock. Su Qinxue's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Xiao Sun? Did he miss me too, so he came after me? She sat up in bed, rushed to the mirror, and hastily tidied her wet hair. She patted her burning cheeks, took a deep breath, and then ran to open the door. The door opened. Standing at the door was the eldest sister, Su Chi, who was in a wheelchair. Big sister? Su Qinxue closed the door and pushed her eldest sister in. Big sister, what do you want from me? Su Chi had a faint smile on his face. That smile made Su Qinxue feel a little uneasy. She felt something was off. It's nothing, I just came over to visit and see you. Su Chi said slowly and deliberately. Su Qinxue thought her older sister had come to show concern for her, and her heart warmed. Big sister, thank you for your comfort just now. With your encouragement, I feel like I'm learning much faster. Oh? Is that so? Su Chi smiled and asked a question in return. Was it my encouragement that made you improve, or Xiao Sun's encouragement? Su Qinxue's heart skipped a beat. Why would my older sister ask that question? That's so strange. Her eyes began to dart away. She was incredibly guilty. Of course I have everything, she stammered. Big sister, why do you ask that? Su Chi smile deepened. Let me guess. She held up one finger and said slowly. It was Xiao Sun's encouragement that accounted for 90%, while Big Sister's encouragement only accounted for 10%, right? No way. It's clearly half and half, okay? Su Chi looked at her adorable, stubbornly denying look and shook his head with a smile. She slowly took out her phone. She unlocked her screen, opened her photo album, and played the video she had just recorded. Then, she held the phone up in front of Su Qinxue. Come here, Qinxue. Since your older sister's encouragement is so important to you, then give your older sister a loving kiss in return. Su Qinxue's gaze fell on the phone screen. That moment was captured completely. Instantly, Su Qinxue's face turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. My brain completely shut down. Oh no, we've been caught red-handed. Chapter 73. Eldest sister supports Qinxue's pursuit of Chu Sun. Su Qinxue panicked. It's over. He was caught red-handed. They were even photographed. The evidence is irrefutable, and there's no point in denying it. My eldest sister is so serious. She's the most disciplined person in the family besides my parents. As the eldest sister, she's like a mother to me, and her bloodline influence is strong. She would definitely berate herself, punish herself, and might even tell her parents about it. The thought of the consequences made Su Qingxue tremble with fear. What will Xiao Sun's parents think of him? Would you ask Xiao Sun to move out just because of me? If that bastard Su Xiaogang finds out, how will he use this as an excuse to mock Xiao Sun and himself? Su Qingxue was terrified. I finally mustered up the courage to be bold for once, and now I'm going to be dealt such a harsh blow? Her eyes welled up with tears, and she was on the verge of crying. She looked at her eldest sister, but Su Qiqi's face held a half smile. There was even a hint of arrogance hidden in his eyes. Su Qingxue spoke tremblingly, her voice shaking uncontrollably. Big sister, I didn't mean to. She was rambling incoherently, desperately trying to explain. I was too excited at the time. That kiss was to express my gratitude to Xiao Sun, just like when Seven's sister kissed Xiao Sun on the forehead. Really? It's not because I like Xiao Sun, please don't misunderstand, big sister. Su Qiqi smile deepened. She found Su Qingxue's timid demeanor incredibly adorable, especially her stubborn refusal to admit anything. She decided to tease the frightened little rabbit a bit. Oh? Is that so? Su Qiqi spoke slowly and deliberately, then extended her index finger and gently tapped her cheek. Then why don't you give your older sister a kiss like that? Her face was filled with undisguised arrogance. Su Qingxue was trembling all over. She walked over, her wet bath towel brushing against Su Qiqi's wheelchair. She lowered her head and quickly tapped her older sister's cheek. Is this all right? The smile on Su Qiqi's face vanished instantly the next second. Her expression turned serious, and her voice suddenly rose in pitch, carrying an air of authority. What's so good about it? You think you can get away with this? This sudden change startled Su Qingxue, causing her to tremble violently. Don't think I don't know what wicked thoughts you're plotting. Do you think that because Xiao Sun isn't related to you by blood, his household registration has been moved out, and he doesn't have the surname Su anymore, you want to bully him? You two grew up together. What kind of behavior is this? You're pushing your luck just because Xiao Sun isn't resisting. Every word struck Su Qingxue's heart. She was so frightened that she cried, and tears streamed down her face. She shook her head frantically, retorting with a sob in her voice. No. No. Xiao Sun definitely didn't refrain from resisting because he was afraid of me. Xiao Sun is so good to me. He definitely doesn't mind me. Wah-ah. Su Qiqi found it extremely funny to see her looking so cowardly and pitiful. This little rabbit is really funny. She seized on the loophole in Su Qingxue's words and immediately pressed for answers. So, you're admitting it? You have bad intentions towards Xiao Sun. This kiss wasn't just a simple thank you, was it? Su Qingxue then realized what was happening. It's over. The eldest sister blew me out. Just now, in order to prove that Xiao Sun was not forced by him, he indirectly admitted that the kiss was not pure at all. Her face turned deathly pale, and she lowered her head, no longer daring to look her older sister in the eye. Su Qiqi felt that the time was almost right. She wheeled herself to Su Qingxue's side, her voice softening once more. Qingxue, come here, squat down. Su Qingxue obediently squatted down in front of her. Su Qiqi looked at her and asked softly. Tell your older sister the truth, do you have some other feelings for Xiao Sun? Su Qingxue bit her lower lip, her nails digging hard into her palm. Tears were still falling, and she looked both pitiful and adorable. She spoke through a thick nasal voice, sobbing. Big sister, to tell you the truth, please don't tell Xiao Sun and mom and dad. I'm scared. I'm scared that mom and dad will kick Xiao Sun out. Why? As she spoke, she burst into tears. Su Qiqi looked at her sobbing shoulders, smiled and shook his head, then reached out and patted her head. Silly Qingxue, your older sister isn't that bad. So, is that really the case? Su Qingxue could only admit it in a whisper, barely audible. Yes, there is a little bit. Su Qiqi deliberately put on a stern face. Is Qingxue being naughty really only a little bit? Su Qingxue lowered her head even further, her voice filled with grievance. Yes, a lot. So much that it's almost overflowing. Upon hearing this answer, Su Qiqi finally couldn't help but laugh. She gently patted Su Qingxue's head. Telling the truth makes you a good kid, a good boy. Su Qingxue raised her tear-filled face, full of regret. Big sister, I was wrong. I had bad intentions towards Xiao Sun. I kissed him without his permission. I will apologize to Xiao Sun. Su Qiqi looked at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Silly Qingxue, how do you know Xiaoxuan isn't happy? Su Qingxue exclaimed and forgot all about crying. What did the older sister mean by that? Su Qiqi continued. Big sister can not only see that you are interested in Xiao Sun, but also that Xiao Sun is interested in you too. Su Qingxue was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Su Qiqi, completely unable to process the enormous amount of information contained in those words. Xiao Sun, is he interested in me too? How is that possible? Su Qiqi looked at her blank expression and a kind yet meaningful smile appeared on his face. What my elder sister means is, I support you. Be brave and pursue the life you love, and the people you love. Boom. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue was completely dumbfounded. Her brain felt like it had been struck by lightning, buzzing loudly. Big sister, you support me? Do you support me in pursuing Xiao Sun? This is impossible. Is this still the same older sister who values rules above all else? Looking at the gentle smile on Su Qiqi's face, Su Qingxue had an absurd thought. Sister, could this be a sting operation? Su Qingxue panicked completely. This reversal really came too fast. 1 second, the older sister was giving her a serious reprimand, her voice harsh, as if she were about to kick her out of the house. The next second, he suddenly became a love guru, encouraging her to pursue Xiao Sun. Is this correct? Chapter 74. The eldest and eighth sisters form an alliance. Su Qiqi reached out and gently pinched Su Qingxue's burning cheeks. Qingxue, you and Xiaoxuan are only 1 year apart. You are not related by blood, and Xiao Sun's household registration has already been transferred out. The law allows you to get married. Moreover, you two are a perfect match, both handsome and beautiful. Su Qixue's heart pounded. Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun will definitely like you. I can tell, especially when I'm teaching you to swim. The eldest sister has seen so many people, but she can hide the look in her eyes when she wants to kill someone, like the number 1 Graves in the Japanese server. But the look in your eyes when you love someone can't be hidden. Su Qingxue's cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She felt extremely ashamed, but at the same time, she was secretly pleased. Is Xiao Sun secretly in love with me? Does that mean I'm blinded by my own involvement and can't see things clearly? In fact, the eldest sister, as an observer, could tell at a glance that Xiao Sun also liked her. Overwhelmed by a mixture of happiness and shame, she lowered her head, unable to look at her older sister again. Su Qiqi was very pleased, and she looked at the little rabbit that had finally been calmed down with satisfaction. Little Qingxue, your older sister not only supports you, but I will also assist you. This made Su Qingxue feel flattered. With her older sister's help, her chances of succeeding in pursuing Xiao Sun increased exponentially. Su Qingxue felt that her older sister was not joking. Her eyes were sincere, and her tone was firm. Su Qingxue was deeply moved. She squatted down and hugged Su Qiqi's waist. Thank you, sister, thank you so much. Su Qiqi patted her on the back. Okay, stop crying. However, I have a small condition, I wonder if you can agree to it. Without hesitation, Su Qingxue immediately raised her head. I'll agree to whatever my older sister says. Su Qiqi smiled. That smile held a hint of triumph. All right, you said it yourself. She gently pushed Su Qingxue aside and made her sit on the edge of the bed. Su Qiqi sorted out his thoughts. After you and Xiao Sun get together, I'd like to borrow some things from you. Su Qingxue found it strange. The Su sisters lacked nothing. Whatever they had, their eldest sister had too. What does the eldest sister need to borrow? She tilted her head and asked, puzzled. Big sister, what do you need to borrow? Su Qiqi bent down and slowly rocked his wheelchair closer to Su Qingxue. She leaned close to Su Qingxue's ear and whispered something. Once you two get together, you'll definitely do naughty things together, right? Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed red again, and her breath steamed up to her ears. She was incredibly shy and reached out to gently pat her older sister's shoulder. What are you saying, sister? That's definitely a long time from now. Su Qingxue said this, but she was secretly making plans in her heart. She thought it best to eat Xiao Sun the very first day he agreed to her request. She had rehearsed it countless times in her mind. Su Qiqi chuckled softly, then leaned closer to Su Qingshue's ear, his voice even softer. What I need to borrow is. After Su Qiqi finished speaking, he leaned back, his eyes fixed on Su Qingshue's reaction. After hearing this, Su Qingxue was completely dumbfounded. This shock was dozens of times stronger than before. A full half-minute passed, and she still couldn't recover from the enormous shock. She asked hesitantly, "Huh? Big sister, are you serious?" Su Qiqi's face also turned red. Although she tried to remain calm, it took a great deal of courage for her to say such a thing. Of course I'm serious. Su Qingxue was completely dumbfounded. She looked at the serious, calm, and composed older sister in front of her, and now she was blushing like a young girl. Doesn't the eldest sister have a husband? She calls Zhang Junnan her brother-in-law every day. Is the eldest sister trying to cuckold her brother-in-law? And that's not the point. The key point is that what she had her eye on was actually. The contrast is too great. Is this still the serious, rational, and unsmiling older sister she knew? That's what she was thinking about. Su Qiqi knew that if he didn't tell the truth now, none of the plans could proceed. Alas, actually, your eldest sister is just like you sisters. Even now, it's still one. Su Qingxue instantly understood everything, and her heart trembled violently. I see. Su Qiqi's tone was filled with pain and forbearance. I don't love Zhang Junnan, and I don't want to have his child, but I want a baby. Only Xiaosun, he's the most suitable. Su Qingxue looked at her eldest sister, her heartache and shock intertwined. But don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to take Xiaosun from you. I just want a healthy, smart baby. My eldest sister wants to be a mother. At this point, Su Qiqi could no longer hold back, and her eyes instantly reddened. But I don't dare tell Xiaosun, or anyone else. I only dare to tell you. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she sobbed. Seeing her older sister's pitiful state, Su Qingshue's defenses completely crumbled. She had never seen her eldest sister cry. In my memory, the eldest sister has always been the pillar of the Su family. She married a man she didn't love, yet now she's so humble for the sake of a child. Su Qingxue felt sorry for Su Qiqi and hugged him again. Big sister, don't cry, I'll help you think of a way. Su Qingxue wiped away her tears and tried to calm herself down. Then, how do we put it into practice? Upon hearing Su Qingxue's agreement, Su Qiqi immediately stopped crying. It's simple, there are many ways, use your imagination. Su Qingxue thought for a moment, shouldn't we keep this from Xiaosun? Of course, never in a lifetime. Su Qingxue bit her lip, struggling with her inner conflict. Looking at her older sister's tear-streaked face, she finally gave in. I agree. However, all of this is just talk on paper, it's not even close to being done yet. A huge smile spread across Su Qiqi's face. She kissed Su Qingxue's forehead. With your older sister here, you two will definitely be together soon, I promise you. Su Qiqi then gave Su Qingxue a serious reminder. Remember, you can't tell anyone about this, not even your sisters or your parents. No. After everything was agreed upon, Su Qingxue got up, pushed her eldest sister's wheelchair, and took her back to her room. At this moment, Chu Sun was still immersed in the two amazing underwater kisses he had just shared with Su Tingwan. And that kiss from Su Qingxue was filled with happiness. He returned to the living room and saw that Su Yuyan looked unwell. Chu Sun walked over and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Su Yuyan raised her head, her eyes filled with grievance. Xiaosun, I'm so pitiful. The wedding is next week, and the Lin family is going to make it a very grand affair. Many social celebrities and prominent families will attend. Chu Sun also felt very reluctant to part with it. He looked at the woman he had slept with, the woman he had feelings for, who was about to become someone else's wife. Ultimately, they were unwilling. Although he was certain that Lin Tian, that turtle, couldn't touch a single finger of Sister Yen Yen. At the same time, she will also remain chaste for herself. But I still feel a sense of powerlessness. He vowed that one day he would bring Su Yuyan back. Chapter 75, Giving a Gift to Sixth Sister. Su Yaoyan's expression remained unpleasant. Chu Sun silently stood guard beside her. Seeing that there was no one else in the living room, Su Yuyan became bolder. She moved closer to Chu Sun. Xiaosun, but the thought that the two of us have cuckolded Lin Tian is still quite exciting. But I've done it so many times at home already, it's so boring. Su Yoyen's eyes flickered, hinting at something. Chu Sun understood what she meant. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "That's not a good idea. I heard that even the world's richest man, as well as the heads and young masters and princesses of major families across the country, will be attending your wedding. In that kind of situation, if anything unexpected happens, Lin Tian's hat will immediately spread all over the world." Su Yoyen's eyes lit up. That's the kind of occasion that's exciting. Her face showed an expression of eager anticipation. Chu Sun was actually an adventurer at heart. He thought about that scene. Su Yuyen was wearing a beautiful wedding dress. Amidst the blessings of celebrities from all walks of life around the world, they entered the hall of marriage. However, backstage earlier, Su Yuyen was having sex with another man. That certainly brought Chu Sun a strong sense of accomplishment. He was truly looking forward to it. But after doing something naughty, you probably didn't have time to take a shower, right? Su Yoyen's eyes burned even brighter. Then let's not wash. Chu Sun smiled. They're definitely two people who have feelings for each other. They both love excitement. Chu Sun went to his room. He looked out the window, his thoughts a jumble of emotions. I'll be going to university in Shanghai in less than 2 weeks. We'll be moving out soon. Sixth sister Su Tingwan, seventh sister Su Jiro, and eighth sister Su Qingxue are all studying at universities in Shanghai, so they can see each other often. My second sister, Su Yuning, is also in Shanghai. Fifth sister Su Luo is a big star who travels all over the world. But the eldest sister Su Qiqi, the third sister Su Jiming, and the fourth sister Su Yuyen will have fewer opportunities to meet in the future. He probably won't move back. Chu Sun sighed. He wished he were a real young master from a wealthy family. That way he could have everything and wouldn't have to worry about these things anymore. But I am not one of them. He was just an orphan, and now he has even changed his surname to Chu. Although his sisters treated him very well, he always felt a slight sense of loss. Fortunately, he has a brain comparable to a supercomputer. With this supercomputer, he can create many technological products that are not of this era. He plans to start his own business as soon as he goes to university. It was midnight. Chu Sun took a hot bath. The rising heat helped him relax a bit. While I was taking a shower, Su Tingwan sent me a message. Come to my room and finish the reward you didn't complete earlier. Chu Sun recalled what happened with Su Tingwan in the water. The thrill of that passionate underwater kiss still lingered in his mind. To be honest, even though it was a one-sided reward for Su Tingwan, it still piqued his interest. He felt refreshed after taking a shower. Chu Sun walked to the wardrobe. He looked at the specimen he had cut off earlier, still bearing a hint of bright red. He took it out carefully. It's time to give it to Sister Tingwan as a gift. Chu Sun hid the specimen in his pocket. He was going to Su Tingwan's room. She will be absolutely thrilled. I put so much effort into it. Chu Sun straightened his clothes. He arrived at Su Tingwan's room with a hint of anticipation. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock knock. Su Tingwan quickly went to open the door. Chu Sun entered the room. A sweet aroma wafted over. At this moment, Su Tingwan was eating candy. When she saw Chu Sun come in, she very naturally handed him the imported candy she was holding. Try it, it tastes good. Chu Sun took the candy and put it in his mouth. The imported sugar tastes delicious, with a refreshing fruity aroma. Chu Sun looked at Su Tingwan. Her outfit was very sexy. She was wearing a silk nightgown, the color of the deep sea. The robe had a low neckline and a belt casually tied around the waist. Once the belt is untied, what he will see is a sexy body inside. Barefoot on the floor, her long legs were faintly visible. Su Tingwan looked at Chu Sun with a mischievous smile in her eyes. What, are you stunned? Chu Sun coughed lightly to cover up his lapse in composure. No, I just think you look very beautiful today. Su Tingwan walked to the bedside and sat down. The buttocks appear more prominent due to the sitting posture. She patted the spot next to her. Come here, what are you standing there for? Chu Sun shook his head, walked over, and sat down next to her. He turned to the side and looked at Su Tingwan. Sixth sister, what reward do you want? Su Tingwan reached out and gently untied the belt around her waist. The robe instantly loosened, revealing an even more astonishing sight underneath. Purple fabric wrapped around her peach and her northern and southern hemispheres. Chu Sun's breath caught in his throat for a moment. Meanwhile, Sujiro, who had returned to her room and taken a shower, also felt aroused. While swimming, she took advantage of Shaosun a lot. That thrill has made her restless and distracted. Sujiro stood in front of the mirror. The room was brightly lit. She was putting on makeup. She wanted to transform into Su Tingwan again and go to Shaosun's room to do bad things. Just thinking about it is so exciting. Sujiro carefully applied eyeliner in front of the mirror. She was wearing Su Tingwan's purple dress. Perfect. After finishing her makeup, Sujiro arrived at the door of Chusun's room. She knocked gently on the door. The room was quiet. She knocked twice more, but still no one answered. Sujiro pushed open the door and found no one there. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of her lips. I'll give him a little surprise later, hee hee. Sujiro closed the door. She walked to the bedside and took off the purple dress that Su Tingwan wore. She was wearing only a black bra, and her skin was as white as milk. She walked barefoot on the carpet and slowly made her way to the bed. He casually tossed the skirt aside. Then, she lifted the covers and lay down in Chusun's bed. She lay in bed, savoring Chusun's scent on the blankets. She rolled over. She closed her eyes and began to imagine Chusun's surprised expression when he returned. Sujiro had a satisfied smile on her lips. She reached out and gently hugged the pillow beneath her. She waits for her prey to come to her doorstep. The waiting itself is thrilling. Chapter 76 discovered something was wrong. Chusun and Su Tingwan were in the room. Su Tingwan sat on the edge of the bed. The ties on her silk nightgown were practically useless. She gave a gentle tug, and the tie came undone. Her robe slipped down, revealing her purple underwear underneath. Chusun looked at Su Tingwan's pert buttocks. The second kiss in the pool just now lasted only a minute. Sixth sister definitely hasn't had enough yet. We kissed for half an hour in the car before you were satisfied. Chusun couldn't resist and slapped her pert buttocks. She gave a coquettish laugh. You're so annoying. It's so late, aren't you afraid someone will hear us? Chusun found it rather strange. Sixth sister, weren't you even louder in my room during the day? Why didn't I notice it then, but now I'm starting to care. Besides, the room is so well soundproofed. Chusun wanted to repeat what he had done in the room that afternoon. He cradled her round, full buttocks and held her in his arms. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her. The kiss was sweet and eager. Then, holding her, he gently laid Su Tingwan down on the bed. Su Tingwan wrapped her arms around Chusun's neck. Her hands groped all over Chusun's body. Suddenly, her fingers felt something in Chusun's pocket. It made a rubbing sound like a plastic bag. Su Tingwan found it a bit strange. What's in Shaosun's pocket? Su Tingwan subconsciously felt that it might be a small balloon. What's he going to do with that thing? Could it be that she's figured things out and wants something to happen between them? A surge of immense excitement welled up inside her. She pulled the thing out of Chusun's pocket. When I took the results out, I looked at them. It is a transparent plastic film. There was a small piece of bedsheet inside. The top is a vibrant color. Su Tingwan held the specimen, her eyes filled with confusion. She asked, "What is this?" Chusun looked at Su Tingwan's expression. He thought Su Tingwan was pretending to be stupid. She was definitely teasing him on purpose. Isn't it obvious? The sixth brother deliberately pretended to be innocent while keeping his distance from him. Chusun found it somewhat amusing. He reached out and gently pinched Su Tingwan's chin. Never mind, I want it now. Su Tingwan was shocked. She hadn't expected Chusun to be so direct. Has he really come to his senses? Looking into Chusun's burning gaze, she felt nervous. She quickly said, "We don't have any balloons. Go buy it, or steal it from your parents' room." Chusun stopped moving. He wondered to himself, why wasn't it needed at noon, but is it needed now? That's true, we should definitely pay attention to that. It's too late to buy it now. It's past midnight now, and all the pharmacies are closed. Stealing is even more impossible, the risk is too great. Chusun sighed. Then forget it, let's go with the youth version. Su Tingwan softly hummed in agreement twice. Her face showed a hint of shyness and anticipation. Chusun leaned down and kissed her again. This is Chusun's room at this moment. Sujiro lay in bed, increasingly bewildered. Why hasn't Chusun returned yet after so long? She was almost asleep in his bed. She turned over and pulled the blanket tighter around herself. The room was quiet, with only the sound of her own breathing. Soon, Sujiro figured it out. Maybe he went to find Eighth Sister. Eighth Sister was almost crying in the pool just now. Sujiro felt a little jealous, but it didn't matter. She decided to wait there. Lying in bed, his eyes gradually closed. Her body relaxed, and she entered a semi-conscious state. Her long, slender legs were gently crossed under the covers. Half an hour later, Shusen carried Su Tingwan into the bathtub in the bathroom. He turned on the tap and let warm water run. Su Tingwan lay in the bathtub with her eyes closed. Shusen looked at her, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He gently kissed Su Tingwan's forehead. You continue washing, I'm going back. Then, Shusen walked out of the restroom. He walked to the bedside and saw the bedsheet specimen that he had forgotten. Thinking to myself, it's time to formally give her the gift. Shusen picked up the specimen, turned around, and went back to the bathroom. Su Tingwan was sprawled in the bathtub, taking a shower. Listen, Wan Jia, here, this is for you. Shusen handed the specimen to Su Tingwan. Su Tingwan opened her eyes, glanced at it, reached out and took it, her eyes filled with a hint of doubt. What is this? I've been wanting to ask. When Shusen heard her ask the question again, he felt that Su Tingwan was addicted to pretending to be stupid. Stop playing dumb, Shusen said mockingly. Isn't it yours? Su Tingwan was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Shusen's serious expression, she had no idea what he was talking about. Xiao Sun, are you hallucinating? You don't have a fever, do you? Su Tingwan's voice carried a hint of worry. I'm still a little girl, okay? Shusen froze upon hearing this. He was dumbfounded. Ah? He looked at Su Tingwan in disbelief. Aren't you the one who's really confused? So you're going to pretend to have amnesia with me so quickly, huh? Shusen's tone was somewhat urgent. Should we get a DNA test done? May I ask? Seeing how serious Shusen was, Su Tingwan started to panic. She sat up in the bathtub, water droplets sliding down her body. What are you talking about? I'm getting less and less understanding. Are we not on the same wavelength? Shusen's mind began to race. Could it be that Sister Tingwan has lost her memory? No way. Looking into Su Tingwan's innocent eyes, he didn't think she was lying. Shusen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He pointed to the bed sheet specimen. It was in the afternoon, in my room, after I had done something bad, that I cut it out. Su Tingwan's face turned deathly pale instantly. Her body trembled violently. What are you saying? I slept soundly in my room after 2 p.m. until after 4 p.m. Su Tingwan's voice was filled with extreme shock. Then, as if she had just realized something, she was suddenly startled. You didn't sneak into my room, did you? Shusen was completely dumbfounded. He stood frozen in place, holding the bedsheet specimen. Their eyes met. Their eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and fear. The air in the room seemed to freeze. A huge question mark hovered above their heads. Shusen, being a genius with an IQ of 300, quickly calmed down and analyzed various possibilities. You said that after leaving the living room this afternoon, you've been resting in your own room? Are you sure? Su Tingwan panicked and didn't even care about the water in the bathtub. I am absolutely certain. I even dreamed about you. After waking up, I took a shower and changed the sheets. Why would I lie to you? Chapter 77 Go to confront Seventh Sister. Shusen's mind was completely in turmoil. But during that time, you clearly came to my room and did bad things with me. He held up the small bag of evidence. That's how this specimen came about. Why would I need to lie to you? Su Tingwan stared at the object, completely at a loss. Her worldview was greatly impacted. She tried hard to recall, but apart from that vague dream, there was nothing in her memory. Was I sleepwalking? Because I really did dream about you and me in your room. Did I go by myself? Did you call me? Shusen said with absolute certainty, you sneaked into my room on your own. Now, both of them subconsciously attribute the incident to Su Tingwan sleepwalking. But Su Tingwan was conscious at that time. It's impossible that she was completely unconscious. Su Tingwan asked anxiously, then what did I say? Shusen thought to himself, you said you would go all the way to the very end, and that you wouldn't regret it. You said you don't need me to take responsibility, that you can take responsibility for your own life. Shu Xin recounted what he had heard that afternoon, remembering every single word clearly. Su Tingwan was furious when she heard these words. I couldn't possibly have said that. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief and anger. Whoever sleeps with me has to be responsible for me for the rest of their life. That's my worldview. She glared at Chu Sun with a fierce look in her eyes. If anyone sleeps with me and doesn't take responsibility, I'll castrate him. Chu Sun looked at her fierce appearance with a face full of question marks. This reaction was completely different from the one he had met that afternoon. The one in the afternoon was the one who took the initiative, bold yet with a touch of shyness. The one in front of us is a champion of sovereignty, assertive yet somewhat barbaric. Could it be? Could we have been drugged? This thought popped into Chu Sun's head. But he quickly denied it. No, I remember I was perfectly lucid at that time, and I remember every single detail. Su Tingwan calmed down a bit. She gripped the edge of the bathtub, her mind racing. What color clothes should I wear? Chu Sun replied, a purple dress. I've seen you wear that before. You wore it to Mama's birthday party last year. Su Tingwan's heart sank. She remembered that purple dress. She quickly stood up from the bathtub and hastily dried herself with a towel. He strode to the wardrobe, yanked open the door, and began rummaging through it. The clothes hanger jingled as she moved it. I clearly remember that the dress was placed here. Her voice trembled with tears. Where is it? She searched the entire wardrobe, but there was no sign of the purple dress. Just then, Chu Sun seemed to suddenly remember something. His pupils contracted slightly. How many pairs of glasses do you have? Su Tingwan was taken aback for a moment, then answered subconsciously. 1 set. She then changed her mind. No, there are 2 sets. There's another pair that's from before, with a lower prescription, which I've kept on the table as a spare. As she spoke, she turned and walked toward the desk in the room. She fumbled around on the table. The small box where she usually kept her glasses was empty. There was nothing inside. The spare pair of glasses is also missing. At this point, both of them stopped what they were doing. They looked at each other from a distance of a few meters. They saw the same shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. An absurd yet uniquely reasonable answer emerged in their minds. If you still can't figure this out, then you really shouldn't live. The two nodded almost simultaneously. It was an expression of sudden realization. It's her. In Chu Sun's mind, the scenes from the afternoon replayed frame by frame. Every detail that he thought was reasonable at the time, but now seems full of flaws, is clearly connected. She acted very convincingly. Chu Sun's voice was a little hoarse. He felt like a complete fool. Wear your clothes, wear your glasses, put on your makeup. She even learned your signature skills. He paused, recalling some details. However, her static talent is exactly the same as yours. But his dynamic talent is a complete mess. Chu Xin recalled the subtle sense of unease she had felt that afternoon. Su Tingwan is flexible and has excellent coordination, with a unique sense of rhythm. The person from the afternoon, however, did not. So she was very clever. She told me she had sprained her ankle and used that excuse to cover up her clumsiness. So I didn't have any doubts at the time. Now it seems that it wasn't a sprained ankle at all, but rather that she tried to imitate Su Tingwan at the last minute and couldn't do it at all. She's such a cunning little fox. After listening to Chu Sun's analysis, Su Tingwan's face turned ashen. Her body trembled slightly with anger. I often shower with her, so I know her body best, Su Tingwan said coldly. I remember there was one thing that was very different between her and me. Chu Sun then thought of something else and smiled. She came to my room to borrow something the night before. A cunning and calculating old fox, Chu Sun uttered. Using any means necessary, Su Tingwan added. Both of them had extremely complicated feelings. Chu Sun said, the problem now is that it seems she knew what happened to us a long time ago, so this scheme has been in the works for a very long time. When did we get caught? This is a crucial question. The intimacy between him and Su Tingwan has always been their deepest secret. How did she know? Moreover, he knew it so clearly that he could perfectly imitate Su Tingwan's skills to stage such a dramatic act of deception. Could it be that she installed a surveillance camera in my room? Chu Sun's face darkened. If that's the case, then the nature of the matter is extremely serious. Su Tingwan shook her head. No, she wouldn't do such a thing. Although she likes to act silly, she wouldn't do something so shameless. She often sneaks into my room, uses my cosmetics, and wears my clothes. I remember now, the last time we were in the room she might have been in my bathroom. She was hiding inside and heard everything we did clearly. That cunning little fox had been secretly observing everything from the very beginning. She had all the information, and then, at the most opportune moment, launched her fatal blow. She succeeded. She successfully fooled herself. They also took away things that should have belonged to Su Tingwan. Chu Sun looked at Su Tingwan and found that she was also looking at him. Su Tingwan sneered, "Let's go, let's confront her and teach her a lesson." Chapter 78 Seventh Sister Gets Caught Red-Handed. Chu Sun wasn't that angry about it. After all, he didn't lose out. You could even say they made a fortune. On the contrary, Su Tingwan was so jealous she was almost going crazy. She felt that all her hard work over the years had amounted to nothing more than playing a youth version of Honor of Kings with Xiao Sun. As a result, Su Zhiro actually rose to the top in one step. This is utterly upside down. She, as the older sister, hasn't even eaten Xiao Sun yet. Bloodline suppression is no longer effective? Su Tingwan vowed in her heart that she would definitely teach Su Zhiro a lesson. Let her know that cheating on a man comes at a price. Chu Sen and Su Tingwan walked one after the other down the corridor, heading straight for Su Zhiro's room. The two of them didn't care how late it was or whether she was asleep. Even if she's asleep, I'll still drag her out of bed and give her a good scolding. As a result, when the two pushed open Su Zhiro's door, they found that there was no one inside. The bed was neatly arranged, without a trace of anyone having slept on it. Chu Sun found it strange. He turned around and exchanged a glance with Su Tingwan. The answer is self-evident. Su Zhiro must have gone to Chu Sun's room again. Su Tingwan was so angry she almost exploded on the spot. That little pervert. She cursed under her breath, gritting her teeth. The afternoon wasn't enough, and taking advantage of you at the pool wasn't enough either. This is just too much. Chu Sun found it somewhat amusing. So, Su Zhiro is quite the lecher. That tiny head was filled with this kind of thing. The two turned back and arrived at the door of Chu Sun's room. They tiptoed open the door and went inside. As soon as I walked in, I saw that there was indeed a person lying on the bed. The figure was lying on its side, seemingly fast asleep, completely unaware that someone had entered. She swam and acted today, and after exercising for so long, she must be exhausted. Chu Sun and Su Tingwan walked to the bedside, but she was not woken up. Chu Sun recognized the person on the bed. It was indeed a counterfeit version of Su Tingwan. She took off the purple dress and threw it on the bed to the side. She hadn't removed her makeup yet. Even those glasses were still crookedly placed on his face, half resting on his nose and half sunk into the pillow. Chu Sun was about to speak to wake her up. Su Tingwan reached out and grabbed him, shaking her head at him. Let her show her true colors. I want to see just how good her acting really is. After saying that, she pointed to the wardrobe next to her and hid inside, leaving only a crack in the door to observe the outside. Chu Sun also thought it was a good idea. He also wanted to see for himself just how far Su Zhiro, this little fox, could go in her acting. Chu Sun carefully examined Su Zhiro's sleeping face. That face was indeed stunningly beautiful, almost identical to Su Tingwan's, like a delicate piece of porcelain. Even in its sleep, the little fox would occasionally smack its lips. He mumbled incoherently in his sleep. Xiao Sun, come quick. Sister Ro still wants to. Sister Ro? Even in his sleep, he was exposed. Chu Sun didn't laugh, but Su Tingwan, who was hiding in the closet, laughed in anger. Seeing her so unguarded, Chu Sun even felt for a moment that he couldn't bear to wake her. But when she thought about the bad things she had done, she knew she had to be punished. Without further hesitation, Chu Sun reached out and pulled back the covers. When the blanket was pulled back, he was stunned. Under the covers, Su Zhiro was only wearing a thin set of underwear. He immediately covered her with the blanket again. Despite all this commotion, Su Zhiro was eventually woken up. She groggily opened her eyes and rubbed them. When her gaze focused, the first thing she saw was Chu Sun standing by the bed, his handsome face so close to hers. She perked up instantly. Xiao Sun, you're finally back. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you for ages. As she spoke, she sat up from the covers, opened her arms, and skillfully wrapped them around Chu Sun's neck. Then, she gave him a loud smack on the cheek. Come on, get in bed and sleep with me. I've warmed your bed, haven't I been nice to you? She patted the empty seat next to her, her eyes filled with anticipation. Seeing her like this, Chusun deliberately teased her. Sixth sister, did your CD heal so quickly? Sujiro was stunned for a moment, then her cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully pushed him. It can't be that fast. I just wanted to hold you and rest. I've never slept with a boy before. She pouted, trying to make herself look innocent. I didn't mean to do anything bad. Chusun sneered inwardly. It's definitely not that simple. He did as she asked and lay down beside her. As soon as he lay down, Sujiro immediately clung to him. Her long, white legs were draped over Chusun's legs, her hands tightly wrapped around his waist, her whole body pressed against him, holding him very close. The soft object clung tightly to Chusun. Little Sun, you smell so good. She buried her face in his body and took a deep breath. You can turn off the lights now. Chusun turned off the bedside lamp. Sujiro was indeed very sleepy in Chusun's arms. But now, drawn by Chusun's aura, my drowsiness has long since vanished. She changed her mind. Little Sun. Okay, I still want to do bad things. I'm such a loser. In the darkness, a slight smile appeared on Chusun's lips. He turned the light back on. The light made Sujiro squint unconsciously. Let's play a game. Sujiro exclaimed, okay, what game do you want to play? Chusun took out a black eye mask and an air conditioning quilt from the bedside table. Sujiro blushed instantly when she saw these two items. Xiaosun, if you like. I can. Chusun picked up the blindfold and put it on her. However, boys should be gentle with the girls they like, Sujiro said shyly before closing her eyes. Of course, but you're not allowed to peek. Sujiro obediently agreed. Put on the blindfold properly. At that moment, the wardrobe door opened. Su Tingwan came out from inside. Sujiro felt someone wrapping her in the blanket and thought it was Chusun. She was still smiling. Xiaosun, your hands are so cold. Also, when did your nails get so long? Chusun watched from the side and answered calmly. It's always been this long, you're just mistaken. Sujiro smiled as she felt the sensation. She found it very interesting and exciting. He. She couldn't help but giggle. I didn't expect you to be interested in this, Xiaosun. Su Tingwan remained expressionless and quickly wrapped the little fox in the air-conditioned blanket. Are you ready? Chusun asked. Ready. Sujiro answered excitedly, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Then, the blindfold on her face was suddenly ripped off. The light made her blink uncomfortably. When she opened her eyes again and saw the person in front of her, the smile on her face froze instantly. The person standing in front of her was not Chusun at all. Instead, she had been impersonating her sixth sister, Su Tingwan, all day. Su Tingwan was looking down at her. That look in his eyes was so cold it could freeze you to death. Sujiro's pupils contracted violently due to extreme shock. Chapter 79 Seventh Sister is Punished. Sujiro's scream ripped through the silence. The sound was so sharp it could almost penetrate the walls. Chusun reacted extremely quickly. Almost the instant the sound was uttered, he reached out and covered her mouth tightly. The warm, soft touch, accompanied by Sujiro's saliva, instantly covered his palm. Sujiro's body trembled violently, her eyes wide open like copper bells, filled with pure horror. I've never felt so terrified in my life. My mind went completely blank. Just seconds before, she thought that when she took off her blindfold, she would be greeted with a loving kiss from Xiaosun. She had even pouted her lips high, ready to welcome him. As it turned out, reality gave her a huge surprise. The sister's cold face, and Chusun's indifferent eyes. She was like a little thief, caught red-handed by her owner. The perpetrator was caught red-handed. Sujiro struggled violently, making muffled woo-woo sounds in her throat. But suppressed by Chusun's large hand, he couldn't utter a single clear syllable. After a long time, the most intense feeling of fear slowly faded, replaced by endless despair and shame. Her little brain was working like crazy. We're doomed. It's completely over. This is not a simple exposure, this is a public execution. Feeling that the person in his arms had finally stopped moving, Chusun slowly released his hand from her mouth. He glanced at his palm, which was covered in Sujiro's saliva, glistening on it. Sujiro was wrapped tightly in the air-conditioning blanket, with only her head showing. Like a rice dumpling about to be cooked, it was completely unable to move. She looked at the two people in front of her, awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth, and forced a smile. Sister, what brings you here? Su Tingwan looked down at her. What sister? Where did this sister come from? Aren't you Su Tingwan? I should be calling you sister, right? Su Jiro's face instantly turned bright red. I am utterly ashamed. Xiao Sun, help her up, Su Tingwan said coldly. Chu Sun did as instructed, and helped Su Jiro, who was inside the blanket, to sit up. Su Jiro wobbled like a roly-poly toy before finally settling down. Su Tingwan took a step forward, getting closer to the bedside. You little rascal, you've got some nerve. What kind of things are you thinking about all day long? They even came up with such a despicable trick as impersonating the older sister and switching the tables? Just to eat Xiao Sun, you've really gone too far. Su Jiro was so embarrassed by the scolding that she couldn't lift her head and muttered something under her breath. We're in the same boat. The sound was soft, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Su Tingwan's eyebrows instantly rose. What did you say? Su Jiro immediately shook her head, a fawning smile plastered on her face. I didn't say anything, sister, you must have misheard me. That smug look of his showed absolutely no sign of remorse. Because upon further reflection, she felt extremely wronged. It was clearly her older sister who did bad things to Xiao Sun. First, she was just learning from her and using her sister's actions against her. Why is it that only officials are allowed to set fires, while ordinary people are forbidden to light lamps? Su Tingwan was amused by her unrepentant attitude. Well, you dare to talk back. She turned to look at Chu Sun. Gag her, I'm going to teach her a lesson today. Upon hearing this, Su Jiro panicked. She quickly looked at Chu Sun, her big, watery eyes filled with a plea for help. Xiao Sun, you can decide for yourself who to side with. She puffed out her chest and shouted in a cute but fierce way. I've slept with you. If you're a man, you should protect your woman and not let her be bullied by others. Chu Sun was taken aback. That makes some sense. But then he thought about it again and realized that Su Jiro had indeed gone too far today. This tactic was too despicable. She must be taught a profound lesson so that she will never forget it. So he ignored Su Jiro's pitiful yet somewhat fierce gaze. He took out a new handkerchief from the bedside table drawer. He walked to the bedside and pinched Su Jiro's chin. Su Jiro was still protesting with woof woof. Chu Sun showed no mercy, folding the handkerchief several times and stuffing it into her mouth. Su Jiro's protest turned into a muffled groan. Su Tingwan watched the scene with a satisfied smile on her face. Little Sun is so good, lay her down flat. Chu Sun did as he was told, and laid Su Jiro back down on the bed. She was like a captured mermaid. With something stuffed in his mouth, he could only stare at them helplessly. Su Tingwan pulled a long white feather from a decorative vase on the ground. Holding the feather, she gave Chu Sun a wink. Control her feet and body, don't let her move around. Chu Sun understood immediately and held down the writhing Su Jiro. Su Tingwan took the feather and slowly squatted down. Her gaze fell on Su Jiro's fair and delicate feet. Su Jiro instantly understood what she was about to do, and her struggles intensified. She has been ticklish since she was a child, especially on the soles of her feet. A smile appeared on Su Tingwan's lips. She gently and slowly brushed the feather across Su Jiro's foot. Wah-ah! An intense itch shot straight to the top of my head. Su Jiro's body suddenly arched. I was extremely upset, and tears were about to well up in my eyes. She tried desperately to curl her toes, but her body was held firmly down and she couldn't move at all. With a handkerchief stuffed in his mouth, he couldn't even beg for mercy. He could only let out muffled groans. This bizarre torture continued. Su Jiro lay sprawled on the bed, struggling in vain. If Chu Sun hadn't held her firmly with his arm, she probably would have rolled off the bed long ago. That piercing itch was mixed with the shame of being caught red-handed. I almost laughed until tears streamed down my face. Wa'ada! She let out a pitiful cry, like a small animal. After about half a minute, Chu Sun looked at her face covered in tears and her body trembling, and his heart softened in the end. He frowned, thinking it was about time. If this continues, they'll really bully people. That's fine. He spoke to Su Tingwan. Su Tingwan only wanted to teach her a lesson, not to really torture her. Upon hearing Chu Sun's words, he stopped what he was doing. She threw away the feather in her hand, stood up, and looked down at her sister, who was in a disheveled state on the bed. Chu Sun released his grip on Su Jiro and removed the soaking wet handkerchief from her mouth. Then, he lifted the air conditioning blanket that was wrapped around her. As soon as the restraints were removed, Sujiro immediately curled up into a ball, panting heavily on the bed. It took her a while to recover before she slowly sat up, supporting herself on the mattress. Her long hair clung messily to her sweaty cheeks, and her eye makeup was a complete mess from the tears. The smudged black eyeliner made her look like a little kitten who had suffered a lot of grievances. Chapter 80: A Frustrated Little Punch. Chusun helped her steady herself and let her lean against the headboard. Su Tingwan crossed her arms and asked with a cold face, "Do you realize you were wrong now?" Sujiro lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. The lingering discomfort of being punished hadn't subsided when a wave of resentment washed over me. She looked up, her red eyes filled with tears, and her lips trembled. You all ganged up on me, wah." As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Large tears streamed down her face. She cried so heartbrokenly, it was truly devastating. Chu Sun and Su Tingwan were both dumbfounded. They exchanged a glance and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. "Really? You're crying already? Where did that stubbornness go? I'm never talking to either of you again." Sujiro cried as she made her accusations. Su Tingwan was completely dumbfounded. She was the one who did something wrong, so why is she acting like she's the one who's the worst person? But seeing her younger sister crying so sadly, she still subconsciously softened. Although she was born a few minutes earlier, as the older sister, seeing her younger sister crying like this instantly dampened her lecturing spirit by half. She even began to reflect on whether she had really gone a bit too far just now. But then I thought, wait a minute. This little fox's ability to falsely accuse others is truly amazing. It was clearly her who lacked martial ethics, impersonated him, and committed a fraud. It was you who did something bad with Shaoxun first. I just used a little trick. Sujiro cried out, and her words left Su Tingwan speechless. Su Tingwan was so choked up she almost couldn't catch her breath, and her face turned red. Then you should use your own identity. Don't use my identity. If you do something wrong, shouldn't you be punished? But you did something bad too. Sujiro immediately retaliated. You were the first to attack Shaoxun. You were the first one. Chu Sun was at his wit's end, seeing that the two sisters were about to start arguing on his bed. He quickly tried to smooth things over. How about, you two calm down and go back to your rooms? Su Tingwan scoffed. She glared at Sujiro, who was still sobbing, and then said to Chu Sun, "You should teach her a lesson. She knows she's wrong but won't admit it." Humph. After saying that, she turned and left, slamming the door shut behind her. Suddenly, only Chu Sun and Sujiro remained in the room. As soon as Su Tingwan left, Sujiro's crying became even louder. Wah! She threw herself into Chu Sun's arms, pounding his chest with her little fists, crying so hard she could barely breathe. You're bad. You big bad guy. You actually sided with Sixth Sister and not with me. Wa'ada. Her voice was soft and aggrieved, which made Chu Sun's heart clench. I've already given you my body, and you're still helping others to teach me a lesson. Do you even have me in your heart? I worked so hard on my acting this afternoon, my legs are almost broken, all for you? And what did you do? You turned around and teamed up with your sister to bully me. You're a heartless, ungrateful man. She buried her face in Chu Sun's chest, wiping her tears and snot on it without any restraint. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Do you think that since you've already succeeded, you don't need to care about my feelings anymore? You're so mean. I don't like you anymore. Wa'ada. Chu Sun was so flustered by her crying that he quickly hugged her and gently patted her back. Okay, stop crying. He sighed helplessly. It was just scratching an itch for half a minute. Look, I was the one who finally got Sixth Sister to stop. Sujiro suddenly lifted her head from his embrace, staring at him with her big, teary eyes. What the punishment is doesn't matter, she cried out, her voice choked with sobs. What I care about is your attitude. You helped Sixth Sister, but not me. In your heart, I'm not as important as her, am I? Wa'ada. You're so unfair. Seeing her pitiful look, Chu Sun felt both annoyed and amused. You little fox, how dare you say that? He gently brushed the tip of her nose, which was still wet with tears. Who told you to be dishonest and try to lie to me? You even dared to impersonate Sixth Sister, you've got some nerve. Isn't it because I like you? It's because I like you so much that I've tried every possible means and resorted to these petty tricks. Is this how you treat a girl who loves you wholeheartedly? Letting her be bullied by others, and you even helping her out. Do you not like me at all? The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. Shu Sun was completely at a loss. He couldn't stand seeing girls cry, especially this pitiful little fox, so he had to patiently coax her. Okay, I was wrong, alright? He awkwardly wiped her tears with his sleeve. I won't do it again next time. I'll definitely help you next time. Sujiro sobbed, looking at him with teary eyes in disbelief. You're lying. You'll definitely reject me in the future. Wa'ada. Xiao Sun doesn't want me anymore. He slept with me and then wanted to dump me so he could go find another woman. Her voice grew softer and softer until it turned into a desperate sob, which broke Shu Sun's heart. No. Absolutely not. Shu Sun quickly assured her and hugged her even tighter. I don't believe it. Sujiro shook her head like a rattle drum. Really, I swear. Shu Sun looked serious. Sujiro sniffed, and her crying gradually subsided. She lifted her tear-streaked face, looked at him with her eyes that were exceptionally clear after being washed by tears, and asked cautiously. You mean, you'll accept the identity of Sujiro? Looking at the fragile expectation in her eyes, Shu Sun couldn't bring himself to say no. He nodded solemnly. Right. Sujiro's eyes lit up instantly. She stared at Shu Sun for several seconds. You said it, you can't go back on your word. No regrets. The moment she received a positive reply, the sadness on Sujiro's face gradually disappeared. She stopped crying. She sat up straight from Shu Sun's embrace, tears still on her face, but a smug smile had already appeared on her lips. Little Sun is so good. She quickly kissed Shu Sun on the cheek, making a loud smack. Then, she wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand, jumped off the bed lightly, and ran out of the room without looking back. That graceful figure showed no trace of the pitiful look she had just given in, as if she were about to die. Chapter 81 Twins Fighting for Love. Shu Sun was somewhat speechless. Has he fallen for another trick? This little fox is truly worthy of its name. Too cunning. It's simply impossible to defend against. That's a bit too wicked. However, Shu Sun was no fool. He could tell that Sujiro was genuinely heartbroken just now. That feeling of grievance and helplessness wasn't feigned. However, when he agreed to accept her identity as Sujiro, that immense joy instantly overwhelmed the sadness. She's the kind of person whose emotions come and go quickly. Shu Sun looked at the messy sheets on the bed, which still smelled of perfume from two different women. He sighed and tidied himself up. Lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep. He was still thinking about the big show tonight. Sujiro is truly extraordinary. They can come up with such a cunning trick and act it out so realistically. However, he soon thought of an even more troublesome problem. Su Tingwan already knew that she and Sujiro had done something bad, and it was a direct and thorough thing. Given her reserved yet strong-willed personality, she'll definitely be jealous. And he was so jealous he was practically going crazy. So, in order to turn the tide, she will definitely go even further. This was entirely predictable. So, that means he now has 3 people to deal with. One is Su Tingwan, one is Sujiro, and one is Su Yuyan. This is really giving me a headache. Moreover, each of these 3 people is more lewd than the last. Each one was more proactive than the last. Although he doesn't have any cheat codes or anything like that, thankfully, he has an extremely high IQ. Moreover, he majored in biomedical engineering in college. He has made up his mind that he will set up a laboratory on his first day of university. With the knowledge in his head, he could easily research and develop some special male enhancement drugs and make a fortune by selling them. Of course, it's mainly for my own use. Judging from their posture, they all seem to need it every day. Even the strongest kidneys can't withstand this. The next morning, as Chu Sun yawned and came downstairs, he immediately spotted his 6th and 7th sisters. The 2 were already in the garden downstairs. But the atmosphere was a bit strange. They were far apart, one on the east side of the garden and the other on the west side. The 2 sisters used to have a good relationship and would often get up early to exercise together, chatting and laughing. But today, the air is thick with a sense of stalemate. They ignored each other. Sujiro was wearing a pink tracksuit and was jumping rope. Her ponytail swung back and forth behind her head, exuding youthful energy. Su Tingwan, dressed in black yoga attire, sat on a rattan chair under a parasol. Holding a cup of coffee, he stared coldly into the distance, lost in thought. One of them felt that the other had impersonated her and stolen what rightfully belonged to her, which she considered despicable and shameless. One person felt that the other party had done something wrong first, and that they were just learning from it. Why should the magistrate be allowed to set fires while the common people are forbidden to light lamps? Neither of them was willing to give in. Su Tingwan, in particular, felt extremely resentful. I was the one who connected with Shaosun first. With each step laid out, it's about to bear fruit. As a result, Su Jiro, that little fox, used underhanded tactics to beat her to the punch and directly reach the top. How could she swallow this insult? Besides, an even more shocking thought flashed through Su Tingwan's mind. There are clearly no balloons at home. That's why she and Chu Sun couldn't go all the way last night. Su Jiro and Chu Sun. Did they secretly go out and buy it? Did you steal it from your parents' room? Even. Su Tingwan dared not think any further. This woman is really going all out. Just then, both of them saw Chu Sun coming down the stairs. Almost at the same time. Su Jiro threw away the jump rope in her hand. Su Tingwan put down her coffee cup. The two older sisters immediately stood up from their seats and ran quickly towards Chu Sun, like two little kittens. Xiao Sun, how did you sleep last night? Su Jiro rushed up to Chu Sun with a sweet smile on her face. She naturally reached out and took Chu Sun's arm, and deliberately pressed her body against him. Did you dream about me? As she spoke, she glanced provocatively at Su Tingwan, who was following behind. Su Tingwan's face darkened, but she did not react. She walked to the other side of Chu Sun, her voice so gentle it could melt hearts. Xiao Sun, are you tired? I prepared breakfast for you, your favorite crab roe buns, and I also heated up some milk for you. As she spoke, she reached out and tried to take Chu Sun's other hand to lead him toward the restaurant. The twin sisters are now completely locked in a fierce competition. One asserts dominance through physical contact, while the other displays charm through virtuousness and thoughtfulness. The tension between the jealous couple was almost palpable in the living room. Chu Sun was caught in the middle, feeling utterly overwhelmed. However, none of them noticed. In the shadows of a corner of the living room, a pair of eyes filled with resentment and jealousy were staring intently at them. It's Su Xiaogang. Last night, his parents called him into their study and gave him a severe scolding. Sui said coldly that his methods were too despicable, that he was inferior in skill but still resorted to cheating, and that he had disgraced the Su family. Although when Qingyun felt sorry for him, she could only sigh and advise him not to use such despicable tricks again. Finally, the parents made a decision. To calm him down and to prevent him from having any more conflicts with Chu Sun and his sisters, they decided to send Su Xiaogang to the Su family's home in Africa for a period of time as soon as possible to participate in a special examination program. If you pass, you can be directly admitted to one of the top 986 universities in China. In Su's view, this was already the most benevolent and righteous arrangement imaginable. But to Su Xiaogang, it sounded like blatant exile. Africa? What kind of godforsaken place is that? Why is Chu Sun allowed to stay at home, enjoying the company of his sisters and the love of his parents? But he, the real young master of the Su family, was to be driven to such a place. He. Actually, you don't have to go at all. Having someone else take the exam for you isn't a big deal. The more he was reprimanded because of Chu Sun, the stronger his jealousy and hatred towards Chu Sun became. He vowed to make Chu Sun pay a terrible price. We must make him utterly disgraced and ruined forever. Su Xiaogang's eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. He took out his phone and sent a message to a brother he had met when he was in the underworld. He needs to obtain some special medicines. The kind of drug that can make people lose their minds and only have their most primal instincts left. As long as Chu Sun is secretly given some to drink. Even if Chu Sun and these women have no blood relation and even different surnames, it is still a serious matter. Su Xiaogang's gaze slowly swept over the women in the living room. They were all so beautiful, so aloof. Now, they have all become pawns in his revenge plan. Who should be chosen as the first sacrifice? It's impossible for the eldest sister, Su Shiqi. She's too domineering, and Zhang Junnan is his ally. My second, third, and fifth sisters are not home. So, the only remaining goal is... Su Xiaogang's gaze shifted back and forth between Su Yuyan and Su Qinxue. Fourth sister Su Yuyan is about to be married into the Lin family of Jiangnan. This marriage is of great importance to the Su family. If, at this critical juncture, Chu Sun and Su Yuyen, who was about to become the Lin family's daughter-in-law. Once the matter was exposed, Su Yuyen called the police, making it known to everyone. The Su family will lose all face, and their reputation and interests will suffer a devastating blow. That's a ruthless move. And the eighth sister, Su Qinxue. She's only been in college for a year. She should still be a sweet and gentle young girl. At home, she was always like a little angel, and everyone loved her. If such a pure and innocent older sister is the darling of the group. Given Su Qinxue's timid and naive personality, she would definitely be terrified and call the police immediately. When the time comes, with witnesses and physical evidence, the crime will be confirmed, and Chu Sun will be spending the rest of his life in prison. Su Xiaogang seemed to feel no guilt, thinking that they deserved it. Who told you not to side with me, the little puppy? I heard him cheering for that bastard while he was swimming yesterday. You were able to cover up the fact that I wore my previous underwear. Because you are pure brother complex lovers. What if it's loss of virginity? In their eyes, Chu Sun became a demon. They shattered their Taoist heart. A clean reputation is the most important thing for every girl. Who could bear the blow of having an affair with someone they don't love? They'll probably break down crying, right? He. Chapter 82 Innocent Little Boy. Su Qinxue sat on the sofa, deep in thought. She thought about it all night and still felt that forming an alliance with her eldest sister was a good thing. Although this will cause her future husband to lose some children. But he was able to get help from his older sister. Moreover, the eldest sister is so pitiful, trapped in that unhappy marriage. Giving her a child would be a good deed. Su Qinxue, this simple little rabbit, has a kind heart and always habitually thinks of others. She saw Chu Sun come down the stairs, surrounded by her sixth and seventh sisters, and her face flushed red. She was too embarrassed to go forward. Yesterday at the pool, I secretly kissed Xiao Sun's cheek. He must have been incredibly embarrassed. This must be the first time that Xiao Sun, this clean-living, innocent, and adorable young boy, has been kissed by a girl, right? Of course, the accidental kiss with my sixth sister doesn't count. That was an accident. This one, however, is taking the initiative. Thinking of this, Su Qinxue was secretly delighted. I just don't know if Xiao Sun is embarrassed to talk to me now. Su Qinxue herself felt a little shy, her cheeks were hot. She thought she was so wicked, she must have made Xiao Sun very happy. Xiao Sun probably spent the whole night thinking about that kiss, and couldn't even sleep. He. What are you thinking about? A gentle voice came from behind. Su Qiqi slowly wheeled himself to her side. She was wearing a white silk shirt today, with the collar slightly open. Although she was in a wheelchair, her elegance and aloofness remained undiminished. Su Qinxue was startled and quickly turned around. Big sister? She asked in a slightly embarrassed voice. Do you think Xiao Sun might be unhappy because of what happened yesterday? Su Qiqi nodded thoughtfully. Maybe. After all, he's a boy who just finished the college entrance exam and has just come of age. He's thin-skinned and sensitive. You kissed him so suddenly yesterday, he probably doesn't know how to face you or how to get along with you today. Hearing her older sister's professional analysis, Su Qinxue felt even more embarrassed. She chuckled shyly twice, twirling the ends of her hair with her fingers. Am I being a little naughty? Su Qiqi looked at her, who was both nervous and excited, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. It is indeed a bit bad. Overjoyed to receive her elder sister's approval, Su Qinxue couldn't help but secretly smile twice. Like a child who has done something wrong but whose parents have tacitly approved. Su Qiqi pondered for a moment and then offered her suggestion. How about this? After Xiao Sun finishes breakfast, go find him and talk to him face to face. Apologize first, be sincere, and tell him that you didn't mean it, it was just a momentary impulse. Let him know you don't mean anything by it. That way, he'll be less bothered and won't avoid you. Su Qinxue nodded repeatedly, feeling that her older sister's words made perfect sense. As expected of the eldest sister, she's so thoughtful. Neither of them had ever been in a relationship. All their knowledge about love came from movies, TV series, and their imagination. As innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Yet here they are seriously analyzing Chu Sun's pure young man's inner thoughts. One dared to ask, and the other dared to answer. One dared to answer, and the other dared to listen. At this moment, Chu Sun had no idea that his two older sisters had defined him as an innocent young boy who needed to be carefully protected. At this moment, Chu Sun, flanked by Su Tingwan and Su Jiro on either side, entered the restaurant. Because he came down very late, everyone else had already eaten. But on the table were 3 steaming hot breakfasts. 6th sister and 7th sister stayed behind to wait for him to eat together. The steamer contains crab roe buns, and next to them are soy milk and soft-boiled eggs. The 3 people sat down around the dining table. Su Jiro picked up a crab roe bun and took a small bite. Then, using chopsticks, he deliberately sucked on it first. Then he picked out the golden, oily crab roe and placed it on the plate in front of Chu Sun. Here, all the good stuff is for you. She knew Chu Sun wouldn't mind her saliva, they'd done much more intimate things. Meanwhile, Su Tingwan saw Su Jiro's actions. The next second, she followed suit. Chu Sun looked at the 2 steamed buns on his plate, both covered with heart-shaped crab roe. It feels really great to be the center of attention like this. However, seeing the 2 sisters still exchanging silent glances, Chu Sun felt it necessary to act as a peacemaker. He cleared his throat. Actually, you don't need to. Go eat your food. Even a crab roe bun can't fill your mouth. 2 voices, thick with tension, rang out in unison. Su Tingwan and Su Jiro glared at him at the same time. Chu Sun shrugged helplessly and wisely chose to shut up and eat. It seems these 2 women are really locked in a fierce battle, and this feud won't be resolved anytime soon. It's nothing serious, just a minor disagreement between the girls, they'll be fine in a few days. After breakfast, Chu Sun went for a walk in the garden to aid digestion. The morning air, carrying a hint of coolness and the fragrance of fresh grass, cleared his muddled mind considerably. He had just walked under a cluster of blooming roses when someone gently patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Hello?" A clear, slightly shy voice rang out. Chu Sun turned around and saw Su Qinshua's fair and delicate face. Today she was wearing a pale yellow dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the breeze, like a forsythia bud about to bloom. Her little face was flushed, and she avoided Chu Sun's gaze. "8th sister, you've come to play with me?" Chu Sun smiled brightly as soon as he saw her. Aha! Chapter 83: Smugness and Wild Imagination. Su Qinshuo nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her little hands nervously gripping the hem of her skirt. The 2 walked slowly side by side along the garden path. Su Qinshuo lowered her head, looking at the tips of her shoes, and kept encouraging herself in her heart. "My older sister said that we should be proactive and sincere." Finally, she stopped and looked up at Chu Sun. I'm sorry about yesterday." Her voice was barely audible, and her face turned even redder. "I'm sorry?" Chu Sun looked puzzled. "Why are you apologizing to me?" It's that I secretly kissed you at the pool yesterday." Chu Sun was somewhat bewildered. "That's it? What's there to apologize for? He's been kissed in so many places, his mouth, neck, abs. It was just a face he kissed her and that was it. He didn't take it to heart at all." However, looking at Su Qinshua's nervous and serious expression, Chu Sun immediately realized that in front of this innocent young girl, he had to play the role of an equally innocent young boy. He coughed lightly, his gaze drifted elsewhere, and he chuckled softly, feigning some embarrassment. "Hey, it's no big deal, no need to apologize." Seeing Chu Sun's pretending to be indifferent demeanor, Su Qinshuo became even more certain of her judgment. Xiao Sun is indeed very shy. That's a kiss on the cheek. Only the closest people in a relationship would do this. Hee, I'm so naughty, I made the innocent little Sun so shy. A strange sense of pride and accomplishment welled up in Su Qinshua's heart. She felt like she was a natural charmer, able to seduce Xiao Sun with just a few moves. "Little patrolman. I was too impulsive yesterday. I promise I will never kiss you without your permission again." As she spoke, she reached out her small hand and gently grasped Chu Sun's hand. Then she raised her big, watery eyes and looked at him pitifully. "Can you forgive me?" That look in her eyes was like that of a kitten that had made a mistake, making it impossible for anyone to refuse. "It's okay, I'm not angry." Chu Sun took her soft little hand in his own. "Very good. Xiao Sun, you're so good to me. Sister Shui really didn't spoil you for nothing, hee." When she smiled, her eyes curved into 2 beautiful crescent moons. She even has 2 shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth, making her so adorable that it melts your heart. Chu Sun couldn't help but stroke her soft little head, as if petting a well-behaved kitten. "It feels surprisingly good." Su Qinshuo enjoyed his caresses and comfortably squinted her eyes. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, her eyes lit up. Oh, right, Xiao Sun. She tilted her little face up and asked expectantly. Could you give me a kiss every day, for no reason at all? Shu Sun looked around and said in a low voice. Isn't that a bad idea? What if someone sees this? How could that be? Just kiss her secretly. Su Qinxue tilted her head. Shu Sin decided to tease her, so he deliberately put on a stern face and looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. You don't like me, do you? Otherwise, why would you kiss me every day? Boom! Su Qinxue blushed instantly. She bit her cherry lips, and even the roots of her ears turned pink. What nonsense are you talking about? She abruptly shook off Chu Sun's hand, took 2 steps back, and stammered in rebuttal. I just think, this is just a way of expressing friendship. Yes. I consider you my best friend. Don't get the wrong idea. Seeing her incoherent speech, Chu Sun almost burst out laughing. Is this another way of explaining it? Genius. He suppressed a laugh, nodded, and pretended to suddenly understand. Oh, I see. Okay then, as long as no one sees us. Real? Su Qingxue's eyes lit up again when she saw that he had actually agreed. She immediately glanced around furtively, and after confirming that no one was around, she tiptoed, pouted her cherry-like lips, and prepared to lean in for a kiss. Etc. Shu Sun reached out and stopped her. What's wrong? There are surveillance cameras there. Shu Sun pointed to an inconspicuous camera in the corner of the wall not far away. Su Qinxue looked in the direction he pointed, immediately realized what he meant, and quickly shrank back. She stuck out her tongue and whispered. Then I'll sneak into your room and kiss you tonight. After saying that, she turned and ran away without waiting for Chu Sun's reply. Like a little rabbit that has received a carrot, it hops and skips, its back view filled with undisguised joy. Su Qinxue felt that today was a perfect day. If you know when to stop and when to advance and retreat appropriately, you'll surely make Xiao Sun so happy that he won't be able to sleep at night. I'm so bold. I just casually made a move and ended up kissing her on the cheek. Su Qinxue, feeling smug, skipped and hopped back to her room. Meanwhile, in the living room, Su Zhiro and Su Tingwan sat side by side on the soft sofa. After the morning standoff and the subtle battle at breakfast, the tension between the two had eased considerably. Su Zhiro took off her pink slippers and casually placed her 2 fair little feet on the coffee table. Her toes were round and cute, like a row of tiny pearls. Su Tingwan changed out of her sweaty yoga clothes and gracefully crossed her legs. She picked up a glass of water, took a sip, and then slowly put it down. By the way, there's something I still want to tell you. Su Zhiro immediately became alert and instantly covered her ears. I won't listen. I won't listen. You're just spouting nonsense. Su Tingwan looked at her childish appearance with a sense of helplessness. I'm talking about serious business. Your real business is to lecture me. But I won't listen. Su Zhiro made a face at her. He. The little tongue flashed by, full of provocation. Su Tingwan rolled her eyes elegantly and decided not to stoop to her level. Even if you don't listen, I'll still tell you. I advise you to remember to take your medicine. Chapter 84. Remember to take your medicine. Su Zhiro was stunned for a moment, and then she lowered her hands from her ears. Why take medicine? I'm not sick. Su Tingwan just stared at her blankly, with a scrutinizing look. A few seconds later, a blush slowly crept onto Su Zhiro's cheeks. She remembered. He was so busy stealing the day and enjoying the fruits of victory that he seemed to have forgotten to take his medicine. Seeing her expression, Su Tingwan knew she had guessed correctly. Really? She sighed. You have a really big heart. Su Zhiro remained stubborn, muttering under her breath. I'm willing to give birth to Xiao Sun's baby. She still subconsciously began to defend Chu Sun. He was afraid his sister would misunderstand him as an irresponsible scumbag. And actually, Chu Sun was very careful. He said that taking medicine could harm my body, but he was very worried about me and didn't. So, the probability is actually very, very small. Upon hearing this, Su Tingwan's expression softened somewhat. That's good. Su Zhiro turned her head away and whispered. Thank you for your concern, but I will remain very firm in my choice. I apologize for impersonating you, but it's also very unethical of you to secretly eat all the food yourself. Looking at her childish younger sister, Su Tingwan felt both annoyed and amused. Sigh, what can I do? I'm the older sister. We should still give in to her a little. Okay. Then we'll each rely on our own abilities from now on. Xiao Sun's final choice is up to him. However, we must make a gentleman's agreement. Never speak ill of Xiao Sun in front of him, and never engage in any underhanded tactics. Upon hearing this, Su Jiro immediately nodded. Of course. Love is love, and our sisterly bond is sisterly bond. Seeing that she readily agreed, Su Tingwan also let go of her last bit of resentment. She also apologized softly. Yesterday, tickling you was my fault, it was a bit too much. Su Jiro was very satisfied with the apology, and proudly raised her chin and smiled. Then, she mischievously leaned close to Su Tingwan's ear and whispered something. Actually, I cried yesterday mainly because Xiao Sun helped you, not because you tickled me. My tears are for Xiao Sun. You heartless bastard. Su Tingwan was amused by her and reached out to poke her forehead. You've forgotten your sister because of a pretty face, haven't you? No way, I just knew you wouldn't really punish me. Su Jiro playfully hugged Su Tingwan's arm and started to act coquettishly. When Shu Sun returned from the garden, this was the scene he saw. The two sisters were already laughing and joking around. It was as if the unpleasantness had never happened. Sure enough, sisters, especially twins, never hold grudges. Shu Sun watched, feeling quite happy. At that moment, not far away by the floor-to-ceiling window, an elegant figure was holding a mobile phone, seemingly on a call. It's Su Yuyan. She was wearing a cashmere maxi dress today, which made her figure look exceptionally hot. Those juicy peaches are so tempting, you just want to take a picture of them. She held her phone, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she had encountered something troublesome. The call was from Lin Tian. On the other end of the phone, Lin Tian's voice was filled with suppressed pain. Yuyan, I came to ask you to unlock that lock. I'm sorry, I know this is useless. I've been reading a lot of books these days, Changzhu Neo-Confucianism, Luang Neo-Confucianism. I even thought about getting the 6 characters preserve heavenly principles, eliminate human desires tattooed on my body. But I just can't hold back anymore. I'm a loser. I'm not good enough for you. I can't keep up with your lofty platonic view of love. I'm just an ordinary person, I really can't be as detached from worldly desires as you. Su Yuyan had already anticipated this when she heard his wails. She felt that no human being could truly endure it. She instinctively wanted to say something. Wait until I ask. She had only said half of what she was saying when Su Yuyan suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately swallowed the rest of her sentence. But Lin Tian still heard it. Ask? Ask what? Su Yuyan was startled and quickly tried to make amends. I said, I need to ask yourself, are you really determined to keep up with me and make progress, even just a little bit at a time? Lin Tian on the other end of the phone immediately swore an oath. I can definitely do it. Yuyan, you have to believe me. Just open it for me once a week. Just once. Well, give me some time to think about it. After Su Yuyan finished speaking, she hung up the phone. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't given herself away. If Lin Tian finds out that the key is in Shu Sun's hands, ugh, he's probably going to commit suicide. That would be such a fucking pathetic thing to do. She walked up to Chu Sun. Lin Tian has come to me again, asking me to unlock the door. Chu Sun raised an eyebrow, not surprised at all. As expected. So, should I give it to you or not? Su Yuyan was somewhat undecided. Chu Sun smiled and said, open it for him. You can't just suppress this kind of person all the time, you have to give them a little something sometimes. Give him a slap, then a sweet treat, and that's the best way to control him. Su Yuyan understood what Chu Sun meant. She walked to the side, dialed Lin Tian's number again, and told him that she agreed and would have someone deliver it to him. Lin Tian on the other end of the phone was so happy he almost cried, and kept thanking him. He also promised that he would gradually improve and strive to elevate his ideological level. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuyan returned to Chu Sun's side. Xiao Sun, do you really want to leave me with this Lin Tian? Seeing the unease in her eyes, Chu Sun answered without hesitation. Of course not. I'd love for you to stay single forever. A warm feeling welled up in Su Yuyan's heart. What should I do? The thought of living with that kind of man in the future, even if we sleep in separate rooms, I can't help but be subjected to his clingy, lecherous gaze. Just thinking about that scene made her feel nauseous and terrified. Shu Sun thought so too. Although he has a bit of the spirit of Chow Chow, that's only on the premise that the other party has already fallen into misfortune and become someone's wife, and he goes to rescue her. He would never push someone into a fire pit just to satisfy himself, without the person becoming his wife. That depends on you. Chapter 85. Su Yuyen prepares to annul the engagement. Shu Sun looked at Su Yuyen's worried profile and said earnestly, "If you really don't want to, we can come up with an idea together so that you don't have to marry him." Su Yuyen's face instantly fell. Easier said than done. This marriage was arranged by my father himself. Back then, the Lin family found Su Xiaogang, who had been living away from home, which was a great favor to our Su family, so this marriage came about. If I go back on my word now, wouldn't our Su family become the villains who have broken their promises? Shu Sun shook his head. We certainly can't break off the engagement without a reason. We would be in the wrong if we did. But what if Lin Tian committed an unforgivable mistake on his own initiative, and we have a sufficient excuse to break off the engagement? Then the nature of the matter would be completely different. Su Yuyen was stunned for a moment, then deflated. That's too difficult. How can we make him make a mistake? Lin Tian is practically turning himself into a eunuch in his efforts to please me. He's just short of castrating himself. Unless he commits murder or arson and goes to jail, it will be too difficult to find fault with him. A smile appeared on Shu Sun's lips. What if it's a mistake of principle? What if we find someone to seduce him? Do you think he could resist, given his repressed state? Su Yuyen's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait for him to take the bait, wait for him to make a mistake, and then at your wedding, in front of all the guests, publicly reveal the video of him catching them in the act. At that time, it won't be our Su family who will be disgraced. The Lin family, in order to save face, will only be too ashamed to refuse the engagement. This plan is undeniably ruthless and hits right where it hurts. Su Yuyen was moved. Then, how do we catch him in the act? We can't exactly send someone to follow him every day, can we? Shu Sun smiled at her question and gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Sister Yen, are you confused? Does Lin Tian need your permission? No, I mean my permission every time he unlocks a door? Besides, didn't he already share his Apple Watch location with you to show his loyalty? Think about it, if he really is having an affair, the first thing he'll do is ask us to unlock his phone. Once he applies, we'll receive the signal, and based on his real-time location, we can just go to his door and catch him red-handed. Su Yuyen couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're so smart. Let's do it this way. If this really happens, her father will no longer have any reason to force her to get married. Then, wouldn't she be able to stay with Xiao Sun for the rest of her life? Su Yuyen couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Not long after, Lin Tian, who was in another villa, had just finished a 5-minute battle. Logically, after completing the task, he should have immediately reported to Su Yuyen and then locked the lock again to demonstrate his loyalty. But as Lin Tian lay in bed, feeling the emptiness brought on by the post-coital period, he couldn't bring himself to press the button to send the message. 5 minutes. This is so embarrassing. If Yuyen finds out, she'll definitely look down on me. She's so noble, so focused on spiritual pursuits, she'd definitely think I'm both vulgar and useless. No, I absolutely cannot let her know the truth. He has to wait. Wait until an hour later. That sounds like a good man. An hour later, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and locked the door. Soon, a notification message appeared on Su Yuyen's phone. Lin Tian's lock has reconnected via Bluetooth. This means that Lin Tian has put it back on and locked it up. Immediately afterwards, Lin Tian's message also came through. I'm sorry, Yuyen, for keeping you waiting. Su Yuyen only replied with a cold Then, she turned around and handed the phone to Chu Sun. Can you believe it? In just 1 hour. Chu Sun glanced at it and scoffed. I don't believe it. The more you lack something, the more you like to show it off. This is an age-old truth. Su Yuyen nodded, but then a new question came to mind. What if? What if he's really too useless, and he's already finished before we even get there? Wouldn't that mean we won't be able to catch him in the act? If he denies it to the death, there's nothing we can do. Chu Sun was amused by her serious expression. Sister Yen, don't worry. Given his prideful nature, do you think he would report honestly? Even if he really did ejaculate early, in order to maintain his dignity in front of you, he would definitely wait half an hour or even an hour before daring to lock it again. And this period is the golden window of opportunity for us to catch them in the act. Su Yuyen was completely convinced. Then, when the time comes, you'll come with me to catch them in the act. Be my henchman, back me up. Shu Sun looked into her bright eyes and nodded solemnly. It would be my great honor. It's afternoon now. Shu Sun was preparing to go out to the suburbs for driving practice. The two sisters, who had just reconciled not long ago, and Su Qinxue immediately started a new round of competition. I'll go with you. Me. Xiao Sun, I'll be your passenger, I know the way. After a struggle. In the end, Su Qinxue successfully won the qualification to be a sparring partner thanks to her irresistible cuteness and coquettish charm. In the corner of the living room, a sinister smile flashed in Su Xiaoging's eyes. He had already obtained the medicine he had gotten from his underworld associates, specifically prepared for Chu Sun. He looked at Su Qinxue, the eighth sister who was about to leave with Chu Sun, dressed in a cool and cute outfit. The choice has been made, and it will be her. Su Xiaoging knew that Chu Sun had been going to practice driving in the afternoons these days, and he had a habit of taking a few bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator in the living room before leaving home. He had already made preparations. When no one was around, he secretly injected the medicine into several bottles of mineral water through an extremely fine needle hole. Then, a special sealing agent is used to perfectly seal the pinhole. From the outside, there is no clue whatsoever, it looks exactly like a brand new one. To ensure the plan went perfectly, he also took away and used up the other untouched bottled water in the refrigerator beforehand. Now, the only things left in the most conspicuous spot in the refrigerator are those few bottles of special supply water that he had tampered with. Su Qinxue dressed up specially today, wearing a pair of stockings on her legs. She looks both innocent and subtly sexy. Before leaving, Chu Sun and Su Qinxue casually took 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator. These were exactly the 2 bottles that Su Xiaoging had prepared. Su Xiaogong, who was hiding at the corner of the stairs on the second floor, saw them walk out the door with water in their hands. The plan has begun. The two arrived at the garage in a black Audi belonging to the family. Su Qinxue excitedly got into the driver's seat. I'll drive first. I'll let you drive when we get to a less crowded area. Chu Sun had no objection to this. After all, he had already obtained his driver's license and just needed to get more familiar with the road conditions. The two chatted as they drove. A person is holding a bottle of water. After driving for a while, the car left the city and entered a sparsely populated suburban road. Chu Sun felt a bit thirsty, so he went to open the bottle of fresh water he had just gotten. But his gaze inadvertently fell on the cup holder next to the driver's seat. There was also a bottle of water there. It was what he had left over from his driving practice yesterday. He only took a small sip. Chu Sun casually picked up the old bottle of water and took several large gulps. Su Qinxue, who was standing next to her, also felt a bit thirsty. Xiao Sun, can you turn this for me? Chu Sun took the water and turned it on without much effort. For you. Thank you, Xiao Sun. Su Qinxue smiled sweetly, took the water bottle, tilted her head back, and gulped down several large mouthfuls. Chapter 86 Divine Assistance. Su Qinxue gulped down most of the bottle of water. She immediately switched places with Chu Sun. Chu Sun got into the driver's seat, while Su Qinxue sat in the passenger seat. The scenery here is beautiful, with lush trees lining both sides of the road. Chu Sun's driving skills are excellent. His starting, shifting, and turning are all executed with fluid grace. Xiao Sun, you're amazing. Su Qinxue looked at Chu Sun with bright, sparkling eyes. You've only been learning for a few days, right? How come you drive so well? I'm smart. Chu Sun was joking. No, it's because I'm a great coach. Su Qinxue retorted with a serious expression. She looked at Chu Sun's profile as he focused on driving. I can never get enough of looking at it. She felt her cheeks starting to burn again. This feeling is quite common. Every time Su Qinxue looked at Chu Sun, she felt a restlessness in her heart. As the car continued forward, Su Qinxue gradually sensed that something was wrong. A strange heat seemed to rise from my lower abdomen and then slowly spread to my limbs and bones. At first it was very mild, just like usual. But gradually, the heat became stronger and stronger, as if a fire was burning inside the body. What happened? She licked her slightly dry lips and reached out to turn down the car's air conditioning temperature. But the heat showed no signs of abating. Instead, it escalated further. Her skin began to turn an unnatural pink, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. Could it be that he was completely captivated by Xiao Sun's charm? This absurd thought popped into her head. But something's not right. I usually enjoy watching Xiao Sun's videos and my heart races, but it's never felt like this before. This feeling. It's more like an uncontrollable desire. Her eyes began to glaze over, her gaze uncontrollably fixed on Xiao Sun's profile. She watched his Adam's apple bob. Looking at his long, slender fingers gripping the steering wheel. My mind started to conjure up all sorts of random images. No, no. Su Qinxue, you need to be more reserved. She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off those inappropriate thoughts. The car stopped by a wide open lake. This was a place they had chosen beforehand, intending to take a picnic there. Xiao Sun unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to look at Su Qinxue. We've arrived. Let's set up the tents first. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed that Su Qinxue's condition was very strange. She slumped limply against the seat. Her face was flushed, her eyes were glazed, and she was making soft breathing sounds. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Sun's heart tightened, and he reached out to feel her forehead. Are you catching a cold? Or do you have a fever? Are you feeling unwell? No. It's nothing. Su Qinxue shook her head, her voice as soft as water. She forced herself to unbuckle her seatbelt, opened the car door, and got out. But as soon as he stood up, his legs went weak and he swayed as if he were about to fall. Xiao Sun helped her up. You call this nothing? He frowned. Is it heatstroke? No way, I can hold on. Su Qinxue gave a vague reply. All she wants to do right now is find a place to lie down. Xiao Sun first took out heatstroke medicine and cold medicine from the medicine box and fed them to her. Then I took the tent out of the trunk and started setting it up. Su Qinxue felt completely drained and her head was spinning. She could only manage to hand things to Xiao Sun with great difficulty. Seeing that she was really uncomfortable, Xiao Sun told her to go and rest in the tent first. The tent was set up quickly. Su Qinxue plunged inside and didn't want to move anymore. She lay on the moisture-proof mat, feeling the intense heat inside her body almost melting her. Xiao Sun stood by the lake for a while, then casually picked up a few flat pebbles and skipped them across the water. The stone pieces bounced lightly on the water's surface, creating beautiful ripples. His technique is very good, he can jump 7 or 8 times on each jump. But at this moment, he was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. He glanced back at the tent, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Su Qinxue's condition does not resemble heatstroke. He returned to the tent. Are you feeling better? Inside the tent, Su Qinxue was curled up in a ball, her body trembling slightly. Upon hearing Xiao Sun's voice, she abruptly raised her head. Those once clear eyes were now covered with a layer of mist. She looked at Xiao Sun as if she had seen a lifeline. The next second, she pounced on him and kissed Xiao Sun's lips with all her might. A soft touch, yet burning hot. Xiao Sun was completely stunned. For a moment, my mind went blank. He instinctively wanted to push her away. But then I thought about what we discussed this morning, a kiss every day. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Her kisses were haphazard, urgent, and chaotic. Her body was burning hot, you could feel the abnormal heat even through her clothes. This is definitely not a normal kiss. Xiao Sun reacted instantly, he held her shoulder and slightly increased the distance between them. Looking into her dazed eyes, a terrible thought came to his mind. Sister Qinxue, listen to me, you might have been drugged. Su Qinxue stopped moving, and a glimmer of clarity flashed in her hazy eyes. Drugging? She was panting, trying hard to think. Then, she remembered the bottle of water. She drank most of the bottle of mineral water in one go. It's Su Xiaogung. It must be him. That bastard actually used such despicable means. I guess so too. But, what do we do now? The hospital is so far away. I feel so bad. The fire inside her had burned away the last shred of her reason. She looked at Xiao Sun in front of her and instinctively asked him for help. Xiao Sun, can you help me? Her small hands gripped his clothes, her eyes filled with pleading. They say bad things are the best antidote. An ambiguous atmosphere fermented inside the small tent. Xiao Sun looked at her pained expression, and his Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. How could he possibly stand by and watch her suffer like this? Good. I'll help you. He decided to be helpful. However, it is absolutely impossible to achieve everything at once. We must do what we did with Su Tingwan last time, take it slow and only try a little. An hour later. The temperature inside the tent gradually returned to normal. Su Qingxue leaned weakly against Chu Sun's chest, looking as if she had just been pulled out of the water, weak and exhausted. But the agonizing heat finally subsided. Her reason returned to her mind. The first thing I thought of when I came to my senses was the culprit. Su Xiaogang. A strong sense of hatred welled up from the bottom of my heart. That bastard is so wicked. He definitely wants to use such underhanded tactics to frame Xiao Sun. He felt like killing him. But then I thought about it again. If it weren't for him, Xiao Sun and I probably wouldn't have had such an intimate opportunity today. In a way, he seems to be a wingman. Chapter 87 Doctors and Patients. The moment this thought crossed her mind, Su Qingxue blushed. She secretly glanced at Chu Sun. He was gently tidying up her disheveled clothes. He must have been exhausted trying to treat his illness. In principle, such things should be a two-way street. But just now, because of the effects of the medication, I was like a weak patient and did almost nothing. Throughout the entire process, it was the doctor, Xiao Sun, who took the initiative, guided her, and comforted her. Xiao Sun is so good to me. Su Qingxue's heart was filled with a sweet emotion. It's all because of that bastard Su Xiaogang. She regained some strength and gave a fierce, childlike rebuke. It must be him. He drugged my water. She waved her little fists, looking all puffed up in anger. She was clearly being fierce, but it made her look exceptionally cute. She secretly felt a little grateful for his help, but she absolutely couldn't admit it. I know. Chu Sun helped her get dressed. If we tell our parents about this, our relationship might not be able to be kept secret anymore. Su Xiaogang calculated this point, which is why he dares to be so fearless. I never imagined that people could be this bad. You are Su Xiaogang's own sister, how could he do such a thing to you? Su Qingxue was still leaning weakly against Chu Sun's chest, still carrying the afterglow of the storm, but she had already started cursing in her spare time. Her voice was soft and weak, but when she started cursing, she was absolutely shrewd. That bastard is definitely trying to harm you. Her mind worked quickly, and she instantly understood the whole process. He's not targeting me, he's targeting you. The water we just got was all fresh. He probably thought you were thirsty and would drink from that bottle. He wanted you to drink the drug, and then do bad things to me. At this point, her voice trailed off, and her cheeks flushed even more. He thought that I would be terrified and call the police to say that you raped me, and then you would be arrested and thrown in jail. But you didn't drink the new bottle, you drank the leftover water from yesterday, which is why you escaped this disaster. The more she thought about it, the more she realized it was true, and she was terrified. At the same time, she felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of Su Xiaogang's wickedness. That's really bad. Chu Sun listened to her analysis and agreed with it. He looked into Su Qingxue's watery eyes, which still held traces of panic and lingering fear, but more than anything, they showed concern for him. He suddenly became curious. If I did drink that water, but you didn't, then, will you help me? Boom! Su Qingxue's cheeks instantly turned as red as if they were about to bleed. This problem. That's such a foul question. Her heart started pounding wildly. That's for sure. She blurted it out almost without thinking, then felt shy and lightly punched Chu Sun's chest with her little fist. Isn't that a pointless question? Chu Sun asked again. What if I did something bad to you? Will you call the police? Of course. Su Qingxue immediately puffed out her chest and answered righteously. I'm definitely going to arrest you. I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in jail. She tried her best to look fierce. Chu Sun looked at her, a smile playing on his lips. I don't believe it. Su Qingxue's momentum collapsed instantly. She turned her head away, not daring to look Chu Sun in the eye, and muttered softly. Of course not. But I'll use this to threaten you. I'll make you obey me for the rest of your life and become my sole subject. After saying that, she chuckled, looking like a little rabbit who had succeeded in her scheme. Chu Sun was amused by her. Hey, could you at least try to cover it up a little? You're not even pretending anymore? Hey. Su Qingxue proudly shook her head. So cute. The two joked and laughed for a while, which lightened the atmosphere considerably. Chu Sun's gaze fell on the tent. The moisture-proof mat didn't work, the whole tent was a complete mess, and there was a strange smell in the air. This thing, let's just throw it away after we're done using it, it's probably unusable. Aha! Su Qingxue nodded repeatedly. She had no intention of bringing home something filled with shameful memories. She took Chu Sun's hand and crawled out of the tent. The air outside was fresh, carrying the moisture from the lake. The two walked to the lakeside and found a clean, large rock to sit on. Su Qingxue took off her shoes and stockings, revealing a pair of fair and delicate feet. Her feet are beautifully shaped, with cute, rounded toes. She dipped her toes into the cool lake water and comfortably closed her eyes. Then, she playfully kicked the water with her toes, and a string of sparkling water droplets splashed onto Chu Sun's trouser legs. As Chu Sun looked at her little feet dangling in the water, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. That was a real loss. He was too busy being a doctor and saving lives. I haven't even had a chance to properly admire these beautiful feet, or even play with them. As he was thinking, a dry sensation came over his throat. He just put in a lot of effort. But the bottle of old water that wasn't laced with drugs had long been finished. It's the middle of summer now, and after all this time, my tongue is so dry it's practically sticking together. But the remaining bottle of water was laced with drugs and was completely undrinkable. Su Qingxue played in the water for a while and completely relaxed. She turned her head to look at Chu Sun's profile, her heart filled with tenderness and sweetness. This was the first time a boy had gone to such lengths to help her. He was really nice just now. She was completely focused on getting her treatment and never thought about taking advantage of the situation. To avoid embarrassing her, he didn't even touch her body much. Really, such a gentleman. Little patrolman. It's so kind of you. Su Qingxue said sincerely. Even at a time like this, he didn't think of taking advantage of me. Consider this a debt I owe you. You can come find me anytime in the future, and I will definitely repay you. As she finished speaking, her voice grew softer and softer, and her face became increasingly red. Chu Sun smiled. No need, but I'm really thirsty right now. He licked his dry lips. Ugh, it's so annoying not having clean water. Su Qingxue also wrinkled her little nose in worry. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Chu Sun mischievously, splashing her feet in the water. Or, why don't you drink the lake water? Chu Sun rolled his eyes as he looked at her delicate white feet churning in the water. I won't drink your foot bath water. Hate. Su Qingxue playfully kicked another handful of water at her. The two of them just sat by the lake, doing nothing but chatting casually and playing in the water. Chapter 88. Lin Tian is henpecked. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, Su Xiaogang was pacing back and forth in his room, looking restless. He would glance at his phone every now and then at the clock on the wall. More than 2 hours have passed. Logically, the effects of the medication should have kicked in long ago. That brat Chu Sun has probably completely lost his mind by now and has taken care of that little bitch Su Qingxue. Then what? Su Qingxue will definitely cry and call the police. The police will soon arrive at that remote suburb and catch Chu Sun red-handed. The perpetrator was caught red-handed. At that time, Chu Sun's charge of rape will be confirmed. No matter how capable the Su family is, they can't possibly get a rapist out of jail. Su Xiaogang completely eliminated a major threat. As for that idiot Su Qingxue, she was defiled by Chu Sun, so she can forget about marrying into a good family in the future. She can only find someone to get rid of her. Kill two birds with one stone. A perfect plan. Su Xiaogang became increasingly smug, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips. He could almost picture Chu Sun being handcuffed and put into a police car in a pathetic state. Seeing the chaos in the Su family, and the utterly disappointed expressions on Su He and Wen Xingyun's faces. Seeing the sisters who usually fawned over Chu Sun crying and looking heartbroken. Cool. That was awesome. He picked up his phone, ready to browse local news and see if there were any news notifications. Just then, the sound of a car engine shutting off came from downstairs. You're back? Su Xiaogang's heart skipped a beat. Did the police bring Su Qingxue back? He immediately rushed to the window, carefully pulled back a corner of the curtain, and looked downstairs. The next second, the smile on his face froze. The black Audi S6 was parked steadily at the garage entrance. The car door opened, and Chu Sun and Su Qingxue stepped out one after the other. Su Qingxue followed behind Chu Sun, her face flushed, tilting her head back and smiling as she spoke to him. The two looked Just like any other young couple who went on a picnic. There were no police. There was no crying or shouting. There was no dishevelment. There wasn't even the slightest bit of panic or something being wrong. Su Xiaogeng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared intently at the two people downstairs. Chu Sun and Su Qinxue walked through the gate, chatting and laughing. I had so much fun today. There's no water to drink, I'm dying of thirst. Hurry home and drink 2 big glasses. The two voices came through clearly. Su Xiaogeng was struck dumb, frozen in place. How so? That's impossible. Where's the medicine? What about the medicine he injected himself? Why was Chu Sun completely unharmed? Why is Su Qinxue still able to smile so happily? Could it be that they didn't drink the water? Impossible. He clearly saw them each take a bottle. So where exactly did things go wrong? Su Xiaogeng's mind was completely in chaos. Back home, the older sisters in the living room saw Chu Sun and Su Qinxue come in together and started teasing them. Why did you take so long? Su Zhiro asked. Did you sneak off somewhere to play? Su Qinxue proudly raised her chin. Yes, we had a lot of fun. She winked at Chu Sun. Then, she walked straight towards Su Qiqi. Big sister, I have something I want to tell you. Su Qiqi noticed the strangeness in her eyes and nodded. The two went to the bedroom and closed the door. Su Qinxue told Su Qiqi everything that had happened in the suburbs that day. From Su Xiaogeng's conspiracy to her own falling into the trap. As Su Qiqi listened, his expression grew increasingly grim. That beast Su Xiaogeng. She slammed her hand on the table, trembling with anger. He committed a crime. Should we tell Mom and Dad? Did you bring back the evidence? Su Qinxue shook her head. Let's not do it for now, sister, she said softly. Xiao Sun and I kept those 2 bottles of mineral water. If Su Xiaogeng makes another mistake, we'll kick him out of the Su family together. This time he is trying to harm Xiao Sun. I'm afraid if I tell my parents, they will ask us what happened. I won't lie. My parents will scold Xiao Sun and might even kick him out. Su Qiqi tried to calm his anger. Okay, let's preserve the evidence first. By the way, how did you finally resolve it? Su Qinxue's cheeks flushed. Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun helped, but it wasn't to the final step. Looking at her shy appearance, Su Qiqi understood a few things. There are essentially 2 treatment options. Su Qiqi frowned. Is that all? She asked again to confirm. Su Qinxue's eyes sparkled, filled with love. Big sister, Xiao Sun is such a good guy. I really love him. I never imagined that a boy could be so warm and considerate. Completely beyond my expectations. Actually, in that situation, even if he had just slept with me, I wouldn't have said anything. He could have taken advantage of my vulnerability, but he felt that I hadn't thought things through at the time, and that would only have harmed me. So, Xiao Sun was very restrained. He didn't even take advantage of me. He just helped me get treatment. As Su Qinxue finished speaking, her voice was filled with deep emotion and admiration. Su Qiqi was also shocked when he heard Su Qinxue's description. Her impression of Chu Sun was refreshed once again. This godbrother, who isn't related to me by blood, is such a sweet little guy. Xiao Sun is such a good boy, Su Qiqi praised softly. Looking at Su Qinxue's loving face, she suddenly felt a pang of envy. So, are you planning to repay him? Of course, she answered without hesitation. But Sun is very shy and no girl helps him, so he probably won't agree easily. I'll try my best. As Su Qinxue spoke, she turned and left the room. Su Qiqi watched his sister's departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions. I'm so envious of Su Qinxue. If she were the one who got infected today. She sighed softly, feeling a little disappointed. Chu Xin went to the room. In the sweltering summer heat, after not drinking water for several hours, he drank 2 large glasses of water in one go before he felt some relief from the thirst in his throat. Moreover, my fingers cramped up from practicing driving. He was really tired. Exhausted, both physically and mentally. He lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Night falls and the city lights come on. After having dinner, Lin Tian and several wealthy friends went to Baijinhen KTV. The private room was brightly lit, filled with deafening music and the mixed smells of cigarettes and alcohol. Several of my rich friends were sitting next to scantily clad hostesses. They swayed their bodies seductively, laughing and rubbing against them. The scene was chaotic and extremely extravagant. Some people couldn't even contain themselves and started acting out their primal urges in a corner. Lin Tian sat in a corner of the sofa, holding a wineglass in his hand, but didn't drink a drop. He didn't tell any of his friends that he wore a chastity lock. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. The Lin family was, after all, a prominent and well-known family in Jiangnan. He, the eldest son, was actually so henpecked by a woman. This is truly unheard of and unseen before. Several of his wealthy friends saw him sitting alone and came over to tease him. "Young Master Lin, what's wrong with you today?" A rich second-generation guy with dyed yellow hair put his arm around a hostess and asked with a grin. "You used to be the most skilled player around here. What? You're not even ordering girls anymore?" Another rich kid joined in the commotion. "Is your fiancée keeping a tight rein on you? Ha ha. Are you so scared of her that you don't even dare to touch her?" Chapter 89, leading Chu Sun to catch adulterers. Their mocking laughter pierced Lin Tian's heart. Wife control is strict. These words made him feel humiliated. He stood up abruptly, his face flushed, and retorted loudly. "Bullshit. How could I, Lin Tian, be controlled by a woman?" He raised his glass and downed the entire glass in one gulp to demonstrate his masculinity. "To be honest with you, Su Yuyan and I have already slept together." The private room fell silent instantly. All eyes were on Lin Tian. Holy crap! The blonde-haired rich kid stared wide-eyed. "Really? You're awesome. That's Su Yuyan. She's a goddess-level beauty, unattainable on a high mountain. We all thought she'd never be seduced by a man in her entire life. Young Master Lin is awesome. You managed to get Su Yuyan before the wedding, I'm impressed." The rich kids were shocked, and then they started flattering Lin Tian again. Lin Tian was flattered by their praise. His vanity was greatly satisfied. He felt like he had returned to the spirited and dashing young master he once was. Of course. He straightened his chest. Only I, Lin Tian, can conquer a high and mighty flower like Su Yuyan. He enjoys the adoration of the crowd. It was as if he had actually had a relationship with Su Yuyan. But then he remembered that he was still wearing the lock, and he instantly became dejected again. However, he cannot show it now. At this moment, another batch of young ladies were let in. 4K, purely for drinking companions. As soon as one of the women walked in, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. She was wearing a black halter neck mini dress, the hem of which was so short it barely covered her hips. Her long, straight, and white legs, clad in stiletto heels, swayed gracefully as she walked, exuding charm. Lin Tian's friend Li Fong stared wide-eyed. "I want this one." The woman was led to sit down next to Li Fong, and a faint scent of perfume wafted over. "Hello, boss." Her voice was sweet and charming. "What's your name, little sister?" Li Fong asked impatiently. "My name is Ketty." The woman answered with a smile, pouring herself a glass of wine. Lin Tian didn't pay much attention at first, but when he glanced at the woman by chance, he was stunned. That face. That face, with its exquisite makeup, bore a striking resemblance to Su Yuyan in its features. Especially her eyes, although they were a bit more vulgar than Su Yuyan's. But in terms of shape and spirit, they are practically identical. This was exactly what Su Yuyan and Chu Sun had agreed upon. They specially had this woman do her makeup to resemble Su Yuyan. The goal was to pique Lin Tian's interest. Lin Tian's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He felt a surge of lust rising in his lower abdomen. He stared intently at Ketty, his eyes filled with naked desire. They look so alike. They look so alike. He had even begun to fantasize that if he pinned this woman down, wouldn't that be the same as experiencing the feeling of conquering Su Yuyan ahead of time? He couldn't hold back any longer. "Li Fong, give me this woman." Li Fong was stunned for a moment when he saw Lin Tian's lecherous look. Although somewhat reluctant, I tactfully gave up my spot. "Alright, if young Master Lin likes it, then it's yours." Ketty then sat down next to Lin Tian. Her perfume became even stronger, and she leaned closer to Lin Tian, intentionally or unintentionally. "Greetings, young Master Lin." Lin Tian felt like his bones were about to melt. "Are you new here?" "Yes, I've only been here a few days." While pouring wine for Lin Tian, Ketty praised him seemingly casually. "I've heard that young Master Lin is a regular customer of Bai Jinhan. today I finally meet him in person. He's even more handsome than the rumors say. Lin Tian was overjoyed by her praise. Of course. Ketty then changed the subject. However, I heard that young Master Lin is getting married soon. Does that mean we won't be able to go out and have fun anymore? Oh, what a pity. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. Who said that? Ketty continued in that regretful tone. I heard that young Master Lin's marriage partner is the eldest daughter of the Su family. She's a lady from a prominent family, so she must be very strict with him. I heard that you haven't visited by Jinhan even once since your engagement. If they get married, they'll definitely be even less likely to come out. Her words struck a nerve with Lin Tian's most sensitive pride. He hates it most when people say he's henpecked. Fart. Lin Tian slammed his hand on the table. I, Lin Tian, can go wherever I want. Nobody can stop me. He felt deeply humiliated and began to speak recklessly. Let me tell you, even if I get married, I can still go out and have fun if I want. I want to use the money Su Yuyan gave me to spend here. She can't do anything to me. Ketty covered her mouth and giggled. Young Master Lin is quite the joker. Her completely disbelieving expression infuriated Lin Tian. Lin Tian felt that his dignity was being ruthlessly trampled on by this woman. He has to do something to prove himself. Prove he's not henpecked. He grabbed Ketty's waist, his eyes hardening. Come on, let's go upstairs. He wanted to prove his prowess in the most direct way. But here comes the most crucial question. That damn lock. He deliberately didn't wear his GPS-enabled watch today to prevent Su Yuyan from checking up on him. But without the key, he can't do anything. He absolutely cannot let anyone know that he is wearing this humiliating thing. Lin Tian made an excuse and went to the restroom at the end of the corridor by himself. He dialed Su Yuyan's number. At this moment, the Su family had just finished dinner at the Su family villa. Su Yuyan saw the caller ID and a barely perceptible smile appeared on her lips. She took her phone and walked to a quiet corner. Hello. Lin Tian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Young Smoke. It's me. Su Yuyan asked the question knowing the answer already. What's up? I want to unlock it. You only drove it a few days ago, didn't you? Lin Tian felt his face burning. I'm sorry, Yuyan, Please, just this once, I promise, this is the last time. Su Yuyan held her phone and glanced back at Chu Sun in the living room. Chu Sun was holding a glass of water, and he raised the glass to her with a smile that suggested he was watching a good show. The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. All right. Su Yuyan pretended to be in a difficult position inside. Send someone over to get the key. Thank you. Yuyan. Thank you. Lin Tian on the other end of the phone kept thanking him. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian immediately sent one of his underlings to drive to the Su family's house to get the keys. Once he got the key, he couldn't wait to return to the private room and take Ketty's hand. Come with me. The two went upstairs to a more private and luxurious private room. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Tian couldn't wait to pin the woman against the wall. As he pulled her along, Ketty secretly pressed a button on her phone. A real-time location was immediately sent to Su Yuyan's phone. Upon receiving the location, Su Yuyan immediately stood up. Xiao Sun, let's go. Where to? Su Tingwan asked curiously. Catching someone in the act of adultery. Su Yuyan uttered 2 words and then pulled Chu Sun out the door. The two drove straight to Bai Jinhan. 20 minutes later. In a luxurious private room on the 4th floor of Bai Jinhan KTV. Lin Tian's story is over. He collapsed onto the soft sofa, panting heavily. Beside her, Ketty was slowly and methodically tidying up her disheveled clothes. Lin Tian glanced at the time. 5 more minutes passed. But he didn't care anymore. Just now, he completely regarded this woman, who bore a slight resemblance to Su Yuyan, as his wife. He got a taste of the thrill of conquering a high-class beauty. He fantasized that he was already so happy with a woman who only looked 3/10 like him, so what if it was Su Yuyan herself? Moreover, Su Yuyan was a sweet and soft young girl who had never experienced anything. At that time, that feeling. Just thinking about it made Lin Tianguang feel hot all over. Outside the private room. Chu Xin and Su Yuyan have arrived on the 4th floor. They had black cards that they had borrowed in advance, so they could move around freely here. The two walked straight to the door of the private room that Ketty had sent them. Su Yuyan glanced at Chu Sun. Chu Sun understood immediately. He didn't knock. Instead, he took 2 steps back and then suddenly lifted his foot. Bang! A loud bang. He kicked open the heavy door to the private room. Chapter 90: The Scene of Catching Adultery. Lin Tian was slumped on the sofa, feeling completely drained. Beside her, Ketty leisurely dressed, her heart already bursting with joy. She had anticipated that these playboys were all good for nothings. But it's really rare to see something so badly damaged. This money is too easy to make. The unknown sugar daddy behind her gave her what she needed to say, gave her a specific makeup look, and demanded that she sleep with Lin Tian. In just 5 minutes, he earned a full 2 million. That's enough for her to go back to her hometown, open a nail salon or clothing store, find an honest man to take her in, and then happily launder her money and get out of trouble. Ha ha ha. Ketty was inwardly laughing hysterically. Lin Tian was still being stubborn. I'm not feeling well today. There's nothing I can do, my wife Su Yuyan is too beautiful, she's almost draining me dry. As he spoke, he was making plans in his mind. If I ever really sleep with Su Yuyan in the future, I must make thorough preparations in advance. I absolutely cannot let her look down on me. Today's idea was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, and I didn't perform well. That's what he was thinking. Sudden bang. With a loud bang, the door to the private room was kicked open from the outside. Lin Tian and Ketty were both startled. Lin Tian hadn't even finished putting on his clothes when he sprang up from the sofa, staring at the door in shock. The private room was large, but the lighting was dim. He couldn't see who it was. My first thought was that the anti-prostitution raiders had arrived. It's over. If he gets arrested, the Lin family will lose all face. He frantically tried to find a place to hide. But the person at the door had already walked in. The figure of a woman. She was accompanied by a tall man. The woman was wearing a long blue dress. She wore a cashmere coat over her clothes, completely covering her body. Even so, it couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. She has a beautiful waist, a perky bottom, and a graceful sway when she walks. The two grew closer as they walked. The figure finally appeared clearly in Lin Tian's eyes. When he saw the woman's face clearly, boom! Lin Tian felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning. I was completely stunned. It was Su Yuyan. The man next to her was Chu Sun. Young smoke. Lin Tian's lips trembled. He thought to himself, I'm doomed. How did she end up here? How could she have found her way here? He clearly wasn't wearing that GPS watch. Lin Tian's mind went blank. Su Yuyan's expression was also filled with disbelief. She walked step by step to Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at her and began to explain in a flustered manner. Yuyan. This is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. It's not what you see. Su Yuyan's acting skills reached their peak at this moment. She had already prepared her emotions. Her face showed the utter heartbreak of someone betrayed by someone you trusted. Her eyes quickly filled with tears. Those beautiful eyes were now filled with despair. She looked at Lin Tian, whose clothes were disheveled, and then glanced at Ketty, who was equally panicked beside her. Her body swayed, as if she couldn't withstand the huge blow, and she was about to fall to the ground. Fourth sister. Chu Sun caught her, preventing her from fainting in a disheveled state. With Chu Sun's help, Su Yuyan slowly squatted down on the ground. She buried her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling violently, letting out suppressed, heartbreaking sobs. Wah-ah! The sound of crying pierced Lin Tian's heart. Lin Tian hurriedly and hastily put on his clothes. His heart broke as he looked at Su Yuyan, who was squatting on the ground, crying helplessly. He broke his goddess's heart. He hurt the woman who loved him most in the world. Judging from Su Yuyan's broken state, she must be truly desperate. And she looks so beautiful when she cries. The pear blossoms, wet with rain, are a sight to behold. It is breathtakingly beautiful. A sense of guilt welled up in Lin Tian's heart. If a woman has no hope for a man, she will be indifferent even if he cheats on her. It is precisely because Su Yuyan loves him so deeply, to the core, that she is so heartbroken by his infidelity. Yes. She must be madly in love with herself. Lin Tianjin felt guilty. He is truly prepared to turn over a new leaf. It's all because of that woman. If he hadn't been seduced by this woman who bore a slight resemblance to Su Yuyen, he really wouldn't have made that mistake. Lin Tianxin felt as if she were being stabbed in the heart. He wanted to go over and comfort her, and help her up. He reached out, just about to touch Su Yuyen's shoulder. "Get out of my way." Shusun shoved his hand away, his eyes cold and filled with disgust. "You beast, you don't deserve to touch her." Lin Tian's outstretched hand was forcefully slapped away by Shusun, leaving the back of his hand bright red. "Yu Yan, let me explain, it's really not what you think." Su Yuyen cried even harder. The cries were filled with suffocating despair. Lin Tian was sweating profusely with anxiety. He turned to look at Shusun. "Shaosun, go out first, put down your phone and stop taking pictures. I'll explain things to your fourth sister properly." Shusun was recording a video on his phone. "Brother-in-law?" He sneered, his voice filled with disdain. "You beast, you think you can make me call you brother-in-law? You don't deserve it. My fourth sister trusted you so much. She bet her entire life's happiness on you. And this is how you treat her." Shusun stepped forward, blocking Su Yuyen's path with an imposing aura. "Your wedding is in a few days. Everyone in Jiangnan knows. And you, of all people, are out there looking for prostitutes at this time. Are you even human? Have you lost your conscience?" Shusun's voice grew louder and louder, and he seemed to be in the right. Su Yuyen finally raised her head. Shusun quickly helped her up and let her lean against him. Su Yuyen's tear-stained face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet also heartbreakingly fragile. She looked at Lin Tian, her voice broken and tinged with the pain of betrayal. "Lin Tian. I trusted you so much. I said I wanted a platonic partner, and you immediately agreed. Later, you couldn't take it anymore, you said you couldn't hold back, and I understood your needs as a man, so I unlocked the door for you. I was so naive to think that you always handled things on your own. I was even proud of how you always managed to control yourself. I gave you my complete trust, my unreserved trust. But, is this how you treat me?" Her tears kept falling. If I hadn't been more careful today and had secretly followed the men you sent to get the keys all the way here. Am I going to be kept in the dark by you, you liar, for the rest of my life? Am I really going to marry a liar like you, a filthy man?" She spoke while crying. Chapter 91, slapping her fiancé. The despair and heartbreak were portrayed vividly. Shusun, standing to the side, also appropriately expressed his shock and anger. He pretended to know nothing and asked with a blank expression. "What lock? Fourth sister, what lock are you talking about?" Su Yuyen then sobbed and explained the matter of the lock. Upon hearing this, Shusun immediately flew into a rage and pointed at Lin Tian's nose, cursing him loudly. "Are you even a man? You're a complete pervert. A piece of trash who can't control his lower body." Lin Tian was scolded mercilessly, but he didn't dare to utter a single word in rebuttal. "It's my fault, it's all my fault. Yuyen, don't cry, don't be sad anymore, okay? It breaks my heart to see you like this." He tried again to go forward and help Su Yuyen. Shusun once again pushed him away without any politeness. Roll. Thump. Lin Tian's knees buckled, and he knelt upright in front of Su Yuyen and Shusun. He panicked completely. He cannot lose Su Yuyen, and he cannot lose the marriage alliance with the Su family. "Yuyen, I was wrong, I was really wrong." He began to kowtow and beg for mercy in an extremely humble manner. One blow after another, his forehead slammed against the floor. Bang! 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 "Please forgive me. I'll never do it again." Shusun felt a surge of secret pleasure as he looked at Lin Tian kneeling before him, as humble as a dog. This man, who was so arrogant and domineering in front of him before. What about now? Ha, this is karma. This is so awesome. He glanced again at Su Yuyen, who was crying her eyes out in his arms. Fourth sister's acting skills are just too good. They look so heartbroken and desperate. The crying, the look in his eyes, the trembling body, even he almost believed it. There were no security cameras in the private room, and Ketty had already wisely slipped away, leaving the door closed. Shusun's courage also grew. While Lin Tian was still kowtowing on the ground. His hand slid down Su Yuyen's back. Then, he gave her a light pat on her pert buttocks, which were covered by her skirt. The soft, bouncy texture stirred his heart. Su Yuyen was crying with complete absorption when this suddenly interrupted her rhythm. Her body stiffened, and she cursed inwardly. Xiao Sun is incredibly audacious. How dare you take advantage of her at a time like this? But she dared not stop, and could only continue to bury herself in Chu Sun's arms, crying even louder. Lin Tian was completely unaware of the subtle interaction between the two. He kowtowed more than 20 times in front of the two men. His forehead was scraped and bleeding. Yuyen, I swear. I will definitely turn over a new leaf in the future. From now on, every time I unlock the door, you'll supervise me personally, okay? Please, give me another chance. Shu Sun looked at him coldly. Once there's a first time, there will be countless more. He helped up Su Yuyen, who was still heartbroken. Sister Yen, let's go. This kind of man isn't worth it. Lin Tian knew that the only one who could persuade Su Yuyen now was Chu Sun. He immediately crawled to Chu Sun's feet and hugged his legs. Xiao Sun. I beg you. Please say a word for me. I really will change. I swear. Please help me, since we'll be family from now on. Looking at the disheveled man at his feet, Chu Sun felt a surge of satisfaction. He kicked Lin Tian away. Impossible. I would rather be unhappy for the rest of my life than let my sister Yu Yen be unhappy. And she will never be happy if she stays with you. Chu Sun helped Su Yuyen walk towards the door. Lin Tianjin couldn't bear the cost of losing Su Yuyen. Firstly, he had already fallen in love with Su Yuyen. Secondly, if the marriage alliance fails, he will lose face for the Lin family. He would be disqualified from being an heir. Lin Tian disregarded everything and tried to stop them. Young Smoke. Don't go. He rushed forward, trying to forcibly hug Su Yuyen. He felt he should give her a hug. Hug her from behind, just like Jack hugged Rose in Titanic. I was just about to hug him. Chu Sun noticed it and stepped aside to block it. Bang! He punched Lin Tian right in the face. Lin Tian screamed as he was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. You still want to molest my sister Yuyen? Chu Sun's eyes were icy cold, and his tone was full of murderous intent. You almost took advantage of me, you beast. He turned to look at Su Yuyen, a hint of worry on his face. Fourth sister, should I beat him up? Su Yuyen glanced at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with disgust. Whatever. Upon receiving the order, Chu Sun immediately stepped forward. He grabbed Lin Tian by the collar and pulled him up from the ground. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open again. Lin Tian's brothers have finally arrived. Led by Li Feng, 4 or 5 rich second-generation heirs filed in. They understood instantly when they saw the scene inside the private room. My sister-in-law and brother-in-law came to catch me cheating. Sister-in-law. Li Feng led his men and rushed towards Su Yuyen. Then, they all started offering their own explanations for Lin Tian. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. It's all our fault. We forced brother Tian to come out and have fun. Tian Ge loves you the most. You're the only one in his heart. Lin Tian has slept with you so many times. He only fell for you because he saw that girl who looked a bit like you. He really loves you. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian nearly died of anger. It's over. This is really the end. Su Yuyen was completely stunned. What? When did I ever sleep with him? Who told you that? Li Feng and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. That's what brother Tian said. Brother Tian said he slept with you so many times, isn't that true? Su Yuyen was truly enraged. The grievances, anger, and heartbreak I felt just now were fake. But this extreme rage is real. She rushed up to Lin Tian, pointed at his nose, and started cursing. Lin Tian. You shameless bastard. We didn't even sleep together. How dare you brag like that to the outside world? You're shameless. You're disgusting. You're a bastard. Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded. He felt like dying. He quickly got up. Yuyen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was just bragging. I just wanted to save face in front of my brothers. I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Su Yuyen wouldn't listen to his explanation at all. She was so angry that she was trembling all over, pointing at Chu Sun. Xiao Sun, go find that lock for me. Chu Sun understood immediately. To prevent Ketty from finding out about the chastity lock, Lin Tian hid it in the toilet. Chusun quickly found the lock behind the toilet tank. He took the thing and went back to the private room. He first explained the origins and history of the lock to Lin Tian's brothers in detail. Look everyone, this is what Lin Tian wore specifically to prove his loyalty to Sister Yu Yan. Every time I need to untie it, I have to get Sister Yu Yan's permission. Today, he came under the pretense of getting the keys, but we caught him red-handed. As Chusun spoke, he took out his phone and snapped several photos. Lin Tian's brothers were all shocked. Holy crap! This thing still exists in modern times? I've never seen anything like this before. They looked at Lin Tian with shock in their eyes, and even a hint of disdain. So marrying into a wealthy family is really that difficult? Chusun looked at Lin Tian's liver-colored face and felt a surge of satisfaction. He thought about how Lin Tian had boasted outside that he and Su Yuyan had slept together many times, and his anger was genuine. Although I know Lin Tian is just bragging and daydreaming. However, if this gets out, it will have a significant negative impact on Su Yuyan's reputation. How dare he? Chusun suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lin Tian hard across the face. Smack! Chapter 92 Preparing to annul the engagement. A crisp slap echoed throughout the entire KTV room. When Li Fang and his friends saw their brother being beaten, they were about to rush over to stand up for Lin Tian. Stop it, all of you! Lin Tian covered his burning face and called out to them. He looked at Chusun, his voice trembling with tears. I made a mistake, I deserve to be punished. Chusun thought to himself, this is exactly what I wanted. He raised his hand and slapped Lin Tian's face 4 or 5 times in succession. Snap! 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 Each slap was crisp and loud. Those slaps felt so good. Still want to sleep with Sister Yu Yan? Maybe in the next life. Lin Tian's face swelled up at a visible speed, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Su Yuyan waited until Chu Sun had finished fighting before speaking. That's enough, Xiao Sun, let's go. Chu Sun reluctantly stopped. He protected Su Yuyan as they walked out of the private room. Lin Tian scrambled to the door, crying and begging him to stay. Yu Yan! Don't go! Please don't go! His wails echoed down the corridor. In the corridor, Su Yuyan still looked like a pear blossom in the rain, her heart breaking. Chu Sun helped her out of the private room. Many people in the corridor turned their gazes toward them. People whispered and murmured among themselves. Are they here to catch their partner in the act? Look at how badly that woman is crying. Chu Sun escorted Su Yuyan through the crowd and arrived at the underground parking garage. I got into Su Yuyan's white G-Class. Closed the car windows and pressed down the privacy screen. Su Yuyan seemed to still be immersed in the emotion she had just experienced, unable to extricate herself, and was still sobbing softly. Chu Sun glanced at her and smiled. Fourth sister, are you getting addicted to acting? Su Yuyan immediately stopped crying and started laughing, the sadness on her face vanishing without a trace. Hey hey! She smugly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. My acting skills are good, right? The two began to seriously discuss the performance they had just witnessed. I think the part where you were squatting on the ground crying just now was a bit over the top, Chu Sun commented. Su Yuyan was unconvinced. Where did it go? I think it's just right. But you, when you patted my butt, I was totally stunned. She gave Chu Sun a reproachful glare. You're so inconsiderate of the occasion. I almost lost focus. Chu Sun smiled and said, I just find it exciting. Su Yuyan thought for a moment and then laughed too. It was really exciting. However, those slaps I just gave Lin Tian in the face felt really good. That really fanned me properly. Su Yuyan pouted. I should have been the one to slap you those times. Isn't that a reward for him? Chu Sun retorted. Su Yuyan thought about it and agreed. So, is slapping you a reward for me? She suddenly leaned closer to Chu Sun and asked with a smile. Calculate the minor ones, but not the major ones. Chu Sun answered in a very serious manner. However, if you slap me in the face, I'll slap you back. How dare you? This is outrageous. You're courting death. Su Yuyan pretended to be angry. As she spoke, she reached out and gently patted Chu Sun's cheek 3 times. Chu Sun could smell a faint fragrance emanating from her fingertips. I've got it. 3 times. I'll definitely pay you back. However, I'm not slapping your face, I'm slapping your butt. Anyway, you're all fleshy, so it won't hurt. Su Yuyan nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. When we get home, we'll tell your aunt and uncle. They definitely won't let you marry that good-for-nothing Lin Tian anymore. Su Yuyan happily kissed Chu Sun on the cheek. Now I can tease Xiao Sun for the rest of my life. Chu Sun immediately retaliated. He turned his head and kissed Su Yuyan's lips precisely. The two kissed for a long time in the car before reluctantly parting. The car is on its way home. Su Yuyan became increasingly annoyed. Actually, that was already satisfying enough. But that beast Lin Tian actually dared to spread the news that the two of them had slept together. How could she possibly tolerate this? How dare he? You utter beast. What would Xiao Sun think if he heard that? No wonder he slapped me so hard just now. So you were jealous. Hey. This little guy is quite possessive. However, in order to reward him, and also to get revenge on that bastard Lin Tian, Su Yuyan's hands started to wander. Chu Sun felt a soft little hand playing with fire. Then, Su Yuyan continued to do as she pleased, becoming increasingly daring in her actions. Don't do anything reckless, aren't you afraid of being caught on camera? Su Yuyan had no choice but to obey and obediently said, "Oh. I'll bully you again when we get back." However, do you think Lin Tian's apology just now was sincere? It looks quite real. Chu Sun thought for a moment and then said, I guess she really has feelings for you. Men are all like this, they are always filled with a desire to conquer the unattainable beauty. Snort. Su Yuyan gave a disdainful snort. When you get home later, use your words to severely humiliate Lin Tian. I love listening to it. That piece of trash is not even worth a hair on your head. The car quickly returned to the Su family villa. As soon as she got out of the car, Su Yuyan immediately switched to combat mode. She gathered her emotions, then ran into the living room crying. That idiot Su Xiaogang was sent to Africa by Su He to take an exam, and now the house is finally much quieter. At this moment, the whole family was in the living room. Su He and Wen Qingyun were also there. When Su Yuyan ran in crying, the whole family was stunned. She threw herself into her parents' arms and burst into tears. What's wrong? Yuyan, what happened? Wen Qingyun hugged her daughter tenderly and asked anxiously. Su Yuyan just kept crying and didn't say anything. Chu Sun walked in at just the right moment. Uncle, auntie. He spoke with a heavy heart. It's like this. Then, he recounted the events of that evening in a vivid and embellished manner. From how Lin Tian deceived Su Yuyan, to how he went out to find prostitutes, to how he bragged that he had slept with Su Yuyan. He also showed everyone the videos he had taken on his phone. In the video, Lin Tian is seen frantically putting on his pants. There was another woman next to them, whose face was covered, but who had a hot body. The sisters and Su He and his wife all gathered around. After watching the video and listening to Chu Sun's account, everyone was furious. Su Yuyan cried and threw herself into her parents' arms. Dad! Mom! Are you really going to marry me off to someone like that? Are you trying to push me into a fire pit? This is my happiness for the rest of my life. Su He and Wen Qingyun held their sobbing daughter, their faces ashen. The face of their other daughter appeared in their minds simultaneously. Second daughter, Su Zhimeng. Su Zhimeng's marriage was very unhappy. You could even call it hell. She married Chu Feng, the heir to the Chu family, the most powerful family in Shanghai. But everyone knows that Su Zhimeng's life in the Chu family is not good. Her relationship with her husband, Chu Feng, is very strained. He was even out of place with the entire Chu family and was targeted at every turn. In terms of power, the Su family is far inferior to the deeply entrenched Chu family. Su Zhimeng's marriage was more like a political marriage. She became a victim of her family's interests, sacrificing her lifelong happiness. Her parents remember that every time Su Zhimeng came home, she only had a forced smile on her face. One time when Su Zhimeng came home, he even saw that his daughter had injuries on her face. Although she tried to cover it up with makeup, he could tell that it was someone who had hit her. At that moment, he was furious and wanted to destroy the Chu family. But Su Zhimeng insisted that she fell. The Chu family is an ally of the Su family. For the sake of the family's future, they had no choice but to sacrifice one daughter. But the Lin family. They are still people we can afford to offend. They couldn't let another daughter be pushed into the fire with their own hands. Sui looked at Su Yuyen, who was crying so hard she was about to faint, in his arms. We're not getting married. We're announcing the engagement. Chapter 93. The fiancé kneels and begs for forgiveness. When Qin Yun nodded vigorously, her eyes reddening. Yes. Break off the engagement. Our Su family's daughter cannot suffer such injustice. Hearing her parents' words, Su Yuyen cried even harder. Wa'ada. She buried her face in her mother's arms, her shoulders heaving violently. In truth, she was overjoyed. After crying for a long time, Su Yuyen finally made her way upstairs, swaying, with Chu Sun's help. In the living room, the older sisters were still indignantly cursing Lin Tian, but they all felt that something was wrong. What a coincidence! Su Yuyen often complained that she didn't want to get married. How come she caught them red-handed as soon as she went to catch them cheating? Moreover, why didn't you invite the older sisters along when you were going to catch them in the act of adultery? Why did you only bring Chu Sun? However, no one thought much of it. After all, Su Yuyen is the most devoted brother in the Su family, so it's normal for her to stick to Xiao Sun. Upon arriving at Su Youyen's room, the door was closed. The sadness on Su Youyen's face vanished instantly. Her expression changed instantly, her eyes sparkled, and there was no trace of her having cried. Come on, I can't take it anymore. As she spoke, she began to take off her coat. Chu Sun quickly stopped her. Not today. He said. We are now the focus of our whole family's attention, so we can't do anything bad. We'll talk about it later. Su Youyen's face fell instantly, like a kitten that hadn't gotten its candy. Oh well. She pouted, looking somewhat unwilling. Then kiss me. Also, you have to pay me back for those 3 blows just now. Chu Sun smiled. He kissed Su Youyen's luscious lips deeply for 10 seconds. Then, his hand became quite unruly and slapped her pert buttocks 3 times in a row. Slap, slap, slap. The sound was crisp and clear. I'm leaving. Chu Sun released her and turned to walk towards the door. Good night, congratulations on regaining your freedom. Good night, Xiao Sun. Su Youyen's voice was sickeningly sweet. I'll fall asleep thinking about you. Chu Sun returned to his room and slept soundly through the night. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Su Yuyen was awakened by the sound of her phone vibrating. She picked up her phone in a daze and saw that it was a WeChat message from Chu Sun. Fourth sister, look downstairs. Su Yuyen was a little puzzled. She yawned, walked to the small balcony in her bedroom, and looked down. The next second, she instantly regained consciousness. Then, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. At the entrance of the Su family villa, a person was kneeling. It's Lin Tian. He was shirtless, shivering in the cool morning breeze. Its back was also bound with a bunch of thorny brambles. This comical appearance is exactly like the ancient legend of bearing thorns to apologize. Su Yuyen laughed so hard she almost fell over, and quickly took out her phone to send a message to Chu Sun. Haha, he really knelt there. It's hilarious. Yeah, I just saw it when I came back from the bathroom, it's hilarious. My parents went to work a long time ago, so they are not at home. The other older sisters were still asleep. The housekeeper and nannies in the house would not wake the young ladies for such a trivial matter. Su Yuyen felt that the timing was just right. She immediately sent a message to Chu Sun. Come to my room quickly. Chu Sun also found it interesting and soon slipped over. As soon as he entered Su Youyen's room, he felt a wave of heat hit him. The room was heated. Su Yuyen was only wearing a thin silk slip dress, her 2 fair and slender legs exposed. Chu Sun's gaze couldn't help but linger on her. You're really something, sleeping in so little. Su Yuyen puffed out her chest triumphantly. Ah, that feels good. She walked up to Chu Sun and reached out to hook her arm around his neck. Your fiancé is still kneeling down there. Chu Sun said with a smile, his tone full of mockery. That's so exciting and fun. What fiancé? What did he come up with? Su Yuyen rolled her eyes at him. I'm single right now. Am I really single? Then what am I? Consider him my sugar daddy, then. Su Yuyen said arrogantly. Chu Sun was displeased and slapped Su Youyen's pert buttocks hard. The two teased each other, and the atmosphere quickly became ambiguous. Su Youyen's breathing became rapid. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Chu Sun's lips. Chu Sun responded to her warmly. The two kissed their way from the window to the soft bed. The straps of her nightgown slipped down, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Outside the window, Lin Tian's comical figure could be seen kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Inside the window, the enchanting spring scenery unfolds like a play of clouds and rain. Su Yuyan was dressed very lightly. It seems she's not used to sleeping in clothes. Shusun felt the same way. He always felt uncomfortable sleeping with his body pressed against the fabric, even in the dead of winter. Shusun's gaze fell on Su Yuyan, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. The nightgown was so thin it was almost transparent, and the size of her breasts was clearly visible, rising and falling slightly with her breathing. Su Yuyan looked at him charmingly, her voice tinged with languor. Shaosun, you helped me beat up that bastard yesterday. I want to give you a reward. Shusun raised an eyebrow. What reward? You'll see once you sit on the bed. A cunning glint flashed in Su Yuyan's eyes. An hour later, only the heavy breathing of the two men remained in the room. Su Yuyan lay limp on the bed, like a pool of melting spring water, too lazy to even move a finger. Shusun dressed, walked to the bedside, and lifted a corner of the curtain to look down. Lin Tian remained kneeling there, completely still. You should let him go. It's not good for him to keep kneeling here. Shusun glanced at Su Yuyan on the bed. Su Yuyan waved her hand weakly. Go ahead, I don't want to go. And I can't walk anymore. Upon hearing this, Shusun's lips curled into a playful smile. Wow. Is it that exciting? You go then, Su Yuyan said, grumbling. Since we're going to call off the engagement anyway, just tell him directly, I want to call off the engagement. If the Lin family insists on making trouble, I will put him in a shackle and release all the videos of him hiring prostitutes outside to the public. Shusun nodded, thinking it was a good idea. At the entrance of the villa, Lin Tian knelt on the ground, his face pale and his lips purple. Seeing Shusun come out, a glimmer of hope immediately ignited in his eyes. Little Sun. Could you call me Yuyan? Shusun looked at him expressionlessly. She doesn't want to see you. Lin Tian's heart sank. He lowered his head in despair and offered the key with trembling hands. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I've put them back on. Shusun didn't take the key, he simply relayed Su Yuyan's words verbatim. Sister Yuyan asked me to tell you that she wants to break off the engagement. If your Lin family dares to cause trouble, she will expose your secret of breaking into the lock and the video of your affair to the public. Lin Tian was devastated when he heard this. No. No. Shusun looked at him coldly. Stop bothering her. Lin Tian suddenly raised his head and stared intently at Shusun. She knows I'm kneeling here, doesn't she? She must know. I beg you, please let her come see me, just once. A hint of mockery flashed in Shusun's eyes. She and I had just finished exercising and were very tired, unable to walk. Lin Tian was stunned. She went out to exercise? Exercising in the villa. Shusun answered calmly. Lin Tian was even more puzzled. The gym? I checked the floor-to-ceiling windows outside the gym, and there's no one inside. Shusun smiled, a smile that carried a hint of contempt and pity. Why can't she exercise in her own room? Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded. In the room? How do you exercise? Maybe she's doing sit-ups. My goddess is so disciplined. I'm not good enough for her. Shusun lost all patience looking at his foolish appearance. Enough with the nonsense, that's all I have to say, you can leave now. From now on, you and Sister Yuyan have absolutely no relation to each other. After saying that, Shusun turned and left, even stretching. Su Yuyan was really fierce just now. Moreover, they are very innovative and always come up with new ideas. Chapter 94, Second Sister was abused by domestic violence? After a busy morning, Shusun was also feeling a bit tired. The other sisters were still asleep, and the whole villa was quiet. Shusun wandered into the kitchen, looking for something to eat. Today's breakfast was hot dogs made fresh by the nanny. The golden brown bread was baked until crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. A huge grilled sausage is sandwiched in the middle, its juices practically bursting out of the bread. The sausages were so big that the bread could barely contain them, and the exposed parts were baked until they were golden brown and smelled wonderful. There were several kinds of salad dressings on the side, which looked very appetizing. Shusun took a hot dog and poured 2 cups of cappuccino with milk. He carried the tray back to Su Yuyan's room. She was indeed still lying on the bed like a salted fish, completely motionless. Why haven't you gone to wash up yet? Shu Sun placed the plate on the bedside table. Su Yuyan only opened her eyes lazily when she heard the sound. Please help me, I'm exhausted. Shu Sun picked her up from the bed and took her into the bathroom. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Su Yuyan walked to the small balcony and looked down. The villa entrance was empty. Lin Tian had already left. The two sat down at the small round table on the balcony and began to eat breakfast. The hot dog was too big for Chu Sun to finish by himself, so he cut it in half with a knife. Su Yuyan looked at the huge half of the sausage on the plate. He looked up at Chu Sun again, and the two exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. She picked up the hot dog and ate it in small bites, a little white salad dressing getting on the corner of her mouth. In the afternoon, Lin's parents indeed came to visit in person. The elderly couple's faces were filled with shame and embarrassment, and they adopted an extremely humble posture. Su Yuyan didn't give them a friendly look and recounted the events of last night in front of everyone in the Su family. Upon hearing this, Lin's parents felt utterly ashamed and apologized repeatedly. They came here to personally annul the engagement, hoping the Su family would be lenient and not release the videos and photos, thus saving face for the Lin family. The reason for annulling the engagement was easy to say. They could simply claim that Lin Tian was not good enough for the Su family's daughter. After the deal was settled, Lin's parents left dejectedly. As soon as they left, the entire living room erupted in deafening cheers. Great! We've finally gotten rid of that good-for-nothing. Fourth sister, congratulations on regaining your freedom. The sisters surrounded Su Yuyan, laughing and jumping, their faces beaming with joy. The entire villa was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Su Qiqi's foot injury has improved a lot. Although he still cannot do strenuous exercise, he can walk normally now. Alright, stop fooling around. Our second child is coming home today. Let's make some preparations and have a welcome dinner for her tonight to celebrate. The sisters were even more excited when they heard that their second sister was coming back. Everyone immediately sprang into action and began busily preparing dinner. Some people went to the back garden to pick fresh vegetables, some were preparing ingredients in the kitchen, and some were setting up the restaurant. Chu Sun watched his sisters busy at work, each with something to do, while he himself became the most idle one. He wanted to go up and help, but Su Qiqi stopped him. There are already enough people in the kitchen, are you going to make things worse? Su Qiqi looked him over and said. Why don't you go to the airport and pick up your second sister? She and your second brother-in-law will both be coming. Can. Chu Sun nodded, took his car keys, and went out the door. However, he wasn't the one driving, it was the family's personal driver. A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove towards the airport. Upon arriving at the VIP exit of the airport, Chu Sun waited for about 20 minutes before spotting a familiar figure. It was his second sister, Su Zhimeng. She was wearing a white off-the-shoulder dress paired with silver high heels. However, her face bore an undisguised sorrow, her brows furrowed slightly, as if she had something on her mind. The man beside her must be her husband, Chu Feng. The man was tall and imposing, wearing an expensive custom-made suit. Every gesture he made exuded an innate air of nobility. He has a strong presence, no wonder he's the heir to Shanghai's top family. In contrast, Lin Tian's face was practically a nourishing face, completely lacking any presence. Su Zhimeng also saw Chu Sun, and her originally dim eyes instantly lit up, and a faint smile immediately bloomed on her face. She quickened her pace and hurried over. Xiao Sun? Why are you the one picking us up? Chu Sun greeted him with a smile. My sisters are all at home preparing dinner, and I had nothing to do, so I came over. After he finished speaking, he turned to Chu Feng and greeted him politely. Hello, brother-in-law. Although Chu Feng's handsome face was full of arrogance, he tried his best to hide it and acted very approachable. He nodded to Chu Sun, smiled slightly, and shook hands in response. Once inside the car, Su Zhimeng sat in the middle. Chu Sun sat next to her, while Chu Feng sat on the other side. Su Zhimeng's hand accidentally touched the back of Chu Sun's hand. Chu Sun felt that his second sister's hands were very cold and very soft. Looking at my second sister, I felt that she seemed to have lost weight, and her chin was more pointed. Moreover, she had faint dark circles around her eyes, probably because she hadn't slept well. He also speaks much less than before. In his memory, his second sister, Su Zhimeng, had a very cheerful personality. Like his fourth and fifth sisters, she was the life of the family and could talk to him about anything. Like Su Qiqi, Su Zhimeng is one of the older sisters who watched him grow up, giving him a sense of closeness that feels like a nurturing relationship. Why did you become so introverted after getting married? Perhaps she was too embarrassed to speak much because her brother-in-law was nearby. Chusun thought to himself and didn't ask any further questions. The car quickly returned to the Su family villa. Chu Feng got out of the car first and started adjusting the cuffs of his suit. Chusun got out of the car and reached out to help Su Jimeng out. Su Jimeng stared at his outstretched hand for a moment, then took his hand and slowly got out of the car. Chusun was filled with questions, but he knew now was not the time to ask. As the group entered the living room, Chu Feng immediately put on a warm face and greeted her sisters with a smile. Of the sisters, only the eldest and the third sister, besides their parents, realized that their second sister was not doing well. After exchanging greetings, the sisters rushed towards Su Jimeng and hugged her tightly. Second sister. You're finally back. We missed you so much. Come give me a hug. Surrounded by her sisters and feeling the long-lost warmth of home, Su Jimeng's tense body finally relaxed, and her eyes reddened slightly. Chu Sin and Chu Feng sat side by side on the sofa. The cheerful sounds coming from the kitchen echoed through the living room, making the two men seem somewhat out of place. The two were both looking down at their phones, and the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Chu Sin glanced at Chu Feng's phone and happened to see the screen light up, the screensaver image flashing by. It was a photo of a well-built man with clearly defined muscles, exuding masculinity. Chu Sun's heart skipped a beat. He felt something was off. But it was just a fleeting thought, and he didn't think about it much. In the kitchen, Su Jimeng also joined in preparing dinner. 6 stunningly beautiful women squeezed into the spacious kitchen. The warbling of orioles and the chirping of swallows, their playful laughter and frolicking, it was truly a delightful and pleasing scene. They helped each other, shared their recent interesting stories, and the atmosphere was wonderful. Fourth sister Su Yuyen jokingly said to Su Jimeng while cutting fruit. Second sister, you and brother-in-law should hurry up and give me a little nephew to play with. The laughter in the kitchen stopped abruptly as soon as he said that. Su Jimeng's hand holding the spatula suddenly stopped. The smile on his face froze instantly, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. Su Qiqi noticed the change in atmosphere and immediately interrupted Su Yuyen. Fourth brother, stop talking nonsense and go wash the cilantro and put it away. She gave Su Yuyen a look, and Su Yuyen realized she might have said something wrong. She stuck out her tongue and quickly went to do something else. Chu Sun sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the kitchen, taking in the entire scene. Chapter 95, Protecting Second Sister. Dinner was ready quickly. The table was laden with a variety of dishes, a dazzling array. Steamed sea bass, braised pork ribs, braised prawns, Buddha jumps over the wall. The aroma is irresistible, making one's mouth water. Su Qiqi glanced at the empty main seat. My parents have something come up at their company and won't be able to come back tonight. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately smiled and said, It's all right, big sister. Jimeng and I will stay here for a couple of days. We can have dinner with mom and dad tomorrow. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very warm, as if we had returned to the past. Second sister Su Jimeng deliberately sat next to Chu Sun, constantly serving him food and showing him concern. Xiao Sun, eat more. Look how thin you've become. Her voice was gentle, and her eyes were full of love and care. Chu Sun smiled and picked up a piece of her favorite sweet and sour pork. Second sister, you should eat more too, you've lost weight. Su Jimeng had a happy smile on her face the whole time. That's the kind of relaxed, unguarded feeling that you only show in front of your family. At the dinner table, Chu Feng suddenly asked a question. By the way, where's Xiao Gung? I haven't seen my brother-in-law. Su Qiqi answered calmly. He went abroad. Oh? What a pity, we haven't officially met yet. After dinner, the group moved to the sofa in the living room to rest. Su Qiqi, Su Yuyen, Su Tingwan, and Su Jimeng formed a mahjong table. The seventh sister, Su Jiro, and the eighth sister, Su Qinxue, flanked Chu Sun, chatting away. At the mahjong table, the sounds of shuffling, pawning, and the cheerful laughter of the women mingled together, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Su Jimeng seemed to have not been this relaxed in a long time. She was having a rare, genuinely happy time, and her laughter was crisp and clear. During halftime, Su Yuyen moved closer to Su Jimeng and carefully examined her face. Second sister, what happened to your eyes? Your dark circles are so heavy. Upon hearing this, Su Jimeng felt a pang of guilt and instinctively avoided Su Yuyen's gaze. It's nothing, I just accidentally fell and bumped myself a couple of days ago. You fell down? How could you be so careless? Su Yuyen quickly rummaged through the medicine box under the coffee table and took out a tube of ointment to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. She unscrewed the cap, intending to apply it to Su Jiming, and gently touched the bruise with her finger. Hiss! Su Jiming gasped, her body trembling with pain. Su Qiqi and Su Tingwan both looked over. Su Qiqi's gaze fell on the bruise, and his brows immediately furrowed. The wound has clear edges and a deep purple color. It doesn't look like something you'd get from a fall or bump. It felt like being punched or slapped hard. Seeing Su Jiming's guilty and evasive expression, Su Qiqi's heart sank. She instinctively thought that her second sister must have been beaten again. My parents noticed something was wrong last time, but for the sake of the family's reputation, they mentioned it to her privately, asking her to take better care of her younger sister. She has always held a grudge about this. Now, seeing the injuries on his sister's face with his own eyes, Su Qiqi could no longer suppress his anger. With her parents gone, she is the pillar of this family. Jiming, tell your older sister, did he hit you again? Upon hearing this, both Su Yuyen and Su Tingwan were stunned. Su Jiming panicked even more, her eyes darting around, and she spoke haltingly. What are you saying, sister? I'm fine, I'm really fine. Although the Su family is the largest family in Jiangnan province, it probably only ranks 7th or 8th in the whole country. But the Chu family of Shanghai is indeed one of the top 3 families in the country. The head of the family holds a position in the capital and is the family's largest in terms of assets nationwide. Su Jiming didn't want to make a big deal out of it or cause trouble for her family. You can fool your sisters, but you can't fool me. Su Qiqi's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. I could tell last time. How long has it been? He actually dared to hit me again. Su Yuyen finally realized what was happening. She grabbed Su Jiming's hand, her voice trembling. Second sister. You've been a victim of domestic violence? No. Su Jiming hurriedly denied. It really was an accidental fall. But her evasive eyes and flustered expression said it all. Instantly, Su Qiqi and Su Yuyen's anger was ignited. Su Yuyen was the first to erupt. She suddenly stood up and rushed to the sofa. Seeing this, the other sisters quickly followed after them. Su Yuyen didn't call him brother-in-law, but addressed him by his name directly, questioning him aggressively. Xu Feng. Did you hit my second sister? Xu Feng, Xu Sun, and the other 2 on the sofa were all a bit confused, not knowing what had happened. Xu Feng frowned, his eyes darting away for a moment before he looked completely innocent. Fourth sister, what are you saying? Su Jiming also ran over, trying to stop Su Yuyen. But Su Yuyen shook off her hand and picked up makeup remover and cotton pads from the coffee table. Second sister, don't move. Without saying a word, she wiped away the thick concealer and foundation from the corners of Su Jiming's eyes. A bluish-purple bruise was clearly exposed to everyone's eyes. The marks were so clear they were shocking. It was obviously caused by a slap or a punch. Did you hit this? Su Yuyen held up a makeup remover pad stained with foundation and questioned her sharply. Xu Feng was clearly caught off guard by this turn of events and was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Xu Sun finally realized what was happening. I see. It turns out those weren't dark circles under my eyes, they were injuries. It turns out that the second sister was silent and reserved in front of her brother-in-law because of fear. His second sister had been a victim of domestic violence all along. Xu Feng stood up and walked to Su Yuyen and Su Jiming, trying to explain. I have a very good relationship with Jiming, how could I possibly hit her? The eldest sister didn't believe his nonsense at all. She looked coldly at Su Jiming. Jiming, in front of all of us, tell us, did he hit you or not? If that's the case, then I'll stand up for you today. The other women also gathered around, chattering and indignant, each glaring angrily at Xu Feng. Even Su Jiro, who usually loves to act coquettishly, and Su Qinxue, who is the most timid, stepped forward to support their second sister. How dare you hit my sister? Su Jiro, who was usually charming and graceful, was now like a cat with its fur standing on end, pointing at Xu Feng's nose and cursing. We treat you like family, and this is how you treat our second sister? Xu Feng, are you even a man? How dare you lay a hand on your own wife? My second sister is so good, how could you bear to hit her? She has more than just this one injury, doesn't she? Do you often beat her? Xu Feng was surrounded by a group of women who were criticizing and insulting him, and he felt embarrassed. I felt both annoyed and ashamed. He reached out, pretending nothing was wrong, but then gripped Su Jiming's shoulder tightly and growled impatiently. What nonsense did you spout to them? Explain yourself right now. Ah! Su Jiming cried out in pain as he pinched her. She raised her head, her eyes filled with long-suppressed dissatisfaction, even hatred, as she looked at Chu Feng. Seeing this, the sisters all understood. What else is there to say? If you dare to do this in front of others, what would you do in private? Su Jiming, emboldened by some unknown source, shook off Chu Feng's hand. Then, she raised her hand and, with all her might, slapped Chu Feng hard across the face. Snap! A crisp, loud slap echoed throughout the living room. Chu Feng was completely stunned by the hard slap. My left cheek is burning and buzzing. As the sole heir of the Chu family in Shanghai, he has always been the center of attention and a favored son of heaven. I've never been slapped in the face, let alone heard a harsh word. Now, he was actually slapped hard across the face by a woman, his own wife, in front of so many people. This is an utter disgrace. He stared at Su Jiming in disbelief. Normally, she is submissive to herself at home and doesn't even dare to raise her voice. There was always a hint of timidity in his eyes. This kind of gaze made him, the head of the family, very happy. The husband is the head of the household, and his wife should naturally fear and respect him. But at this moment, she was standing there. Although my body was still trembling slightly. But there was no fear in those once dull and lifeless eyes. Instead, she stared directly into his eyes. Where did she get the guts? Who gave her that confidence? Are they her sisters? Chu Feng's anger burned fiercely in his chest, and his reason was instantly swallowed up. He stepped forward, pointed at Su Youyan's nose, and his voice trembled with extreme anger. Are you fucking crazy? As he spoke, he shoved Su Jiming hard as if venting his anger. Ah! Su Jiming was pushed by the tremendous force and staggered, her body falling backward uncontrollably. She was about to fall to the ground in a sorry state. At the critical moment, a figure rushed forward. It was none other than Chu Sun. Chu Sun grabbed Su Jiming's soft waist and supported her steadily. The second sister in my arms was ice-cold and trembling incessantly. Chu Sun could clearly sense her fear. He knew that as the only man in the family now, he had to do something. My younger brother is the nuclear weapon of our family. You can do without it, but you can't live without it. He couldn't let his sisters suffer such injustice any longer. Chu Sun gently handed Su Jiming to his eldest sister, Su Qiqi, who was behind him. Then she slowly turned around and faced Chu Feng. His eyes, in that instant, turned icy cold, all traces of their previous calmness gone. The next second, Chu Sun moved. He stepped forward, his body sinking slightly. The muscles in my right arm tensed instantly, like a fully drawn bow. Immediately afterwards, an incredibly swift straight punch, accompanied by a whistling sound as it tore through the air, slammed fiercely toward Chu Feng's face. This punch embodies the power of his 10 years of arduous training. It's so fast that no one has time to react.